Qi Xiao is an archaeologist who has organized a treasure hunting team with the goal of finding a huge amount of wealth left over from the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom period. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom was a political organization established by a peasant uprising army that once occupied the wealthy Liangjiang region. Their warehouses were filled with mountains of gold and jewels, a sight to behold. Since the fall of that regime, people have never given up the search for these treasures for centuries. Rumor has it that these treasures are most likely hidden in a cave deep within the primeval forests of southwestern China. Qi Xiao knew that this trip would be fraught with danger, so he selected the most famous archaeological experts and experienced tomb raiders from all over the country to form a powerful treasure hunting team. When they arrived at the legendary treasure location, they were greeted by the traces of a large battle in the forest. A giant brown bear, a savage, and a python had fought there, and huge snake scales were left behind, which was terrifying. Qi Xiao led his team into a cave, and upon seeing the ground covered in gold and silver, they immediately began packing up the treasure. However, several giant pythons and brown bears suddenly appeared and attacked them. After a fierce battle, only Qi Xiao and an archaeologist managed to escape the cave, but a giant python was still hot on their heels. At that moment, dark clouds gathered and a torrential downpour began. Lightning ripped through the sky above Tianshan, thunder rumbled, and seemed to split the valley in two. Just as the giant python opened its blood-red maw, attempting to devour them, a blinding flash of light struck Qi Xiao directly, knocking him unconscious on the spot. When Qi Xiao woke up again, he was completely unharmed except for his singed hair. Looking around, he realized he was in a huge, stable woodshed. To his shock, a strange memory appeared in his mind. In the memory, he was a stable boy named Afu. He was a servant who had signed a death contract with the Qin family. Once he left his master's house, he would be a runaway slave and would be unable to move an inch. Qi Xiao pondered for a moment and deduced that the current time was the second year of the Jinkang era in the northern Song dynasty, and the location was Jiangning Prefecture. Historically, this area was originally the heartland of the southern Song dynasty, but now the situation was turbulent and fraught with danger. He realized he had transmigrated. Suddenly, a crisp system notification sounded in his ear. Ding, check-in system has awakened. The system then displayed a notification. Today's sign-in reward. 1 heavily armored cavalryman. No supplies required, consumed. Automatically replenished in 24 hours. Qi Xiao immediately realized that an army that does not require supplies is invincible. Qi Xiao understood that if he could obtain such iron cavalry by signing in every day, he could build a powerful fighting force in Jiangning County in just 10 days, enough to change the local situation. Relying on his familiarity with history and Afu's memories, Qi Xiao quietly slipped to a secluded corner behind the stables. With a thought, a heavy knight, over 3 meters tall and clad in black armor, appeared before him, clasping his hands in a low voice and saying, "Greetings, my lord." Before he could get a good look, the sound of hurried footsteps came, followed by Qin Wuyang, the young master of the Qin family, shouting, "Afu, what are you doing sneaking around in the middle of the night?" He reacted quickly, pretending that he had just finished urinating and was tidying his clothes. Qin Wuyang approached, lantern in hand, and asked, "What's going on?" Qi Xiao squinted, picked up the bean basket beside him, and said, "When I got up in the middle of the night, I heard this snow-white horse pawing at its hooves, so I thought I'd quickly add some fine feed." Qin Wuyang then said, "You'll stay here tonight." Then, relying on Afu's memory, he mixed the chopped hay into the trough, listened to the horse chewing contentedly, leaned against the hay pile, and quickly recalled history in his mind. He remembered that the Jin army had invaded the south several times, plunging the Jianghuai region into war and suffering. Bandits, defeated soldiers, and Jurchen cavalry would surge in like a raging flood. The Qin family manor, which seemed peaceful now, was in fact a precarious nest before the storm. Qi Xiao knew he absolutely couldn't expose himself easily. The most important thing right now was to survive and see what tomorrow's sign-in reward would bring. He stood up, picked up a brush and a cloth, walked to the snow-white horse, and began to groom its fur. As dawn broke, Qin Wuyang, dressed in a brocade robe, arrived with Master Zhao. After a slight nod, He mounted his snow-white steed and trotted around the training ground to check on the horse's condition. Seeing that the horse was running steadily, Qin Huiyang was clearly in a good mood. An older servant beside him gave him a wink, and Qi Xiao immediately jogged away from the stable, passed through several courtyard gates, and arrived outside the kitchen. Dozens of servants were already squatting and eating against the kitchen wall. Qi Xiao almost vomited when he ate the rough, throat-irritating porridge. He forced himself to swallow it down despite the discomfort. Just as he was about to join the others in their work, the steward stopped him and said that the young master had instructed him to return to the woodshed to rest for half a day, as he had worked hard last night. Qi Xiao quickly bowed his head in response, returned to the cold, damp woodshed, and collapsed into bed. He didn't know how much time had passed when he was shaken awake. Opening his eyes, he saw it was Ah Zhong, the servant from the same woodshed. Qi Xiao asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Ah Zhong handed him a set of cleaner coarse cloth clothes and said, "Young master wants you to change into these. Hurry to the stables. The important person is already waiting." Qi Xiao immediately changed into the clothes and ran to the stables. From afar, Qi Xiao could see a large crowd gathered at the stables. A finely crafted blue silk carriage was already prepared, with 2 docile steeds in front of it. Qin Huiyang stood beside a young girl dressed in a pale yellow silk dress, his face beaming with smiles. Qi Xiao quickly jogged forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "Young master, what are your orders? What are you dawdling for?" Qin Huiyang scolded, then turned to the girl with a smile and said, "Miss Qian, please get in the car." It turned out that he was to serve as the temporary coachman for this trip. Miss Qian nodded slightly and, with the help of her maid, boarded the carriage. Qin Huiyang followed her in. Qi Xiao dared not delay. He picked up the whip, gave the reins a gentle tug, and the carriage drove out of the Qin family manor. As instructed, the carriage slowly drove to the largest restaurant in Jiangning County, Wangjiang Tower. He parked the carriage at the side entrance of the restaurant, then squatted down in an inconspicuous corner and waited silently. Time dragged on from afternoon until the city lights began to come on. As night fell completely, Qin Huiyang and Miss Qian emerged from the restaurant, surrounded by servants. Both were clearly intoxicated. Qin Huiyang's steps were unsteady, while Miss Qian's cheeks were flushed and her laughter carried a hint of unbridled indulgence. Qi Xiao quickly drove the carriage to the gate. Miss Qian, however, stood by the carriage shaft, looking at Qi Xiao and saying, "This young lady wants to try driving it herself today." Qin Huiyang, his eyes blurry with drunkenness, laughed loudly. "As Miss Qian wishes." Qi Xiao's heart sank. In the pitch black, how could a human foot possibly keep up with a speeding carriage? But he could only reply in a low voice, "Yes, young master, young lady." He jumped off the carriage shaft and stepped back to the roadside. Miss Qian took the whip and, imitating him, lightly flicked the reins. The horse began to trot slowly, but she thought it was too slow, so she added a few more lashes. Qi Xiao watched helplessly as the light from the carriage lanterns receded into the distance, his heart filled with terror. He knew that if anything went wrong, he would be the first to die. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from the side of the road ahead and stood motionless in the middle of the road. "Get out of the way!" Qi Xiao shouted, but it was too late. The carriage not only failed to stop, but the horses also charged forward. A dull thud rang out, accompanied by the horse's shrill neigh and the girl's short scream. The carriage slammed into the small figure, then went out of control and crashed into a large tree by the roadside before finally coming to a stop. Qi Xiao rushed to the scene like a madman. By the moonlight and the swaying lanterns, he saw the little girl curled up in the dust, her face deathly pale. He trembled as he checked her breath. She was already lifeless. Qin Huiyang scrambled out of the overturned carriage in a disheveled state, a bump on his forehead, his brocade robe torn, and the effects of the alcohol instantly gone. Enraged, he kicked Qi Xiao, who had just stood up, in the leg. Qi Xiao knew he had to do something, or he would become the scapegoat. But before he could act, his body reacted first due to Afu's muscle memory. He knelt down with a thud and said in a trembling voice, "Young master, please calm down." Qin Huiyang's expression changed drastically as he asked, "What do you suggest we do?" Qi Xiao replied in a low voice, "Take him back outside the manor while no one's around and clean him up." Qin Huiyang was at a loss and nodded repeatedly. Qi Xiao stuffed the body into the back of the car and sped back to the Qin family manor. The carriage returned to the side gate, and the Qian family guards stepped forward to help the still-shaken Miss Qian down from the carriage and escort her to the inner courtyard. Qin Weiyang had just jumped out of the carriage when she grabbed Qi Xiao and whispered, I'll go with you. Qi Xiao's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed his head and replied, Young master, how could I trouble you to do such dirty work? Leave this to me, and I'll make sure it's done cleanly and efficiently. Seeing that Qin Weiyang was still hesitant, he took a step closer and lowered his voice. Young master, think about it. If a poor girl like this can't find her parents, they might just forget about her after a few days. Who would investigate? He dispelled Qin Weiyang's concerns. Qin Weiyang waved his hand impatiently and said, Go and come back quickly. If word gets out, I'll skin you alive. Watching Qin Weiyang's departing figure, Qi Xiao immediately took action. He first returned to the woodshed to retrieve a shovel, then drove along the familiar path straight to the mass grave behind the manor. The back hill was the ideal place to dispose of the unidentified corpse. The soil was soft, and the area was desolate and gloomy. He stopped the car, picked up a shovel, and began to dig. Qi Xiao could only dig the pit by the dim light, shoveling up the soil shovel by shovel. After placing the body in the pit, he silently filled the soil back in place. After cleaning up the tracks on the wheels and carriage, he drove the carriage back to the stables and then slipped back to the woodshed. Lying on the straw mat, he didn't feel much guilt about the girl's death. In that situation, there was nothing he could do. He thought to himself that he had acted extremely decisively in the crisis, saving face for both the Qin and Qian families and preventing the situation from getting out of control. This merit might be a bargaining chip in the future. The next morning, just as he had expected, a steward came to deliver a message that the master wished to see him. Qi Xiao straightened his clothes and followed him into the main courtyard's living room. The atmosphere in the hall was somber. Old Master Qin sat in the main seat, with several elders of the clan seated on either side. The eldest son of the Qin family was also inside, and his attitude was unusually amiable. Master Qin invited him to sit down. Qi Xiao then carefully sat down on the edge of the stool. The eldest son of the Qin family stepped forward, took out 2 taels of silver from his sleeve, and handed it to him. He had assumed he would be promoted to a minor official position, but he overlooked the fact that Qin Weiyang kept his head down the entire time. Just as he was making his own speculations, young Master Qin came over again, this time with a piece of paper in his hand. He then read out Qi Zhao's confession. Qi Zhao's smile froze instantly, turning pale. He looked up at Master Qin in disbelief, his gaze finally settling on the confession. Qi Xiao finally understood that they wanted to make a Fu, this servant, take the blame for the murder last night. A system notification flashed through Qi Zhao's mind. He had signed in last night and acquired 2 heavily armored cavalrymen. But Qi Xiao knew that now was not the time to counterattack. With that thought, he slightly loosened his clenched fists. After reading the confession, young Master Qin looked at Qi Xiao, who was trembling slightly, and said calmly, "Afu, since you understand, then put your fingerprint on it." The butler beside him had already brought over red ink pad. Qi Xiao truly hadn't expected that his efforts to resolve the trouble for his family last night would end like this. He then subconsciously turned his gaze to Qin Weiyang, who had remained silent to the side, with a hint of hope in his eyes. Qin Weiyang seemed to sense his gaze, his body shifted slightly, a hint of struggle flashing across his face, but he finally forced himself to speak. "Brother, father, about last night, Afu, after all." Young Master Qin interrupted Qin Weiyang, saying, "Shut up." Qin Weiyang's face turned red and white from the retort, and he immediately shut his mouth, deflated. Qi Xiao knew that any form of resistance or explanation would only invite more severe suppression. He could also act impulsively and summon heavy cavalry to wipe out the Qin family, but that would be too risky. Then, Qi Xiao forced a smile and said, "I know I was wrong. I'll sign this. Thank you, Master and Young Master, for giving me a way out." He dipped his finger in the bright red ink and pressed his fingerprint onto the confession. Back in the woodshed, Qi Xiao kicked the musty haystack in the corner. He desperately wanted to summon his heavy cavalry and slaughter the Qin family without leaving a single one alive. But he retained his composure. He realized that the Qin family kept the confession as a precaution, just in case things went wrong and they needed a scapegoat. He figured he should be safe for the time being. Soon, a servant led him to a secluded little room in a corner of the manor, where miscellaneous items were piled up. He understood that this was clearly a form of house arrest. Qi Xiao sneered in the woodshed, signing in again in this undisturbed space. A notification sound followed. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 heavy cavalrymen. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a gruff male voice rang out from outside the woodshed. "Af you! Come out!" Qi Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the voice as that of Li, one of the head guards of the Qin family manor. He felt that the Qin family was trying to hand him over to take the blame. The door was then opened, and Li, the guard, stood in the doorway, glancing at him with his eyes. "Come with me to the stables." He had already made up his mind. As soon as he reached the stables and saw the soldiers, he would immediately summon 5 heavily armored cavalrymen. When he was led to the stables, the expected scene of soldiers and officers did not appear. Instead, the eldest son of the Qin family stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, as if the scene of being forced to sign the document yesterday had never happened. To Qi Zhao's surprise, the familiar blue silk carriage was parked nearby. The curtain was lifted, and Miss Qin gently covered her mouth with a handkerchief and said, "Young Master Qin has already taken care of what happened last night." Qi Zhao's heart was in his throat, but then he wondered, where was the confession he had put his fingerprint on yesterday? Why hadn't it been returned to him? Young Master Qin and Miss Qin didn't mention this matter at all. Qi Zhao knew that the paper would never be destroyed. It would only be kept by the Qin family. Then, the eldest son of Qin said, "You will drive the carriage to escort Miss out of the city." Qi Zhao responded and skillfully climbed into the carriage. The carriage left the Qin family manor and stopped at the 10-mile-long pavilion on the outskirts. A larger carriage from the Qin family was already waiting there. Before alighting, Miss Qin gestured to her maid to hand her a silver ingot that appeared to be 2 taels. Qi Zhao accepted the silver, feeling its familiar weight, but a sense of absurdity and disgust welled up inside him. He never expected that the benefactor he had risked his life to protect would offer compensation that was exactly the same as yesterday's hush money. The next morning, he checked in from a corner. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 caddies of refined white flour. Looking at the suddenly appearing pile of snow-white flour, Qi Zhao's feelings were somewhat complicated. In the morning, he was chopping wood in the yard, enduring the soreness in his body, when Ah Zhong, who was also a servant, came over. "Ah Fu, young Master Weiyang drank too much last night and stayed there. He wants you to go and bring him back." Qi Zhao stopped swinging his axe, his brow furrowing slightly. "Understood," he replied, putting down the axe. The carriage creaked and groaned as it pulled up to the foot of Wangjiang Tower. Qi Zhao inquired with the staff inside and was led to a secluded room on the 2nd floor. Before he even opened the door, a strong smell of alcohol wafted out from under the door. Qi Zhao pushed the door open and saw that the table in the room was covered with leftover chicken, duck, fish, and meat. He carefully closed the door behind him, grabbed a plump chicken leg with his hand, and began to take a big bite. Although the food was cold, it was an unparalleled delicacy for him, who had long subsisted on bran and wild vegetables. He picked up the wine jug again, took a sip from the spout, but frowned and almost spat it out with a puff. Although the wine was unpalatable, the meat was incredibly delicious. He devoured the remaining edible meat and dishes on the table in a flash, letting out a satisfied burp. He went to the bedside and carried the tipsy Qin Wuyang on his back. Qin Wuyang was limp all over, making it quite a struggle for Qi Zhao. Qi Zhao shoved Qin Wuyang into the carriage and sat on a shaft. He then heard Qin Wuyang mumble groggily from inside. "Qin Huinyang, why does she look down on me? Just because her family has a little money?" Qi Zhao, driving the car, suddenly murmured to himself, "Miss Qin said something to me privately before she left." After a moment of silence, Qin Wuyang's voice came through. What did she say?" Qi Zhao paused for a moment. Miss Qin said, "Young Master Qin is a man of high aspirations. I believe he is no ordinary person and may very well achieve great things in the future." This statement was half true and half false. Miss Qin might have indeed made a similar comment about him being ambitious, but the latter part was entirely fabricated by Qi Zhao to appease and encourage Qin Wuyang. He understood that appreciation from someone who looks down on you was more effective than direct flattery. After a long while, Qin Wuyang let out a complicated sigh. She really said that? She really understands me." Qi Zhao said, "Yes, young master." After that, Qin Wuyang no longer treated Qi Zhao merely as a punching bag or a follower. Instead, he regarded Qi Zhao as a confidant and even began asking Qi Zhao for his opinions on trivial matters. Qi Zhao perfectly played the role of a loyal and slightly admiring listener. Qi Zhao continued to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one simple defensive Arrow Tower. Deployable, automatic target acquisition and attack. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 heavy cavalrymen. 2 new heavy cavalrymen. The thought of escaping flickered in Qi Zhao's mind, constantly battling within him. But then he thought again. The indenture was not only locked in the Qin family's accounting office, but also had a copy kept in the government's household register. Unless his master showed mercy and released him, or the government granted him a special pardon. As a prominent local gentry family, the Qin family maintained close relationships with clerks and even registrars in the county government's household registration and criminal divisions. If he were to disappear, the Qin family only needed to send a respectable steward to the household registration office to give word, and the arrest warrant for the runaway slave could be issued quickly. In the southern Song dynasty, to prevent bandits and crack down on salt smuggling, patrol posts were permanently set up at important mountain passes and transportation hubs, staffed with inspectors and soldiers to check travelers. Finding a long-term, peaceful paradise was practically a pipe dream. As for robbery and murder followed by banditry, that would be a death sentence. Once a murder is involved, especially a crime like killing one's master, although this is just a hypothetical scenario, one would most likely be besieged and suppressed by the imperial guards or local militia stationed in the prefecture. Although he already had 7 heavily armored cavalrymen under his command, whose fighting strength was formidable, their numbers were too few. With the encirclement and capture by the imperial regular army, and the cooperation of local militia and guides, they would be annihilated sooner or later. At that time, though the world was vast, there would be no place for him to stand. While the Qin Manor is currently a prison, it is also a relatively stable starter village. Here, with the growing trust between Qin Wuyong and the player, it's possible to accumulate system resources more safely. The most important thing right now is to gain a foothold in this mansion by taking advantage of Qin Wuyong's favor, while continuously strengthening the hidden power granted by the system. The path must be taken one step at a time. Chapter 6. Charity. After spending several days together, Qin Wuyong clearly trusted Qi Xiao more, even beginning to treat him as someone she could confide in. Although Qi Xiao outwardly complied, his servile nature occasionally surfaced, causing him to develop a slight emotional connection with Qin Wuyong. This feeling made him uneasy. Fortunately, he had already planned to leave the Qin family mansion, this cage, once he had gathered a few more heavily armored cavalrymen. That day, young Qi Xiao accompanied Qin Wuyong to practice riding on the training ground. Qin Wuyong was in a good mood and even taught him a few riding techniques. The tranquility was quickly shattered. Several attendants burst into the training ground, shouting, "Miss Qian is engaged to the son of the Suzhou magistrate." Before the words were even finished, Qin Wuyong nearly fell off his horse, swaying precariously. Qi Xiao reacted quickly and rushed forward to help, but unexpectedly Qin Wuyong suddenly turned around and roared angrily, "Get out!" Then his foot, clad in riding boots, kicked Qi Xiao in the chest, and Qi Xiao crashed heavily to the ground. After his outburst, he whipped his horse and rode away, kicking up dust, leaving only Qi Zhao's figure lying in the mud on the training ground. That kick had jolted him awake from his brief delusion. In this society where hierarchy was so clearly defined, a servant was always a servant. He gasped for breath, enduring the excruciating pain, and struggled to his feet. He walked alone to the stable, where he happened to run into the stableman feeding the stable boy. As he handed him fodder, he struck up a conversation, trying to elicit information. He asked where everyone should hide if rebel troops marched south. The old groom said that if something really happened, everyone would have no choice but to flee into the mountains. Qi Xiao then pressed for details, asking which mountains near Jiangning were strategically important and suitable for hiding. The old groom thought for a moment and said that Xixiao Mountain and Qinglong Mountain were the most suitable. Qi Xiao silently memorized the names of the 2 mountains. He then asked about the mountain paths and water sources, and the groom told him everything he knew. Qi Xiao thanked him and turned back to the woodshed. Back on his bunk, Qi Xiao no longer had the mind to think about Qin Wuyong's kick, but instead began to plan for the future. He had troops, but he still lacked territory. A base that could accommodate cavalry, a nest that could house the system's power, became his next target. That evening, he checked in as usual. A system notification sounded. The reward was 2 heavily armored cavalrymen, and his fighting force had increased to 9. Although this force was not yet an army, he understood that the most important thing now was to find a safe place to settle down. The next day, Qi Xiao was ordered to drive Qin Wuming to the city. The The streets were congested, so he reined in his horse to make way, and just then he saw a thin little girl curled up by the roadside. This reminded him of the child who had been hit and killed by the carriage. He took 2 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the girl. Qi Shao initially thought this was just a trivial scene, but just as he was about to drive off, the carriage curtain was lifted and Qin Wuming stared coldly at him. Qin Wuming scolded him for not doing anything charitable or virtuous. Qi Xiao's heart sank, realizing he had meddled. He quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake, saying he had only acted out of momentary weakness and had no other intentions. Qin Wuming snorted coldly, lowered the curtain, and said nothing more. Back at the manor, Qi Xiao led the horse out of its harness and, after finishing his work, prepared to go to the kitchen for dinner. As he passed the artificial hill, he heard Qin Wuming and young Master Qin talking behind him. He hid in the shadows of the corner, listening intently. He overheard Qin Wuming say, with dissatisfaction, "Qi Xiao is becoming increasingly restless. Today he actually gave alms to beggars on the street. I'm afraid he's harboring ulterior motives. He doesn't seem like an honest servant." Qin Weiyang hesitated for a moment before saying that Qi Xiao was quite capable. Qin Xiao interrupted coldly, saying that the most important thing for a servant was loyalty and obedience, not capability. Young Master Qin immediately decided to send Qi Xiao to the mines west of the city to do hard labor in a couple of days. Few of the slave laborers who went there survived. Qi Xiao leaned against the cold wall, thinking about the 2 copper coins he had given Qi Xiao and the fact that he was being sent to do hard labor. The so-called favor was nothing more than a master's momentary whim, and the so-called helpfulness was a threat if it didn't suit their wishes. Qi Xiao lowered his head and chuckled softly, but his eyes were full of coldness. At this moment, he completely shattered his illusions. Chapter 7. The Charge. That night, just past midnight, the system notification sounded. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a plot of land measuring 100 steps x 200 steps. Upon seeing this message, Qi Xiao couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Why isn't it heavy cavalry again? He took a deep breath, knowing full well that now that he had acquired the land, his days with the Qin family were numbered. So he got up, pretending to get up in the middle of the night, and quietly slipped out of the woodshed. Night fell, and most of the Qin mansion was asleep, with only a few lanterns flickering in the cold wind. Qi Xiao followed the familiar path and found his way to the stables. Suddenly, 9 towering figures appeared before him. These cavalrymen, clad in heavy black armor, rode tall war horses that puffed out white mist, their hooves scraping the ground with a dull thud. The horses in the stables neighed and stirred in fear at the menacing aura emanating from them. The night watchmen were terrified by the sight of the cavalry. A heavily armored cavalryman rode closer and extended his arm. Qi Xiao's heart raced, and he quickly reached out his hand. With a slight effort, the cavalryman pulled him onto his horse. Qi Xiao coldly gave the order, pointing to the brightly lit courtyard deep within the Qin residence. Just as they rushed out of the stables and approached the sentry post inside the Qin residence, 2 guards, startled by the neighing of horses, hurriedly rushed out with lanterns. They could hardly believe their eyes when they saw the black-armored cavalry. "Sound the gong!" one of them shouted quickly, striking the gong in his hand. The piercing sound of the gong shattered the tranquility of the Qin residence, but it was too late. "Charge!" Qi Xiao commanded sharply. 7 cavalrymen braced their 4-meter-long lances against their arms, the sound of their iron hooves thundering across the entire Qi mansion. 7 cavalrymen continued their charge into the main courtyard. The servants and guards who tried to stop them were utterly helpless against this powerful force. Qi Xiao, escorted by 2 other cavalrymen, stepped into the place where he had once humbled himself and bowed his head. The heavily armored cavalry made no stop, choosing the shortest straight path. Their lances swept across the wooden buildings, sending rubble flying. Qin Weiyang was pale, while several Qin family elders were disheveled and terrified. At this moment, the surrounding guards quickly grabbed their weapons, but the soldiers swiftly pinned the guard to the ground. The other cavalrymen followed suit, demonstrating perfect tactical coordination. The cavalry charged again, advancing like a wall of steel. Lances pierced through armor and flesh, completely shattering the guards' formation. Blood and severed limbs splattered everywhere, and screams filled the air. They dropped their weapons and cowered in corners, trembling. The entire Qin mansion, with its hundreds of servants and guards, offered almost no resistance to the fierce attack of these 7 cavalrymen. Those once imposing guards crumbled instantly before such overwhelming combat power. Qi Zhao's gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in the servants and laborers hiding in the shadows. They were all stunned to see the Qin family members surrounded. Some tried to escape, but most were lost in confusion and despair. They had always depended on the Qin family, relying on their protection for survival. But now that the Qin family had fallen, some people might have mixed feelings and perhaps even a secret sense of pleasure in this upheaval. Surround them, Qi Zhao ordered. 7 cavalrymen moved swiftly, forming a circle and completely surrounding the Qin family members. Qin Minghui, the head of the Qin family, was now disheveled, his face covered in dust and blood, utterly undignified. Young Master Qin, Qin Wuyang, and the other clan elders collapsed to the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy, their former arrogance completely gone. The servants who had just come out of the woodshed saw this scene and knelt down, their cries of weeping filling the air. Chapter 8. Departure. With the assistance of the heavily armored cavalryman beside him, Qi Zhao leaped down from his tall horse and landed steadily on the ground. When he emerged from the night's shadows and was exposed to the firelight, everyone around him was stunned. For the Qin family, he was all too familiar. Indeed, standing here was none other than the stable boy Afu they had met before. That submissive young man who had signed a death contract, his fate already sealed. Qin Wuming pointed at Qi Zhao in astonishment. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Qin Wuming realized something at this moment. His expression was no longer simply one of shock, but began to show a hint of calm and shrewdness. After all, he was the heir to the family headship. He couldn't help but roar, "Qi Zhao, you dog of a servant." However, before he could finish speaking, a heavily armored cavalryman suddenly stepped forward, his lance incredibly sharp, the tip pressed directly against Qin Wuming's throat. If it went in just an inch further, Qin Wuming would die on the spot. Qi Zhao watched all this indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the astonished Qin Wuyang, his face devoid of any emotion. Then, he reached out and pressed his hand on Qin Wuming's head, a gesture filled with oppression and humiliation, but one that Qin Wuming was powerless to resist. "You could have lived," Qi Zhao said with contempt and sarcasm. Qin Wuming didn't ask why again. He knew in his heart that the decision to send them to the mine had already sealed their fate. "I only beg you to spare the rest of the Qin family," said old Master Qin. Qi Zhao coldly ordered, "Bring out all the gold, silver, and valuables." Old Master Qin urged his servants and attendants to move all the valuables before Qi Zhao. Soon after, 2 chests of gold and silver, along with some priceless treasures, piled up at Qi Zhao's feet. Looking at this wealth that had once filled him with awe, Qi Zhao slowly said, "I will leave you with a complete corpse." He then ordered an attack. After the attack, Qi Zhao turned to look at the survivors on the other side, some guards and slaves. He pointed to a clever-looking servant. "Go, bring me my usual carriage." The servant scrambled off and quickly returned with Qi Zhao's usual carriage. Qi Zhao directed his men to load the gold, silver, and valuables onto the cart. Then, he picked out a fine mink coat, gently shook off the dust, and draped it over his shoulders. The warm touch quickly enveloped his body. Qi Zhao said calmly to the still terrified servants, "You can divide the remaining grain in the Qin family's granary yourselves. There's also some loose silver here." He kicked a small bag at his feet and divide that too. After saying that, he climbed directly into the carriage filled with wealth. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight appeared, Qi Zhao sat in the carriage, wrapped in a warm mink coat, his feet on the cold gold and silver floor. Through the gap in the curtain, he watched as the outline of Jiangning Prefecture was gradually bathed in the morning light. The surviving servants and men huddled together, shivering, in a few partially collapsed woodsheds. 2 heavily armored cavalrymen stood guard outside, their oppressive presence making those inside even breathe cautiously. Qi Zhao stood beside the ruins. At that moment, he knew that if he simply ordered his heavy cavalry to charge in and eliminate all the witnesses, the matter could very well be forgotten forever. But he hesitated. He turned around, found some wooden sticks, and jammed the door of the woodshed shut. "Remember," Qi Zhao said through the crack in the door, "if anyone asks, just say you know nothing." After saying that, he strode towards the already loaded carriages, lightly cracked his whip, and led the cavalry out of the manor. Qi Zhao knew he had to leave this dangerous place before the news leaked. What he needed most now was time. The city gates would definitely open before dawn, and he had to blend in with the first crowd leaving the city and escape. Chapter 9. The Pursuers. As dawn broke, the main road leading to the city gate of Jiangning Prefecture gradually became bustling. Vendors pushing wheelbarrows, vegetable farmers carrying loads, and porters driving donkey carts were all busy making their way towards the city gate. Qi Xiao drove a carriage laden with valuables. Although he tried to be discreet, he still stood out conspicuously. Pedestrians on the road, seeing this spacious carriage pulled by strong horses, would involuntarily give way, casting curious or awe-inspiring glances at it. As a crucial rear stronghold, Jiangning Prefecture had exceptionally strict checks at its city gates. The city gates were wide open, with armed soldiers standing on both sides and archers on the city walls. The junior officers in charge were loudly issuing orders to check everyone entering and leaving, especially vehicles. Qi Xiao knew that there were 2 boxes of valuable gold, silver, and valuables hidden in the carriage, and if they were stopped and inspected, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the thought of not being able to take revenge himself and seeing the enemy's regretful face made it difficult to suppress the anger in his heart. He gently wrapped his worn-out cotton-padded coat tighter around himself and pulled his hat brim low, trying his best to appear as an ordinary servant. He had already rolled up his expensive mink coat and stuffed it under an inconspicuous bundle. The commotion at the city gate was incessant, interspersed with the soldiers' questioning and shouts. Qi Xiao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't panic. The more panicked he became, the more likely he was to give himself away. A soldier with a serious expression walked over and said, "Stop! What are you doing? What's in the cart? Where's the travel permit?" Qi Xiao quickly jumped off the cart and bowed slightly, saying, "Sir, you've worked hard. I'm here on my young master's orders to deliver some cloth and miscellaneous items to the estate." As he spoke, he took out an ebony waist tag engraved with the character Qin from his pocket and handed it over. The soldier took the waist tag, examined it carefully, and his expression softened slightly, but he remained vigilant. He pointed to the carriage. "From the Qin family? Open it and take a look." Qi Xiao deliberately slowed down his movements, pretending to lift the curtain, and then quickly stuffed a small piece of silver and 2 steaming buns into the soldier's hands, lowering his voice and laughing. "Sir, you've worked hard. Here's some hot tea for you to tide you over." The soldier touched the cold silver and the warm bun, and immediately understood. He quickly weighed the silver in his hand, glanced at Qi Xiao's smiling, sensible face, and then looked at the waist token. His serious expression softened instantly. The soldier casually lifted a corner of the carriage curtain with the tip of his gun, giving a cursory glance. The boxes inside were all covered with burlap, looking like ordinary goods. The soldier handed the waist token back to Qi Xiao and waved, saying, "Let's go quickly, don't waste time." He took the waist token, jumped onto the carriage shaft, flicked the reins, and the carriage smoothly drove out of the city gate. When he saw the open fields and official road outside the city, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the back of his clothes was already soaked with cold sweat. Qi Xiao drove west along the official road for about half an hour, remaining vigilant the entire time. He dared not drive too fast, lest he attract attention. The road began to deviate from the flat terrain, with hills and dense forests gradually taking over both sides. Just as he was concentrating on identifying the road, he heard the tense commotion of pursuers behind him. Outside the west gate of Jiangning Prefecture, dust billowed as a troop of over 100 light cavalrymen charged out and quickly occupied the gate. The commander, dressed in a blue official robe, sternly ordered, "Close all 4 gates." The Qin family in the west of the city was attacked last night, and the entire family was killed. The commander roared, "Have you spotted any suspicious individuals?" The junior officer, thinking of a young man who claimed to be a servant of the Qin family, stammered, "Sir, about half an hour ago, there was indeed a young man who said he was going to deliver something to the village to the south." The commander, burning with rage, shouted, "Pursue him immediately! Pursue him!" At this moment, Qi Xiao was completely unaware of the pursuers behind him. He had just found a rugged path and was preparing to deviate from the main road towards Qinglong Mountain. The carriage began to bump along the path, and its speed slowed down. But he was completely unaware that the pursuers had already begun to rush towards him at breakneck speed. Chapter 10. Encounter. Qi Xiao drove his carriage along a narrow path leading to Qinglong Mountain. Although the path was quite wide, Qi Xiao was pondering how to find the plot of land rewarded by the system in the mountains to establish his base. Just as he was making his calculations, suddenly, a rapid and dense sound of hooves approached from afar. Qi Xiao's heart tightened, and he turned to look. Amidst the rising dust, he saw a troop of about 50 light cavalrymen rapidly pursuing him along the path. The leading military officer, dressed in a blue official robe with light armor and a cross-legged turban, exuded a fierce aura. He roared, "By order of the military commander of Jiangning Prefecture, arrest the wanted criminal. Bandits ahead, surrender immediately." At this moment, Qi Zhao's carriage was heavily loaded and could not run fast at all. As the pursuers got closer and closer, he knew that the worst had happened. The pursuers had finally caught up. His mind raced instantly. The air seemed to distort, and 9 towering black figures suddenly appeared, clad in heavy iron armor, their tall war horses from the Hushi region spewing thick white mist, forming 3 charging formations. This scene instantly threw the Jiangning Prefecture light cavalry, who were charging at full speed, into disarray. The horses neighed in terror, and the riders and horses seemed to be suppressed by a tremendous aura, desperately pulling on the reins. The commander at the forefront was even more shocked, exclaiming, What kind of sorcery is this? Fire arrows! Fire arrows quickly!" the commander ordered, trying to remain calm as he commanded the light cavalry to hold their ground. The well-trained light cavalry swiftly drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows at the 9 heavily armored cavalrymen. The dense barrage of arrows struck the thick plate armor, sparks flying, but all were deflected. "Disrupt them with mounted archery." The commander changed tactics, intending to use the mobility advantage of the light cavalry to harass and delay them. A group of cavalrymen spread out, trying to find openings through skillful mounted archery, demonstrating the classic wolf pack attacking a tiger tactic. However, these light cavalrymen who attempted to bypass the enemy discovered that no matter whether the arrows were fired straight or in a volley, or from any angle, they could not penetrate the thick iron armor. This is one of the reasons why heavy cavalry were so feared on ancient battlefields. On ancient battlefields, it was not uncommon to hear of an army of 300,000, which might even include 100,000 infantry, 20,000 archers, and several thousand chariot soldiers. But if a commander heard that the enemy has 800 heavy cavalry, his first reaction would be, "Really?" Qi Zhao's 9 heavily armored cavalrymen were war machines built through decades of training and massive resource investment. Each one was a priceless strategic asset. "Charge! Crush them!" Qi Zhao gave the order without further ado. 3 wedge formations of 9 heavily armored cavalrymen suddenly launched. Despite the rugged terrain, they charged with unparalleled force. The iron hooves of their war horses shattered the earth and rocks, and the knights, relying on their superb horsemanship and the advantage of their heavy armor, maintained extremely high charging speed and stability. The narrow path leading to Qinglong Mountain was flanked by a steep slope on one side and a deep ditch overgrown with weeds on the other. The path was so narrow that only 3 horses could pass side by side. The light cavalry's prized maneuverability was completely stripped away. The commander, pale-faced, realized that in this terrain, light cavalry were utterly incapable of withstanding a charge from heavy cavalry. Seeing the elite heavy cavalry approaching, the commander was terrified and ordered a retreat with all his might. "Retreat! Retreat! It's a heavy cavalry charge. We can't fight them head-on." However, the light cavalry of Jiangning Prefecture were already scared out of their wits and turned to flee, turning the narrow road into chaos. The wedge formation of 3 vanguard cavalrymen had already reached the rear of the light cavalry. The heavy cavalry's lances and iron hooves crushed them like dry leaves, and the light cavalry's leather armor and flesh were no match for them. Limbs and torsos flew everywhere, and blood filled the air. This skirmish on the side road ended in a rout of the Jiangning Prefecture light cavalry. The remaining light cavalrymen abandoned their armor and weapons and fled desperately along the original route, their hearts filled with regret and fear. Qi Zhao knew that this was not a safe place to stay. The fleeing government troops would soon bring an even larger-scale search. He jumped onto the carriage and instructed 3 heavily armored cavalrymen to spread out in a triangular formation in front. With these cavalrymen protecting him, the carriage's speed would be limited by the rugged mountain road, but its safety would be greatly improved. After traveling for another half hour, the scenery suddenly opened up before them. Qi Zhao realized that they had penetrated deep into the heart of the Azure Dragon Mountains. Here, the mountains were steep and the forests were dense. He jumped out of the car and found a relatively flat U-shaped valley. This place was easy to defend and difficult to attack, with a wide view. Chapter 11. Late Night Reflection. Qi Zhao stood at the entrance of the valley, gazing at the dense primeval forest before him, his brow furrowed. While secluded, this also meant considerable danger. To ensure safety, he ordered, "Clear a path ahead, create a foothold." 3 heavily armored cavalrymen dismounted. In the dense forest, they parked their horses, drew their broadswords, and began clearing away the surrounding vines, bushes, and small trees. Their blades flashed, wood chips flew, thorns snapped, and they made rapid progress. During the clearing, they unexpectedly caught 2 frightened deer and several pheasants, a bonus. Just then, a heavily armored cavalryman rushed back to report, "My lord, a hidden animal trail has been discovered to the northeast, winding its way out of the mountains." This news has 2 sides. On the one hand, the hidden trail provides a potential escape route. On the other hand, it means the enemy can also approach through this trail. Qi Shao glanced at the 3 heavily armored cavalrymen who were resting, noticing that their armor had lost its luster and their movements were somewhat sluggish. Qi Shao immediately activated the system to check the data. Current heavy armor cavalry durability, 21%, 17%, 19%. Continuing to fight will accelerate their losses. Qi Shao then recalled the 3 heavily armored cavalrymen back to the system space for repair and maintenance to ensure they could regain their combat effectiveness. Afterward, he walked to the center of the newly cleared area and silently chanted, "Use the land." The system quickly popped up notifications. Ding. Leather shop setup complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established your first stronghold, the Azure Dragon Mountain Beginner Camp. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the established first stronghold achievement. Reward, 10 heavy cavalry. Seeing this, Qi Shao rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "Great, great." Before, he was worried that his heavy cavalry wouldn't be enough to withstand an enemy attack, especially if the enemy sent out infantry in formation, which would be a disaster. Now, his tactical options have become much more diverse. Qi Shao's confidence soared. He then built a simple wooden wall around the open space. Although rudimentary, it provided some wind protection and defense. To ensure access to water, he split bamboo, hollowed out the inner sections, and diverted water from a nearby stream, creating a makeshift water system. This solved his most basic survival needs. He then instructed his heavy cavalry to keep watch around the area, especially along the newly discovered animal trail. The defensive line gradually took shape, and Qi Shao began setting up his quarters. He used the brocade cloth from the carriage to build a simple yurt-style shelter and lit a campfire to roast the 2 deer. Oil dripped and sizzled in the fire, releasing a gradually spreading aroma. Qi Shao gnawed on a roe deer leg, looking around. Although the camp was rudimentary, it was enough to sustain them. However, he noticed a lack of supplies, such as medicine and food. He then walked to the edge of the camp, scanning the surrounding terrain. There was a natural slope directly in front of the camp, offering a commanding view and controlling the only path to the valley. This location is practically a natural outpost. Qi Zhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to set up defenses there. Ding! Suitable terrain detected. Simple defensive arrow tower is being deployed. As the system notification sounded, a 3-meter-high simple arrow tower suddenly appeared at the top of the slope. The top of the arrow tower was a semi-open platform with wooden railings around it. A heavy crossbow was fixed in the center, and there was a bundle of specially made crossbow bolts next to it. Qi Shao focused intently, and detailed information about the arrow tower from the system appeared in his mind. Range. Effective kill range of 100 paces. Power. Crossbow bolts can penetrate light armor, leather armor, and cotton armor. They are fatal to unarmored targets with a single shot. They are less effective against heavy armor, chainmail, and lamellar armor. Ammunition. Standard loadout of 30 bolts. Manual replenishment is required after use. Bolts can be recycled or crafted. Qi Shao felt a surge of security wash over him. He looked up at the mountains below, seemingly able to see the bustling towns through the peaks. However, I'll stay here for a few days, accumulate enough sign-in rewards, and then conquer a small county. This place is simply not fit for human habitation. Qi Shao began to focus on training and improving his combat strength. He used the rewards he received from daily check-ins to strengthen his troops, while also gathering intelligence on the surrounding area. He knew for certain that the county town was a viable target. He could not only obtain city walls, food, weapons, medicine, and a stable base, but also recruit useful human resources there. Qi Shao already had a plan in mind. He would use the existing resources to accumulate wealth, wait for an opportunity, and strive to take over this small county town as soon as possible. At least there were taverns and women here, and life wouldn't be so monotonous. This thought further strengthened his resolve. Chapter 12. Crushing the Jin Kingdom. As Qi Shao sat in his makeshift camp on Qinglong Mountain, staring blankly at the campfire, a host of practical problems were swirling in his mind. How to manage his dozens of men. How would they be fed? Meanwhile, dozens of miles away in the Jiangning prefectural government office, the atmosphere was tense, chaotic, and filled with rage that seemed ready to burst through the roof. Zhang Shai, the prefectural magistrate of Jiangning, stood in the hall with his hands behind his back, his expression cold and stern. He was in his 50s, and his 3 long strands of beard trembled slightly. Kneeling below him was Zhao Polu, the commander of the retreating light cavalry, whose hair was a disheveled mess. As Zhao Polu kowtowed, his voice trembling, he reported that while they were pursuing the murderer of the Qin family massacre, they encountered a strange incident on Qinglong Mountain. He said that the villain possessed sorcery and could summon 9 heavily armored cavalrymen out of thin air. All of them were fully armored and impervious to swords and spears, and they managed to rout their 50 elite cavalrymen. Zhang Shai frowned deeply upon hearing this. He knew Zhao Polu wasn't speaking carelessly, and immediately pressed for details about the style of the heavy armor, trying to determine if it was from the Western Xia or Jin military system, or even if it was modified armor. Zhao Polu shook his head, saying it didn't resemble any of those. He had personally witnessed the armor of the Jin army's Iron Pagoda cavalry, but the equipment these cavalrymen wore was even heavier, something he had never seen before. He added that the group consisted of only 9 riders, accompanied by a man driving a chariot. Yet they overwhelmed the enemy, their formation collapsing instantly and inflicting heavy casualties. His voice choked with emotion as he spoke. They had lost nearly 30 men and most of their horses for the Jiangning Prefecture cavalry. This was a devastating blow. Zhang Shai then realized that the problem was far more serious than he had imagined. After a quick analysis, he concluded that it was more likely that external forces were involved. Therefore, he decisively ordered the incident to be classified as foreign armed infiltration. He simultaneously deployed troops to control Qinglong Mountain and drafted a report to the Pacification Commissioner and the Privy Council. Strengthened checks at all 4 gates of the city, set up roadblocks and close roads around Qinglong Mountain, but do not enter the mountain for the time being to avoid being ambushed again. Zhang Shai gave extremely detailed instructions. Zhao Polu immediately accepted the order, gritting his teeth and expressing his willingness to atone for his crimes through meritorious service. The clerk quickly recorded the report and prepared to send it out by express courier. Standing at the entrance of the hall, Zhang Shai gazed at the distant Qinglong Mountain. He knew that this was no longer a simple matter of suppressing bandits. More troops would definitely need to be mobilized, and soldiers skilled in mountain warfare would be needed. Meanwhile, Qi Shao was completely unaware of the turmoil in Jiangning Prefecture. He was sitting in the mountains, enjoying his daily sign-in reward. The system notification arrived as scheduled. Ding. Sign in successful. You have obtained 5 heavy cavalry units. 5 more. Qi Zhao's spirits lifted immediately. With a thought, 5 heavily armored men appeared in the open space of the camp, standing in neat formation, exuding an imposing aura. By this time, he had 24 heavily armored cavalrymen under his command, which was definitely considered top tier among private armies in the Song dynasty. Qi Shao looked up to the north, his mind filled with images of the war-torn Central Plains. It was the 2nd year of the Jinkong era. The northern Song dynasty had just fallen, and history was about to enter its darkest period. In 2 years, the Jin army will march south and attack Jinkong again, forcing the southern Song court to the point where it can't even hold onto the river. He murmured softly, his gaze deep and unfathomable. But as he spoke, his gaze gradually hardened. He knew that he possessed the sign-in system, and given enough time, he had the opportunity to rewrite everything. 2 years. How many soldiers can I recruit in 2 years? 24 riders are just the beginning. I want hundreds, thousands, even 10,000 heavily armored riders to sweep away the Jin army. Qi Zhao's imagination went further and further, as if he could already see the ironclad torrent sweeping across thousands of miles, 10,000 cavalrymen sweeping across the grasslands, not even sparing Europe, and finally sitting outside Rome fishing. I will lead my army across the Caucasus, crush the Crusaders along the way, turn Constantinople into my palace, and finally flatten Eastern Europe, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. But a mountain breeze blew by, carrying the dampness of the forest, and cleared his mind. He patted his head, took a deep breath, and sat up straight again. Stop getting carried away. Stop getting carried away. 1,000,000 iron cavalry. How many years would that take to sign in? He shook his head and smiled, making fun of himself, quickly bringing his attention back to reality. He told himself that the most important thing now was not to fantasize about conquering the world, but to first establish a firm foothold in Qinglong Mountain and withstand the encirclement and suppression by Jiangning Prefecture. If he can't get past this hurdle, all the talk of the princess and the Jin Kingdom will just be wishful thinking. He has to take it one step at a time. Chapter 13, Qingchuan County. The urgent military report from Zhang Shai, the prefectural magistrate of Jiangning Prefecture, was delivered to the Jiangnan East Circuit Pacification Commissioner's office at top speed and was immediately forwarded to Zhao Bangxian, the military commander of the circuit and the chief of criminal justice affairs. The military report closely linked the massacre at Qin's residence with the appearance of uniquely equipped and sophisticated heavy cavalry, suspected to be foreign spies, at Qinglong Mountain, exaggerating their threat and emphasizing the seriousness of the light cavalry's failure to suppress the bandits and the heavy losses suffered. After reading the military report, Admiral Zhao Bangxian flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table and exclaiming, "Outrageous! In broad daylight, in the important city of Jiangning, such a ruthless bandit exists. This trend must not be allowed to continue." He immediately ordered Wang Huan, the general stationed in Jiangning Prefecture, to lead his elite infantry and cavalry to Qinglong Mountain and annihilate the rebels within a specified time. General Wang Huan, around 40 years old, was a burly man with a full beard and was a seasoned veteran. Upon receiving the military order, he dared not delay and quickly mustered his 1,000 troops, including 100 cavalry, 600 infantrymen, including swordsmen, shieldmen, spearmen, and crossbowmen, and 300 auxiliary soldiers, and prepared to depart. Before his departure, Admiral Zhao Bangxian summoned Wang Huan to the Hall of Honor and solemnly instructed him on his duties. "General Wang, this bandit suppression operation is of paramount importance. The bandits are ruthless and suspected of having foreign connections. They must not be tolerated. Remember, kill them on sight. Leave no survivors to prevent future troubles." He paused, then lowered his voice. "Besides, there's another matter. The bandits all ride on rare and fine horses, especially those few capable of carrying heavy loads from the Hushi region. They're priceless. When suppressing bandits, instruct your soldiers to keep arrows and spears away from horses, especially heavily armored warhorses. Do everything possible to preserve them and avoid damage. Capturing any bandits would be a great benefit to our army. Do you understand?" "Understood, sir." Wang Huan understood immediately and clasped his hands in acceptance of the order. He naturally knew how precious warhorses, especially high-quality warhorses capable of charging in heavy armor, were as strategic resources. The admiral wanted to both eliminate the bandits and make some extra money on the side. With a clear order to kill without mercy and protect the good horses, General Wang Huan led 1,000 elite troops, banners waving, and set out from the city to suppress the bandits in 2 days. The basic campsite deep in Qinglong Mountain has taken shape after several days of operation. Including the latest sign-in, there are now 34 ironclad little treasures standing guard at the camp, forming a solid defensive line together with the arrow towers on the slope. The simple wooden stake wall outlined the camp, and Qi Zhao's hut, built with brocade and wood, was more secure than before. However, Qi Zhao himself was not in the mountains at the moment. With the siege plan imminent, he couldn't afford to remain a mere theorist. That morning, he ordered 2 heavily armored cavalrymen to change into ordinary guards' attire and drive the somewhat luxurious carriage. He himself donned a fine suzhou, silk round-necked robe, a square headscarf, and carried a folding fan, disguising himself as a wealthy northern merchant traveling to Jiangnan to purchase silk and headed towards Qingchuan County at the foot of the mountain. Jiangning Prefecture had not yet blocked this small road. The carriage arrived at the foot of Qingchuan County. Although this city was a county seat, it was located next to Jiangning Prefecture with convenient water and land transportation and prosperous commerce. The city walls were built to be quite tall and sturdy, surrounded by the moat and with towering gate towers. The 2 characters Qingchuan, clear spring, are carved in stone above the city gate and are vigorous and powerful. In addition to the county constables and archers who conducted routine checks at the city gate, Extra sentries were set up to keep an eye on the ragged migrants with northern accents and to frequently shout and drive away the crowds that tried to pour in. At the foot of the city wall, several emaciated northern refugees huddled together, their eyes blankly holding out broken bowls. When it was Qi Zhao's turn to enter the carriage, a county constable in uniform stepped forward and questioned him. "Who is in the carriage? Where did you come from? What is your purpose in entering the city?" Before one of the heavy cavalrymen disguised as a guard could answer, Qi Zhao lifted the carriage curtain, revealed a smile, and preemptively said, "You've worked hard, sir. My surname is Qi, and I'm from Bianliang. My family runs a silk business. I've heard that Suzhou silk from Jiangnan is exquisite, so I've come to purchase some goods." As he spoke, he casually handed over a silver ingot weighing about an ounce, placed it in the Bao's hand, and whispered, "This is a little money for tea. Please do me a favor, brothers." The archer felt the weight of the Bao in his hand, and seeing Qi Zhao's extraordinary bearing and luxurious carriage, his face immediately lit up with a fawning smile, and he bowed slightly, saying repeatedly, "Oh, Master Qi, you're too kind. Please come in. Qingchuan County may not have much else, but we do have a few shops selling the finest silks." She was so enthusiastic that she almost wanted to kneel down and wipe Qi Zhao's shoes on the spot. The carriage entered the city smoothly. Qi Zhao carefully observed the scene inside the city through the carriage window. The streets are paved with bluestone slabs and are fairly clean. Shops line both sides of the street, with wine flags fluttering in the breeze. Silk shops, grain stores, restaurants, and tea houses were all available. The pedestrians were bustling about, and although not all of them were dressed in fine silks and satins, most of them had rosy complexions and their clothes were intact, with few in rags. Occasionally, vendors pushing wheelbarrows or peddlers carrying loads would pass through, their cries of hawking filling the air. However, the prices of rice and flour on the price list at the entrance of the grain store were much higher than Qi Zhao remembered, and the people queuing to buy grain had a hint of anxiety on their faces. In taverns and tea houses, people spoke in hushed tones, occasionally uttering words like golden people, north, or attack, which were then quickly interrupted. On the surface, all is well, but in reality, people are filled with anxiety. Qi Zhao made this judgment. Beneath this prosperity lurks a fear of war and an uncertainty about the future. The Song dynasty was indeed very wealthy, but that wealth couldn't buy absolute security. He deliberately had the carriage take a detour through several main streets, passing by the area where the county government and granaries were located. In front of the county government office stood several local militiamen from the county commandant's office. They were auxiliary forces composed of local able-bodied men, standing with sticks in their hands. They appeared solemn, but their eyes were relaxed and lacked sharpness. The granary area was surrounded by earthen walls, and there were local militiamen guarding the entrance, but their numbers were small. There were no large-scale camps or flags of the Imperial Guard stationed within the city. The city's defenses seemed to rely mainly on the archers of the county commandant and local militia. This was quite different from important towns like Jiangning Prefecture. Although the city walls are sturdy, the defenses seem rather lax, Qi Zhao concluded initially. They mainly rely on archers and local militia, lacking elite field troops. It seems that Qingchuan County has not yet raised its defense level to a high level. The carriage eventually stopped in front of a rather grand-looking Qingchuan inn. He waved his folding fan, seemingly leisurely surveying the surrounding street scene, memorizing the layout of the county town, the roads, and the locations of key buildings. This infiltration and reconnaissance mission yielded fruitful results. The wealth of Qingchuan County exceeded his expectations, meaning that once captured, the supplies obtained would be extremely substantial. Its relatively lax defenses also greatly increased the likelihood of a successful surprise attack. However, looking at the peaceful faces of the people on the street, who were not rich but at least had enough to eat and wear, Qi Zhao's original simple idea of breaking through the city to distribute grain and win people's hearts wavered. Troublesome, these people seem to have enough to eat and are warmly dressed. They're a bit difficult to deal with. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, I originally thought that if I occupied this place, opened the granaries, distributed grain, and provided relief to the poor, it would naturally win the hearts of the people, and I could subdue them completely. But right now, the people of Qingchuan County don't seem to be driven to the brink of cannibalism. If I forcefully attack the city, the fighting will inevitably result in death and injury, ruining their peaceful lives. At that point, will they be grateful for my provisions or resentful that I brought war upon them? A direct confrontation is a poor strategy. Even if we win, the resistance to governing will be too great, he thought to himself. But my biggest advantage as a history graduate student is that I know the historical script. The court is cowardly, and the appeasement faction has the upper hand. Before long, they will indeed abandon the area north of the Huai River, and at one point even considered abandoning the entire area north of the Yangtze River. If I were to spread the news beforehand, I would say the imperial court has decided to abandon the area south of the Huai River and divide the country with the Jin people along the river. Jiangning Prefecture and even Qinchuan County will be abandoned. At that time, the government's credibility will collapse. People will be filled with fear, and gentry and commoners will feel insecure. I will then step forward again in the name of protecting the territory and ensuring the people's safety, and resisting the Jin and establishing self-reliance. Take over the county town and resist the possible southward advance of the Jin army. Qi Zhao's eyes lit up. In this way, my actions will change from bandits attacking the city to a hero protecting his hometown in troubled times, which will face much less resistance and may even gain the covert support of the local gentry. Qi Zhao whispered to the guards, "Go and find out two things. First, who among the local gentry is most dissatisfied with the government? Second, spread the news that the court is preparing to abandon Jiangnan and negotiate peace with the Jin people, and ask everyone if they are afraid." Chapter 14, Reputation. Qi Zhao ordered a table of food and wine at Qingchuan Inn and then gave instructions in a low voice. "You two, take some loose silver and go to the city gate or a refugee gathering place. Find a few honest-looking northern refugees and quietly give them a few dozen coins each. No need to say anything, just give them the money and leave." "Yes, sir." A heavy cavalryman accepted the order and left. Then Qi Zhao gave one of the people special instructions. "Go find some local tea houses and taverns, places where there are many people and lots of gossip, and pretend to spread some rumors unintentionally. It is said that I have heard that the pro-peace faction in the court is gaining considerable influence, and it is likely that soon they will follow the example of Emperor Yuan of Jin, dividing the country along the Yangtze River. Even Jiangning Prefecture and Qinchuan County may be sacrificed as pawns, offered to the Jin people in exchange for temporary peace." He paused, then added, "Find out among the local gentry who is most dissatisfied with the government, especially with that appeasement-minded county magistrate." The two guards obeyed the order and went their separate ways. Within half a day, the two returned with their reports. The guard in charge of providing relief to the refugees said, "Master, the silver has been distributed to 7 or 8 refugees from the north who have brought their families with them. They are extremely grateful. As you instructed, I did not say much, but I overheard them whispering among themselves, mostly expressing their concern that the court is truly going to abandon them. These people who have fled south." The guard responsible for spreading the news brought back more information. "Master, the word is spread. Many people in the tea house turned pale upon hearing it and began to discuss it animatedly. In addition, it was learned that Wang, the clerk of this county, had many disagreements with the county magistrate over taxation matters, and his family was quite prestigious in the area. I've also heard an official document has arrived from Jiangning Prefecture, stating that Jurchen spies, armed with heavy armor and weapons, are causing trouble in the Qinglong Mountain area, and all counties are ordered to be on high alert." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhao raised an eyebrow. The situation was even better than he had anticipated. The county magistrate was a proponent of peace, and there were discontented gentry among them. In addition, the Jiangning Prefecture had taken the initiative to label them as Jin spies, which was perfect for them to exploit. The seeds of panic had already been sown and were just waiting to sprout. The objective has been achieved. It is not advisable to linger. Qi Zhao immediately led his guards on a large-scale shopping spree in the city, filling the carriage to the brim with the finest wine and meat, brand new pots and pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, cloth, and other daily necessities. His current, wealthy businessman persona makes his large-scale purchase of daily necessities quite reasonable. As the sun set, Qi Zhao's carriage drove out of Qinchuan County amidst the obsequious gazes of the city guards. The carriage traveled along the official road for a while, and after confirming that no one was following it, it quickly turned into a hidden path leading to Qinglong Mountain. By the time we returned to the Qinglong Mountain campsite, night had fallen. The campfire blazed brightly in the camp, and the atmosphere became more lively, unlike the lifeless atmosphere of the previous days. Qi Zhao jumped off the carriage, looked at the supplies piled up in the carriage, and then looked down towards Qinchuan County, his gaze deep. The seeds have been sown, he murmured to himself. Now, all we have to do is wait for the wind, and then light the fire. He had his men unload and put away the supplies, especially the jars of fine wine and fresh meat. He then went into the small house, spread out a rough piece of parchment, and began to sketch a rough map of Qingchuan County's defenses from memory, marking key locations such as the county government office, granaries, and the residence of Wang Yasi. The night was deep. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 heavy cavalrymen. Qi Shao now commands a total of 39 heavy cavalrymen. Before Qi Shao could even take stock of his newly acquired strength, a heavily armored cavalryman, he had left near the official road at the foot of the mountain to monitor the movements in the direction of Jiangning Prefecture, brought an urgent military report along the mountain road. My lord, urgent military report. Around 11 p.m. today, a small group of cavalry, about 10 riders, was spotted near a wasteland about 20 miles north of Qingchuan County. The subordinates approached and observed that their attire and horses resembled those of Jin cavalry. They moved swiftly, and after their reconnaissance, they fled north without making contact with the local militia. What? Jin cavalry? They've already infiltrated the vicinity of Qingchuan County. Upon hearing this, Qi Shao abruptly stood up. According to history, at this point in time, the main force of the Jin army should still be digesting the newly occupied northern territories and the hundreds of thousands of Song citizens who have been captured. A large-scale invasion to the south should not happen until 2 years later. How could a well-organized cavalry force appear in the heart of Jiangning Prefecture at this time? Could it be because of me? Because I slaughtered the entire Qin family and mobilized heavy cavalry, thus arousing the vigilance of Jiangning Prefecture and even higher levels, disrupting the original historical rhythm? Or perhaps, this butterfly who unexpectedly stumbled into this era, have triggered a chain reaction with a gentle flap of my wings, causing the Jin army to begin strategic reconnaissance ahead of schedule? If the Jin army scouts and cavalry have become a regular presence here, it means that the timeline for a large-scale invasion may be brought forward significantly. He originally thought he had 2 more years to develop the business, but now it seems he might not even have 6 months, or even a few months. We need to speed things up. We must take Qingchuan County as our base before the Jin army launches a major southward offensive, and we need to do it quickly. 39 heavy cavalry. Although not enough to directly confront the main force of the Jin army, we should still have enough time to seize a poorly defended county town with swift and decisive action before their main force arrives. We must create a fait accompli before Jiangning Prefecture and the Jin army can fully react. He continued, continue the surveillance. Closely monitor any suspicious cavalry movements, especially the frequency and direction of the Jin scouts. Report any developments immediately. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a heavily armored cavalryman galloped back to camp at breakneck speed. My lord, urgent military intelligence. A large number of government troops have appeared on that rugged path. Judging from their attire and banners, they're the regular garrison of Jiangning Prefecture, definitely not the local militia and archers from the county command. Their strength, at a cursory glance, appears to be a mix of infantry and cavalry, probably close to 1,000. They are flying banners bearing the character Jiang. What? Nearly 1,000 men? The garrison of Jiangning Prefecture? The Jiang flag? Upon hearing this, Qi Shao stood up from a tree stump he was using as a stool, slapped his thigh, and exclaimed, Holy crap, this is bad. He originally thought that although he had made moves at the Qin family manor and on the mountain road, the scale was not large. At most, the Jiangning Prefecture would strengthen its defenses, send some elite scouts to search the mountains, or focus its defenses on the county towns. He never expected that Jiangning Prefecture would react so fiercely and so quickly. They actually mobilized a regular army of over 1,000 men and headed straight for Qinglong Mountain. This is clearly a formation designed to annihilate him in one fell swoop. Miscalculation. Miscalculation. I thought that although 9 heavy cavalrymen were conspicuous, in the eyes of the court they were just a slightly stronger band of bandits and would not immediately provoke the main army. Now it seems, either the Qin family's connections are deeper than imagined, or they've been identified as a key force of foreign powers. This isn't a small-scale skirmish. This is stirring up a hornet's nest, and they're going to fight me to the death. Nearly 1,000 regular troops. This was no longer a force he could confront head-on. We can't fight head-on, nor can we attack the city now. The Jiangning Prefecture army is outside. If I go to attack Xinchuan County now, even if I capture it, I'll be trapped inside by the main force that's immediately returning, becoming a sitting duck. His gaze swept across the rugged mountains and forest around him. The mountain roads of Qinglong Mountain are narrow and the forests are dense. Our army is all heavy cavalry. If we get entangled with the government troops here, we won't be able to maneuver properly. Once they block our exit, advance step by step, and use powerful bows and crossbows to block our way, we'll be sitting ducks. We must first move to terrain where we can leverage our strengths. The area around Xinchuan County is open and mostly plains, making it an ideal battlefield for cavalry charges. Once we get there, our army can advance and retreat freely, thus gaining the initiative. He strode to the center of the camp, a thought flashing through his mind. Take back the land and the arrow towers. Ding! The land for the Qinglong Mountain Beginner Camp base is being reclaimed. Ding! Simple defensive arrow tower being recalled. The leveled land and the wooden arrow tower had vanished without a trace, leaving only some fleeting marks. But just leaving like this would be too passive. Qi Zhao's eyes flickered. He recalled yesterday's report about the Jin Army's cavalry. That's it. The Jin soldiers. Don't they just give me a ready-made reason to act on behalf of heaven and protect the people? Since the main force of the government troops has been drawn here, the rear must be vulnerable. Within Xinchuan County, the gentry who were dissatisfied with the county magistrate could be exploited. Whether that suspected Jin cavalry was a defeated army, bandits, or some other force is no longer important. The crucial point is to solidify the public opinion that Jin spies are operating within the territory of Jiangning Prefecture, and that the government troops have been ineffective in suppressing the bandits, even condoning the enemy. He immediately ordered his cavalry. Change course. We will not go to Xinchuan County first, but to the vicinity of the wasteland where the Jin cavalry were spotted yesterday. Search for and annihilate the suspected Golden Cavalry, and seize their flag and token as evidence. He pointed to a soldier and said, take the gold and silver and go to contact Wang Yasi, a gentry member in Xinchuan County who is dissatisfied with the government. Take the opportunity to spread the news that the main force of the government army is tied down in the mountains, allowing real Jurchen spies to roam the area and create panic. Now we must take advantage of the plains' favorable terrain for cavalry maneuverability, maintain distance from the main government forces, avoid a direct confrontation, and cripple their supply lines. In this way, I am the one who eliminates the bandits, I am the one who exposes the crisis, and I am the one who protects the village. As for the government troops of Jiangning Prefecture, they're seen as incompetent fools who have mobilized a large army, failed to suppress the bandits, and even nurtured bandits to enhance their own power. The moral high ground and the initiative in public opinion will be entirely in my hands. Chapter 15. Camping on the Plain. Qi Xiao led his heavy cavalry away from Qinglong Mountain and sped towards the plains surrounding Xinchuan County. However, the development of the situation often exceeds one-sided calculations. The response of the government troops in Jiangning Prefecture was faster than expected. General Wang was no mediocre man. After leading his troops to Qinglong Mountain, he found the bandits' lair empty, leaving only cart tracks and horse tracks. A judgment was made immediately. The bandits are all cavalry, extremely mobile, and will never be confined to Lonely Mountain. Judging from the direction of these cart tracks, they're heading towards the plains in the direction of Xinchuan County. Order. The vanguard light cavalry scouts will pursue the bandits with all their might and ascertain their movements. The main force need not enter the mountains. Immediately march along the main official road leading to Xinchuan County and seize key intersections. At the same time, send a messenger to inform the magistrate of Xinchuan County to close all 4 gates and impose a citywide curfew. No one is permitted to enter or leave without my written order. This order was extremely ruthless. Once the main force of the government troops seizes the main transportation route to Xinchuan County and completes the blockade of the county town, Qi Zhao's core advantage of mobile warfare on the plains will be greatly diminished. He would be confined to a limited area outside the county town and would face supply problems. Meanwhile, a heavy cavalryman disguised as a merchant managed to meet with Wang, the clerk who was dissatisfied with the county magistrate. However, Wang Yasi's expression changed drastically. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. You have caused a huge disaster, and now the Jiangning Prefecture army is pressing in, and Magistrate Zhang is personally involved. Now you want me to step forward and say I support you? That's pushing the Wang family into a fire pit. Absolutely not. You'd better watch yourselves. After saying this, he ordered his servants to quickly escort the guest away, avoiding him as if he were in a hurry. Without absolute certainty and profit, the gentry would never easily stake their lives and fortunes on a group of bandits being pursued by government troops. Qi Zhao's plan to create public opinion momentum encountered a major setback right from the start. The only operation proceeding as planned was the crackdown on the suspected Golden Cavalry. Qi Zhao personally led the main force and successfully tracked down and surrounded the group of about 10 riders in the barren area north of Qingchuan County. The battle was a foregone conclusion. The 38 heavily armored cavalrymen routed the enemy with a single charge. But after interrogating the prisoners and inspecting the captured flags and items, Qi Zhao's mood became even heavier. These people were not real Jin scouts, but rather scattered soldiers and ruffians from the defeated Song army in the north, mixed with some local thugs. They were waving Jin army flags they had stolen and impersonating Jin soldiers in this area, engaging in robbery and plunder. Although captured flags can serve as propaganda evidence of fighting against the Jin invaders, their effect and impact are far less than actually annihilating a Jin reconnaissance team. At this moment, Qi Zhao is facing a grim situation, as government troops are rapidly sealing off the plain's passage in Qingchuan County. Wang Yasi refused to cooperate, making it difficult to establish a foothold in public opinion within the county. The only thing eliminated was the counterfeit goods, greatly diminishing the effectiveness of the propaganda. Even though he gained the reputation of anti-Jin hero among refugees and some ordinary people, it was limited to a small area around Qingchuan County. In the eyes of the Southern Song court and mainstream public opinion, he remained a rebel who had to be eradicated. Without the endorsement and dissemination by gentry and literati, his reputation would hardly transcend geographical limitations. Plans can't keep up with changes. Qi Zhao frowned as he looked at the tattered flags he had captured and then at the government army flags that were faintly visible in the direction of Qingchuan County. I thought I could break through the impasse smoothly, but I was unexpectedly constrained at every step. Seeing that the Jiangning prefecture government troops reacted quickly, guarding the key roads and blockading the county town, cutting off his thoughts of mobile warfare and infiltration into Qingchuan County, Qi Zhao stood on a small hill, looking at the flags of the government troops in the distance and the faintly visible walls of Qingchuan County. Instead of being discouraged, he sneered. Trying to wear me down? Not so easy. The government troops were mostly infantry, whose mobility was far inferior to his. In such open terrain, heavy cavalry only need 2 charges and maneuvers to disrupt and deflect the formation of the government army's infantry. They wouldn't even have time to organize an effective gun shield formation before they'd be routed. Dare to chase me? That's suicide. Given such a significant advantage in maneuverability, why continue playing hide-and-seek with the government troops? No more hiding. I'm setting up camp right here and going to fight you openly. You defend your city, I'll build my camp. Let's see how it goes. He led his cavalry to a flat wasteland about 10 miles outside Qingchuan County, where the terrain was slightly elevated, the view was excellent, and there was a water source. System lay the ground. Arrow towers deploy. Ding. Ground laying complete. The Clear Spring Outback Beginner Camp has been established. Ding. Simple defensive arrow tower deployment complete. In an instant, a neat piece of land and arrow towers appeared out of thin air, forming a simple camp. Using arrow towers as support, heavy cavalry take turns guarding and patrolling. Anyway, my heavy cavalry doesn't need supplies. As long as they don't die, they can recover their losses in a day by returning to the system space. Let's see what you can do to me. Qi Zhao felt confident. The horse-drawn carriage was driven into the center of the camp, fully loaded with wine, meat, rice, flour, and daily necessities purchased from Qingchuan County the day before. This amount of wine and meat is enough for me to eat for quite some time. He had a heavy cavalryman build a makeshift stove with stones by the stream, and then he personally cut off a large piece of roe deer meat, placed an iron pot on it, poured in water and seasonings, and began to cook the meat. While eating the hot meat soup, he thought to himself, sign in every day to accumulate troops. Once I have 100 heavy cavalry, let's see if your broken city walls of Qingchuan County can withstand my charge. The government troops need to maintain a massive logistical line, which leads to soldier fatigue and low morale. But Qi Zhao will only grow stronger. Qi Zhao established a stronghold on the plain, expecting a fierce attack from the government army, but he found that he had underestimated the Song army, especially the adaptability of these seasoned generals in the early Southern Song dynasty. When Wang Huan, the general of Jiangning Prefecture, received a report from a scout that the fierce bandits had brazenly set up camp in a strategic location on the plains and even erected arrow towers, he was first taken aback, then sneered. To fortify a camp and defend it? This is truly heaven's help. Although our army is short of horses and cannot pursue and annihilate all of their cavalry on the plains, the ability of our Song infantry to fight in formation and to defeat the enemy with bows and crossbows is no joke. Since he has abandoned his escape and chosen to defend, he is courting death. Wang Huan changed his strategy, abandoned the pursuit, and ordered the army to advance to about 3 miles outside Qi Zhao's camp, to build a strong fortified camp and fight a protracted battle. The government troops cut down trees to build fortifications and fences and set up a large number of long-range weapons such as crossbows and ballistae, with a range that could cover the edge of Qi Zhao's camp, creating a powerful deterrent. Meanwhile, Wang Huan dispatched several elite detachments to patrol the perimeter of Qi Zhao's camp, cutting off all soft communication between Qi Zhao and the outside world. He also conscripted local laborers to begin digging trenches far outside Qi Zhao's camp. Although the progress was slow, the intention was clear, to use fortifications to gradually reduce your mobility and trap you. After the series of moves, Qi Zhao immediately felt the pressure. His arrow towers had a shorter range than the Song army's large crossbows, leaving his camp exposed to the threat of long-range fire. As the enemy's trenches extended, their greatest advantage, plain mobile warfare, was slowly being eroded. We made a mistake. These Song soldiers aren't stupid. If they really engage in positional warfare and engineering warfare, my few dozen cavalrymen will be at a disadvantage. Qi Zhao realized that a direct confrontation was not the solution. But then he chuckled and said, "Why should I waste my breath fighting a war of attrition with you?" In the afternoon, just as Wang Huan was about to order the crossbows to fire a volley of warning shots, a scout came running in with a report. "General, no, nothing good has happened. The bandit camp is empty. The men, the horses, the arrow towers, everything is gone. Only traces remain." "What?" Wang Huan was shocked and went forward to check. Sure enough, the bandit camp was deserted. Not a single person was left. Only car tracks and horse tracks showed that the bandits had run in the southwest direction. Wang Huan was so angry he almost vomited blood. He had no choice but to order his troops to break camp and set up camp, and to follow the trail. After finally catching up with Qi Zhao on another flat area dozens of miles away, they saw that Qi Zhao's camp had been set up again and the arrow towers were standing there once more. Wang Huan gritted his teeth and once again ordered the construction of a fortified camp, the setting up of crossbows, and the digging of trenches. Then the scout came back with another report. "General, the thieves have escaped again. This time they went southeast." This happened 3 or 4 times, until Wang Huan's army was exhausted and the laborers were full of complaints. Qi Zhao took advantage of the fact that the system camp could be taken away at any time and played the rogue tactic of retreating when the enemy advances, harassing when the enemy camps, attacking when the enemy is tired, and chasing when the enemy retreats, only replacing attack with run. Wang Huan was completely dumbfounded and roared at his deputy general. This is how the hell you fight? Are his camps made of paper? They can be taken down and put up again just like that? They can even carry arrow towers around. How are we supposed to fight like this? The lieutenant also looked bitter. "General, this humble general has never seen them before. These bandits are extremely sinister." Chapter 16, 100 Riders. Qi Zhao's relocation tactic certainly kept Wang Huan's army busy, but this almost shameless approach was not without its price. After several attempts, Qi Zhao also sensed the problem. While it's convenient to reclaim land and arrow towers from the system space, system notifications constantly pop into my mind. Ding! Outpost facilities have been forcibly reclaimed, reducing the land structure's durability by 5%, currently at 85%. Excessive reclamation may cause functional failures, requiring resource consumption for repair. Ding! The structural integrity of the simple defensive arrow tower has decreased by 8%, currently at 79%. Once the integrity drops below 50%, its defensive power will decrease significantly. Frequent demolition is costly. Qi Zhao frowned. Moreover, Although we can immediately deploy them elsewhere after each recovery, the newly deployed arrow towers and crossbows need to be recalibrated, and the land also needs time to integrate with the surrounding environment and stabilize. It takes about half an hour to fully restore the best defensive state. It would be dangerous if we were ambushed during this time. Meanwhile, inside the government army camp, General Wang Huan calmed down after his initial shock and rage. Although this thief is elusive, his activities have always revolved around Qingchuan County. His target is most likely this county town. Having figured this out, Wang Huan changed his strategy. He ordered the main force to retreat to the outer roads of Qingchuan County and to build stronger defensive fortifications based on the terrain, forming a defensive line to block Qi Zhao's main force outside the county town. Additional scouts were dispatched to sweep through refugee settlements and supply points around Qingchuan County that might be exploited by Qi Zhao, cutting off their external intelligence and food supplies. The 4 gates of Qingchuan County were strictly ordered to be closed, and the city's defenses were to be strengthened. You think you can run away? You want to take over the county's seat? Wang Huan looked at the map and sneered. I'll be waiting for you outside Qingchuan County. Let's see if you dare to touch my impregnable fortress. If you don't come, you'll just slowly run out of supplies in the wilderness. But if you risk attacking, it'll play right into my hands. The situation remained deadlocked. Sign in. Early the next morning. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 heavy cavalrymen. 5 heavy cavalrymen joined the camp. Day after day, Qi Zhao's camp was wedged into the plain outside Qingchuan County. He ate the food he had stockpiled every day, watched the number of his heavy cavalry steadily increase, and occasionally sent out small groups of cavalry to provoke the government troops and harass their supply lines before quickly withdrawing. His heavy cavalry is approaching the 100-horse mark. A heavy cavalry force of this size, moving swiftly across the plains, has become a force to be reckoned with. During this period, several things did happen that made Qi Zhao famous. The patrol teams dispatched by Qi Zhao encountered and annihilated small groups of genuine Jin scouts several times in the buffer zone north of Qingchuan County. These scouts were clearly part of the Jin army's strategic reconnaissance for their subsequent southward advance. Hundreds of heavy cavalry surrounded the light cavalry, and except for a few who escaped, they were all annihilated by Qi Zhao. Naturally, he also captured the Jin army's flags, waste tokens, and heads. As the war situation in the north continued to escalate, refugees fled south in droves. Qi Zhao would order people to take out the white flour and grain provided by the system to help the refugees who were unable to survive near the destination. Although it was a small favor, the name of General Qi, who led armored cavalry, killed Jin people, and helped the poor on the plains quietly spread among the desperate refugees. These events naturally reached the ears of different forces, triggering drastically different reactions. Jin Army Camp, somewhere north of the Yellow River. A scout centurion rushed into the main tent and knelt on one knee, reporting to the commander. Several scout teams that went south to scout were ambushed and killed near the main road on the plain north of Jiangning Prefecture. According to the descriptions of the few remaining soldiers who escaped, the enemy was a heavily armored cavalry force with extremely good equipment, numbering about 100, and with exceptionally strong combat power. At the head of the main tent, a high-ranking Jin general in a sable fur robe frowned deeply upon hearing this. 100 or so heavy cavalry in the heart of the southern dynasty? That's impossible. Did the Iron Falcons of Western Xia infiltrate? Or did the Dali kingdom intervene? Investigate further. We must find out the origin and intentions of this cavalry force. Jiangning Prefecture Government Office. Meanwhile, the matter was also causing a great uproar within Jiangning Prefecture. The pro-war officials, led by Tongpan Zhangshai, strongly advocated for reinforcements to suppress the bandits. This group of fierce bandits occupies key roads, commands hundreds of heavy cavalry, and disregards the law. They have become a major threat. Now, by intercepting and killing the Jin envoy, we risk provoking retaliation from a Jin. We must quickly dispatch a large army to annihilate them and prevent future troubles. A senior official in Jiangning Prefecture, known for his maturity and prudence, stroked his beard and shook his head. Prefect Zhang, please calm down. Suppressing them is easier said than done. General Wang reported that this group is exceptionally cunning, and their camps can appear and disappear in an instant, making them difficult to capture. A direct assault would inevitably result in heavy losses. If the war drags on, disturbing the local population and even causing casualties, Who would bear the blame if the court were to hold us accountable? He then changed the subject, saying, furthermore, judging from their behavior, although this tribe acts eccentrically, they have not disturbed the people so far. On the contrary, they have intercepted and killed Gene scouts and provided relief to refugees. This shows that their leader is not just a reckless brute. Perhaps we can persuade them with benefits and guide them with power. Oh, what insightful opinion does the judge have? Zhang Shai asked, frowning. I wouldn't call it a brilliant insight, the judge said slowly. However, our dynasty has its own precedents. In these turbulent times, in this unstable land, it is better to appease than to suppress local tyrants and civilian militias, and better to guide than to block. This man possesses such strength and holds the title of anti-Gene. So if we simply shout for war, wouldn't we be giving him ammunition to solidify our own accusation of colluding with the Gene? Perhaps we should petition the court to grant him a nominal title like Baoyi Lang or Qingchuan County Inspector, ordering him to guard the local area and resist the Gene invaders. He looked around at everyone and said, in this way, firstly, we can incorporate them into the official system, making it legitimate and turning bandits into officials, thus eliminating the hidden dangers. Secondly, it allows them to weaken each other while the Gene invaders weaken each other, allowing us to reap the benefits, thus protecting our territory and people without harming our military strength. Thirdly, the imperial court, seeing that we have acquired a formidable army without incurring any expense in terms of provisions and supplies, will surely reward us for our proper handling of the situation. This is a strategy of using one enemy to devour another, achieving 3 goals at once. This proposal to recruit amnesty immediately sparked a heated debate in the courtroom. Some officials thought the plan was brilliant, saving them countless troubles. Others worried that raising a tiger would become a problem, and that it would grow too powerful and difficult to control in the future. Zhang Shai pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons. Although he advocated for war, he also knew that a direct assault would be difficult, and that if the surrender was successful, it could indeed resolve the current stalemate. Finally, he said in a deep voice, the judge's words are not without reason. However, the matter of surrendering to the emperor concerns the system and should not be taken lightly. We need to investigate carefully and find out their true intentions. On General Wang's side, the main strategy is siege and surveillance. I will immediately write a letter, including this matter and the proposal for amnesty, and send it via express courier, 600 li, to the Pacification Commissioner's office and even the Privy Council, requesting the court to make a decision. The decision-making direction within the government office shifted from the debate over to suppress or not to suppress to the level of how to offer amnesty, what official positions to grant, and how to restrain them. Just a few days ago, a momentous event shook the world. Prince Kong, Zhao Go, officially ascended the throne in Yingtian Prefecture, becoming emperor and changing the era name to Jianyan, marking the establishment of the Southern Song dynasty. When the news arrived, people were filled with anxiety, yet also a glimmer of hope, making the overall situation in the world even more delicate and complex. Qi Xiao was naturally unaware of the discussions between the Jin Army's high command and the Jiangning Prefecture, but he could sense that the pressure from the Jiangning Prefecture's government troops had lessened and the number of patrols and provocations had greatly decreased. He was happy to have some peace and quiet, and continued to sign in every day to build up his strength. 100 riders. He gazed in the direction of Qingchuan County, his eyes gleaming. Chapter 17. Recruiting the enemy. Although the debate in Jiangning Prefecture about offering amnesty to Qi Xiao has not yet been resolved, the rumors have spread like wildfire. Inside the Qingchuan County government office, Wang, the clerk who had previously refused to cooperate with Qi Xiao due to the high risks, naturally also heard the news. He stroked his beard and paced around the study. This boy has actually managed to force a group of officials in Jiangning Prefecture to consider offering amnesty. It is clear that he has already gained momentum and is by no means someone to be underestimated. My previous refusal was a matter of self-preservation, but now the tide has turned. If he truly accepts the offer of amnesty, he will become an official of the imperial court. Establishing a good relationship beforehand can't hurt. It's better to offer help in times of need than to add to someone's already good fortune. Thinking of this, he summoned a trusted servant and whispered, disguise yourself as a refugee and try to get close to Qi Zhao's camp. Tell him this information. Remember, just state the facts. Don't say anything more, and don't reveal your identity. Yes, sir. The servant acknowledged the order and left. For local gentry like Wang Yasi, the wisdom to survive in chaotic times lies in making multiple moves and leaving room for maneuver. His move was both a gesture of goodwill towards Qi Xiao and a strategic observation. Almost simultaneously, a report about a suspected anti-Jin righteous army in Jiangning Prefecture, with dozens of heavy cavalry, requesting amnesty, was also delivered to the desk of the Southern Song Court in Yingtian Prefecture at the fastest speed of 600 li. Inside the imperial palace, Emperor Gaozong of Song, Zhao Go, who had just ascended the throne and whose country was in dire need of rebuilding, was overwhelmed with a mountain of government affairs. When he saw the memorial from Jiangning Prefecture, he was furious and threw it on the ground. Insolence! You report every little thing. A mere 100 or so bandits. Can't the Jiangning Prefecture decide for itself whether to suppress or appease them? Why do you have to ask me? What are you provincial officials good for? Zhao Go was furious. He was facing enormous problems, such as the Jin army pressing in, the treasury being depleted, and refugees everywhere. He had no time to worry about such trivial matters. Huang Qinshan, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel and concurrently the vice minister of the Chancellery, and Wang Boyan, the privy councillor who were standing to the side, exchanged a glance. Huang Qinshan stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. In my opinion, these bandits are incredibly audacious, daring to intercept and kill the Jin envoy. If we offer them amnesty, we risk angering the Jin people and jeopardizing the peace negotiations. It would be better to order the Jiangning Prefecture to quickly wipe them out and prevent future troubles." Wang Boyan nodded in agreement. He had always advocated abandoning the Central Plains and was particularly sensitive to anything that might provoke the Jurchens. Upon hearing this, Zhao Go rubbed his throbbing temples and sighed wearily. What you two ministers say makes sense. But I have just ascended the throne, and the people's hearts are not yet won over. The Jin army in the north is eyeing us covetously, and the four directions are not yet at peace. If we were to launch a major attack now against a force that is fighting under the banner of resisting the Jin, and the news got out, wouldn't it discourage all patriots fighting against the Jin? Wouldn't it make them say that I cannot tolerate loyal and brave people? He pondered for a moment. Since they claim to be resisting the Jin and have some ability, Jiangning Prefecture can't do anything to them for the time being. Enough. Issue my decree. Zhao Go picked up his vermilion brush and wrote on the memorial. Granted, Qi Zhao's troops are hereby appointed as commanders of the righteous army of Qingchuan County, and he is permitted to recruit his own soldiers and raise his own provisions to temporarily defend Qingchuan County against the Jin invaders. He is subject to orders, but not summons. The Jiangning Prefecture is hereby ordered to issue an immediate proclamation, hoping that they will diligently perform their duties and not fail the emperor's expectations. This imperial decree, seemingly an offer of amnesty, was in reality a way to shirk responsibility. They gave him a nominal official position, and Qingchuan County remained the same territory, but they provided neither soldiers nor food, requiring him to raise funds on his own and to obey orders but not proclamations. He was to be at their disposal when needed, but not to be controlled otherwise. In essence, this was to acknowledge his separatist status and let him fend for himself, while using the pretext of righteousness to bind him and prevent him from wandering around or completely surrendering to the enemy. Seeing that the emperor had made up his mind and that this method would indeed save the court a lot of trouble, Huang Qinshan and Wang Boyan no longer objected and said in unison, "Your Majesty is wise." Outside Qingchuan County, the area around the camp has gradually become more lively in recent days. It is no longer just a place of solemn iron cavalry, but also a place with more human warmth and life. It turned out that in order to cut off Qi Zhao's external support, the government troops of Jiangning Prefecture carried out several rounds of sweeping away in the area around Qingchuan County, sweeping away many scattered gathering places of refugees. A group of about 20 or 30 ragged northern refugees, driven to desperation, found themselves near the perimeter of Qi Zhao's camp. In the crowd, an elderly man with gray hair, leaning on a wooden cane, whispered to a woman holding a child beside him. "His auntie, I heard from those who managed to escape to the south a few days ago that there's a General Qi station about 10 miles away. He has fine white flour buns to eat. As long as you're willing to put in the effort and lend a hand in building a house, you can have a full meal and a place to shelter from the wind and rain." The woman's eyes lit up, then dimmed again as she hugged her crying, "Hungry child. Flour? In this chaos of war, even officials don't get to eat much. How could there be such a good thing? Are you trying to trick us into becoming laborers?" A man with a limp standing nearby sighed. Hey, we've already come to this point. How much worse can things get? If we stay outside, we'll either starve or freeze to death, or we'll be arrested by the soldiers as thieves. I heard that General Chi intercepted and killed some Gene dogs a few days ago. He seems like a hero. Let's go try our luck. It was these rumors, fueled by a mixture of skepticism and a glimmer of hope, that emboldened this group of homeless people to venture out of the camp guarded by heavily armored cavalry. The heavy cavalry responsible for perimeter security reported the situation to Qi Shao. Upon hearing the report, Qi Shao stepped out of his tent and frowned slightly as he looked at the group of men, women, and children in the distance, whose eyes were filled with fear and anticipation. He naturally understood that this was the result of Wang Huan's clearing the fields, and he also knew that taking in refugees would bring additional burdens and risks. Let them come over, Qi Shao sighed and ordered. Since they wanted to gain a reputation, they couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. The refugees were led to an open space near the camp. Qi Shao looked at them and said loudly, "This place is not a safe haven for me either. Government troops could arrive at any time. I can only allow you to take temporary shelter here. You must build your own shelters. If anything changes, you must flee for your lives. I cannot guarantee your safety. As for food," he paused for a moment, then said, "I will set aside some grain for 2 meals of thin porridge a day so that no one will starve. But we need able-bodied men to help reinforce the camp, or there may be other work to be arranged." Although the words were harsh, having food to eat and a place to hide was already an immense blessing. The refugees were extremely grateful and immediately began to gather branches and cut thatch in the area marked out by the soldiers to build makeshift shelters. Fortunately, Qi Shao received several supplies in addition to the usual troop bonuses from signing in these past few days, including 500 caddies of refined white flour. Otherwise, the sheer number of mouths to feed and the daily consumption of dozens of kilograms of grain would be enough to give him a major headache. No wonder Hushin said in the TV series that the disaster victims were no longer human. Qi Shao sighed inwardly as he watched the refugees wolfing down the porridge they received. This food is truly a life-saving hard currency. He didn't completely stand idly by. He sent a few of his better-fitting heavy cavalrymen to help cut down some sturdy trees to build a more stable framework. After all, if refugees freeze or starve to death outside his camp, his hard-earned reputation would be ruined. Looking at the group of refugees who were so grateful for a bowl of thin porridge, Qi Shao was filled with mixed emotions. When I read the romance of the 3 kingdoms before, I always felt that Liu Bei's crossing of the river with the people was a way to win people's hearts, and that he was being hypocritical. He muttered to himself, a bitter smile playing on his lips. But when it really comes down to it, leading hundreds of people with their families, the pressure, can the word hypocrisy even begin to describe it? However, I am not Liu Bei after all. He has his moral baggage, and I have my own rules of survival. If Wang Huanjin's army really comes to attack, and swords are my head, I will definitely abandon them without hesitation and take my cavalry to move away immediately. Leading the entire city to retreat? That's a legend, an ideal. The reality is, I myself am still struggling to survive, like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. In these chaotic times, providing them with temporary shelter and a full meal is the best I can do. I'm afraid I can't do anything more than that. Once he understood this, the unnecessary moral burden in his heart was greatly reduced. His act of taking in refugees was both a necessary step to build his reputation and a small act of kindness within his means during a chaotic world. But all of this is predicated on not endangering himself, and the very foundation of his core strength. Chapter 18, The First City. Just as Qi Shao was lamenting the difficulty of surviving in such chaotic times, a heavily armored cavalryman on guard duty galloped up, reined in his horse in front of Qi Shao, and reported in a deep voice, "My lord, General Wang Huan of Jiangning Prefecture has come alone to within an arrow's throw of the camp gate, and requests an audience." Qi Shao raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Wang Huan's personal visit must be for important business. He straightened his robes and, escorted by several heavy cavalrymen, arrived at the camp gate. Sure enough, Wang Huan stood alone on horseback, not far away. When Qi Shao came out, he cupped his hands in greeting from his horse and called out, "General Qi, how have you been?" His tone was not as tense as it had been a few days ago. Instead, it carried a somewhat complex meaning. "General Wang, what brings you here?" Qi Shao replied calmly. Wang Huan didn't mince words and said loudly, I have come here on the orders of Magistrate Zhang of Jiangning Prefecture to convey the imperial decree. Following a memorial submitted by the Jiangning Prefecture, His Majesty, with exceptional favor, considering that General Qi, though of humble origins, has always been devoted to the nation, repeatedly thwarting the Jurchen scouts and protecting the borders and people, has been granted amnesty by special decree. He paused, then took out a scroll of yellow silk imperial edict and read it aloud. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. You, Qi Shao, are commendable for your righteousness and bravery. You are hereby appointed as the commander of the righteous army of Qingchuan County, and are permitted to recruit your own soldiers and raise your own provisions to guard Qingchuan, resist foreign aggression, and obey orders but not summons. I hope you will fulfill your duties diligently and not fail my expectations. This is the imperial decree. After the edict was read aloud, Wang Huan rolled it up and looked at Qi Shao. General Qi, receive the decree. Qi Shao stood still, his mind racing. In the early Southern Song dynasty, the imperial court's attitude towards the rebel army was always one of both using them and guarding against them. This imperial edict granted him a nominal official position and the burden of self-financing his own provisions, aiming to bind him to Qingchuan County under the guise of righteousness, preventing him from wandering or defecting to the enemy. This was indeed a typical tactic used by the imperial court to deal with small and medium-sized rebel armies at the time. Right now, I am not yet fully established, and it is not the best policy to directly resist the imperial court. Accepting the title of Commander of the Righteous Army means that although I will have to solve the problem of food and supplies myself, I will also gain the opportunity to rightfully occupy Qingchuan County and develop my power. The phrase, obey orders but not proclamations, leaves considerable room for maneuver. This is indeed a good start. Qi Shao weighed the pros and cons. Thinking of this, he stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and said in a deep voice, Your subject, Qi Shao, accepts the imperial decree and expresses his gratitude. He will do his utmost to defend the land and protect the people to repay your majesty's grace. The heavy cavalry behind him also dismounted in unison, their armor clanging as they showed their respect. Seeing that Qi Shao was so pragmatic, Wang Huan breathed a sigh of relief, handed over the imperial edict, and softened his tone considerably. Commander Qi, now that you have been appointed by the court, you are a regional commander. I hope you will do your best and not fail the emperor's grace. The defense of Qingchuan County is entrusted to you. I will live up to your trust. Qi Shao accepted the imperial edict, knowing in his heart that it was both a shackle and a talisman, and the first step he would take to establish himself in this chaotic world. After seeing Wang Huan off, Qi Shao immediately returned to the main tent and summoned all the heavy cavalry. Fellow villagers, the imperial court has issued a decree appointing me as the commander of the Qingchuan County militia to guard this county. Having accepted this post, I, Qi, have a responsibility to protect this land and ensure the safety of its people. If you wish to come with me into the city, you can be registered as residents and participate in the repair of city defenses and the reclamation of farmland. You will have a place to settle down and make a living. If you do not wish to, you may leave on your own. I, Qi, will not force you to stay. Upon hearing this, the refugees were silent for a moment, then burst into cheers and tearful kowtows. For these people who were constantly on the move and living hand to mouth, being able to enter a county town protected by city walls and become registered residents was an incredible blessing. Almost everyone expressed their willingness to follow without hesitation. Qi Shao, leading his 100 heavily armored cavalrymen, raised a newly made banner embroidered with the character Qi and the words Qingchuan Righteous Army, and marched in a grand procession towards Qingchuan County. The city gates, having already received word, slowly opened. The county magistrate, along with his assistant magistrate, registrar, clerk Wang, and other officials and gentry, as well as a group of tense-looking local soldiers, waited outside the city gate. Their expressions were complex, showing awe of the new commander's military might, concern about the influx of refugees, and doubt about the future actions of this recruited bandit. Qi Shao took the lead, reining in his horse before the city gate and displaying the imperial edict. The county magistrate and others hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects, saying, Your humble servant respectfully welcomes Commander Qi. Qi Shao nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and said in a deep voice, There's no need for such formalities. Since I have received the emperor's order, I will naturally work together with you all to protect Qingchuan. These people who accompanied us are all pitiful refugees from the north. We hope that the county magistrate will properly resettle them, register their households, and enable them to live and work in peace. Yes, 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 your humble servant will obey and will make proper arrangements. The county magistrate hurriedly agreed, but inwardly he groaned. Dozens more mouths to feed had appeared out of nowhere, making the pressure of paying them grain and salaries even heavier. Chi Shao said no more and spurred his horse into the city. The heavy hooves of the heavily armored cavalry pounded on the bluestone slabs with a dull thud, causing the people on both sides of the road to scatter and whisper among themselves behind doors and windows, their eyes filled with curiosity and fear. Those refugees who followed into the city were guided by the yamen runners to temporarily designated areas for resettlement. Although their future was uncertain, they at least had a glimmer of hope. Chi Shao took up residence in the yamen that originally belonged to the county magistrate, which was now the headquarters of the righteous army. He immediately dispatched cavalry to take over the defense of the four gates, posted notices to reassure the people, and announced the discipline. Standing in front of the commandery's hall, looking out at the slightly chaotic but vibrant county town, Chi Shao knew that a brand new phase had begun. He was no longer a bandit in the mountains, but the commander of the righteous army of Qinchuan County, recognized by the Song dynasty. The first thing he did was to take out a portion of the gold, silver, and valuables he had obtained from the Qin family, and, through the introduction of Wang Yasi, whose attitude had changed, host a banquet to invite several influential gentry and grain merchants in Qinchuan County. At the banquet, Chi Shao displayed neither the boorishness of a military general nor the arrogance of a nouveau riche. He made it clear that he was willing to purchase the grain stored by each household at market price and pay a deposit in advance for the purpose of recruiting soldiers, building cities, and manufacturing weapons. He also hinted that if any businesses are willing to invest in military factories to manufacture gun barrels, arrowheads, and leather armor, they will be given priority in future military procurement. Seeing that Chi Shao held considerable military power, had gained official recognition from the court, and was generous and articulate, these gentry members mostly lowered their guard. In chaotic times, why not make a good relationship with the local powerful figures who control the military, and even profit from it? Thus, the transaction was successfully completed, and Chi Shao successfully exchanged his hard currency for urgently needed grain and a preliminary cooperation agreement. With the provisions in hand, Chi Shao immediately sprang into action. They began posting notices, recruiting local young men into the army with salaries higher than those of ordinary government troops, and under the banner of resisting the Jin and protecting the homeland. Their heavy cavalry would serve as instructors, and the young men would be rigorously trained. Laborers were conscripted and paid with money and grain to reinforce the dilapidated city walls of Qinchuan County and to build watchtowers and ramparts. They summoned blacksmiths and leatherworkers from the city to set up a craftsman's camp, where they worked day and night to produce weapons and armor. What Chi Shao cared about most was the city's defenses. The first specific defense project he undertook. System: deploy arrow towers on the flank of the North Gate Tower. Ding! Simple defensive arrow tower being deployed. A wooden and stone arrow tower appeared, taking root on the city wall, with its crossbows pointing towards the northern wilderness. This extraordinary speed of construction left the accompanying county constable and clerk Wang dumbfounded, adding to their awe of Chi Shao. Chi Shao simply explained, "This is a secret technique used in the military, a quick way to master it." Just as he finished deploying the arrow towers and was surveying his territory, Ding detected that the host has successfully taken control and effectively governed the first city, Qinchuan County, achieving the milestone of establishing a foothold. Rewards will be distributed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 heavily armored cavalry. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 large defensive arrow tower. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2,000 caddies of refined white flour. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 taels of silver. Current reputation increase. 100 points, slightly famous. Your name has begun to spread in Qinchuan County and the surrounding area, and some people in gentry have begun to show you approval or reverence. Even though Chi Shao was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback by the generous reward. 100 heavily armored cavalrymen. This directly caused his core combat force to increase several times over, reaching a total of more than 200 cavalry. This is a force capable of unleashing a storm on the battlefield. Add to that an even stronger, larger arrow tower, and much-needed food and funds. That's great. Qi Zhao's eyes gleamed. He immediately placed the newly acquired 100 heavily armored cavalrymen in the city's training ground, while the large arrow towers were temporarily left as a trump card for critical moments. An increase in prestige is an intangible asset, which means that there will be much less resistance to his subsequent recruitment of soldiers, taxation, and even the implementation of policies. Finally, we've managed to establish a firm foothold. Chapter 19. The Suppression of Bandits in Qinchuan County. After Qi Zhao took over Qinchuan County, he did not rush to drastically change the original county government administrative system. He reviewed the county government's account books and household registers and found that the original team, led by the county magistrate and Wang Yasi, had managed Qinchuan County fairly well during the peaceful years. Although the people had a burden of taxes and corvée labor, they were still able to make ends meet, and the market was not in a state of depression. These people are good at maintaining the status quo, but not good at expanding, and they lack the courage to navigate chaotic times. They can manage to keep up with daily affairs, but if they want to grow stronger in this chaotic world, being good is far from enough. They must take the initiative and expand their resources. He understood the principle of living off one's savings. Although Qinchuan County had some savings, it was not a long-term solution to support his ever-growing army, newly recruited soldiers. His gaze turned to the broader area encompassing the 5 counties under the jurisdiction of Jiangkang Prefecture: Shangyuan County, Jiangning County, Zhejiang County, Liang County, and Qinchuan County, where he was located. Based on his memory and the intelligence he had gathered, he knew that in the early Southern Song dynasty, due to frequent wars and widespread refugees, the government's control had weakened, and bandits were rampant in the mountainous areas surrounding Jiangning Prefecture, becoming a major threat. Qi Zhao marked the locations of several major mountain strongholds on the sand table in the command headquarters. Let's start by taking down these bandits who are harming the people. This will not only rid the people of a scourge and win their hearts, but also allow us to seize money, grain, and supplies to sustain our war effort. Furthermore, it will train our new soldiers and enhance our military prestige. This is a win-win situation. Qinchuan County is vast, with nearly 300,000 mu of polder fields, sandy fields, and military fields. It has a long-term population of over 50,000 and frequent trade and travel. If we can eliminate the banditry in the surrounding area, connect it with other counties, encourage land reclamation, and promote trade, it will surely become an important base for our grain and provisions and a source of soldiers. He made a plan for himself. Recently, based in Qinchuan County, elite troops were dispatched to suppress major bandit forces in the surrounding areas of Jiangning Prefecture, especially in Qinchuan and Liang counties, in order to stabilize social order, protect people's livelihoods, seize supplies, and train new troops. After the banditry subsided, policies were immediately introduced to attract refugees and encourage land reclamation, especially in the fertile fields of Qinchuan County, to restore and develop agricultural production. At the same time, it protects trade routes, attracts merchants, collects reasonable commercial taxes, and accumulates wealth. Finally, with Qinchuan and Liang as the core, they gradually expanded their influence to other counties in Jiangning Prefecture, amassed their own troops, and became a force that the imperial court and the Jin army dared not underestimate. That's the plan. Qi Zhao made up his mind. First, wipe out all the mountain strongholds within 100 miles of Qinchuan County. Let all the people and officials of Jiangning Prefecture see that my blade, Qi Zhao's blade, can cut down the Jurchen invaders and slay all the bandits. He summoned his generals and issued his first military order. Gather your troops and find out the details of the biggest bandit groups: Black Cloud Stronghold and Crouching Tiger Hill. 3 days later, march on Western Hills and use them as a sacrifice to our flag. After several days of check-in, Qi Zhao's heavy cavalry force had reached 250 riders. This was a terrifying force capable of crushing any local garrison of the Southern Song dynasty in open battle. To be on the safe side, Qi Zhao left 50 heavy cavalrymen and newly recruited infantrymen who were undergoing intensive training to jointly guard Qinchuan County. He personally led 200 heavily armored cavalrymen out of the West Gate, preparing to carry out the first mopping-up operation against Black Cloud Stronghold, the largest band of mountain bandits entrenched in the Xishan area. On the day of departure, the sky was clear and blue. 200 heavily armored cavalrymen, both men and horses, lined up outside the north gate of Qinchuan County. The entire procession was completely silent, with only the occasional clanging of armor plates as the horses moved. On the city wall, the county magistrate, the county commandant, and Wang Yasi, who had been invited by Qi Shao to observe the ceremony, and other gentry, looked at the heavily armed cavalry below the city wall. Their faces turned pale, and their palms sweated. Wang Yasi finally understood why Jiangning Prefecture ultimately chose to appease the emperor. 200 heavy cavalry. All of them are heavily armored, he exclaimed inwardly. This isn't some rebel army or bandits. This is clearly a battle-hardened elite force comparable to the Jin dynasty's Iron Pagoda. The garrison in Jiangning Prefecture probably couldn't muster so many well-equipped heavy armor pieces. No wonder General Wang couldn't do anything to him back then. Just who is this Qi Shao, this celestial being descended to earth? What made Wang Yasi and the county magistrate, who knew a bit about military affairs, even more unbelievable was that this huge heavy cavalry force did not carry any auxiliary troops, supply wagons, or even spare war horses. This, General Qi's use of troops, is truly unheard of. The county constable couldn't help but whisper to Wang Yasi. Normally, when such heavy cavalry goes on an expedition, auxiliary troops are needed to take care of the horses, carry the armor and provisions, and infantry are also needed to assist. But look at them. Everyone is clad in armor, and their war horses are fully equipped, as if they're about to charge straight into battle. Moreover, they didn't carry any provisions. What would they eat? How would their war horses, clad in such armor, maintain their strength for such a long march? Could it be that their horses could carry such heavy armor and travel 100 li a day? Wang Yasi was also dumbfounded and couldn't understand it. He naturally didn't know that Qi Zhao's system-controlled heavy cavalry had war horses with stamina far exceeding that of ordinary horses and required no extra food or supplies, nor any auxiliary soldiers to serve them. Qi Zhao sat upright on his magnificent war horse. Although he was also heavily armored, his attire made him appear even more imposing. He glanced at the crowd watching the ceremony from the city wall and took in their astonishment. That's exactly the effect he wanted, to flex his muscles and intimidate the villains. He drew his sword and pointed forward. Let's go. Understood. 200 heavy cavalrymen responded in unison, and then the army set off, their iron hooves thundering as they rolled toward the western mountains, raising clouds of dust. Only when the cavalry disappeared from sight did the people on the city wall finally breathe a sigh of relief. This Commander Qi is no ordinary man, Wang Yasi murmured, his evaluation of Qi Shao rising from a ruthless bandit who can be cooperated with to a ruthless and powerful figure who must not be offended. He secretly rejoiced that he had chosen to deliver the message secretly rather than offend them completely. 200 heavily armored cavalrymen galloped across the open plains, the earth trembling beneath their hoofs. If an experienced Song or Jin general were present, he would surely be greatly perplexed, even shocked. Normally, a heavily armored cavalryman going into battle needs to be equipped with at least 3 war horses, 1 riding horse for marching and to conserve the strength of the main war horse, 1 war horse specifically for charging into the enemy, which needs to be of good bloodline and have strong explosive power, and 1 pack horse specifically responsible for carrying the knight's armor, weapons, and some rations, which weigh tens of kilograms, until just before the battle. However, this heavy cavalry completely defied this common sense. Chapter 20, Black Cloud Stronghold. Qi Shao rode his horse at the very front of the procession, and he was well aware of how abnormal this scene would appear to those in the know. This is precisely the advantage of the system army that transcends the times, the extraordinary endurance of man and horse as one, and the terrifying endurance that requires no logistics. This allows him to shed all burdens and achieve a true, fully armed lightning assault. However, Qi Shao felt no pride at this moment. The Jin dynasty's Iron Pagoda, hailed as the strongest on earth, combined with those swift and agile cavalry. He recalled the Jin army's fighting strength as recorded in historical books. They were truly equipped with 3 or even 5 horses, and their logistics were enormous. My 200 cavalry, though seemingly outnumbered by the trouble of carrying pack horses, are simply too outnumbered. If we were to encounter the main Jin army, we'd likely be wiped out in a single encounter, leaving not even bones behind. Even with such an elite force, Yufei's Beiwei army, a mere 8,000 infantry and cavalry mixed unit, was able to decisively defeat the Iron Pagoda. Thinking of Yufei's Beiwei army, Qi Zhao's gaze deepened. The road ahead is long and arduous. Qi Xiao sighed silently to himself. My current strength is far from sufficient for me to act ostentatiously. Thinking of this, his mind, which had been somewhat feverish due to the surge in troop strength, temporarily cleared up. Developing quietly and accumulating strength is the key to success. Suppressing bandits is both to maintain peace and establish authority and to seize supplies, but cannot be too ostentatious and attract unnecessary attention. He glanced back at this unconventional torrent of cavalry and order the entire army to lower their flags and cease fire once they enter the Western Hills region. Send one rider 10 miles ahead to gather intelligence. And be sure to conceal your movements to catch Black Cloud stronghold off guard. Yes, the army slowed its pace slightly, lowered its flags, and began to move covertly. Qi Xiao wanted to resolve the bandit problem with minimal cost and maximum speed. In this chaotic world, only those who remain calm and take steady steps can have a last laugh. After marching for 2 hours, Qi Xiao glanced at the system interface and found that the durability of his heavy cavalry was generally maintained at around 80%, which was acceptable. It was still early, so he was in no hurry to attack. With a thought, the 198 heavily armored cavalrymen behind him, along with their war horses, turned in a faint light and returned to the system space, leaving only 2 personal guard cavalrymen by his side. The 3 men led their horses to a shady spot under a dense canopy to rest and recover their strength. Qi Xiao sat down against a big tree, his gaze fixed on the Black Cloud village, built against the mountain not far away. Based on reliable information provided by Wang Yasi and the scouts, he had a clear understanding of the situation inside the village. The village was inhabited by a mixed group of people, mostly displaced people, defeated soldiers, and landless farmers who could not make a living, totaling about 2,000. The core group, consisting of about 700 people with some combat capability, was equipped with simple knives and spears, a small number of bows and crossbows, and leather armor. The rest were mostly elderly, weak, women, and children who depended on others for survival and were responsible for menial tasks, making them incapable of fighting. Black Cloud Stronghold could only be considered a medium-sized stronghold in this area. Truly large anti-Jin rebel strongholds, such as Wang Yan's 8-character army, which defended the Taiyang Mountains base in Wumma Mountain, could number in the hundreds of thousands and could even resist the Jin army for a long time. In comparison, Black Cloud Stronghold was merely an ordinary force struggling to survive in the chaos of the world. The stronghold was built in a strategic location on Black Cloud Mountain. The mountain path leading to the gate was narrow, only wide enough for 2 horses to ride abreast, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The road ahead is fortified with barricades and antlers, and it is estimated that there are also traps, trenches, and other obstacles. A rash attack would inevitably result in heavy losses. 700 soldiers, ready for battle, to defend the strategic location. Qi Xiao stroked his chin. Half an hour later, the durability of the heavy cavalry in the system space had been fully restored. Qi Xiao's mind stirred, and 200 heavily armored cavalrymen, men and horses, appeared behind him, their menacing aura filling the mountains and forests. He no longer concealed his whereabouts and arrived in a grand procession at the simple gate of Black Cloud Village. Qi Xiao raised his hand, and the entire army came to an abrupt halt. He spurred his horse forward a few steps, gathered his strength, and shouted sharply at the fortified wall. Listen up, people inside the stronghold. I am Qi Xiao, the commander of the righteous army of Qingchuan County, Great Song Dynasty. You have gathered a crowd to become bandits and plunder the local area. I, the envoy, have been ordered by the imperial court to come and wipe you out. However, considering that most of you are forced by poverty to make a living, I will show you leniency. Open the gates and surrender now. Lay down your weapons, and you may be incorporated into my righteous army or given land to survive. If you resist stubbornly, kill them without mercy. On the top of the stockade wall, the chieftain of Black Cloud Stockade and several other leaders peeked out. The chieftain, seeing the dark mass of heavily armored, menacing cavalry below the mountain, turned pale but forced himself to remain calm, pinching his nose as he retorted with a curse. Bah! What kind of bullshit rebel commander is he? Not a single good one in the government army is any good. We were forced to become outlaws because of you corrupt officials. If you're so capable, go fight the Jurchens. What kind of heroes come here to bully us poor wretches? Qi Zhao's eyes turned cold. He knew words were useless. Just as he was about to give the order, He heard a heated argument coming from the stockade wall. A leader who appeared to have served in the army exclaimed urgently, "Brother, this won't do. I've been in the army before. These are damn heavy cavalry. The antlers we set up and the trenches we dug can hold off the first wave, but not the second or third. Once they break through, we'll be no match for them." The chieftain, however, remained defiant, shouting with a fierce but weak voice, "What's there to be afraid of? This mountain path is so narrow. How many of them could he possibly charge up at once? Wouldn't he be heartbroken if one of them died? I don't believe he dares. Charge!" Before he could finish speaking, Qi Zhao's voice rang out without the slightest hesitation. The heavy cavalry, in triangular formations of 3, charged towards the mountain path. They paid no heed to deer, antlers, or trenches. These system cavalrymen have no fear, no pain, and obey orders without question. The first few riders crashed into the antlers without slowing down. The huge impact shattered the wooden barrier, and the riders and their horses suffered a sharp drop in durability due to the massive recoil, with some even dropping to 5% for a moment. But at the same instant, Qi Zhao had a thought, and those heavy cavalry whose durability had fallen below the safety line, along with their riders and horses, turned in a faint light and returned to the system space, thus avoiding battle losses. The rear cavalry, having traversed the path cleared by the endurance of the front cavalry, continued their ferocious charge. The warhorses' iron hooves trampled across the trenches, causing a bumpy ride, yet their speed remained undiminished. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The bandits on the stockade wall felt a blur before their eyes, and the scene they had anticipated of government troops hesitating because of their losses never materialized. The enemy seemed completely unconcerned about casualties, and their offensive surged like waves, one after another. Chapter 21. Using War to Sustain War. "Fire arrows! Fire arrows now!" the chieftain shouted in terror. The sparse arrows struck the heavy cavalry's armor with a clanging sound, but were unlikely to cause any effective damage. Several bandits, confident in their strength, saw that the cavalry had charged to the foot of the stockade wall and attempted a desperate leg-chopping strike. They roared and brandished their axes, leaning out from behind the battlements to slash at the front legs of the heavy cavalry horses that were ramming into the gate. Clang! Crack! Sparks flew. The axe blade struck the thick iron armor covering the warhorse's chest and legs, producing a metallic clang. The force that was enough to split a wooden stake only left a shallow white mark on the plate armor. The huge recoil sent the axe flying, and the bandits' hands were split open, and they fell to the ground screaming in agony. What kind of disguise is this? Is it invulnerable to swords and spears? Almost simultaneously, bandits on the stockade wall poured a large pot of boiling oil over people's heads. Scalding grease was poured onto several heavy cavalrymen who were ramming the gate, making a hissing sound and stirring up plumes of smoke and a burnt smell. To the bandits' despair on the stockade wall, the scalding hot oil flowed down the smooth surface of the plate armor, leaving only a few oil stains and burn marks, but it couldn't penetrate even a fraction of the armor. The knights inside the plate armor didn't let out painful roars, but continued to pound the gate of the stronghold with rage. It was as if the scalding oil that would boil an ordinary person was just a lukewarm shower for them. "Put down logs. Boulder." Several thick logs and stones were pushed off the stockade wall and crashed into the heavy cavalry gathered at the entrance. The heavy cavalry did not dodge or evade. In fact, they deliberately used their shoulder armor and horse armor to withstand the attacks. Bang! Bang! Several muffled thuds echoed as the rolling logs and boulders shattered into pieces, while the heavy cavalry below only swayed slightly, their durability dropping a little, but their momentum did not slow down in the slightest. Monsters! They are monsters! They're invincible! How could the government troops send such heavenly soldiers to fight us? Run! In the blink of an eye, the heavy cavalry had charged to the gate of the stockade. Boom! With a loud crash, the not-so-sturdy wooden gate was smashed open by the combined might of the heavy cavalry. The iron cavalry surged into the village. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided crushing defeat. The heavy cavalry charged left and right within the limited space of the camp, trampling the enemy lines and slashing with swords and spears. The bandits had never seen such a sight before. Faced with the impenetrable, fearless armored monsters, their morale collapsed, and they cried out for their parents, scattered and fled, with countless kneeling and begging for mercy. The battle was basically over in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The core leaders of Black Cloud's stronghold, including the stronghold chief who had just been defiant, were all bound tightly and thrown in front of Qi Zhao's horse. Their faces were still filled with shock and confusion, completely unable to understand how the other side dared to charge forward so recklessly. Qi Zhao sat upright on his horse, glanced at the bandit leader kneeling on the ground, and then looked at the heavy cavalry units in the system interface whose durability had dropped sharply but had not actually been lost. He felt no emotion. Take inventory of the battlefield, accept surrendered prisoners, and tally the spoils, he ordered in a deep voice. Black Cloud Village thus perished, just as Qi Zhao began to count the prisoners and seize supplies. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully completed the milestone event of first suppression of mountain bandits. Rewards will be distributed. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 200 heavily armored cavalry. Congratulations, host! You have gained 100 reputation points. Current reputation, somewhat well known. Your reputation among the common people in the Jiangning Prefecture area has significantly improved, and some gentry and ordinary citizens have begun to acknowledge your strength and achievements. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 20 artillery pieces. A batch of basic ammunition and an operation manual are also included. What? Even though Qi Zhao was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked by the generous reward. 200 heavily armored cavalry. This means that the number of his core iron cavalry will jump from the current nearly 300 to almost 500. This is a terrifying force capable of holding its own against a Jin army of 10,000 men in a direct field battle without being at a disadvantage. He immediately focused his consciousness into the system space to examine the newly acquired cannon. 20 cast iron cannons were neatly arranged, with boxes of iron bullets and propellant charges piled up beside them. 20 cannons! Qi Zhao carefully read the operating instructions. Although they are relatively primitive black powder cannons with limited range and accuracy, requiring infantry operation and being cumbersome to move, these are powerful weapons for attacking fortified positions. Even the strongest fortified gates and city walls can't withstand repeated bombardment from this thing. Is the system implying that the next step is to attack and seize territory? The immense surprise filled Qi Zhao with excitement. Black Cloud Stronghold is just an appetizer. With these 500 heavy cavalry and 20 cannons, why should I stay in Qinchuan County and slowly develop? I'm not doing anything else for the next few months, but focusing solely on bandit suppression. The 5 counties of Jiangning Prefecture, namely Shanyan, Jiangning, Zhurong, Liang, and Qinchuan, cover an area of hundreds of miles, dotted with numerous mountain strongholds of all sizes. In the past, government troops often faced difficulties in suppressing bandits, either due to insufficient manpower, supply problems, or half-hearted efforts, making it impossible to quell the banditry. But I am different. My heavy cavalry needs no logistics and is not afraid of casualties. My artillery is specifically designed to destroy fortified strongholds. For me, bandit suppression is no longer a drain on resources, but a snowballing process of growth. Each time I conquer a stronghold, I gain population, food, resources, and generous rewards from the system. My reputation will rise higher and higher, and my military strength will grow stronger with each battle. Yes, let's do it. Qi Zhao slapped his thigh, making up his mind. Use war to sustain war. Use bandits to control bandits. I will completely wipe out the banditry around Jiangning Prefecture in the shortest possible time. Issue the order. Qi Zhao stood up abruptly. Properly settle the surrendered people of Black Cloud Village. Those who wish to join the army will be selected for auxiliary troops, and those who wish to return to farming will be given rations and dismissed. At dawn tomorrow, the troops will march on to their next target, Crouching Tiger Hill. As the sun set, dust billowed from the direction of the north gate of Qinchuan County, and a large procession slowly approached. The new recruits on duty at the city wall hurriedly sounded the alarm gong. Only when they saw the dozens of heavily armored cavalrymen in black armor leading the way and the Qi banner fluttering in the wind did they breathe a sigh of relief and rush off to report. Upon hearing the news, the county magistrate, Wang Yasi, the registrar, and others rushed to the city gate to greet them. When they saw the scene before them, they were all stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. At the very front of the procession were 50 imposing heavily armored cavalrymen escorting the vast entourage. Nearly 1,000 ragged prisoners, mixed with many elderly, weak, women, and children were loosely tied together with ropes and staggered along. Behind them followed a long line of mule carts, piled high with grain sacks, cloth, coarse iron, and even several boxes of copper coins and loose gold and silver, all seized from Black Cloud Village. Some vehicles were loaded with salvaged timber, ironware, and other supplies, leaving no stone unturned. This, Wang Yasi pointed at the endless line of soldiers, his tongue almost tied in knots. Commander Chi, has he brought the entire Black Cloud stronghold back? And it's only been a day. The registrar was also dumbfounded. The troops had set out early this morning, wiped out the Black Cloud stronghold with its 2,000 men by this evening, and brought back so much spoils and people. This is simply. They originally thought that Qi Zhao's expedition would take at least 10 days to half a month, and might even result in heavy losses and a fruitless return. Who could have imagined such a crushing defeat, like autumn leaves swept away by the wind? No wonder he didn't bring any provisions or supplies when he went to war. He was clearly planning to sustain himself through war and replenish his supplies on the spot. What alarmed them even more was that after those 50 heavy cavalrymen, they saw no sign of the main force returning. Why haven't those nearly 200 heavy cavalry under Commander Qi returned? The magistrate asked cautiously to the cavalry captain who had led the returning troops. Chapter 22, 1 month. The captain bowed slightly on horseback and reported, "Your Excellency, sirs, the commander has led the main force eastward to Wohyang. He has ordered us to escort the captured prisoners back to the city and hand them over to the county government for resettlement. The commander has ordered, suppressing bandits and pacifying the people is of utmost urgency." They've gone again. Wang Yasi and the others looked at each other in dismay. Commander Qi's decisiveness and brilliant military skills far exceeded their expectations. This is to seize the opportunity and eradicate the banditry around Jiangning Prefecture in one fell swoop. Quickly, open the city gates. Welcome the soldiers into the city. The county magistrate reacted and hurriedly gave the order. This was a real achievement in terms of both political influence and population. The procession entered the city in a grand procession, attracting crowds of onlookers and sparking much discussion. After entering the city, everything proceeded smoothly according to Qi Zhao's prior arrangements. County officials registered and screened nearly 1,000 prisoners, distinguishing between bandit leaders, key members, coerced followers, and purely dependent refugees. Those who were coerced into submission and displaced people were immediately registered in the household register, and the county government allocated unclaimed wasteland in the suburbs as ration fields to help them settle down. Strong and able-bodied young men were selected from among them, given brief training, and then added to the expanding city defense army and auxiliary troops of the militia. The veterans who remained led the training. After all the supplies, money, and grain were inventoried, most of them were stored in the county treasury as military funds and pension reserves, while a small portion was used to resettle the new civilians. The entire Qingchuan County became busy and full of life because of the return of this triumphant team and the people and supplies that followed. With a resounding victory and subsequent arrangements, Qi Zhao not only gained prestige, but also solidly strengthened his foundation. Standing at the bustling street corner, Wang, the clerk, gazed at the newly minted people in the distance, receiving farm tools and seeds, their faces rekindled with hope. Then, thinking of Commander Qi, who was still out there continuing his campaigns, he was overwhelmed with emotion, which finally dissolved into a long sigh. The weather in Qingchuan County is probably really about to change. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Qingchuan County government office, the magistrate looked at the latest household registers and treasury lists in his hands, his face showing both joy and bewilderment. In just 10 days, this ordinary county town, which was originally just under the jurisdiction of Jiangning Prefecture, has taken on a completely new look. On the open spaces in the north and west of the city, simple and neat houses sprang up like mushrooms after rain. The shouts of bricklayers and carpenters could be heard incessantly. These were all built according to the rules set by Qi Zhao before he left. The county government organized people to use the seized timber and stone to build shelters for the continuous stream of surrendered refugees and bandits. The record shows that in the past 10 days, Qi Zhao's cavalry swept away 3 more mountain strongholds and successively sent back nearly 2,000 prisoners who were willing to surrender and a large amount of captured grain and supplies. The county officials were extremely busy, registering and distributing fields, farming tools, and seeds. Today, public security in Qingchuan County and its neighboring Liang County, which has also benefited from the improvements, has greatly improved. The days when merchants and travelers lived in constant fear and ordinary people dared not travel far are gone forever. On the official road, there is a noticeable increase in caravans carrying goods. In the fields, newly resettled farmers, under the guidance of the government, were rushing to plant some hardy crops. Although their faces still bore the marks of time, they had gained a sense of peace and hope. Those who were unwilling to farm or who were strong and able-bodied were incorporated into the local militia and, under the leadership of veterans, were responsible for patrolling the villages and maintaining order, which was quite well done. The population has surged, yet there has been no famine or riots. On the contrary, the area is thriving. The magistrate put down the register and exclaimed to Wang, the clerk, and the registrar beside him, "Truly remarkable." Wang, the clerk, stroked his beard and smiled. "Your Excellency, this is truly the exceptional skill of Commander Qi." Commander Qi obtained a considerable amount of money and grain from each captured stronghold, enough to support the initial needs of the newly subjugated population. Secondly, has Commander Qi's main force of several hundred heavily armored cavalry ever requested a single grain of rice or a single arrow from the county treasury since the start of the campaign? The registrar suddenly realized and chimed in, "Exactly! Not only do we not need resupply, but every time we send back the spoils, a large sum of money goes into the treasury. In this way, the county treasury only receives income and does not give out, so it is naturally well-stocked. In addition, the newly settled people reclaim wasteland and increase production, so in time, the sources of tax revenue will be even more extensive. We only need to redirect the enormous expenses previously spent on suppressing bandits and pacifying the region to supporting the people and promoting agriculture. Then we will have more than enough to manage." The magistrate nodded repeatedly, his mind suddenly clear. Qi Zhao's model of sustaining war through war and consuming almost no main force has broken the heavy financial burden brought about by the previous saying, "War is a matter of vital importance to the state. It is a matter of life and death, a road to survival or ruin, and it is imperative to examine it carefully." The Song dynasty was already economically prosperous and had a solid foundation. Once it shed its two biggest burdens, raising soldiers for 1,000 days and the bottomless pit of bandit suppression, its advantages in governing the region immediately became apparent. If low taxes can be maintained, people's livelihoods can recover quickly. Commander Qi is truly a divine being. The county magistrate could only exclaim in this way. He looked eastward, where Qi Zhao's army was headed, his heart filled with anticipation and awe. If things continue like this, it might not be long before the 5 counties of Jiangning Prefecture are transformed into a rare, peaceful, and prosperous place amidst the chaos, thanks to the sharp blade and ingenious strategies of this commander of the righteous army. 1 month later, the changes in Qingchuan County can no longer be described as rapidly changing. The county town's population surged from 60,000 to over 80,000, and newly reclaimed fields outside the town were crisscrossed with paths, with houses standing neatly in rows. The county officials had been working countless all-nighters in a row. The registrar was so exhausted that he fell ill, and the hands of several clerks were trembling as they tapped on the abacus. During the resettlement of displaced people, several armed clashes broke out between people from different villages who surrendered as they fought for land near water sources. The newly formed local militia also experienced unrest due to differences in treatment and division of labor. Although both were quickly suppressed, the exhaustion of the management and the complex contradictions in the population structure have begun to emerge. On this day, a silken cloth caravan from Shangyuan County entered Qingchuan County with trepidation. The caravan leader remembered that when they passed through a month ago, they had to pay tolls to 3 mountain strongholds. But now, along the way, not only have the bandits disappeared, but the fields along the road are neat and orderly, and the farmers are working in an orderly manner. Upon seeing the long, orderly queues at the newly erected porridge stalls outside Qingchuan County, and the spirited soldiers guarding the city walls, he couldn't help but stop an old farmer and ask, "Brother, your county. It's like a completely different world." The old farmer wiped his sweat and laughed. "It's all thanks to Commander Qi, who descended from the heavens. He wiped out all the surrounding mountain strongholds in a month. Those of us who surrendered got land and grain, which is much better than being bandits before." The caravan leader gazed at the banner reading Qingchuan Righteous Army Command at the city gate and murmured, "1 month. Could it be that Marshal Han has been reincarnated? Inside the county government office, Wang, the clerk, looked at the household register showing a number that had exceeded 80,000 and was filled with mixed emotions. He was delighted by the peace and prosperity of his homeland and the recovery of commerce. But when he sat alone late at night, he would stare blankly at the official reports coming from the direction of Linen. The court had recently become increasingly strict in its dealings with generals who possessed military power and acted arbitrarily. Commander Qi is indeed a man of exceptional talent, he thought to himself, stroking his teacup. But with such a sweeping expansion, incorporating tens of thousands of bandits and recruiting local militia, can that official truly tolerate such power lurking right under his nose? At this moment, Qi Xiao was standing on the watchtower. The system panel displayed current total strength, 1,570 heavy cavalry, 30 cannons, reputation, local hero. Chapter 23, Commander-in-Chief. Qi Xiao led his army back in triumph. Looking at the grim troops and the captured supplies behind him, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder ancient military operations often required months of preparation. The terrain of Jiangnan, with its dense network of waterways and undulating mountains, meant that even with my system-equipped cavalry that required no resupply and was purely for suppressing bandits, it still took me more than a month to basically eliminate the banditry in Qinchuan and Liang counties. If it were ordinary government troops, requiring laborers to transport grain and advancing cautiously step by step, it would be impossible to complete the task in less than a year or two. No wonder the imperial court often lacked the capacity to effectively suppress bandits, and Zhao Go could only turn a blind eye. Let's go back to the city, Qi Xiao ordered, and the army turned and headed towards Qinchuan County. Meanwhile, inside the government office of Jiankang Prefecture, Prefect Zhang Shai sat in the main seat, with military commander Wang Huan, registrar, and several key officials, including the magistrate of Shangyuan County, who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, seated below him. The very thing they were urgently discussing was Qi Xiao, the commander of the Qinchuan County rebel army, who had risen like a comet in the past month and had seriously threatened the existing order of Jiankang Prefecture. My fellow colleagues, Zhang Shai said in a low voice, you are all surely aware of this. This Qi Xiao, Commander Qi, is now known to everyone in Jiankang Prefecture. He picked up a document and slammed it on the table. In just 1 month, he has almost eradicated the bandits and outlaws who have plagued Qinchuan and Liang counties for many years with overwhelming force. Not only that, this man was also good at pacifying the people, properly resettling tens of thousands of surrendered people and refugees, registering them as households, distributing land, and recruiting local soldiers. Now, in these 2 counties, no one picks up lost items on the road. Merchants and travelers flock here, and taxes increase daily. In contrast, look at the other counties of my Jiankang Prefecture. He glanced at the embarrassed magistrate of Shangyuan County at this point, and then stopped talking. Military Commander Wang Huan took over the conversation. As a military officer, he was more concerned with military affairs. Prefect, what is most frightening is not your political achievements, but your military strength. The scouts I sent out reported that Qi Xiao's heavy cavalry force, according to observation, has nearly 1,000 riders. Moreover, the troops and soldiers were all well-equipped and heavily armored, and their military might was unprecedented. What's even more unbelievable is that such a powerful army seemed to have no need for the transportation of supplies from the rear, and could support such a large-scale expansion purely through war. This would be absolutely impossible without the full support of a top-tier wealthy merchant family in Jiangnan, or even some unspeakable force. The registrar, who had been silent until now, spoke up with great concern. Prefect, what Commander Wang said is absolutely right. I just received a secret report that Qi Xiao has initially consolidated the power of the 2 counties. His officials and local militia have begun to infiltrate the border of Zhurong County, seemingly intending to interfere in the affairs of other counties and to consolidate the entire western part of Jiankang Prefecture. This is an act of usurpation. After listening to everyone's words, Zhang Shai slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with determination. He sighed deeply. Things have come to this point. This young man's power is beyond the control of Jiankang Prefecture. He has 1,000 heavily armored cavalry, sufficient funds and provisions, and the people's hearts are with him. He has become a powerful force capable of carving out a territory. If we forcibly suppress him, it will be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock, and may even lead to disaster. He stood up, walked to his desk, spread out a sheet of Xin paper, picked up his brush, and said in a deep voice, "The only solution now is to send this information about the situation here to the imperial court via urgent dispatch from 600 li away. Please truthfully report Qi Zhao's movements, military strength, and his possible schemes. The truth of the matter, and the decision on whether to suppress or appease him, rests solely with your majesty." Upon hearing this, all the officials in the hall fell silent. They knew that Zhang Shai's actions were both out of desperation and a way to protect himself. Qi Xiao, this suddenly rising behemoth, has already shattered the fragile balance of Jiankong Prefecture and even the entire Jiangnan region. Yingtian Fu, Imperial Palace, Court Assembly. After Emperor Gaozong of Song, Zhao Go, sat down at his desk, he picked up a memorial that had been delivered by express courier from Jiangning Prefecture. The more he read it, the more his brows furrowed. After a long while, he put down the memorial and glanced at the assembled officials in the hall. "My lords, Zhang Shai of Jiangning Prefecture has submitted a memorial, in which he reports that Qi Xiao, the commander of the righteous army in Qingchuan County, has nearly 1,000 heavily armored cavalry and more than 5,000 infantrymen under his command. Moreover, he governs the local area effectively, and the people's livelihood has been restored. I recall that a month ago, it was reported that this man only had 100 cavalrymen. How has he grown so powerful in just 1 month? Judging from their actions, they seem intent on swallowing up Jiankong Prefecture." Zhang Shai speculated in his memorial that they might be backed by powerful and influential families. What do you, my esteemed ministers, think of this matter? Could it be that someone is truly plotting something sinister? The hall fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. This matter concerned military power, local authority, and even potential treason, so no one dared to speak up easily. A moment later, Huang Qianshan, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and concurrently the vice minister of the Chancellery, stepped forward first. He had always advocated for the stable defense of Jiangnan and did not want to cause any trouble. At this moment, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I have heard that although Qi Xiao acted swiftly, his actions were indeed meritorious. Within a month, the banditry in the 2 counties was eradicated, trade routes were restored, displaced people were able to settle down, farmland was reclaimed, and taxes were even increased. Judging from his actions, he did not clearly overstep his duty as a subject. In my opinion, although this man is powerful, his military might is directed against the Jurchen invaders and bandits, and he poses no direct threat to the court for the time being." He paused briefly. "Now the Jurchens are eyeing us covetously, and Jiankong Prefecture is the gateway to the river defense, so it needs a strong army to guard it. Your Majesty, I believe the court should go with the flow and promote Qi Xiao to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the armies of Jiankong Prefecture, placing him in charge of the defense of Jiankong. In this way, firstly, it can reassure them and make them legitimately defend the territory for the court. Secondly, it can leverage their strength to build a barrier north of the Yangtze River, so that the court can obtain a powerful vassal state without spending money and grain. Thirdly, Jiankong Prefecture is located on the front lines, threatened by the Jin army in front and checked by the imperial court behind. Even with 1,000 cavalry, they would not dare to make any unusual moves. This is a strategy of using one enemy to devour another, and then reaping the benefits without lifting a finger." No sooner had Huang Qianshan finished speaking than Li Gang, a grand academician of the Zhejiang Hall and a staunch advocate of resisting the Jin and restoring the Ming dynasty, stepped forward to object. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Huang is mistaken. This trend must not be allowed to continue. If he were granted the title of Commander-in-Chief, then theoretically all military forces in the 5 counties under Jiankong Prefecture, as well as river defense and other affairs, would be under his control. Although Qi Xiao has made some minor contributions, his expansion has been too rapid and without any rules or regulations, and he has already formed a separatist regime. If the imperial court promotes officials and ranks today because of their power, wouldn't other powerful local magnates and military leaders follow suit tomorrow? At that time, with numerous regional military governors vying for power within the Song dynasty, where would the imperial court's authority be? Where would the central government's power remain? If we appoint him as a commander-in-chief today, what if he demands a military governorship tomorrow? Will the court grant it or not? We are raising a tiger to cause endless trouble, Your Majesty. Wang Boyan, another important minister of the pro-peace faction and a close confidant of Emperor Gaozong in the early days, stepped forward. He glanced at Li Gang and said slowly, "Minister Li is exaggerating too much. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The Jurchens are pressing in, a formidable threat. While Qi Shao may command 1,000 cavalry, they are currently still at our disposal. Suppressing bandits and pacifying the people is a minor ailment. How can we prioritize the immediate over the immediate? He turned to Zhao Go. Your Majesty, have you not heard of the story of Yu Fei? Yu Pengju? Didn't Yu Pengju initially gather righteous troops before being recruited by the court and eventually become a pillar of the state? Qi Zhao's current situation is quite similar to that of Yu Pengju back then. His Majesty has the magnanimity to embrace all people. Granting him the empty title of Commander-in-Chief would bring temporary peace to Jiangbei and create another obstacle for the Jurchens to advance south. Why not do it? If he truly harbors disloyal intentions, it won't be too late to deal with him after the external threats are quelled and the court has more resources. The immediate priority is maintaining stability and defending against external threats. Wang Boyan compared Qi Shao to Yu Fei, which both appease Zhao Go's possible suspicions and emphasize the urgency of pacifying the country before resisting foreign aggression. On the Dragon Throne, Zhao Go listened to the heated debate among the senior officials below, tapping his fingers on the imperial desk, his expression shifting. On one hand, there was deep concern about the loss of local control and the growing power of regional warlords. On the other hand, there was the harsh reality of the Jin army pressing in and the country's finances being strained. Qi Shao, this suddenly emerging dark horse, with his rapid rise and powerful combat strength, both surprised and frightened him, yet he also vaguely saw a glimmer of value that could be utilized. Silence fell over the hall. All eyes were on the emperor, awaiting his decision. This decision not only concerns Qi Zhao's fate, but may also influence the entire southern Song court's policy towards powerful local forces. Finally, Zhao Go slowly spoke. What you all have said makes sense. I will consider this matter further. Court adjourned. Chapter 24. Zhang Yu's attack. At almost the same time, inside the Jin dynasty marshal's mansion, a military council is also underway. Unlike the debates within the southern Song court, the atmosphere here was far more somber. The military council was chaired by the left deputy Marshal Wanyan Zongxian, with several commanders of 10,000 men, Mingyan, and Mook, who was in charge of intelligence on the southern dynasty, seated below him. On the map spread out in front of them, the location of Jinkong Prefecture was highlighted. A clerk in charge of intelligence south of the Huai River is bowing as he reports. Reported to Marshal, all of you, good day. A month ago, a force suddenly emerged in Qingchuan County, west of Jiangning Prefecture in the southern dynasty. Its leader, Qi Shao, was recruited by the small court of the Song dynasty as the commander of the righteous army. This force has expanded extremely rapidly, now possessing nearly 1,000 heavily armored cavalry and several thousand infantry. Within a month, they wiped out all the mountain strongholds within the borders of Qingchuan and Liang counties, and are currently reorganizing and strengthening their military. Heavily armored cavalry? Nearly 1,000? A commander with a full beard slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Where do they come from? Where did the Song people get so many heavily armored cavalry? Could it be that the Western Xia people secretly intervened? Or is it the hidden strength of the Song dynasty? It doesn't seem like it. Mook shook his head. Based on the information our spies risked their lives to bring back, and the successive disappearances of our scout teams sent towards Jiangning Prefecture, this cavalry's equipment and tactics are quite similar to our Iron Pagoda, but even more bizarre. They seem to require little auxiliary troops or supplies, moved swiftly, and possessed formidable combat power. Our 3 elite scouting teams were all wiped out north of Qingchuan County, with not a single survivor. The tent fell silent instantly. The Jin generals may look down on the weakness of the Song civil officials, but they cannot help but be highly vigilant about the presence of a well-equipped and sizable heavy cavalry force so close to the front lines. Wanyan Zongxian tapped the location of Qingchuan County on the map with his finger. When did such a person emerge from within the Song dynasty? Have we investigated his background? Is he a member of the Song imperial family? A descendant of a military family? Or is he being supported by some wealthy merchant? Currently, his true background has not yet been ascertained. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air. All we know is that he is ruthless, extremely strict in disciplining his troops, but adopts a conciliatory policy towards the local people, which makes him very popular. Another, more cautious commander pondered. Marshal, this matter is suspicious. If this person is a hidden weapon secretly cultivated by the Song state, What is their intention in releasing him now? If it is an independent force, how ambitious are its ambitions? Our army is about to launch a military campaign against Huainan. We must be on guard. After a moment of contemplation, Wanyan Zhongxian said, "Our main force is currently gathering to prepare for the offensive next spring. It is not advisable to engage this heavy cavalry of unknown origin on the flank too early, which would only waste our strength. Issue the order. Select a clever person, carrying 500 taels of gold, 10 bushels of pearls, 100 northern pearls, and a letter in the name of the Marshal's Office of Nanjing Road, Great Jin Kingdom, to infiltrate Qingchuan County and make contact with Qi Shao. The letter can promise that if he is willing to remain inactive or secretly submit to our Great Jin, when our army marches south, he can permanently garrison Jiankong, inherit the title of king, and receive as much money, grain, and military equipment as he desires. If he does not know the times." Wanyan Zhongxian snorted coldly, his eyes revealing murderous intent. "Then we'll wait until next spring when my Great Jin cavalry tramples Huainan, and then crush him and his heavy cavalry into dust." "Yes, Marshal," the generals inside the tent responded in unison. After returning to Qingchuan County, Qi Shao immediately deployed the large defensive arrow towers newly rewarded by the system at the 4 key locations of the county town. He also moved the main body of the barracks to a high ground 3 miles outside the city that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, forming a pincer movement with the county town. As he watched the city grow more prosperous, the refugees settled down, and the number of merchants and travelers increase. He felt somewhat satisfied, but his mind remained clear. Jinkong Prefecture, where I am located, is situated at the forefront of the conflict between the Song and Jin dynasties, and is a strategic stronghold that the north and south must contend for. With only 2 counties under his control, he is far from being able to carve out a territory and openly rebel. His greatest wish now is that the imperial court and the Nanjing authorities can temporarily ignore him, allowing him more time to develop stealthily. Through secret negotiations and exchanges of benefits with the magistrate and gentry of Liang County, he has effectively taken control of Qingchuan and Liang counties. His infantry has swelled to 5,000, but their equipment is rudimentary and their training is insufficient. The expenses for city defense, road construction, and housing building brought about by the increase in population are like a bottomless pit. He is barely surviving on the system rewards and spoils from the bandit suppression campaign over the past month. The money is being spent like water, which is putting him under great pressure. After Mimi rested for 7 days, a message arrived by Pegasus. "Report. Urgent report." A scout rushed into the command post, his face pale. Reporting to the commander, "Something terrible has happened. Warning has come from the north that a large force is heading down the river, heading straight for Jinkong Prefecture. They're using the name Zhang. The bandit leader has been identified as Zhang Yu. His followers are everywhere. Their power, their strength is overwhelming." The army had passed Moling, and its vanguard consisted of strong and fierce bandits, armed with knives, guns, bows, and crossbows. It was estimated that there were no fewer than 30,000 to 50,000 of them, and they were filled with murderous intent. The procession stretched for dozens of miles, raising dust that blotted out the sun. Behind them were emaciated refugees, some supporting the elderly, and others carrying children. The entire army likely numbers 100,000. The vanguard has already passed Kaishur and will soon arrive at the walls of Jiangning. "What? Zhang Yu? 100,000 people." Qi Shao stood up from his chair, all sleepiness gone. As a history graduate student, he immediately thought of the name. Zhang Yu was one of the most notorious military bandits in the early southern Song dynasty. Originally a military officer in Jinding, he gathered a group of people to become bandits during the chaos of the Jin army's southward invasion and the collapse of the northern Song dynasty. Historically, he led his men to capture Qizhou and plunder Jiangzhou. In the end, he was recruited by the famous General Wang Yuan and came under the command of Han Shizhong. That's not right, Qi Shao thought to himself. According to historical records, Zhang Yu should be active in the Qizhou and Jiangzhou areas in the west at this time. How could he suddenly move east and come to Jinkong Prefecture? Could it be that my appearance changed the course of history and attracted him here? Hundreds of thousands. Even if most of them were displaced people, the elderly and weak who had been taken hostage, the number of soldiers who could fight was far beyond what Jiangning County could reach. Their troops are heading straight for Jiangning County. Judging from their attack route, they intend to take this important town in Jiangnan in one fell swoop. It's true what they say, The tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. My sapling, which had just broken through the soil, had not yet grown into a towering tree when it was swept into the eye of the typhoon. He stood in front of the map, observing the situation, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhang Yu's main targets were Jiankong City and the wealthy Jiangning County. My counties of Qingchuan and Liang are located in the western part of the prefecture and are relatively remote, so they have not yet been directly impacted. He pointed to the location of Jiangning Prefecture on the map, but if Jiangning Prefecture falls, Zhang Yu's next target will inevitably be our two counties. We're in a bind. Order. The entire army shall be on high alert. 200 heavy cavalry, leading the Mo Dao Battalion, shall advance to a strategic location at the border of Qingchuan and Jiangning and set up a concealed encampment. Multiple scouts shall be dispatched to monitor the movements of Zhang Yu's army. The remaining infantry should reinforce the defenses of the two county towns. Conscript able-bodied men to patrol day and night. Open some grain warehouses, sell grain at affordable prices, stabilize public sentiment, and prevent panic. Chapter 25, Undercurrents. Meanwhile, in Jiangning Prefecture, a climate of fear and unease had already settled over the city. Prefect Zhang Shai stood in the main hall of the government office, his face ashen as he looked at the urgent documents flying in like snowflakes. Outside the city, Zhang Yu's army had already set up camp and begun to besiege the city. What should we do? There aren't enough troops in the city, and reinforcements are too far away to help. Zhang Shai paced anxiously. A name flashed through his mind. Qi Xiao. Oh right, Qi Xiao from Qingchuan County. Although this man's origins are unknown and he commands a large and powerful army, he has nearly 1,000 heavily armored cavalry under his command, making him a formidable force. Moreover, he has not shown any rebellious intent in his previous efforts to suppress bandits and pacify the people. At this moment, the prefectural city is in imminent danger, and only his elite force may be able to break the siege. Although employing Qi Xiao would be like drinking poison to quench thirst and might boost his power, the city is about to fall, and there's no time to worry about that now. Quickly, draft the document immediately, Zhang Shai said urgently to the clerk. In the name of Jiangning Prefecture, immediately issue an order to Qi Xiao, the commander of the Qingchuan County Militia, ordering him to immediately lead his troops to reinforce Jiangning Prefecture and attack Zhang Yu's rebel army from both sides. Tell him that this is a national crisis, and if he can repel the enemy troops, I will certainly report to the court and request credit for him. Yes, the clerk quickly wrote down. And another thing, Zhang Shai added, his tone becoming even more somber. At the same time, send a memorial to the Yingtian court with urgent dispatch over a distance of 600 li. The report details the dire situation in Jiangning Prefecture. Zhang Yu has besieged the city with hundreds of thousands of troops, and the situation is extremely critical. It requests the court to send reinforcements immediately. Furthermore, it mentions that Qi Xiao's troops from Qingchuan County have already been urgently dispatched to reinforce the city, but their strength is limited and they may not be able to sustain the campaign. The report earnestly requests the court to make a decision as soon as possible. The two documents were quickly sent out of the prefectural city. One was headed to Qi Xiao's military camp in the west, and the other was headed to the Yingtian Imperial Court. Looking at the rebel banners that blotted out the sky outside the city, Zhang Shai silently prayed, Qi Xiao, Qi Xiao. Now, the survival of Jiangning Prefecture and even the situation of the court in the southeast probably all rest on your shoulders. I hope you will not disappoint me, and even more so, do not harbor any disloyal intentions. Below the city gate, Zhang Yu's army had completely surrounded Jiangning Prefecture. He rode a tall horse, gazing at the heavily fortified and heavily walled town in Jiangnan, his eyes gleaming with greed and anxiety. Although he commanded hundreds of thousands of troops, his core fighting force numbered only tens of thousands. A direct assault on a city would inevitably result in heavy losses. So he rode his horse to a point beyond arrow range and ordered his personal guards, with their booming voices, to shout loudly towards the city wall. Listen up, soldiers on the city walls. I have the order from the commander-in-chief. Those who open the gates and surrender the city will be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces and ennobled as marquises of 10,000 households. Those who resist stubbornly will be slaughtered without exception when our army breaches the city. You are all Song people. Why serve that incompetent Zhao family? Surrender now and share in the riches. On the city wall, Prefect Zhang Shai stood with his hand on his sword. Some of the soldiers guarding him looked fearful, but no one dared to move. Zhang Shai retorted sternly, "Traitor, cease your arrogance. The people and soldiers of Jiangning Prefecture are united and swear to live and die with the city. How can your rabble shake the foundations of our great Song dynasty?" Zhang Yu was not surprised that his attempts to persuade Zhang Yu to surrender failed. He had already ordered the severing of all waterways and land routes leading to Jiangning Prefecture and dispatched multiple cavalry units to hunt down messengers or pigeons that came out of the city to deliver messages. Zhang Yu sneered. Want to ask for help? Yingtian is hundreds of miles away. By the time that Brad Zhao Go receives the news and sends troops over, I'll already be sitting in the Jiangning Prefecture government office drinking. At that time, relying on the city walls, I might not be without the strength to fight. But he also knew that news of such a large-scale military operation couldn't be completely blocked. It would leak out sooner or later. He had to act quickly. Looking at the heavily armed defenders and fortified positions on the city wall, Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He turned his horse around and returned to his own lines. Order. The vanguard shall prepare ladders and battering rams. Archers shall provide cover. At dawn tomorrow, launch a full-scale assault on the city. The first to breach the walls shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and promoted 3 ranks. The last to retreat shall be executed on the spot. Roar! 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 Tens of thousands of soldiers roared. Siege equipment was pushed to the front line, and a great battle was about to break out. 3 days later, at the Yingtian Palace in the imperial court, Emperor Gaozong of Song, Zhao Go, slammed a military report delivered by an urgent messenger over 800 li, approximately 400 kilometers, onto the steps of his palace. Rebellion. They've all rebelled. A mere bandit dares to gather hundreds of thousands of men and besiege my Jiangning Prefecture. This is an attempt to cut off my vital source of wealth in the southeast and shake the very foundation of the nation. He looked at the ranks of military officers. Han Shizhong, your subject is here. A burly, resolute-faced general stepped forward in response. It was none other than the renowned General Han Shizhong. I hereby appoint you as the Grand Marshal for the pacification of the bandits. Immediately muster 100,000 elite troops and rush to the aid of Jiangning under the cover of night. Tear Zhang Yu to pieces for me. Your Majesty, you must not. As soon as Zhao Go finished speaking, Huang Qianshan, the Right Minister of the Imperial Secretariat, stepped forward and loudly advised, Your Majesty, please calm down. You must not launch a large-scale military campaign at this time. Why not? Zhao Go glared angrily. Your Majesty is wise. The peace treaty between the Song and Jin dynasties has just been settled. The border may seem peaceful, but in reality, there are turbulent undercurrents. If our army were to amass 100,000 troops in the Jiangning Prefecture area near the Yangtze River at this time, what would the Jin people think? They will surely think we have broken the peace agreement and intend to launch a northern expedition. At that time, the Jin army will launch a large-scale southward invasion. The war will resume, and the situation will be uncontrollable. This would be a case of losing the greater good for a smaller gain, Your Majesty. To Zhao Go's surprise, Li Gang, who had always advocated war and was at odds with Huang Qianshan, actually pondered and seconded the idea. What Prime Minister Huang said is not without reason. While Jiangning is important, the overall situation is paramount. At this sensitive moment, a large-scale troop deployment could easily lead to miscalculation by the Jin people, posing a significant risk. Moreover, Yingtian is 800 li away from Jiangning. By the time General Han arrives, Jiangning will likely have already fallen. At that time, our troops will be exhausted and weary, yet we will face Zhang Yu's rebel army, which has just breached the city, is in high spirits, and has seized equipment from the city's treasury. Upon hearing this, Zhao Go said in a deep voice, In your opinion, my 2 ministers, are we just going to sit idly by and watch Jiangning fall and Zhang Yu grow stronger? Huang Qianshan stepped forward. Your Majesty, the report from Zhang Shai, the prefectural magistrate of Jiangning Prefecture, mentioned that Qi Xiao, the commander of the righteous army in Qingchuan County, has nearly 1,000 heavily armored cavalry and more than 5,000 infantrymen under his command. They are fierce in battle and have made great achievements in suppressing bandits in the past. This is a time when manpower is most needed. Why doesn't Your Majesty seize the opportunity, grant him an official title, and order him to rush to the aid of Jiangning? In this way, we can both relieve Jiangning's immediate crisis and weaken Qi Zhao's strength. Once he and Zhang Yu are both severely injured, regardless of the outcome, this young man will be unable to pose a threat. This is a strategy of using one wolf to devour another, killing two birds with one stone. Li Gang frowned slightly. Although he disliked Huang Qianshan's political maneuvering, he seemed to have no better choice given the current situation. He could only add, "We can order the garrisons in the surrounding prefectures and counties of Jiangning, such as Shangyuan and Zhurong, to provide support as needed." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Go realized that there was no foolproof plan at the moment, and he had no choice but to take this risky gamble. Imperial Decree. Urgent Dispatch. Qi Xiao, commander of the Qingchuan County Militia, is promoted to Grand Commander, in charge of the defense of Jiangning Prefecture. He is to rush to the aid of the prefectural city and quell Zhang Yu's rebellion. Troops from surrounding prefectures and counties are all at your disposal. It is hoped that he will fight bravely to repay the country's favor. 6 days later, Zhang Yu had been besieging the city for 6 days. The quartermaster in charge of supplies rushed in, his face full of worry. "Sir, grain prices in the city have begun to skyrocket. To stabilize public morale, we opened the granaries to sell grain at a fixed price as per your order, and 1/3 of the grain in the granaries has already been consumed. If more refugees flock in, our stored food, I fear it won't last more than a month." "What's the panic?" Qi Xiao interrupted him. "Just release the grain. If the people are stable, the city will be secure. I have my own plans for the grain. You don't need to worry about it." He thought to himself, "I haven't even touched the hundreds of thousands of Dan, a unit of weight, of flour I've stored in my system space yet. It's enough to feed the entire city for a year and a half." He was more worried about something else, and turned to the workshop foreman, ordering him, "Send word. Use all the silver in the treasury to buy iron, saltpeter, and sulfur. Recruit all blacksmiths and craftsmen, and have them work day and night to forge arrowheads, spearheads, and repair armor. If they don't have enough silver, they'll borrow from the gentry, saying it's from me, Qi Xiao, and will be repaid with military merits later." "Yes." The foreman of the craftsmen quickly accepted the order and left. "I have no shortage of food, but we are severely lacking in weaponry, especially in terms of consumable arrows. We must do everything we can to stockpile war supplies before the war begins." At the same time, he also wanted to take this opportunity to further integrate the resources of Qingchuan and Liang counties, especially to tie the wealth of those gentry and powerful families to his own war machine in the name of resistance. Chapter 26. Deploying Troops. Qi Xiao sat at the desk, his brows furrowed. Several official notices from Jiangning Prefecture were placed on the table. Zhang Yu had been besieging the city for 7 days. The carrier pigeon that sent the distress call had already arrived. Qi Xiao remained inactive, wanting to gauge the wind direction. And what happened? Those counties of Shangyuan and Zhurong all cowered like turtles, not sending a single soldier. They were all watching and waiting, hoping others would fight first. He stood up and walked to the map. The news should have arrived from the imperial court by now. Logically, reinforcements from the surrounding prefectures and counties should have already made their move. Why hasn't there been a single word about it yet? What exactly is that official in Yingtian and those ministers planning? Just then, a bodyguard rushed in, presenting a letter with a feather inserted in it. "My lord, urgent dispatch from Yingtian. Imperial edict has arrived." Qi Xiao took the document, quickly opened it, and glanced at it. "Huh, Commander-in-Chief, overseeing the defense of Jinkong, with all surrounding troops at his command." He put down the imperial edict. "Do they want me and Zhang Yu to fight to the death so they can reap the benefits?" He looked at the map again, his gaze shifting between Jiangning Prefecture and the 2 counties under his control, calculating the pros and cons in his mind. This is certainly a dangerous situation, but isn't it also an opportunity? If I can defeat Zhang Yu and lift the siege of Jiangning, my position as commander-in-chief will be secure. At that time, the unification of Jiankong Prefecture will be perfectly legitimate. Risk and opportunity coexist. He was well aware of the court's calculations. But now it was his turn to play this game. Jiangning Prefecture City. Bloodstains and smoke filled the air on the city walls. The defending soldiers were battered and tattered, their faces covered in soot. They brandished their swords and spears, cutting down the enemy soldiers who kept climbing the city walls. Hold on for me," a captain roared hoarsely. "Reinforcements are almost here. Commander Han's troops are on their way." He himself didn't quite believe it, but at this moment, he could only rely on his faint hope to maintain his morale. Behind the city wall, conscripted laborers braved arrows to carry logs and stones up the wall. Every now and then, someone would be hit by an arrow and fall to the ground, letting out a shrill scream. "Mother, are we going to die here?" A thin boy clutched at his mother's clothes, trembling. "No, no, the government troops will come to save us." The mother hugged her child, tears streaming down her face. She looked at the dark mass of enemy troops outside the city and the dwindling number of defenders inside, her heart filled with despair. Inside the government office, Prefect Zhang Shai's eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't slept for days and nights. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. When will they arrive? The aide shook his head sadly. "Sir, several messengers have been sent out, but there has been no response. There's been absolutely no movement from the surrounding prefectures, states, and Qinchuan County." Within Qinchuan County, the four gates of the county town were heavily guarded and orderly. On the city wall, the newly trained local militia patrolled with high spirits. Although their equipment was not as good as Qi Zhao's main force, it was still neat and uniform. The city's markets remained bustling, shops operated as usual, and the city was even more prosperous than before due to the influx of people. "Old Wang, I heard the fighting in Jiangning County is really bad," people whispered at tea stall. "Indeed. Alas, what a tragedy. Fortunately, our commander Qi has guarded this territory like an iron fortress." An old woman weaving nearby chimed in. "My son was recently conscripted to repair the city wall. He's provided with 2 full meals a day and even gets paid. Where can you find an official like that these days?" "Yes, if it weren't for Lord Qi, we might be in the same predicament as those people in Jiangning. Our fate's uncertain." In Jiangning Prefecture, there is a large, secluded mansion. Unlike the fighting and shouting on and off the city walls, a grand mansion in the southeast corner of Jiangning Prefecture, though also shrouded in the shadow of the besieged city, still maintained a rare tranquility and order amidst the chaos. Outside the high walls, skilled guards stood watch. Deep within the mansion, in a boudoir furnished with a delicate touch of sandalwood incense, a young woman dressed in an elegant brocade dress, exuding a refined air, stands by the window. Her features were exquisite, and her demeanor exuded the refined elegance of someone from scholarly family. This woman is Qianyu. Her ancestor was Qian Lu, who established the Wuyue kingdom during the 5 dynasties period and protected the people. The family has lasted for hundreds of years and is one of the most famous and prestigious families in Jiangnan. There are many Qian family properties in Jiangning Prefecture. She came to discuss matters with Judge Zhang on behalf of her family, but unexpectedly, she got trapped here. The faint sounds of battle cries coming from outside the window made her frown slightly. Her personal maid, Xiao Mei, quietly entered with a teacup in hand. "Miss, have some tea to calm your mind." Xiao Mei placed the teacup on the table. Qianyu took the teacup and suddenly asked, "Xiao Mei, I vaguely heard the guards on duty outside, Zhao, and the others talking about someone. What's his name?" "Qi Xiao. Who is he? How could the guards in the manor mention him at this time?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "Miss, don't you know? This Lord Qi Xiao is a legendary figure in our Jiankong Prefecture. I heard he was originally the commander of the righteous army in Qinchuan County, and was recently appointed as a grand commander by the imperial court." She leaned closer. "I heard from the guards that this Lord Qi is quite something. He has over 1,000 armored cavalrymen under his command, invulnerable to swords and spears. Just a month ago, he single-handedly, he led his iron cavalry to wipe out all the bandits and outlaws around Qinchuan and Liang counties. Now, no one picks up lost items on the road there, and merchants are flocking there." Qianyu's slender fingers caressed the rim of the teacup. "Oh, over 1,000 heavily armored cavalry? My Qian family has been operating in Jiangnan for many years and knows that maintaining a single heavy cavalry unit is extremely expensive, something only a wealthy family can afford. Who is this Qi Xiao? How could he possess such strength?" As the eldest daughter of the Qian family, she was knowledgeable and knew what it meant to be able to raise a well-organized heavy cavalry force in the Jiangnan region. Xiao Mei shook her head. "This servant doesn't know. I've only heard that he seems to have appeared out of thin air, and his methods are extremely powerful. Now everyone outside is saying that Zhang Yu's rebel army has besieged the city. The only one who can save Jiangning Prefecture is probably Commander Qi." Her tone was filled with anticipation. Qianyu looked out the window at the twilight sky, where the fires of the rebel camp were faintly visible in the distance. "If it's really as you say, then that would be good. Zhang Yu's camp was located beneath the walls of Jiangning Prefecture. After several days of continuous attacks, the defending army suffered heavy casualties, but Zhang Yu's rebel army was also exhausted and suffered considerable losses. At this moment, the siege ceased and the rebels retreated to their camp, leaving behind a scene of devastation and corpses. Inside the central command tent, Zhang Yu removed his blood-stained armor, revealing his bare torso. He gulped down cheap liquor, surrounded by several trusted generals, all bearing wounds but displaying excited expressions. "Brother, the defenders on the city walls are almost at their breaking point," a general grinned. "Our brothers nearly stormed the walls several times today. They've almost run out of logs and stones, and their arrows are dwindling. I think if we launch a fierce attack for another 2 days, we'll surely break through the city." Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Good. After the city falls, the treasury's money and grain will be under your control. Third brother, you can choose whichever of those wealthy merchants' mansions in the east of the city you fancy. Fourth brother, don't you like horses? All the good horses in the Jiangning Prefecture government stables are yours." He even said to a scholar-looking clerk, "Sir, I've heard that Zhang Shai, the prefect of Jiangning, has a daughter who is quite talented. How about I give her to you as a concubine after the city falls?" "Ha ha ha," another general chimed in. "As long as we let the brothers have a good meal and a good night's sleep, we can definitely take Jiangning Prefecture at dawn tomorrow." Zhang Yu slammed his wine bowl on the table and laughed wildly. "Good. Send down the order to slaughter pigs and sheep, and let the brothers have a good meal. Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I will personally oversee the battle. We will finish this in one fell swoop. Once we take Jiangning Prefecture, all the gold, silver, treasures, grain, and women inside are yours to take." He walked outside the tent, gazing at the increasingly dilapidated Jiangning city walls in the twilight, feeling smug and self-satisfied. This important town in Jiangnan is already within our grasp. The defending troops have reached their limit of resistance, and the city is about to fall. After all, the surrounding prefectures and counties were already terrified of him, and scouts within a radius of dozens of miles reported that no one dared to come to his aid. Imperial reinforcements? They were too far away to quench his immediate thirst. Chapter 27. One Man and One Rider. Jiangning is 80 kilometers from Qingchuan. An ordinary infantryman can only march 30 kilometers a day by forced march. It will take them at least 3 days to reach the walls of Jiangning. By then, Jiangning Prefecture will likely have already fallen. Bringing infantry will not only be useless, but will also slow us down and reveal our location. Issue the order. All infantrymen shall remain in Qingchuan and Liang counties to reinforce the city defenses and hold their positions firmly. No one shall move without my command. "My lord, what is this?" The lieutenant was shocked upon hearing this. "No need for further words. I have my own plans." Qi Shao interrupted him. With the deployment complete, Qi Shao, alone on horseback and lightly equipped, quietly left the city. They sped along the official road, heading straight for Jiangning Prefecture. More than 4 hours later, the night was deep. Qi Shao, alone on horseback, had quietly made his way to a high ground northwest of Zhang Yu's army camp. He reined in his horse and took out a simple telescope from his bosom, made of a cardboard tube and 2 polished crystal lenses. This is a gadget he cobbled together using his memory and limited materials during the bandit suppression campaign. Although it has a narrow field of view and blurry images, it is far superior to the naked eye. I raised my binoculars and looked towards the distant city of Jiangning. By the light of the fires in the rebel camp, one could see the devastation on the city walls, with many sections damaged and the defenders few in number. The rebel army's camps stretched for miles around the city, completely surrounding Jiangning Prefecture. The campfires were not concentrated in one place, but were divided into several relatively independent clusters. Each cluster surrounded several larger tents marked with flags, which were connected by passageways and kept at a certain distance from each other. Looking into the distance, there were 3 or 4 areas where the Zhang banner or similar central military banners were erected. This Zhang Yu does have some brains. Qi Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself. No wonder he comes from a military background. He knows how to mitigate risks. He was afraid of being captured by capturing the leader first, so he deliberately set up several decoys, making it difficult for others to determine the true location of his central army. Even if I lead my cavalry in, it will be difficult to pinpoint their exact location in a short time. Instead, I might find myself surrounded and attacked by their combined forces. Moreover, he noticed that By the dim light of the campfire, a deep trench encircling the rebel camp could be vaguely seen on the outskirts of the camp. Behind the trench, there were layers of chevaux de frise forming a simple obstacle course. Although these fortifications were far less sturdy than city walls, and the patrolling sentries appeared lax, they were still obstacles that cavalry charging at high speed had to overcome. As expected, they are not a rabble. Qi Shao assessed in his mind. With trenches and antlers, a strong charge will inevitably be hindered, alerting the enemy and losing the element of surprise. The scene before him presented a challenge to his newly devised direct strike into the center decapitation tactic. The success of decapitation strikes depends on rapid and precise strikes against the enemy's command center. The target has become unclear, and there are defensive fortifications on the periphery, greatly increasing the risk and uncertainty of a surprise attack. The true central command tent must be located in a relatively central position, convenient for dispatching various battalions, and in the most heavily defended place. The orderliness of its surrounding fortifications, the density of patrols, and the level of lighting would all differ from other suspicious camps. As for the trenches and antlers, we must find their weak points or entrances. He observed carefully for more than an hour and identified a campsite located on the western side, backed by a small hill. The camp there was the most well-organized, with significantly more and brighter lights than other areas, and patrols were frequent and the defenses were tight. Moreover, it was not far from the West Gate, the main direction of the attack on Jiangning City, which made it convenient for Zhang Yu to personally supervise the battle. Moreover, he noticed that there seemed to be a dirt road for transporting provisions running through the trench in that area, and the antlers were relatively sparsely distributed, which was probably a daily passageway. It's most likely there. The passage is the key. Qi Shao identified his primary target. However, he also adjusted his tactics, realizing that relying solely on a single decapitation strike to decide the outcome was too risky. A more comprehensive offensive was necessary. With a thought, he immersed his consciousness into the system space. A group of 500 heavily armored cavalrymen, men and horses, stepped out and stood solemnly in formation on the shady side of the hillside. The next moment, 10 dark cast-iron cannons appeared in their designated positions, their muzzles menacingly pointed at the rebel camp several miles away. Each cannon was accompanied by a pile of propellant charges. You and all of you, step forward. Qi Shao pointed out 10 system cavalrymen. These cavalrymen received basic artillery operation training. On my command, launch a first-round barrage of fire on the western flank of the enemy camp's central area, disrupt their formation, and create maximum chaos. Understood. The 10 gunners responded and quickly took their positions, beginning preparations for shelling. After completing the deployment, Qi Shao rode alone, taking advantage of the cover of night, and stealthily made his way northeast of the rebel camp. About 15 minutes later, he stopped again at another slope. Deploy a second batch of 500 heavy cavalry. Also deploy 10 artillery pieces. Your first round of artillery fire should target the southeast corner of the enemy camp. Bombard their densely packed tent area and set it on fire to create panic. Understood. Qi Shao set off again, taking a long detour and sneaking to the rear of the rebel camp. This cavalry force's mission was to strike at the enemy's weak points, their supply and logistics areas, burn their lifelines, and intercept and kill fleeing soldiers. After completing all the deployments, Qi Shao immediately circled back to the original main forward position as quickly as possible. He abandoned his horse and walked to the high ground, where he lay prone in the grass. This nearly hour-long period of intense stealth and continuous deployment had taken a heavy toll on his mental energy. He raised his binoculars and scanned the enemy camp once more. The rebels were completely unaware of the impending catastrophe. At this moment, it was already 3/4 past midnight. The 3 attack positions he chose were all carefully calculated to be upwind, ensuring that the smoke from artillery fire and the dust raised by the cavalry charge would blow towards the enemy camp and obstruct their vision. They took advantage of the natural cover of the hillsides or the edges of forests to conceal their large cavalry and artillery formations to the greatest extent possible. They maintained a safe distance of about 1.5 miles, which was just the right distance that enemy sentries would have difficulty detecting at night, yet was still within the effective range of artillery. More importantly, he relied on the system's scheduling capabilities. Otherwise, any ordinary army conducting such a complex nighttime deployment would have no chance of not revealing its whereabouts. Qi Zhao's eyes flashed with cold light as he roared at the night sky. Fire across the entire front. Fire! As the first artillery position opened fire, the artillery fire then spread to the other two artillery positions simultaneously. Boom! 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 30 cannons spat out dazzling tongues of fire in succession. A deafening roar tore through the silent night sky. The system version of the cannon is filled with gunpowder and sharp iron prisms, allowing it to be thrown further and with double the explosive power. The fireball landed in the camp and exploded with a deafening roar. Flames shot into the sky, and flying iron shards tore through tents, ignited provisions, and caused terrible casualties to those around them, triggering a chain of chaos. Zhang Yu was drinking and making merry with the woman he had abducted, dreaming of looting the city after it fell the next day. When the first cannon shot rang out, he was stunned, and his drunkenness mostly dissipated. What's that sound? Thunder. He looked up in surprise. Then came the second, the third, a continuous, terrifying roar. The deafening impact of shells hitting the ground, the shattering of wood and stone, and screams echoed from different directions of the camp. Boom! A cannonball hit the watchtower not far from the main tent, sending wood chips and blood flying everywhere. Zhang Yu pushed away the woman in his arms, stood up abruptly, and the color drained from his face instantly. Cannons! They're artillery blasters, he screamed. How was that possible? Where did the Jiangning garrison get artillery blasters? Could it be the imperial reinforcements have arrived? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My scouts have searched every mile around, and there's not a trace of a large contingent of soldiers. The sound of cannon fire is the signal for the final assault. All heavy cavalry, charge. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of iron hooves pounding the ground rang out simultaneously from 3 directions. 1,500 heavily armored cavalrymen launched a general attack from the north, east, and south towards the rebel camp engulfed in flames and chaos. Chapter 28. The Strength of Heavy Cavalry. Qi Shao lay prone on the hillside, staring at the battlefield below. Behind him were 50 heavy cavalry guards. The intensity of the battle exceeded his initial expectations. Despite the chaos caused by firearms, Zhang Yujun was, after all, a seasoned and ruthless bandit. The first wave of heavy cavalry charge came at a price. 5 heavy cavalrymen fell forever in the darkness. During a high-speed charge, a warhorse failed to see the trench in the shadows. Its front hooves sank into the ground, and its leg broke instantly, throwing the rider off its back and onto the edge of the trench, where the rider died on the spot. The other horse crashed into a hidden, sharp antler. Its belly was torn open, and it collapsed with a mournful cry. Although the cavalrymen who followed managed to rein in their horses or leap over obstacles thanks to their exceptional horsemanship and reflexes, the charge formation had already begun to show signs of disarray. However, the terrifying thing about the system's heavy cavalry is that they show no fear in the face of casualties. The first batch of armored soldiers who rushed into the enemy camp were only a few dozen meters away from the following troops. They held their 4-meter-long spears horizontally like a forest or swept them with all their might, directly knocking away the barricades and deer antlers in front of the camp. When a comrade's horse falls down, the following cavalry can sense the danger in advance with their amazing teamwork and horse control, lift the reins, and the warhorse leaps over the obstacle or the fallen comrade to continue the charge. This advanced tactical skill and ruthless battlefield efficiency chilled the rebels who witnessed it. 1,500 heavy cavalrymen broke through the outer barriers and stormed into the rebel camp. The heavy cavalry charging at the forefront encountered an elite infantry formation that Zhang Yu had deployed around the perimeter of the camp. These bandits were indeed fierce. Under the officers' shouts, they formed a defensive formation with their long spears. But at this moment, there were roars from 3 sides. In their haste, they failed to form a good formation and were as fragile as paper in the face of the heavy cavalry's mass charge. Iron cavalry swept through, spears snapped, and bodies were knocked away and trampled. Resistance was shattered, leaving behind a trail of bloody, mangled corpses. After breaking through the infantry defenses, the cavalry charged into the camp where the main rebel force was stationed. These were mostly soldiers who had just woken up from their sleep, their armor disheveled, and they were completely unable to mount an effective resistance against the sudden arrival of the iron cavalry. The heavy cavalry didn't even need to swing their swords. They simply held their spears level and, relying on the momentum of their horses, pierced through the tents and trampled through the entire encampment. Wherever they went, there was devastation, flames, and deafening screams. Even more tragic were the refugee camps that had been swept up by Zhang Yu's army. The heavy cavalry inevitably swept through the area. Facing the unarmed, terrified elderly, women, and children, the cavalry did not hesitate, their iron hooves trampling mercilessly. Even Qi Xiao, watching this scene from afar on the hillside, felt a pang in his heart. But he knew that there was no mercy on the battlefield, and any hesitation could reverse the entire battle. The continuous charges, slashes, and trampling. Even the heavy cavalry produced by the system are seeing their armor's durability rapidly decrease, generally dropping to around 80%. Scratches and dents began to appear. Although the momentum of the charge had not weakened, it was no longer as unstoppable as it had been at the beginning. Some of the desperate rebels began to realize what was happening and, taking advantage of the complex terrain of the camp, formed small groups of 3 or 5 to use long hooks and axes to cut the horses' legs or to strike the knights from the side with heavy weapons, causing some trouble and losses for the heavy cavalry. Meanwhile, on the city wall of Jiangning Prefecture, the garrison was also awakened by the deafening commotion outside the city. Under the protection of his personal guards, Tongpan Zhang Shai hurriedly climbed the city wall and looked towards the direction of the rebel camp to the west. He saw that the area had been turned into a sea of fire, with the sounds of battle deafening. He could vaguely see groups of cavalry galloping across the flames. What's going on? Is there infighting among the rebels? Zhang Shai asked, puzzled. My lord, it doesn't look like infighting. Look at the cavalry's charge formation and equipment. It looks like heavily armored cavalry, a sharp-eyed general shouted in a trembling voice. Heavy armored cavalry? Where would heavy armored cavalry come from in Jiangning? Zhang Shai was shocked. Could it be Qi Xiao? He's here. Sir, look, a cavalry force is charging towards our south gate, the sentry suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Shai's heart tightened, and he almost ordered the arrows to be fired. Could it be that he intends to take advantage of the chaos and attack Jiangning City? But the next moment he saw the heavy cavalry of about 200 men, when they were an arrow's length from the city wall, draw an arc and cut into a fleeing troop that was trying to escape from the south along the outer edge of the moat. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, they instantly scattered and slaughtered the fleeing soldiers. A moment of silence fell over the city walls, which was then followed by a deafening roar of cheers. It's reinforcements. It's Commander Qi's reinforcements. He's come to save us. An old soldier was so excited that tears streamed down his face, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Among them were many ordinary people who were forcibly conscripted into the army. In ancient times, once the casualty ratio reached 10%, the morale of the army would waver and begin to retreat. Once it reached 20%, the army would basically collapse. Before Qi Xiao stood this army. In the deep of night, they couldn't see its exact numbers. All they could hear were the sounds of horses' hooves from all directions, the screams of their comrades, and the sight of these heavily armored cavalrymen, seemingly impervious to swords and spears. Without religious indoctrination and ideological support, it would be impossible for such heavily armored cavalry not to collapse under their relentless onslaught. The difficulty of killing a fully armed, heavily armored cavalryman in ancient times is actually a misconception caused by television dramas. The protagonist flies through the air, and with a wave of his fan, more than a dozen heavily armored soldiers die instantly. That's because TV dramas can't be filmed without such exaggeration. He vaguely remembers feeling invincible in fights when he was a child, even wearing a thick cotton-padded coat. Wearing armor, ordinary sword and spear strikes are like scratching a thorn in the side for heavily armored cavalry, let alone Qi Xiao's heavy cavalry, whose horses' legs are protected by scale armor, and whose armor lining has a cushioning and energy-absorbing sponge layer. Even if they take a few heavy hammer blows, most of the impact can be absorbed. Let alone military-grade armor, you couldn't even cut a frying pan with a kitchen knife. European countries have fewer wars, not because they love peace, but because the knights on both sides fought for a long time with a 1% mortality rate, and neither side could kill the other. What did Zhang Yu's troops have? Many of them didn't even have decent leather armor, and their weapons were just simple spears and machetes. Their only potential threat to the heavy cavalry is opening the cans. The plan is to trip the cavalryman, exhausting him, and then have several men work together to pin him to the ground, prying and peeling off his armor piece by piece to inflict a fatal wound. After all, with such heavy armor, if someone falls, they won't be able to get up for a while. The rebel lines are crumbling at a visible pace. The soldiers abandon their armor and weapons, crying and fleeing in all directions. The casualties have definitely exceeded 20%. It may even be higher. This army of hundreds of thousands, of which there may only be tens of thousands of soldiers, has completely collapsed after suffering thousands of casualties in this psychological blow. His telescope focused on a small-scale melee, where several bandits were trying to trip a lone heavy cavalryman with ropes and hooks. Although the heavy cavalryman staggered, his companions nearby immediately rode over to his rescue, and with a sweep of their spears, they pierced through the bandits. Wah! Just then, a powerful horn sounded from the top of Jiangning City. Immediately afterwards, the city gates opened, torches flew like dragons, and squads of defending soldiers poured out. Although their armor was incomplete, their morale was high, and they shouted slogans as they began to pursue and annihilate the scattered rebels. Zhang Shai, who was on the city wall, decisively went out of the city to cooperate. Qi Shao put down the binoculars, let out a long sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. He knew that the raid had been a success. Reality is not a fictional story. There aren't that many fancy tricks. Absolute equipment superiority, organizational superiority, and psychological deterrence are the cruelest truths on the battlefield of cold weapons. He glanced at the system interface and saw that the heavy cavalry unit's durability had generally dropped to around 55%, but none of them had fallen behind, and they were still efficiently executing the pursuit orders. 1,500 riders remain, 1488 riders. A cold night wind brushed against my cheek. He stared at the battlefield below, which had been transformed into a hellish landscape. In particular, the sight of the unarmed elderly, women, and children helplessly fleeing and falling under the iron hooves as the iron cavalry inevitably swept through the camps of the displaced people caused his stomach to clench. He closed his eyes. A merciful general cannot command an army. If I show even the slightest leniency towards these coerced refugees today, slow down the offensive, and allow Zhang Yu to recover, the number of dead in Jiangning tomorrow will be 10 or 100 times greater than here. We must end this as quickly as possible with the least possible cost. At this moment, the battlefield situation has become completely clear. The rebel army collapsed completely. Soldiers abandoned their armor and weapons, cried out, and fled in all directions, trampling each other in the process. Chapter 29. The Post-War. After a night of fierce fighting, Qi Zhao's heavy cavalry only lost 12 riders, mostly due to falling from their horses or getting stuck in obstacles during the charge. The fallen soldiers and their armor have been recovered by the system. Zhang Yu's army of hundreds of thousands collapsed completely, with over 10,000 killed in action, countless surrendering, and the rest scattering and fleeing, no longer a threat. As dawn broke, Qi Shao ordered the troops to regroup. The remaining rebels, and a large number of displaced people who had been coerced into joining them, were still in shock and gathered at the edge of the battlefield. Qi Shao did not disperse or slaughter them, but instead sent out several squads of heavy cavalry to surround them in batches, like sheepdogs herding sheep, and temporarily keep them under guard. He knew that these people were also the future population and labor force. After finishing his military affairs, Qi Shao spurred his horse and, surrounded by Jiangning prefecture officials including Zhang Shai, slowly rode towards the open north gate of Jiangning City. Meanwhile, inside Jiangning prefecture, Qian Yu was awakened by the deafening cheers outside the city. She listened intently for a moment. Xiao Mei, Xiao Mei, she called softly to her personal maid, who was sleeping in the outer room. Get up quickly. The reinforcements must be coming into the city to relieve the siege. Let's go and see. The maid, Xiao Mei, rubbed her sleepy eyes and muttered, Oh dear, miss, what time is it? It's not even fully light yet. There's chaos and war outside, and we girls, what kind of behavior is this? Qian Yu had already stood up and put on a moon-white cloak. Stop arguing. How can we miss the hero who will relieve the siege of Jiangning entering the city? Quickly comb my hair into a simple bun, and we'll just watch from the street corner. We won't cause any trouble. Seeing that her mistress had made up her mind, Xiao Mei had no choice but to get up. While quickly tidying Qian Yu's appearance, she muttered under her breath, I wonder which general he is that deserves your attention, miss. Stop talking nonsense. Qian Yu scolded lightly, her face slightly flushed. I just wanted to see what kind of person could accomplish such a feat. The master and servant quickly tidied themselves up and quietly arrived at a street corner that was the only way to the government office, where they found a secluded corner to stand. Although it was just past midnight, the entire city of Jiangning was brightly lit. Upon learning that the siege had been lifted and their savior was about to enter the city, countless people disregarded the curfew and spontaneously flooded the streets, each carrying a lantern and torch, illuminating the road leading to the government office as bright as day. Despite the crowd, people spontaneously made way for the victorious team. Qianyu glanced at Qi Shao, who was riding slowly, and muttered to herself, "Judging from his age, he's only in his early 20s, yet he's accomplished such a remarkable feat. And his iron cavalry is unheard of. Their equipment is even better than the legendary Iron Pagoda of the Jin dynasty. Just who is this man?" Qi Shao sat upright on his horse, his gaze sweeping over both sides of the road. What came into view were faces weeping bitterly, yet looking haggard from exhaustion. The 7-day siege had tormented this once prosperous city. His victory was, to them, a true blessing in disguise. Just as he was feeling the fervent emotion of thanking the benefactor with lights from every household, his gaze inadvertently swept across a street corner ahead, but suddenly stopped. On one side of the intersection, a slender young woman wearing a moon-white cloak stood quietly, accompanied by a maid, watching. In the firelight, the girl's face was clearly visible. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn water, and her temperament was exceptionally beautiful. In the chaotic crowd around her, she was like a quietly blooming orchid in a secluded valley. The girl was also looking up when her gaze met Qi Zhao's. She seemed to be slightly taken aback. Then the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, forming a smile, and a hint of admiration and curiosity flashed in her eyes. Qi Zhao's heart stirred inexplicably. This Jiangning prefecture actually has such a stunning beauty. Almost simultaneously, he heard Zhang Shai's voice beside him. "Lord Qi, that is Miss Qianyu, who is temporarily residing in the city. She is the eldest daughter of the Qian family of Wuyue." Qianyu, the Qian family of Wuyue. Could she be related to that Qian Huanyang? Qianyu's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. Qi Shao roughly understood what she was seeing from his lip movements. She said to maid beside her, "What a handsome young man." At this moment, cheers from the masses surged like a tidal wave. The glory of defeating a powerful enemy was within his grasp, and he was also favored by a stunningly beautiful woman. An unprecedented feeling of exhilaration swept over Qi Shao like a warm current. A true man born in chaotic times should wield a 3-foot sword and achieve unparalleled feats. This is the ultimate feeling of victory and recognition. He involuntarily straightened his back, a calm smile appearing on his lips, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement as he met Qianyu's gaze. He then spurred his horse forward, and amidst deafening cheers, continued towards the government office. Behind him were subjugated cities, kneeling people, and a noble woman from a prominent family. A hint of worry and a sigh flashed deep in Zhang Shai's eyes. This boy's momentum is beyond my control. I don't know if attracting the attention of the Qian family is a blessing or a curse. The main hall of the Jiangning Prefectural Government Office. Qi Shao stepped over the threshold and walked to the main seat that originally belonged to Zhang Shai, the prefect, and sat down. The hall was spacious and brightly lit by candlelight, illuminating his young but weary face. Zhang Shai, Li Yin, Zhao Palu, and other officials of Jiangning Prefecture stood with their hands at their sides. The hall was silent except for the crackling of the candlelight. After more than 4 hours of continuous horseback riding, a fierce battle in the dead of night, and the intense concentration required to enter the city, he was now completely relaxed, and weariness overwhelmed him instantly. As soon as he sat down, Qi Shao felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. The high spirits he had felt when the crowd cheered were now replaced by physical exhaustion. He pinched his thumb hard, and the stinging sensation cleared his groggy mind a bit. We must not sleep now. We must strike while the iron is hot and stabilize the situation initially. His gaze swept over the officials below the hall, each with a different expression, and finally settled on Zhang Shai, who was in the lead. "Zhang Tongpan, your humble servant is here." Zhang Shai stepped forward and bowed in response. The number of refugees and surrendered soldiers captured outside the city is enormous and must be dealt with immediately. Any delay will inevitably lead to chaos. First, allocate vacant land outside Jiangning Prefecture to build simple shelters for temporary accommodation, and provide porridge and relief to prevent them from freezing or starving. Li Yin, the registrar, you will assist Magistrate Zhang in this matter. Second, immediately send personnel to register and record them, and verify their origins. Those who wish to register in Jiangning should all be included, and land or labor will be allocated to them in the future. Third, the best able-bodied men will be selected to join the army and trained rigorously. The rest with families will be given unclaimed wasteland, grain, seeds, and farming tools to cultivate. The necessary funds and provisions will first be drawn from the spoils of this operation. Any shortfall will be allocated from the government treasury. You are in overall charge of this matter, with the other officials assisting you. There must be no mistakes. Several officials, especially Li Yin, the registrar of the household department who is well versed in the money and grain system, showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. According to the regulations of the Southern Song dynasty, the use of local government funds and grain, especially large-scale transfers, required review and approval by the transport commissioner at the circuit level. Local officials did not have the power to transfer funds at will. Qi Zhao's actions were not in accordance with the rules. Chapter 30. Qianyu. However, this hesitation lasted only a moment. Zhang Shai and Li Yin quickly exchanged a glance, both seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. The young general before us had just averted a catastrophic disaster for Jiangning with swift and decisive action, and his military might was at its peak. He was now in actual control of the Jiangning prefecture. Is it against the rules? At this moment, his will is the rule of Jiangning prefecture. To jump out and bring up the laws of the imperial court at this time would be tantamount to asking for trouble. Your humble servant obeys. Zhang Shai bowed in response, and Li Yin and the others immediately followed suit, saying, Your humble servant obeys. Qi Xiao took in everyone's reactions. He wasn't ignorant of the system, but he understood even better that in extraordinary times, the essence of power was that strength was the greatest rule. His authority at this moment is built upon this glorious victory. Qi Xiao nodded slightly and continued, There is one more thing that cannot be delayed. He looked at Zhang Shai. The battlefield outside the city is littered with corpses. It must be cleared immediately. Pass on my orders. First, mobilize civilians to collect all the corpses of fallen soldiers from both sides and transport them downwind to a place far from water sources. Second, set up a pile of firewood, pour kerosene, and cremate all the corpses on the spot. Do not bury them, so as to avoid polluting the soil and water and breeding diseases. Third, quicklime should be spread everywhere in the battlefield area, especially where corpses are piled up, for disinfection. All laborers who participated in the cleanup must wash their hands with soap afterward and boil their clothes in boiling water. Zhao Palu, the judicial officer, you are in charge of supervising this work and maintaining order. Anyone who takes advantage of the situation to cause trouble or disobeys orders will be severely punished. Upon hearing the order, Zhao Palu stepped forward and said in a deep voice, This subordinate obeys. All the officials below the hall showed surprise, and even Zhang Shai couldn't help but look up at Qi Xiao, secretly alarmed. At such a young age, he is so shrewd and thorough in handling affairs. Corpses strewn across the fields can easily lead to a major epidemic, which is common knowledge in military strategy. However, in the chaos after a war, there are very few people who can think of this and issue strict orders for epidemic prevention at the first moment. This boy is not only brave, but his meticulousness far exceeds his age. In addition, there is Zhang Tongpan. Your humble servant is here. Tomorrow at noon, a banquet will be held at the government office. All the prominent gentry and merchants in the city will be invited to attend. Say that this commander-in-chief thanks you all for your assistance during the defense of the city, and that we will discuss post-war relief and a restoration of people's livelihoods. Understand. Zhang Shai's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately bowed. This humble official understands. I will certainly make proper arrangements. This is no thank you banquet. It's clearly a trap. They're using this great victory to force the gentry of Jiangning Prefecture to make a declaration, draw a line, and offer their pledge of allegiance. After giving these most important instructions, Qi Zhao's stamina finally reached its limit. He felt a wave of dizziness and waved his hand weakly. Go and get on with your business. Don't bother us unless it's important. Yes, we will take our leave. Zhang Shai, Li Yin, Zhao Palu, and other officials felt as if they had been granted a pardon and bowed as they left the hall. Once everyone had left, and the sound of footsteps had faded away, Qi Zhao's straight spine slumped slightly. Leaning back in the armchair, he closed his eyes, and a wave of weariness engulfed him. The faint sound of drums could be heard outside. It was already late at night. He sat there, about to fall asleep at any moment. Yet, his mind kept racing. Could the resettlement of the displaced people proceed smoothly? Were the epidemic prevention measures in place? How will those local bullies react to tomorrow's banquet? Is Uncle Zhang genuinely cooperating, or just using this as a temporary measure? And that Qianyu. My thoughts were in turmoil, but physical exhaustion ultimately prevailed. Qi Xiao slept very soundly. When he opened his eyes again, what came into view was a brocade canopy top embroidered with intricate patterns. He was slightly taken aback and found himself lying on a large, soft, carved wooden bed, covered with a light silk quilt. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, casting bright patches of light on the ground. It was clearly afternoon. I slept for so long. He rubbed his still somewhat heavy temples and immediately communicated with the system. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 heavy cavalry. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to get up when he heard very light footsteps outside the door. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open. Two pretty young girls dressed in elegant dresses walked in with their heads bowed. One person held a copper basin filled with warm water and had a snow-white towel draped over their shoulder, while the other person held an exquisite porcelain bowl filled with mint water that had a light, refreshing scent. The two women approached the bedside, bowed gracefully, and said softly, "Your Excellency is awake? Please allow us to help you with your washing and grooming." Qi Xiao was slightly taken aback, then realized that this must have been Zhang Shai's arrangement. He hummed in agreement, did not refuse, and sat up as instructed. A young girl wrung out a warm towel and carefully wiped his cheeks and hands, while another girl respectfully handed him some mint water. Qi Xiao rinsed his mouth, the cool sensation dispelling his sleepiness. After washing up, the two women did not leave. A young girl took a jade comb, stood behind him, and gently combed his slightly messy hair. Another girl knelt on the footstool, holding a small jade hammer, and gently massaged his calves to relieve the soreness in his muscles. Qi Xiao was initially a little stiff. He had never been served so meticulously before. But soon, the perfect service made him relax. He leaned against the girl's chest, feeling the comfort of her gently stroking his hair and relieving the soreness in his legs, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The feeling of being an official is indeed comfortable. Clothes are handed to you and food is served to you. Before, I was only focused on fighting and killing, and I really didn't know how to enjoy life. After the washing and massage were finished, the two women brought out a set of clothes that had been prepared in advance. A moon-white silk robe made of exquisite materials and with beautiful embroidery, paired with a belt inlaid with beautiful jade. With the young girl's help, Qi Xiao changed into this outfit. When he stood in front of the bronze mirror, which was as tall as a person, he was slightly taken aback. The boy in the mirror was tall and elegant, dressed in fine clothes, with a jade belt outlining his upright figure. Although a trace of the sharpness left by battle still lingered between his brows, he had been completely transformed, from a fierce general on the battlefield into a young nobleman with an air of refined elegance and extraordinary bearing. Clothes really do make the man. Qi Xiao straightened up, and a smile appeared on his lips. The maid who was combing his hair did not step back after inserting the hairpin into his hair. Instead, she took out a neatly folded plain white silk handkerchief from her sleeve and presented it to him with both hands. "My lord, this was sent by Miss Qian this morning. She instructed me to deliver it to you personally. She said she hopes to have a chat with you." Qi Xiao was slightly taken aback, and then took the silk handkerchief. It was soft and silky to the touch, and a small orchid was embroidered on the corner of the handkerchief with silver thread. The stitches were delicate, just like the impression the girl had given him. The image of that stunningly beautiful woman in a moon-white cloak immediately flashed before his eyes at the street corner last night. Did she say anything else? The maid bowed her head and replied, "Miss said that if you have time, you can take this handkerchief to the Tangyuan money shop in the west of the city, and someone will introduce you to them." Tangyuan money shop. Qi Xiao understood immediately. This must be one of the Qian family's properties in Jiangning Prefecture, and also her temporary residence and meeting place. The invitation was made in her own territory, avoiding the crowded and conspicuous government office. Just then, another slightly older maidservant whispered outside the door, "My lord, Lord Zhang has instructed me to convey that the banquet for the local gentry tonight has been arranged and will be held at 3:45 p.m. in the Flower Hall of Wangjiang Tower. Please give your instructions, my lord." Qi Xiao hesitated for a moment, then put the silk handkerchief into his pocket. "Understood. Tell Magistrate Zhang that I will attend the banquet on time." Then he turned to the maid who had handed him the silk handkerchief. Prepare the sedan chair. No, prepare the horse. This commander-in-chief is going out. Yes. The maid acknowledged the order and left. Chapter 31 Intent. Qi Shao did not choose an ostentatious procession, but only brought 2 personal cavalrymen, riding horses at a leisurely pace through the streets and alleys of Jiangning City. Unlike the bustling scene of thousands of lights and people last night, Jiangning City was busy during the day. On the streets, government-organized laborers were cleaning up the debris left from last night's celebrations. Further away, groups of soldiers could be seen escorting prisoners or driving ox carts loaded with supplies back and forth. In addition to the usual bustling atmosphere, the air also carried a faint smell of burnt earth from the battlefield outside the city and the odor of lime disinfection. Everyone's face showed a sense of relief at surviving a disaster, as well as the hurried pace of making a living. Qi Shao was dressed in fine silk robes. Although he had an extraordinary air about him, he blended into the flow of people and carriages and did not attract much attention. Although he was the center of attention when he entered the city last night, it was under the torches in the dead of night, and the soldiers and civilians were in a state of high spirits, so not many people could really see his face clearly. At this moment, he was traveling light, and passers-by assumed he was just a young master from a wealthy family. At most, they would glance at him a few more times because of his capable entourage, but no one recognized him as the hero who had saved the city the night before. He was happy to have some peace and quiet, so he let his horse roam freely, asked for directions, and headed west of the city. Before long, a large storefront with a black background and gold lettering came into view. Tong Yuan Money Shop. The entrance to the money exchange was quite impressive, with clean bluestone steps and several neatly dressed employees standing at the door to greet and see off guests. The flow of customers was bustling, indicating that the business had not been greatly affected by the war, and also demonstrating the deep roots of the Qian family. Qi Shao reined in his horse at the street corner, but did not immediately go forward. He touched the silk handkerchief in his pocket, feeling slightly hesitant. After all, it felt a bit presumptuous to bring a young lady's handkerchief to her door to inquire about her well-being. He dismounted, handed the reins to his attendants, and strolled casually in front of several shops near the money exchange, pretending to browse the goods, but his eyes kept glancing at the entrance of the money exchange. Just as he was pondering how to make a natural entrance, the side door of the money shop opened, and a clever-looking maid wearing a light green vest came out, seemingly on an errand and heading out. Qi Zhao's gaze sharpened as he recognized the maid as the same one who had stood beside Qian Yu the previous night. Xiao Mei also looked up and saw Qi Zhao. She was taken aback at first, but after seeing Qi Zhao's face and his conspicuous moon-white silk robe, a look of surprise and understanding appeared on her face. He quickly stepped forward, walked up to Qi Zhao, curtsied, and spoke in a low but respectful voice. "Greetings, Lord Qi. My young lady anticipated your arrival today and instructed me to wait here for you." Qi Zhao's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself that Qian Yu was indeed meticulous, having sent her personal maid to meet him in advance. He remained expressionless and nodded slightly. "Thank you for leading the way, young lady. Please follow me, sir." Xiao Mei gestured to the side, but instead of heading towards the main entrance of the money exchange, she went around to a quiet alley and arrived at the side gate of the money exchange. Xiao Mei gently knocked on the door, which opened in response. Inside, a servant bowed and waited. Xiao Mei said to Qi Zhao, "Sir, please come in. Miss is waiting in the flower hall in the backyard." Qi Zhao gestured for his 2 attendants to wait outside the door, then straightened his robes and stepped into the backyard of the money shop. Xiao Mei led Qi Zhao through several corridors to a quiet and elegant flower hall. The room was furnished in a simple and antique style, with a faint scent of sandalwood burning in the air. Qian Yu was already seated in the main seat. When she saw Qi Zhao enter, she stood up to greet him with an elegant demeanor and a proper smile. "General Qi, your presence is an honor to my humble abode. Please take a seat." "Miss Qian, you're too kind." Qi Zhao returned the greeting with a cupped hand and sat down in the guest seat. After Xiao Mei served the fragrant tea, she and the other waiters in the hall were dismissed by Qian Yu. Only the 2 of them remained in the flower hall. After a brief silence, Qian Yu spoke first, seemingly casually commenting on a scroll of Tang poems spread out on the table, and then mentioning several lyrics that had recently been circulating among the literati of Jiangning. Qi Zhao knew that this was a test of his knowledge. Although he was not a humanities major, as a history graduate student, his basic appreciation of poetry and his knowledge of literature and history far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers of this era. Naturally, he responded calmly, quoting classical texts. Though not particularly brilliant, his response was appropriate. A hint of surprise and approval flashed in Qianyu's eyes. She sighed softly. In this world, war is raging everywhere, and people are displaced. I really don't know where there is a peaceful place. Qi Xiao understood the implied meaning from the music and knew that the main topic was about to be discussed. He put down his teacup. In chaotic times, the strong are respected. Only by holding a strong army and protecting the people can one find a glimmer of hope in this vortex. Through his own channels, Qianyu had already learned in detail about Qi Zhao's actions in Qingchuan and Liang. He provided work relief to displaced people, registered them as households, and distributed land to them, treated surrendered soldiers with both kindness and severity, selected the best to enlist, and governed the local areas in an orderly manner with low taxes. All of this indicates that the young general before us is not just a reckless brute who knows only how to kill, but a shrewd and capable leader who understands sustainable management. What's even more remarkable is that he treated his subordinates and the gentry who submitted to him with respect and cooperation, rather than simply resorting to force and plunder. And this is exactly what Qianyu, and indeed the entire Qian family, needs most in the current crisis. As a woman, even as the legitimate daughter, in the early Southern Song dynasty, an era in which women's living space was extremely limited, her fate still largely depended on the powerful male force. More importantly, as a prominent family in Wu and Yu, the Qian family possessed vast amounts of land, shops, workshops, and other fixed assets in Jiangning and even the entire Liangzhou region that could not be easily moved. Faced with the reality that the Jin army could invade the south again at any time, bandits were rising up everywhere, and the central court was in exile and unable to provide effective protection. The family urgently needed to find a strong man who could effectively control local military power as a protector to prevent their property from being plundered. Meanwhile, after the fall of the Northern Song dynasty, the original channels for advancement, such as the imperial examination system, were almost completely cut off. By betting on powerful local figures with potential, providing them with money, resources, connections, and management talent, such as serving as their advisors. And once the power is successfully recruited by the imperial court or becomes independent, the family can gain new political capital and official positions, thus achieving social stability or even upward mobility. In addition, the fierce struggle between the war and peace factions within the Southern Song court and its weak control over local areas made gentry like the Qian family lack confidence in the long-term survival and protection of the central government, and instead preferred to invest in powerful warlords who were visible and tangible in the present. These complex family interests and considerations of the current situation intertwine to form Qian Yu's motivation for appreciating and approaching Qi Xiao at this moment. After a moment's hesitation, Qianyu stopped beating around the bush and smiled slightly. To be honest, General Qi, although I am a young lady confined to my chambers, I have heard that you are strict in governing the army and kind to the people in Qingchuan and Liang, and I admire you very much. Although my Qian family has a small foothold in Jiangnan, we are adrift in this chaotic world. Our elders are always worried about the decline of our property and the future of our family. To see such a young and promising, disciplined, and benevolent ruler as General Qian now governing Jiangning is truly a blessing for the people of this region, and it also gives my Qian family hope for lasting peace and stability. The clan is willing to do everything in its power to assist the general, not only by providing financial and material support and local connections, but also by hoping to form a close family alliance with the general and be bound by it forever. With the general's protection, the Qian family will surely help the general achieve great things and stabilize Jiangnan. Chapter 32, Blind Date. These words stirred something in Qi Zhao's heart, and he thought to himself, so direct. The foundation for the future of our community. The hope for lasting stability. To establish a close family relationship. In the context of the time, these words clearly implied a marriage alliance for Qianyu, a legitimate daughter of marriageable age, yet they did not lose the dignity and subtlety of a prominent family. Qi Xiao naturally understood the underlying meaning. The Qian family wants to use marriage to tie me to their chariot and seek stable protection, but he was not averse to it. On the contrary, he believed it was a deal of great strategic value. He needed the Qian family's wealth, connections, and local influence to quickly stabilize and expand his power, while the Qian family needed his military force to protect their vast business and seek new political support and family reliance in the chaotic world. Marriage with a century-old prestigious family, like the Qin family of Wuyue, could greatly enhance one's prestige and legitimacy, and obtain valuable financial and administrative support, amounting to a powerful political endorsement. As for Ms. Qin herself, young, intelligent, and courageous, she would certainly be a virtuous wife if they joined forces. This deal is worthwhile. He suddenly remembered something else, and his heart stirred slightly. Qin Huanyang, that Miss Qin whom I met once at the Qin family. Qin Luming said at the time that she was already engaged to the third son of the Suzhou prefect. The thought flashed through my mind and then turned into a sigh. Yes, this is the most common fate for women in wealthy families that have existed for centuries. Their marriages were never just personal unions, but also important bargaining chips for families to maintain their status, expand their networks, and bet on the future. Today, Qin, you can represent the family in hinting at a marriage alliance with me, and Qin Huanyang may naturally be betrothed to another potential catch. When family interests are at stake, personal feelings and desires often seem insignificant. Having figured this out, Qi Xiao was less surprised and more understanding of Qin Yu's initiative. Miss Qin, you flatter me. The Qin family is a prominent family in Jiangnan, with generations of officials. I've long heard of them and admire them greatly. Now that Jiangning has been newly pacified, everything needs to be rebuilt, and we urgently need the strong support of local dignitaries to jointly protect our homeland. If the Qin family does not abandon us and provides their full assistance, I, Qi, will be eternally grateful and will treat them with utmost sincerity, forging a lasting alliance. He responded with the same euphemistic phrase, a lasting alliance, which can be used for both political alliances and marriage. This expressed his willingness to accept the Qin family's support and tacitly acknowledge their hints about a deeper alliance, but without making any definitive statements, leaving room for maneuver. Qin Yu was an exceptionally intelligent person, and she immediately understood Qi Zhao's attitude. He was willing to cooperate and accepted the marriage proposal in principle, but he needed to see the specific conditions and sincerity. She was not disappointed. On the contrary, she admired Qi Zhao's composure even more. She raised her glass in response. General, you're absolutely right. The future is long. May the Qin family and the general work together with one heart and one mind to achieve great things. Now that the conversation had been open and both sides understood each other's intentions and bottom lines, the previously tense atmosphere became much more relaxed. Looking at the intelligent and generous woman in front of him, who represented a powerful family to negotiate, Qi Xiao suddenly had a somewhat absurd thought. TSK, I never expected that my first blind date in my life would be like this. There was no romance, no coy probing. It was straight to negotiations about the survival of the family, territory, and troops. This thought involuntarily brought a barely perceptible smile to the corners of his mouth. Qin Yu noticed the subtle change in his expression. Although she didn't know the specific reason, she could tell that the other person was not a rigid and serious person. Qi Xiao took a sip of tea, turned his gaze to the window, and said leisurely, Miss Qin just mentioned poetry, and I was somewhat moved by it. Li Bai's line, Heaven has endowed me with talents, which will surely be put to use. Though 1,000 pieces of gold are spent, they will return again, is full of lofty ambition. However, he was fortunate to be born in the prosperous Tang dynasty. In today's world, with its shattered lands and rampant barbarity, even the most extraordinary talents, without a strong and well-equipped army as a foundation, would only leave one sighing in vain. I draw my sword and look around, my heart filled with despair. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Qi Zhao's ability to naturally connect poetry with the current situation further proved that he was no ordinary warrior. She continued, What the general says is absolutely right. I wonder how the general views the current state of the world. The court is now confined to the southeast. The Jurchens are eyeing us covetously, and powerful figures from the Mongols, Dali, and Western Xia are rising up everywhere, making the people suffer like drowning. A partial peace? Qi Xiao put down his teacup and shook his head gently. To defend the Yangtze River, one must defend the Huai River. To defend the Huai River, one must defend the Yellow River. If we're content with ruling along the Yangtze River and think about paying tribute and seeking peace all day long, it is no different from adding fuel to the fire. The fire will not be extinguished until the fuel is exhausted. The Jurchens, with their wolfish ambitions, will not be satisfied with annual tribute. Even if there are internal strife, once they recover, they will surely invade southward again. The current situation which appears to be a standoff between the imperial court and the Jurchens, is in fact a chaotic period in which the old order has collapsed and the new order has not yet been established. With the central government's authority weakened and local powerful clans rising, this is an era of great contention. In such times, the strong are respected, and power reigns supreme. Empty talk of benevolence and morality is less effective than possessing a strong army. Relying on the charity of others is less effective than relentless self-improvement. These words were almost treasonous, directly pointing to the Southern Song dynasty's policy of appeasement and revealing its ambition to seize power. Qian Yu was shocked. She hadn't expected Qi Shao to have such courage and insight, directly targeting the foundation of the court's national policies. His ambition was no small matter. Qi Shao observed her reaction and continued, "I am not talented, but I know that in chaotic times, harsh measures are necessary, and drastic medicine is needed for serious illnesses. To gain a foothold in this era of great strife and achieve something, 3 pillars are needed. First, formidable military strength. It's not just about being able to fight, but also being able to sustain combat. This requires a stable source of troops, superior equipment, ample supplies, and the unwavering belief to face a powerful enemy and emerge victorious. Secondly, a solid foundation. Jiangning Prefecture is located in a strategic location, rich in resources, and its people are simple and honest yet strong-willed, which is the foundation for a royal enterprise. If we can use this as the center and integrate the strength of Liangzhe and Jiangdong, we can advance to the central plains and retreat to protect Jiangnan. Thirdly, and most importantly, is the will of the people and the greater good. This greater good is not merely empty talk of loyalty to the emperor, but about protecting the borders and ensuring the safety of the people, driving out the barbarians, and restoring the old territory. Whoever can bring peace to the people, a future to the gentry, and hope for a peaceful world will win the hearts of the people. His grand pronouncements, a blend of historical prophecy and personal ambition, struck Qian Yuexin like a hammer blow. She seemed to see a grand blueprint, full of ambition and completely different from the current atmosphere of complacency. This subtly aligns with the dissatisfaction and anxiety felt by her family and many southern gentry towards the court's decision to treat Yingtian as Bianzhou. Qi Shao saw the glint in Qian Yu's eyes and softened his tone. Of course, no matter how good the blueprint is, it still requires everyone to work together. In particular, it requires the strong support of established and far-sighted families like the Qian family to accumulate wealth and achieve great things. Whether it's financial resources, talent recommendations, or deeper levels of trust and alliance, Qi has vacated his post in humility and sincerely seeks them out. With these words spoken, the intention to cooperate, the request for an alliance, and even the proposal for a marriage alliance have all been subtly and clearly laid out on the table. Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, Qian Yu was certain that the young general before her not only commanded a powerful army, but also possessed the ambition to conquer the world in a clear and feasible strategy. He does not yet have control of the entire Jiangnan prefecture. Investing in him carries enormous risks, but the potential returns may far exceed expectations. She raised her teacup, using tea instead of wine. The general's words have enlightened me and made me realize that the general has lofty aspirations. Although the Qin family are merchants, they understand that everyone has a responsibility for the fate of the nation. They wish to follow in their footsteps and contribute their modest efforts. Specific details will be discussed with the elders of the clan before being spoken to the general in more detail. Very well. Qi Shao also raised his glass in response. I Qi await good news. Chapter 33. 3 strands of black hair. Qi Shao knew that he was not only accepting the Qian family's resources, but also potentially accepting a woman from a wealthy family as his political partner. All of this is an unavoidable stepping stone to the pinnacle of power in this chaotic world. The twilight sunlight streamed through the window, elongating the shadows of the two people. Just then, Qi Shao made an unexpected move. He raised his hand, plucked 3 black hairs from his forehead, carefully combed them with his fingers, and then handed them to Qian Yu. Miss Qian, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. I am deeply grateful for your kindness and the Qian family's generosity today. Qi has nothing of value. As a warrior, all he has to offer is his body and his will to demonstrate his sincerity. These 3 strands of hair, though as light as a feather, are tied to my head and are a part of me, Qi Shao. I offer them to you today, miss, as a token of my affection. I hope you will not find them offensive. Qianyu was slightly taken aback, but as intelligent as she was, she instantly understood the meaning behind this action. This is not about being stingy, but rather a promise and symbol that transcends worldly values. A warm feeling washed over her, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks. But more than anything, she felt touched by the respect and appreciation she had received. She winked deliberately, revealing a playful smile, and asked softly, "General, what is the reason for this? Have you not heard that our bodies, hair, and skin are given to us by our parents?" Qi Xiao said frankly, "What one's parents give one should not damage. This is the beginning of filial piety. However, establishing oneself in the world, making a name for oneself in later generations, and bringing honor to one's parents is the ultimate expression of filial piety. Today, I offer this humble gift as a token of my commitment, to express my willingness, Qi Xiao, to work together with the Qian family towards a brighter future. This commitment is also a way of living up to the expectations placed upon me, and I believe it is also a form of filial piety." Upon hearing this, Qianyu's eyes shone even brighter. She didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she reached out and took the 3 strands of hair. After pondering for a moment, she raised her hand and took off a white jade pendant from her fair neck. "The general presented me with his hair as a gift, which shows his deep affection. Although I'm not talented, I understand the ancient meaning of tying our hair together is a bond of faith, and we will never doubt each other even in life and death." She paused slightly, her cheeks flushing even more. "This black hair should be treasured in a silk pouch and worn close to my body. From now on, nothing else will adorn my neck but this heart." Inside the flower hall, the aroma of tea gradually cooled, and the sun outside the window was already beginning to set in the west. Qi Xiao glanced at the sky, estimating that the time for the banquet was approaching, and then rose to take his leave. "It's getting late, and there's another banquet at the government office tonight, so I must take my leave now. I've benefited greatly from my conversation with Miss today." Qianyu knew he was busy with official duties and could not stay long, so she gracefully stood up and said, "General, you are very busy with military affairs, so I dare not stay any longer. I will remember your words today." She personally escorted Qi Xiao to the entrance of the flower hall. The two stopped under the corridor and greeted each other. Qi Xiao turned around and, escorted by his personal guards in the distance, strode towards the exit of the money exchange, his figure quickly disappearing outside the gate. Qianyu stood quietly under the corridor, gazing in the direction Qi Xiao had left, until his figure completely disappeared. She lowered her head, opened her right hand that had been tightly clenched, and 3 strands of her jet black hair lay in her palm. She gazed at them for a moment, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes, admiration, determination, and perhaps even a trace of expectation for her future destiny. Immediately, she composed herself, regained her usual calm, and softly called out, "Xiao Mei." Xiao Mei, the personal maid who had been standing quietly at a distance, quickly stepped forward. "What are your orders, miss?" Qianyu clasped her hands together. "Go, find the most skilled goldsmith and silversmith in the city, and make sure he keeps his mouth shut." Xiao Mei glanced at her mistress's clasped hands. Although she didn't understand why, seeing her mistress's solemn expression, she immediately replied, "Yes, mistress, this servant will go and do it right away." "Wait," Qianyu called out to her again, adding, "Have him bring some fine gold thread, and also choose a small, exquisite jade bead of superior quality that symbolizes peace." "Yes." Xiao Mei understood immediately, knowing that her mistress wanted to make personal ornaments, and dared not delay, so she hurriedly left. Qianyu then turned around and slowly walked back to the flower hall. She walked to the window, opened her palm again, and gently brushed her fingertips across the 3 strands of hair. "Let our hair be our bond, and my heart be our witness." She murmured to herself, "Since you have used hair as your pledge, let always be with me, day and night." Qi Xiao left Tangyuan Money Shop, mounted his horse, and leisurely rode through the streets and alleys of Jiangning City. Recalling the witty yet perfectly aligned conversation he had with Qianyu in the brothel's flower hall, Qi Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, and a surge of pride and exhilaration welled up within him. Riding a horse on a spring breeze, one can see all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Although the circumstances are different, the feeling of being triumphant with the initial success of one's career and the favor of a beautiful woman is the same. Having relieved the siege of Jiangning, seized power in a prefecture, and now reached a deep alliance with the Qian family of Wuyue, a prestigious clan with a century-long history. He had achieved both fame and fortune, with a bright future ahead. How could he not feel proud? Upon returning to the backyard of the government office where he was temporarily staying, he was greeted by clever maids who helped him change his clothes, wash his face, and rest briefly. As soon as they were seated, another maidservant respectfully presented a plain note. My lord, Lord Zhang has sent a list of guests attending tonight's banquet. Please take a look. Qi Xiao took the list and unfolded it for a closer look. The ink on the paper was fresh, listing dozens of names, each with a brief note on identity and family background. It was clear that Zhang Shai had specially compiled this list so that he could familiarize himself with the prominent local gentry and have a clear understanding of them. His eyes quickly scanned the list, noticing many unfamiliar names, businesses, and estate owners. When he saw the inscription, Qian family of Wuyue, mainly engaged in silk, money exchange, and grain, his gaze paused slightly, and the smile on his lips deepened. The Qian family is indeed on the list, and the details are so clear. Uncle Zhang has really put in the effort. Qi Xiao thought to himself, good, this is a good opportunity to have a natural contact with the Qian family in public and see their specific attitude. He closed the list, set it aside, closed his eyes to rest for a moment, and began to consider the various situations that might arise at the banquet and how to deal with them. Time slipped by quietly, the sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the streetlights began to come on. As the hour of 5:45 p.m., approached, a servant outside the door whispered a reminder. My lord, it's almost time. Qi Xiao opened his eyes, which were now clear. He stood up and straightened his brocade robe and jade belt, which signified his status yet exuded an air of authority. Prepare the horses. A moment later, Qi Xiao, surrounded by a group of personal cavalry, headed towards the most luxurious Wangjiang Tower in the city. Chapter 34. The Banquet. Wangjiang Tower is brightly lit tonight, having been booked out by Zhang Shai's men, and no unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach. The restaurant was heavily guarded by elite soldiers from Jiangning Prefecture. Unlike the last time Qi Xiao picked up Qin Wuyang, as soon as Qi Xiao arrived at the door, a clever servant bowed and greeted him, addressing him as sir, and respectfully led him through the first-floor lobby to the third floor. The entire third floor has been opened up and transformed into an extremely spacious and magnificent flower hall. The hall was adorned with carved beams and painted rafters and brightly lit. It was already packed with people. When Qi Xiao entered the flower hall, led by a servant, the previously quiet room fell silent instantly. All the dozens of people present turned their gazes to him. Among these people were wealthy merchants with large bellies dressed in fine silks and satins, as well as officials from Jiangning Prefecture dressed in official robes with a composed demeanor. At this moment, most of them wore expressions of undisguised surprise, even disbelief. There's no other reason than that this commander of Qi, who saved Jiangning last night, was treated as an honored guest by Magistrate Zhang, and is rumored to command a large army, is simply too young. Judging from his appearance, he was no more than 20 years old, and his face even had a touch of childishness. Although he was tall and had sharp eyes, his youth seemed extremely disproportionate to his illustrious military achievements and current power and status, creating a strong contrast and shock. So young. Truly, a hero emerges from among the young. How can someone so young command such a fierce and ruthless army? Low gasps and murmurs inevitably rose after the silence. Qi Xiao seemed oblivious to the reactions of the crowd, his expression calm as he swept his gaze across the room, exuding an aura of authority without anger. The servant led him to the main seat at the innermost part of the flower hall. Zhang Shai had already stood up to greet him. Beside him stood an unfamiliar official, about 40 years old, with a thin face and piercing eyes, wearing the robes of a fifth-rank official, whom Qi Xiao did not recognize. Lord Qi, please take a seat. Zhang Shai stepped aside to make way for the head seat, his attitude respectful. Qi Xiao nodded slightly and sat down in the main seat without hesitation. Zhang Shai then sat down to his left, while the unfamiliar official sat to his right. Seeing Qi Xiao take his seat, everyone followed suit, and the sound of rustling clothes filled the hall. The restaurant staff immediately served up all sorts of delicacies, and in no time, the huge round table was filled with platters of rare and delicious food, and the aroma of wine filled the air. As the host, Zhang Shai was the first to raise his glass and stand up, saying loudly, "Gentlemen, today We have prepared this humble banquet to celebrate the great victory of lifting the siege of Jiangning Prefecture. Secondly, to express our gratitude to Commander Qi for his miraculous intervention, turning the tide and saving the people of Jiangning from dire straits. This first cup of wine is a toast to Commander Qi. Respect to Lord Qi. Regardless of their thoughts, all the guests stood up and raised their glasses in unison, their voices echoing through the room. Qi Shao also stood up, raised his cup in a gesture of respect, and said, "This is my duty, and it is also thanks to the soldiers' bravery and the people's unity. Let's drink together." After saying this, he drank it all in one gulp. His demeanor was calm and composed, showing no trace of youthful immaturity. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became a little more lively. Zhang Shai began to introduce the important figures present to Qi Shao one by one, mainly the wealthy merchants who controlled the economic lifeline of Jiangning. "Lord Qi, this is Li Wankai, the owner of Yongfeng Grain Store, who controls nearly 30% of the grain circulation in Jiangning Prefecture. This is Madame Su Jinyang, the owner of Jinyan Silk Shop. In the silk business of Jiangnan, the Su family is the undisputed leader. This is Mr. Zhao Sihai, the general manager of Sihai Goods Store. Most of the goods traded between the North and South pass through his hands. Each time someone was introduced, the person being introduced would stand up and bow respectfully, saying greetings, Commander-in-Chief, often with flattery." Qi Shao nodded slightly in response, as if trying to memorize everyone's face and background. When introducing a slightly plump, smiling middle-aged man, Zhang Shai's tone became slightly more serious. "Lord Qi, this is Qian Fu, the head manager of the Jiangning branch of Tangyuan Money Shop." Qi Zhao's eyes flashed. Tangyuan Money Shop, this was the place he had visited that afternoon, a property of the Qian family. He looked at Qian Fu, who stood up, bowed respectfully, and smiled broadly. "This humble one, Qian Fu, greets Commander-in-Chief. Your divine might has relieved Jiangning of its predicament, and the entire Qian family is eternally grateful." Qi Shao understood that Qian Fu was probably the Qian family's representative in this area, and also the bridge connecting Qian Yu and him. He smiled faintly. "Manager Qian, you're too kind." After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere at the banquet gradually warmed up, but many gentry and merchants were still observing. Their words were mostly polite and flattering, but very few made any substantive statements. They obviously wanted to see what kind of courage this young military commander had, and what kind of promises he could make. Just then, Qian Fu, the head manager who was sitting near the front of the table, stood up with a smile. His very act of standing up immediately drew everyone's attention. The Qian family was one of the most powerful and influential families in Jiangnan, with deep roots and influence. Everyone present looked to them for guidance. His attitude was of paramount importance. Qian Fu straightened his robes and bowed deeply to Qi Shao, who was in the main seat. "Lord Qi, it is my great honor to witness your might today. Your divine intervention has relieved Jiangning from its dire straits, suppressed bandits, and protected the peace of the people. This is an immense act of kindness. We merchants and commoners are eternally grateful." He paused slightly, looked around, and then said, "Sir, you have worked tirelessly to protect the borders and the people, and the soldiers have worked even harder. I, Qian, am willing to represent the Tangyuan Money Shop in Jiangning and the Qian family to offer a small token of my appreciation. 1,000 dan of flour and 5,000 taels of silver to reward the soldiers and express my heartfelt gratitude." 1,000 dan of flour, 5,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this figure, a murmur of gasps immediately filled the room. This was a huge sum of money, enough to support an army for several months. In the southern Song dynasty, 1,000 dan of white flour plus 5,000 taels of silver was considered an extremely high level of wealth. The Qian family's move is not merely a statement, but a clear and substantial show of strong support. Even the Qian family has made such a decisive statement. This signal instantly stirred up a huge wave of discussion. Those gentry and merchants who had originally wanted to hold on and wait and see immediately became restless. Li Wankai of Yongfeng Grain Store was the second to stand up and said loudly, "Manager Qian is absolutely right. Lord Qi's kindness is like giving us a second life." Yongfeng Grain Store is also willing to donate 800 shur of rice to help Lord Qi support the army and ensure the safety of the people. Su Jinyang of Jinyan Silk Shop was not to be outdone. My Sioux family is willing to donate 500 bolts of top-quality cloth to provide winter clothing for the soldiers. Zhao Sihai of the Sihai goods store then shouted, I, Zhao, am willing to donate 3,000 taels of silver to help you achieve your unparalleled feat. In an instant, everyone at the table stood up and expressed their willingness to donate money, food, and supplies, creating a lively atmosphere. They understood. The Qin family was making a huge bet. This commander of Qi not only commanded a powerful army, but now also had the Qin family's strong support, making his position in Jiangning Prefecture as secure as Mount Tai. If not now, when? Looking at the enthusiastic scene, Zhang Shai felt a mix of emotions, both moved and conflicted. He knew that from this moment on, the balance of power in Jiangning Prefecture had shifted. Qi Xiao, seated in the main seat, took in everything. He knew that the time was right. After the noise subsided, Qi Xiao stood up, and the once noisy flower hall immediately fell silent. Everyone held their breath and looked at the young commander. You are all so kind and generous in donating. On behalf of my soldiers, I thank you all. He clasped his hands in a fist salute and bowed to the surrounding crowd. After the ceremony, he straightened his back and said, I and my soldiers will remember your help today. I would also like to make a promise to you all and all the people of Jiangning Prefecture. Within 3 months, I will personally lead a large army to wipe out all the bandits and outlaws within 100 miles of Jiankang Prefecture, eradicating them completely. I want to ensure that every road in Jiangning Prefecture, and every road for all of you merchants, is unobstructed. This oath is witnessed by heaven and earth. If I fail to keep it, I, Qi, will have no face to face the elders of Jiangdong. Good. Lord Qi is mighty. Thunderous cheers and applause erupted in the flower hall. What are they asking for when they donate money and food? Isn't it just this tangible peace and security? Chapter 35, Subduing Zhang Yu. The banquet concluded successfully. Thanks to the concerted efforts of Zhang Shai and others, the cooperation between officials and the people, and the fact that the supplies promised by several gentry families were delivered the following day, the reconstruction and restoration of order in Jiangning Prefecture progressed rapidly, and the city gradually regained its vitality. Qi Xiao has been extremely busy these past few days. He had to personally oversee and make decisions on a myriad of tasks, including reorganizing surrendered soldiers, pacifying displaced people, deploying city defenses, and receiving people from all sides. The only thing that comforted him was that Zhang Yu, the leader of a large bandit gang, was captured in a cave by the troops searching the mountains the next day. Inside the temporary interrogation hall of the Jiangning prefectural government, Zhang Yu was escorted in by 2 elite armored soldiers. He was dressed in rags, with several hastily bandaged wounds on his body, and looked exhausted, but his eyes still held a hint of the arrogance of a bandit. He was defeated. His army of hundreds of thousands collapsed overnight, and he himself became a prisoner. Yet, he was still filled with resentment and humiliation. When he looked up and saw the person sitting in the main seat, he was completely stunned. Too young. Sitting in the main seat was a young man who looked no more than 20 years old. You're Qi Xiao? Zhang Yu blurted out, his words filled with a sense of absurdity. He couldn't reconcile the boy before him with the terrifying opponent who had silently led thousands of heavily armored cavalry to the rear of his camp overnight, scattering his tens of thousands of troops. It is indeed I, Commander Zhang Yu. You instigated a rebellion and besieged Jiangning, which is a capital offense. However, considering that you are also trying to survive in this chaotic world and that most of your men are displaced people who have been coerced, I, Commander Zhang Yu, can give you a chance. Zhang Yu stared at Qi Xiao. The reason he chose to attack Jiangning Prefecture was because, during his escape, he heard that a Commander Qi had emerged in Qingchuan County, who commanded thousands of heavily armored cavalrymen who were impervious to swords and spears, making him a terrifying force. He was confident in his hundreds of thousands of troops and wanted to take advantage of the enemy's weakness to first seize the wealthy and important city of Jiangning as a base before planning further expansion. He even considered incorporating this heavy cavalry into his army. Unexpectedly, one wrong step led to total defeat. His camp was clearly surrounded by scouts, trenches, and stags, but that heavy cavalry appeared in his heartland without warning, as if they had crawled out of the ground. In his mind, such brilliant military tactics and deception could only be accomplished by the reincarnation of unparalleled generals like Han Xian and Li Jing. He once suspected that a military genius secretly trained by the imperial court had emerged, but it turned out to be such a greenhorn. This caused him to lose his composure for a moment. Qi Xiao took in Zhang Yu's reaction, slowly stood up, and walked up to him. What? You feel very dissatisfied that you were defeated by a youngster like me? Zhang Yu's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but it ultimately turned into a complex sigh. He said dejectedly, defeat is defeat. What's there to admit or not admit? I, Zhang, have dominated the Zhanghuai region for many years, but I never expected to fall at the hands of the general. He eventually used the honorific title general. In chaotic times, strength reigns supreme, and age becomes the least important thing. Upon closer reflection, Hua Xubing, who led 800 elite cavalry deep into the desert at the age of 18 and sealed the wolf's lair, wasn't he also a born military genius? Perhaps there really are military prodigies in this world who are born with innate knowledge. Qi Xiao nodded, somewhat satisfied with Zhang Yu's change in attitude. You have some talent for leading troops, but unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong path. Now that the court is in decline and the Jurchens are rampant, it is the time for true men to wield their swords, achieve unparalleled feats, drive out the barbarians, and restore our former territory. What kind of skill is it to fight amongst ourselves and coerce the people? Submit to me and atone for your crimes through meritorious service. I will grant you the position of captain, leading my elite troops and fighting alongside me. If you achieve great merit in the future, it is not impossible for you to be ennobled and appointed as a general. If you are unwilling, Qi Xiao didn't continue. Zhang Yu's expression shifted rapidly. Surrender? Become a subordinate to this boy who is more than a decade younger than him? But not surrendering? That means certain death. Moreover, the young man's composed demeanor and the strength he displayed that night. Perhaps this truly is a hero in troubled times, a path unlike any other. Thinking of the iron cavalry that descended like divine soldiers that night, and recalling Qi Xiao's noble words about driving out the barbarians, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and said, "The defeated general, I am grateful for the general's mercy in sparing my life. Zhang Yu surrenders. I am willing to follow the general and serve him faithfully." Good. Qi Xiao stepped forward and helped him up. A wise man submits to circumstances. From today onwards, you will be the head of the white-clad army under my command. I will give you 2 days to gather the able-bodied soldiers from the old troops, weed out the weak and keep the strong, and organize them into a battalion. Later, I will entrust you with an important task. Your subordinate obeys. Zhang Yu stood up, looking at Qi Xiao's young yet confident face. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. Perhaps this man can truly achieve something earth-shattering. Having just dealt with Zhang Yu's matter, and before he could even catch his breath, a personal guard came to report that Miss Qian's personal maid, Xiao Mei, was requesting an audience. Qi Xiao immediately summoned her. After a hurried bow, Xiao Mei said with a worried expression, "Lord Qi, Miss sent me to report that a letter has arrived from home, and there is an important matter that requires her to return to her ancestral home in Hangzhou immediately. Miss is all ready and is waiting at the pavilion 10 miles outside the city to bid farewell to you, sir." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiao's heart sank slightly. He had been so busy with affairs these past few days that he hadn't been able to find the time to see Qianyu, and he imagined she must be feeling a little disappointed. He immediately stood up and ordered, "Prepare the horses. Order 200 riders to accompany us." A moment later, Qi Xiao personally led 200 heavily armored cavalrymen, who sped out of Jiangning City and headed towards Shirley Pavilion. It was December, and the weather was already very cold. The trees along the official road were bare of leaves, and the cold wind was howling. Along the roadside, caravans traveling north and south could be seen, all bundled up tightly and hurrying on their way. Sure enough, at the Shirley Pavilion, a group of carriages and horses were waiting, with dozens of Qian family guards standing solemnly around them. Inside the pavilion, Qianyu, wearing a thick brocade, cloak trimmed with fur and a snow-white fox fur collar, sat quietly on a stone bench, gazing absently at the withered yellow grass outside the pavilion. Hearing the thunderous sound of hooves approaching from afar, Qianyu looked up and saw Qi Xiao leading a massive cavalry charge, kicking up clouds of dust and displaying an astonishing momentum. A complex look flashed in her eyes, a mixture of relief and sorrow at parting. Qi Xiao reined in his horse outside the pavilion, dismounted, tossed the whip to his personal guard, and strode into the pavilion. He waved to signal his entourage to wait outside the pavilion. "Miss Qian." Qi Xiao walked up to Qianyu, looking at her cheeks reddened by the cold wind, and felt a pang of apology. Military affairs have been busy, and I haven't been able to visit you these past few days. I heard that you are returning to Hangzhou. Qianyu stood up, smiled slightly, but the smile seemed a little thin in the cold wind. General, you flatter me. Business is important. There is indeed an urgent matter at home. I need to return immediately. She paused, then looked at Qi Xiao. This trip back to Hangzhou is firstly to answer the family summons, and secondly, to also report in detail to the clan leader and elders about the Jiangning matter, especially the intention to form an alliance with the general. Chapter 36, Conferring Titles. Qi Xiao understood upon hearing this. Qianyu was going back personally to push for a formal alliance between the Qian family and him. This matter was of great importance, and it truly required her, as the legitimate daughter, to personally explain the pros and cons. I see. Qi Xiao nodded. This matter is of utmost importance, and I am grateful for your trouble, Mississippi. I wonder if I should send someone to escort you on this journey? The world is not peaceful these days, and the journey is long. There may be some mishaps. Qianyu glanced at the imposing, heavily armored cavalry outside the pavilion and gently shook her head. The general's men are all elite warriors. Using them to escort a young lady would be a waste of their talents. The Qian family has its own guards. Hey, Qi Xiao interrupted her. Mrs. Safety is a matter of great importance to the Alliance's grand plan. How can it be a trivial matter? He turned around and pointed to the 200 iron cavalrymen standing silently outside the pavilion. These 200 men are all the elite of our army. Let them escort the young lady all the way to the outskirts of Hangzhou. It will also show the elders of the Qian family the formidable military bearing of my men. It will reassure them that they have entrusted such an important cooperation to me. How could Qianyu not understand the implication in his words? This is both protection and a show of strength. Letting the Qian family's top brass see this elite force in person is more convincing than any words. Qianyu was intelligent and quick-witted and naturally understood Qi Xiao's deeper meaning. She no longer declined and glanced at Qi Xiao. Since that's the case, thank you for your kindness, General. I will certainly not fail you. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Qi Xiao subconsciously stepped to the side to shield her from the wind. You are to escort Miss Qian to Hangzhou. Along the way, you must ensure her safety at all times. When you meet the Qian family, you must be courteous, but you must also show them the formidable might of our army. Understand? Your subordinate obeys. I will protect Miss Qian with my life. The captain knelt on one knee. It's freezing cold. Take care on your journey, Qi Xiao said softly. General, too. Jiangning is in dire need of rebuilding. Please be careful in all matters. Qianyu bowed. With Xiao Mei's help, Qianyu turned and boarded the carriage. The caravan, escorted by 200 heavily armored cavalrymen, slowly started moving and meandered southward along the official road. Qi Xiao stood alone outside the Shirley Pavilion in the biting cold wind, gazing for a long time in the direction the caravan had gone, until the huge convoy disappeared at the end of the road. He withdrew his gaze, mounted his horse, and realized there were still many things waiting for him to deal with. In times of chaos, the tender feelings between lovers must ultimately give way to a grander strategic game. Ingtian Palace, Side Hall. Emperor Gaozong of Song, Zhao Go, frowned and repeatedly looked at the report in his hand that had been sent by express courier from Jiangning Prefecture. The news traveled back and forth in just 7 days. Subtracting the time the messenger spent on the journey, this means that the rebel commander named Qi Xiao actually defeated Zhang Yu's hundreds of thousands of troops in just 1 day. Suppressed the rebellion in a single day. 1,500 heavy cavalry. Zhao Go muttered to himself. Where exactly did this Qi Xiao come from, this monster? With such fighting power, if they were allowed to integrate the resources of Jiangkang Prefecture and possess the wealthy lands of Jiangdong. As he thought of this, a chill ran down his spine. If such an uncontrolled and powerful force were to occupy this place, it would be like having a tiger sleeping soundly next to his bed. But then he recalled the fierce battle described in the report and the undeniable merit of relieving the siege, and had to suppress his apprehension. He looked up at the high-ranking officials in the hall. Gentlemen, what is your opinion on this matter? Huang Qianshan, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, stepped forward first. Knowing the emperor's concerns, he did not directly comment on Qi Xiao, but instead approached the matter from a technical point of view. Your Majesty, I have a question and would like to ask for your guidance. According to the report, Commander Qi already has more than 1,500 heavily armored cavalry. Zhao Go glared at him. Back then, Emperor Taizong mobilized the entire nation's resources to assemble 3,000 Jingsai iron cavalry to resist the Khitan. Although they achieved great military exploits, the enormous expenses nearly emptied the treasury. He observed Zhao Gou's expression and continued, "Although Jiankong Prefecture is wealthy, it is ultimately just a prefecture, and its tax revenue is limited. Maintaining such a large, heavily armored cavalry force, with its daily provisions for food, horse feed, armor maintenance, weapon wear and tear, and rewards and compensation. This is far beyond the financial resources of a single prefecture to sustain in the long run. What I am curious about is, how did this young man manage to manage such an enormous expense?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Gou frowned even more deeply. What does Chancellor Huang mean by this? Does he suspect that he has exaggerated his military achievements? "Your Majesty, I dare not." Huang Qinshan quickly bowed. "I merely believe that this young man is so capable in battle, yet seems to harbor no hostility for the time being, and is positioned precisely in Jiankong, a crucial location directly facing the Jin invaders. Your Majesty, why not?" He lowered his voice. "Why not let him guard the North Gate for our great Song dynasty? If the Jurchens march south, he will be the first to be hit. At that time, regardless of victory or defeat, it will deplete their military and financial resources. If they can truly hold off the Jin army, the imperial court can enjoy peace and security. If they fail and are destroyed by the Jurchens, it will remove a potential threat to the court. Forcibly stripping them of their military power now might force them into a corner and cause chaos." Li Gang immediately stepped forward, his words completely different from Huang Qinshan's scheming calculations. "Your Majesty, what Minister Huang said, though expedient, has not revealed the key point. This man was able to defeat hundreds of thousands of troops in a single day, which clearly demonstrates the sharpness of his military force. Jiankong is the gateway to the river defense, and it is precisely the kind of fierce and powerful army that is needed to guard it. Your Majesty, I believe that not only should we not suppress them, but we should also skillfully win them over and help them solidify their defenses. Given time, once their foundation is somewhat secure, they can become a surprise force for our army in our future northern expedition to the Central Plains and the recovery of lost territories. A solid bridgehead. If we were to destroy our own Great Wall now, due to suspicion, wouldn't that be a tragedy for our allies and a boon for our enemies? Moreover, Qi Zhao's suppression of the rebellion has been a great service to the nation. If we were to immediately discard him after he's served his purpose, it would likely discourage righteous men across the land and deter other powerful figures who rely on their own armies. It would be better to first reward him, stabilize his resolve, and observe his future actions." Zhao Gou listened to the two senior ministers' diametrically opposed proposals and weighed his options. Li Gang's northern expedition plan was certainly exciting, but too risky. Huang Qinshan's strategy, though seemingly sinister, was more in line with Li Gang's desire for a peaceful and secure existence. After a long silence, Zhao Gou finally spoke. "What you two ministers say is all reasonable. In the current situation, stability should be the priority." He thought to himself, Li Gang's argument is impressive, but it's too early to talk about a northern expedition. Let this tiger fight the Jin invaders first. If both sides can be severely weakened, that would be the best strategy. The imperial edict reads, Qi Xiao is promoted to Defense Commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture, overseeing all military and civil affairs of the Jiankong region, and is granted the title of Light Cavalry Captain. He is bestowed with 1,000 taels of gold, 5,000 taels of silver, and 100 bolts of shoe brocade as a reward for the soldiers. This reward, while bestowed with a very high title, is of a rather intriguing nature in its substance. 1,000 taels of gold, 5,000 taels of silver, and 100 bolts of shoe brocade sound generous. But for the daily maintenance, rewards, and compensation of a 1,500-strong heavy armor cavalry, it is merely a drop in the ocean and insufficient to cover their expenses for more than a month. Your Majesty is wise. Huang Qinshan and Li Gang replied in unison. Huang Qinshan was satisfied that his plan had been adopted. Although Li Gang felt that the reward was meager, he had at least stabilized the front line and preserved a glimmer of hope for the future northern expedition. So he said no more. The imperial edict was drafted and issued immediately, sealed with the imperial seal, and sent by a fast messenger to Jiangning Prefecture. Inside the Jiangning Prefecture government office, Qi Xiao was reviewing the imperial edict of reward that had just been delivered, as well as the generous list of gifts. the official title of Defense Commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture, the honorary title of Light Cavalry Captain, and 1,000 taels of gold, 5,000 taels of silver, and 100 bolts of shoe brocade. Now, what a grand gesture. Back then, the gifts we gave to the Jin people were 50 million taels of gold and 50 million taels of silver each. Qi Shao chuckled and casually tossed the gift list onto the table. How could he not see the court's apprehension and perfunctory attitude hidden behind this seemingly glorious reward? That little bit of gold and silver was simply a drop in the ocean when it came to maintaining a heavily armored cavalry unit. However, this title is just right. He tapped the official document for Defense Commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture with his finger. With this official title, his consolidation of the entire Jiankong Prefecture, Jiangning Prefecture, region became legitimate. He had just issued an order for Zhang Yu, who had recently surrendered, to lead the integrated group of surrendered soldiers and the elderly and weak who were difficult to settle back to their base in Qingchuan and Liang counties for reclamation and reorganization, in order to relieve the pressure on Jiangning City. After 7 or 8 days of intensive reorganization, Qi Shao, relying on his prestige for relieving the siege and his absolute military strength, has basically taken control of the defense and administrative system of Jiangning City. In times of chaos, military power equals political power, and this ironclad rule has once again been proven true. Just as he was about to take a short rest and consider how to integrate the surrounding counties of Zhurong and Shangyun, a guard rushed into the hall and urgently reported, "My lord, something terrible has happened. Large numbers of soldiers have suddenly appeared from the east and west sides outside the city, carrying the banners of Zhurong County and Shangyuan County, and are clamoring to enter the city. They have been stopped by our brothers on duty outside the city, and now the two sides are in a standoff, and it looks like they are about to fight." Oh, Qi Shao laughed instead of getting angry upon hearing this. Reinforcements from Zhurong and Shangyuan? While Jiangning was besieged for days and a bloody battle raged, they hid in their shells and pretended to be deaf and dumb. Now that the war is over, I become the Defense Commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture, and they're suddenly thinking of reinforcing me? Chapter 37. Reinforcements have arrived. What kind of reinforcements are these? They're clearly here to grab a share of the spoils now that Qi Shao has secured his position in Jiangning, or they simply want to take advantage of his unstable foothold and force their way into the city under the guise of rescue, to seize control. Such tricks are common in chaotic times. Let's go. Come with me and see which kind of deity dares to run wild on my territory. Qi Shao snorted coldly, grabbed his sword, and strode out. A squad of armored guards immediately followed. A moment later, Qi Shao ascended the city wall of Jiangning. Looking out, one could see a dark mass of about 2,000 or 3,000 men below the city walls, their armor relatively neat, and they were carrying the banners of Zhurong and Shangyun. A leading general was jumping up and down below, shouting curses. "Are you all blind? I am Wang Gui, the head constable of Zhurong County. I have led troops to aid Jiangning. Why are you obstructing me? Open the city gates immediately. If this delays military operations, can you bear the consequences?" At the city gate, Qi Zhao's heavily armored cavalry, wielding long spears, blocked the entrance, remaining unmoved despite the insults and curses from the enemy. Qi Zhao's appearance immediately caused a stir among the troops below the city. The head constable looked up and saw a young man with an extraordinary air, dressed in the robes of a high-ranking military officer, appear on the city wall. He was taken aback at first, then roughly guessed Qi Zhao's identity. His tones softened slightly, but still carried an arrogant air as he called out, "Is that the Qi defense commander on the city wall? This humble general, Wang Gui, the head constable of Zhurong, has come to assist in the defense on the orders of my magistrate. Please open the city gates and allow us to enter the city to help with the defense." Qi Shao looked down at the reinforcements below the city and asked, "Defense assistance?" 10 days ago, when Jiangning City was on the verge of collapse and rivers of blood were flowing, I wonder where Chief Wang's reinforcements were. Wang Gui's face stiffened, and he stammered, "This communication was difficult at the time, and the roads were blocked." "What a mess! Communication is blocked, and the journey is obstructed." Qi Shao interrupted him. "Now that the banditry in Jiangning has been quelled, I've been granted the Emperor's grace, and have taken charge of the defense of Jiankong Prefecture. Have you come here now to assist in defense? Or to steal credit? Or perhaps to test the sharpness of the swords of my Jiangning soldiers?" The last sentence was filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, The soldiers guarding the city walls immediately knocked their bows and drew their swords, creating a series of clanging sounds as their chilling, killing intent locked onto the army below. Wang Gui and his soldiers were startled by the sudden and fierce killing intent, and a commotion broke out, their faces showing fear. Only then did they truly feel the palpable killing intent emanating from the army on the city wall, which had just undergone a bloody battle. I wouldn't dare. This humble general wouldn't dare. Wang Gui was sweating profusely and hurriedly waved his hands. Zhejiang County and Shangyuan County are only 100 or 200 li away from Jiangning Prefecture. Normally, even if you only travel 20 li a day, you can crawl there 10 whole days. Not a single soldier of yours has been seen. Clearly, you are cowardly as tigers, sitting idly by to watch the outcome, missing crucial opportunities. And now you dare to come here and make a racket. What is your crime? Wang Gui and the officers behind him turned pale instantly, and cold sweat poured down their faces. They were inwardly groaning. How could they not want to come sooner? But the soldiers from their two counties, pieced together, numbered only a little over 1,000. They had heard that Zhangyu had hundreds of thousands of men, mostly displaced people who had been coerced. At the time, the intelligence was unclear, and the numbers sounded extremely frightening. They were terrified and dared not come to their deaths. They only thought about holding on to their own county, and at most, waiting for the war situation to become clear before following behind to pick up some profits and take advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that the siege of Jiangning would be swiftly quelled in a single day by an unknown commander-chi? What was even more unexpected was that this newly appointed defense commander was such a young, impetuous, and ruthless lad. They had hoped to use the pretense of reinforcements to fool the enemy and take the opportunity to enter the city and make some profits, but they did not expect that the other party would not play by the rules at all. The new official's first act was to set fire to their heads. Wang Gui broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly waved his hands. We are indeed here to await orders. At your command? Qi Shao snorted coldly. That's good. Issue this defense envoy's order. The reinforcements from Zhejiang and Shangyuan counties shall immediately set up camp 5 miles outside the city. Without this envoy's order, no one shall enter Jiangning City even a step. The necessary provisions shall be obtained from your own county. Any disobedience will be treated as trespassing on a military stronghold with malicious intent, and will be punished with death. My lord, please calm your anger. My lord, please calm your anger. Wang Gui knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling. It's not that this humble general was unwilling to come to our aid, but it's just that the enemy's forces are overwhelming, and our troops are few and far between. We fear we will only cause more casualties. Therefore we have been more cautious. Cautious? Qi Shao was stunned. Had this chief, Wang, gone mad, daring to say anything? What fine word, cautious. To cower in the face of battle, to stand by and watch the city perish, is punishable by death according to the law. Guards, here! The armored soldiers under Qi Zhao's command roared in unison, their voices echoing across the land, their spears striking the ground. Seize this traitor who has jeopardized military operations. Throw him in jail and await further orders. Several heavily armored soldiers immediately stepped forward and, without saying a word, disarmed and bound Wang Gui and his several deputies who were lying limp on the ground. Upon seeing this, the more than 1,000 reinforcements below the city were thrown into chaos. Everyone looked terrified and restless, but not one dared to step forward to resist. Qi Shao surveyed the restless group. The rest of you, I will spare you for now, considering that most of you have been misled by your superiors. But you will be spared the death penalty, but you will not escape punishment. All of you shall set up camp 5 miles outside the city and await reorganization. If there is any disturbance, you shall be treated as accomplices. After dealing with this group of reinforcements, Qi Shao turned to his deputy and said in a deep voice, send someone with my order to Zhejiang and Shangyuan counties immediately to invite their magistrates and major gentry to Jiangning Prefecture for a meeting within 3 days. Those who fail to arrive by the deadline will bear the consequences. Yes, the lieutenant replied. Qi Shao stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance towards Zhejiang and Shangyuan. He knew that only by taking swift and decisive action could these ambivalent and opportunistic local forces be truly deterred. The imperial court's bestowal of titles and honors, and the promotion to high positions, was accompanied by such meager rewards, clearly indicating that the court was using the positions while also keeping a watchful eye on the situation. Officials from Zhurong and Shangyun sensed this subtle signal from Yingtian, which is why they dared to come under the guise of rescue, intending to kill two birds with one stone. By demonstrating their fearlessness of power and insisting on rescuing Yingtian, they showed that they were still loyal subjects to the king, thus distancing themselves from the powerful Qi defense commissioner and catering to the court's suspicions. Secondly, if they could seize this opportunity to enter Jiangning as reinforcements, or even gain a share of the city's resources based on the so-called righteousness of the imperial court, they could greatly enhance their local influence and counter Qi Zhao's consolidation efforts. Qi Zhao knew exactly what they were thinking. The first step in integrating Jiangkong Prefecture was to make an example of them. Chapter 38. Heaven. One day later, at the Zhurong County Government Office, Magistrate Zhao Wenyuan, who was about 40 years old, held the warrant sent by Jiangning Prefecture in his hand. His brows were furrowed as he angrily said to the county clerk's son beside him, "Outrageous! This brat Qi Zhao dares to be so arrogant and orders me to go to Jiangning for discussions within 3 days. Who does he think he is? A military governor? I must immediately submit a memorial to the court, accusing him of overstepping his authority and coercing his colleagues." Registrar Sun quickly stepped forward and advised, "Your Excellency, please calm down. This matter needs further consideration." Although Qi Zhao's edict was arrogant in wording, the reason he gave was to discuss defense matters in order to secure the region, which gave him a righteous cause. If we submit a memorial on this basis, he will accuse us of sitting idly by when Jiangning was besieged, and now that the defense commissioner has summoned us to discuss defense matters, we are making excuses and refusing to attend. Wouldn't that be giving him a handle to use against us? Even if the court harbors suspicions towards him, it would be difficult for them to openly support us in this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyuan froze on the spot. Registrar Sun is right. If the charges of delaying military operations and resisting a superior's summons are proven true, they would be enough to get him dismissed from his post. He slumped down and gritted his teeth, saying, "Are we just going to let him control us? This kid is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He summoned us here, clearly intending to annex Zhurong, Shangyun, and other counties and dominate the 5 counties of Jiangkong Prefecture." Almost simultaneously, at the Shangyun County Government Office, County Magistrate Zhou Shirong also received the same order. His reaction was exactly the same as Zhao Wenyuan's. He was furious. However, he was also persuaded by his subordinates to calm down. After analyzing the pros and cons, he fell into a dilemma and remained silent. Although the 2 county magistrates were not subordinate to each other, they quickly and secretly communicated on this matter of vital importance. Ultimately, the 2 made the same decision: delay. Neither set off immediately to show a weak protest, nor openly disobey and give the other a handle to use against them. They reluctantly set off for Jiangning Prefecture City on the 3rd day, each with a small number of followers. On the 3rd day, outside the city of Jiangning Prefecture, the carriages of Zhurong County Magistrate Zhao Wenyuan and Shangyun County Magistrate Zhou Shirong arrived at the territory of Jiangning Prefecture, one after the other. As soon as the 2 got off the car, they saw their 1,000-plus reinforcements setting up camp on a barren piece of land 5 miles from the city, looking dejected. The camp was simple and the morale was low, which contrasted sharply with the solemn atmosphere of Jiangning City, where banners were waving and armored soldiers stood in rows not far away. Several gentry representatives they brought, who were usually close to their families and who were trying to curry favor with them, stood aside, their faces filled with unease. Everyone's gaze involuntarily drifted to the other side. That was the temporary camp of Qi Zhao's heavy cavalry. Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong exchanged a glance, both seeing fear and a hint of apprehension in each other's eyes, and simultaneously wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. When a knife handle is in someone else's hand, the situation is more powerful than the person. The 2 men forced themselves to remain calm and instructed the gentry to board the carriage and head towards the city gate of Jiangning. Their arrival and the predicament of the reinforcements outside the city had long been the talk of the town in Jiangning. In the taverns and tea houses, people were talking animatedly. "Have you heard? Officials from Zhurong and Shangyun have arrived. They were invited by the Qi Defense Commissioner." "Hey, now you know you're here. Where were you before? If it weren't for Commander Qi, will we still be here drinking tea? If you ask me, Lord Qi is too lenient. He should have executed Wang Gui, the ringleader, to uphold military law. If it weren't for Commander Chi's miraculous intervention, waiting for their rescue, we'd all be dead by now, our graves overgrown with weeds. That's not quite right. Lord Chi was just promoted by the court, and his methods are too ruthless. It might attract criticism. What's there to be afraid of? In chaotic times, harsh measures are necessary. Without Lord Chi, where would the peace and tranquility we have today be? I think that's how those lazy, incompetent officials should be dealt with. The opinions of the common people range from applauding to secretly worrying, but generally they were filled with disdain for the wait-and-see attitude of the officials in Zhurong and Shangyuan, while they mostly approved of or even supported Qi Zhao's forceful methods. This public opinion, in turn, boosted Qi Zhao's confidence. The carriage entered the city. Although the streets were not as bustling as before, they had returned to basic order. The pedestrians no longer showed the panic of the siege, but rather a sense of peace after surviving the disaster. Occasionally, the cries of vendors could be heard. This scene made Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong even more uncertain. This Qi Xiao was not only good at military affairs, but also managed to govern this chaotic city in such a short time. Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong, along with several local gentry representatives they brought, arrived outside the government office gate. As soon as the group got off the carriage, they were stopped by the guards at the gate. A squad leader stepped forward and said, "Lord Qi has ordered that the 2 county magistrates be invited inside for a meeting. All other gentry, please wait in the side hall outside the yamen for an audience." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong's expressions immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Let them in, but stop the accompanying gentry outside to await an audience. This is clearly a deliberate show of force. It was also a show to those 2 county magistrates that the local power they relied on could only obediently wait before me. The gentry looked at each other, their faces turning pale and then red. At this moment, the situation was beyond their control, so they had no choice but to follow the soldiers to the side hall to wait. This scene made Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong's hearts sink even further. The 2 men, steeling themselves, entered the government office under the guidance of their attendants. They arrived at the side hall for discussions. A moment later, Zhang Shai, the prefectural judge, walked in. Zhao and Zhou quickly stood up, cupped their hands, and said, "Prefect Zhang, how have you been?" Zhang Shai returned the greeting. "You 2 county magistrates have come from afar. Thank you for your hard work." Zhao Wenyuan stepped closer. "Prefect Zhang, we're old acquaintances. Can you tell me the truth? What is the purpose of summoning us here, Commander Qi?" "Commander Qi," Zhou Shirong quickly chimed in. "Yes, Lao Zhang, back then, we all had our own difficulties. Our forces were limited, so we had to keep some reserves to defend our home in case of emergency. Right? You should put in a good word for us." Zhang Shai glanced at them, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then slowly said, "Lord Qi has just rested. Please be patient." To be honest, the situation is very different now than it used to be. After this battle, the 3 counties of Jiangning, Liang, and Qinchuan are now entirely under the control of Commander Qi. As you all have seen, his army is strong and well-equipped. More importantly, the local gentry and wealthy merchants have now given their full support. He paused briefly, then looked meaningfully at Zhao and Zhou. "If you 2 county magistrates wish for favorable weather and peace in Jinkong Prefecture in the future." Zhang Shai did not continue speaking, but the meaning behind his words was already clear. Those who obey will prosper, and those who oppose will perish. Zhao Wenyuan's lips trembled a few times, still trying to make a final struggle, and he whispered to Zhang Shai, "Prefect Zhang, is this really lawless? Even if Qi Xiao is strong, he's just a military man. How dare he coerce an official appointed by the imperial court? We are county magistrates personally appointed by His Majesty." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shai felt a mixture of helplessness and pity, and leaned forward slightly. "Magistrate Zhao, Magistrate Zhou, wake up. Law, heaven. Let me tell you, right now, in Jiangning Prefecture, the 1,500 armored heavy cavalry, under Commander Qi's command, are the law. They are heaven. If he really invites you 2 here today, he can easily accuse you of delaying military operations and plotting rebellion, execute you on the spot, and then report it to the imperial court. Given the current situation where the court needs to both appease the local areas and guard against the Jurchens, do you think they'd bother to investigate the crimes of Defense Commissioner who has just achieved great merit and command a large army, just for the sake of the lives of you 2 minor county magistrates? Or would they grit their teeth and admit it, or even cover for him? These words extinguished the last glimmer of hope and wishful thinking in Zhao and Zhou's hearts. Yes, in chaotic times, military power is the law. These local officials, far from the central government, are as worthless as grass in the face of the strong men who truly wield the sword. The imperial court? The imperial court is in dire straits itself. How could it possibly offend a warlord with a large and independent army for their sake? Having figured this out, the two of them felt as if their spines had been removed, and they almost slipped down. Just then, the curtain on the inner side of the side hall was lifted, and a guard shouted, "Lord Qi has arrived." Chapter 39, Submission. Qi Shao strode out and glanced at Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong, who stood respectfully with their hands at their sides. This scene is a microcosm of a unique political environment in the early Southern Song dynasty. He was well versed in history and knew the key points. Although the local administration in the Southern Song dynasty was nominally divided into three levels: circuit, prefecture, state, and county, the county magistrate was in charge of the civil affairs, judiciary, and finance of county. Jiangning Prefecture held a slightly higher status than ordinary prefectures and was headed by officials such as the prefect. However, in war-torn regions, the authority of military commanders often superseded that of the local administrative system. Although his title of Defense Commissioner of Jiangkong Prefecture was mostly a nominal one during times of peace, in the face of the Jin army pressing in and internal strife breaking out, he now had the power to intervene in or even dominate local government affairs because he held a real large army. It was perfectly legitimate to convene the county magistrate for a meeting under the pretext of discussing defense matters. The deeper reason lies in the court's predicament. At the beginning of the Southern Song dynasty, the country was threatened by the Jurchen Jin dynasty and internal turmoil, including the Miaolu rebellion. Emperor Gaozong Zhao's rule was not stable, and he had to rely on military generals to stabilize the situation. Therefore, the court could only tacitly approve and appease the powerful generals like Yu Fei and Han Shizhong who held military power. How could it possibly investigate a defense commissioner who had just made great contributions and held a large army for the sake of two county magistrates who had delayed military operations and had already angered local powerful generals? As long as there is no open rebellion, military generals can interfere in local government affairs and deal with civil officials, even killing local officials without authorization, as Han Shizhong did. If Qi Xiaojin had truly punished Zhao and Zhou on the grounds of delaying military operations and reported it to Ying Tian, the court would most likely have turned a blind eye or even covered for him. He understood the stakes involved, Zhang Shai understood, and now Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong must also understand. Seeing the two men's submissive and trembling appearance, Qi Shao knew that they had come to understand the reality that in chaotic times, military power is the law. Now that the other party has recognized the situation, he no longer hides anything. "You two county magistrates, please have a seat." Qi Shao sat down first, his tone softening. Zhao and Zhou then took their seats below him, each occupying half of their seats. "Since you two are willing to work together with me to protect our homeland, then we are one of our own." Qi Shao got straight to the point. Now that Jiangkong Prefecture has been newly established, everything is in need of rebuilding, and we are surrounded by powerful enemies. We need to be of one mind to stand firm in this chaotic world. Now, Qi, will inform you of my strategy for the coming year, and I hope you'll provide your full support. Zhao and Zhou bowed immediately. "Your humble servants will obey your orders and will do their utmost. First, eliminate the bandits and strengthen the city's defenses. I give you 2-3 months to cooperate with the officers I have dispatched to completely wipe out all bandit strongholds in and around Zhejiang and Shangyuan counties and restore peace to the people. At the same time, immediately begin reinforcing the county town walls and constructing additional defensive fortifications. The necessary funds, provisions, and manpower will be provided by the county treasury. Any shortfall can be raised from local gentry. Make sure the county town is impregnable by next spring. Second, reorganize the military and recruit new soldiers. You two are permitted to openly recruit able-bodied men within the county and train local militia with a tentative scale of 1,000 men per county. I will dispatch instructors to oversee the training, and the county government and local authorities will jointly bear the costs of equipment, provisions, and pay. What I need is an army that can be mobilized and win battles, not a rabble. Third, encourage trade and restore agriculture. Immediately post a notice to reassure the people. announcing a 30% tax reduction for the next 2 years to attract migrants back to work and to allow businesses and travelers to pass through. Soldiers and clerks are strictly prohibited from harassing merchants and farmers, ensuring smooth roads and a prosperous market. Each county must organize manpower to build water conservancy projects and reclaim wasteland. Next spring, I want to see crops in the fields and grain stored in the granaries. With each point Qi Shao made, Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shurong's hearts sank a little deeper. Each of these points required a huge investment of manpower and resources, which would undoubtedly greatly weaken their control over the county. But at this moment, it was an open conspiracy that they could not refuse. If these measures could be implemented, they would indeed enhance local strength. But they also knew that the one who would ultimately benefit the most and have the strongest control would be the Qi Defense Commissioner in front of them. The above matters concern the survival and prosperity of Jiankong Prefecture, and are also the achievements that enable you two to secure your livelihood. I hope you two will act accordingly and do your jobs diligently. If you encounter any difficulties, please report them at any time, and I will provide support. However, if anyone is outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant or shirks their responsibilities, Zhao and Zhou were sweating profusely and quickly stood up, promising, "Your humble servants will do their utmost to live up to your trust." Very good. Qi Shao nodded. Zhang Tongpan will discuss the specific details with you. Qi Shao knew that the initial integration of Zhurong and Shang Yuan had taken a crucial step. The next step is to gradually integrate the human, material, and financial resources of these two counties into our own system. This was merely the first step in his plan to take control of the entire Jiankong Prefecture and then pursue even greater goals. In chaotic times of vying for supremacy, there is no room for mercy or hesitation. Inside the side hall, several gentry from Zhurong and Shangyin, who had been barred from entering, sat anxiously in the side hall, listening to the faint sounds coming from outside, their hearts pounding with unease. The tea had long since gone cold, and no one had the heart to touch it. Sai, what a mess. A silk merchant surnamed Wang from Shangyuan County wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered to Master Li, a rice merchant from Zhurong County beside him, "We've been honestly doing business at home. How did this unexpected disaster befall us? This attitude of Lord Qi, is it a blessing or a curse?" Old Master Li, being older and more experienced, squinted, listening to the faint silence coming from the main hall, and shook his head. "What's meant to be will be. Old Wang, we need to see the situation clearly. This Qi Defense Commissioner is quite shrewd. Look at those armored soldiers outside the city, and look at Zhang Tongpan's attitude. Jiangning Prefecture is probably really about to change." Another, younger gentry member, Zhao, whose family owned a bookstore, was more well-informed. "What Elderly said is absolutely right. In my humble opinion, this Lord Qi's demeanor reminds me of some rumors. I've heard that Lu Guangshi, the Grand Commandant of Huaishi, commands tens of thousands of troops in his garrison, which prefectural or county official doesn't tremble in fear before him. And then there's Zhang Jun, the Prince of Zhejiang, whose word is law. He probably has considerable influence over local affairs as well." Master Wang gasped. "You mean, this Commander Qi also wants to be like those military leaders and become a local emperor?" "Sure, watch your words." Master Li quickly stopped him, glancing warily at the soldiers guarding the door, and lowered his voice even further. "What local tyrant? This is called an emergency measure, a temporary measure. The imperial court needs to use military generals to protect its territory, so it naturally has to grant them some authority. This was the case with Grand Commandant Lu and Prince Zhang, and it seems that this Commander Qi is following the same path. If we small fish and shrimps want to live a peaceful life, we must recognize who the real people are on this land right now. In my opinion, Lord Qi's decision to invite us here and then leave us hanging might not be a bad thing. Perhaps he intends to use us to relay his words and the events of today back to Zhurong and Shang Yuan." The group exchanged glances, seemingly understanding the situation. Yes, summoning these influential local gentry, but not allowing them into the main hall is a clear message. You have no say in core decisions, but you need to know who's in charge, and you need to take this message back with you. Just then, the commotion in the main hall seemed to have reached a conclusion. After a series of footsteps, the team leader walked in, his attitude slightly more conciliatory than before. "Gentlemen, Lord Qi has ordered that the meeting in the main hall has concluded. His Excellency, out of consideration for your long wait, has prepared some light tea. Please move to the flower hall and have a seat. His Excellency will be here shortly to speak with you." The gentry were taken aback and exchanged glances. The subtle change in attitude, from being relegated to a side room to being served tea in the main hall, seemed to confirm Master Li's guess. Lord Shi did not intend to suppress him outright, but rather to intimidate him before trying to win him over. Chapter 40. Ruling Jiankong Prefecture. After explaining the general strategy to Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong, Qi Xiao did not let them leave immediately. He changed the subject, his tone becoming more moderate. Your Excellencies, today's matter concerns the overall situation and requires swift action. However, local governance ultimately cannot be separated from the assistance of the gentry. Those gentlemen outside are all pillars of Zhurong and Shangyuan, aren't they? Zhao and Zhou quickly agreed. Qi Xiao nodded slightly. In that case, we shouldn't be too negligent. Someone, please invite the gentleman outside to the flower hall for tea. I will meet with them later. After all, many things in the future will require the help of local sages. This order stirred something within Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong. Qi Xiao's actions were clearly a combination of a slap and a sweet treat. He first used swift and decisive measures to intimidate the two chief officials and establish his authority, then treated the gentry they brought with courtesy to show his appeasement, while also implying that he could directly communicate with local power figures and was not entirely dependent on these migrant officials. Your humble servants understand. The two bowed and replied, their resentment and lingering hope vanishing. This young defense commander not only commanded a powerful army, but also possessed a deep understanding of the art of balancing power. When Qi Xiao entered the flower hall, he had already put on a relatively gentle expression. He spoke with the gentry about the importance of restoring commerce and stabilizing the local area, affirming their role while subtly reminding them to adapt to the times and work together. Seeing that this powerful military commander was not simply arrogant, but rather willing to communicate, the gentry felt much relieved and expressed their support. They understood that, under the new power structure, they had to cooperate with the new ruler in order to protect their family's interests. You are all pillars of the local government. In the future, we will need your assistance in handling the county's affairs, people's livelihood, and defense, and work together with you. He paused briefly, picked up his teacup, and took a small sip. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties in the local area in the future, or see anything inappropriate, you may also send someone to report directly to this envoy at any time. As long as it is done in the public interest and for the sake of local peace, this envoy will certainly provide assistance as appropriate. He put down his teacup. With the current resources of Jiankong Prefecture, not to mention anything else, it is more than enough to dispatch 1,000 infantrymen and 500 cavalrymen to assist in maintaining local order and suppressing unrest. These words shocked the gentry, and they instantly understood Qi Xiao's deeper meaning. This is far from a simple act of helping out. It is clearly giving them a direct channel to the highest authorities, and at the same time, a blatant warning. They were granted the privilege of bypassing the county magistrate and reporting directly to Qi Xiao. This means that if the county magistrate acts unfairly or harms their interests, they have a strong channel for appeal and checks and balances. Qi Xiao's promised assistance and support are a real military backing. Qi Xiao also made it clear to them that he was capable and ready to intervene in local affairs at any time. If Zhao Wenyuan and Zhou Shirong dare to outwardly comply but inwardly defy orders or disobey commands, Qi Xiao can take advantage of these gentry's reports and, under the pretext of pacifying the local area, directly send troops to intervene and even take them down. This move was extremely clever. He not only won over the gentry class, giving them a sense of security and new hope, making them willing to serve him, but also planted a thorn in the side of the ruling system of the two county magistrates, Zhao and Zhou, to ensure that they dared not have any disloyal intentions. This statement, 1,000 infantrymen and 500 cavalrymen are more than enough, demonstrates his absolute strength and control with an air of effortless ease. The gentry were all shrewd men. How could they not understand? After a brief moment of shock, they all stood up. Your Excellency is wise. We will certainly do our utmost to assist the magistrate in stabilizing the region, and we will report any complaint from below to you truthfully. Qi Xiao nodded slightly, knowing that his goal had been achieved. He successfully implemented an invisible system of oversight and checks and balances in Zhurong and Shangyuan counties, binding the interests of local gentry with his own authority. Standing by, Zhang Shai watched all of this and secretly admired Qi Xiao's cunning and shrewd methods. Zhao Wenyuan, and Zhou Shurong felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that from now on, they would not only have a defense commissioner with a large army above them, but also a group of eyes and ears who could be directly helped by this defense commissioner. They had no choice but to follow Qi Xiao wholeheartedly. After seeing off Zhao Wenyuan, Zhou Shurong, and the other gentry, who all had their own thoughts, Qi Xiaojiang stretched in the hall, wanting to rest for a while. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully subdued the main officials and gentry of the 5 counties of Jiankang Prefecture, Jiangning, Zhurong, Shangyin, Lishui, and Qingchuan, and have initially achieved substantial control over the entire territory of Jiankang Prefecture. Reputation increased. Local hero. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 heavily armored cavalry. Congratulations, host. You have received 5,000 taels of gold. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 taels of silver. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2,000 dan of refined grain. Even with his resolute will, Qi Xiao was still shaken by the generous reward. 1,000 heavy cavalry, 5,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, 2,000 dan of grain. This is like sending charcoal in snowy weather or rain after a long drought. His cavalry instantly expanded to more than 2,600 riders, and his core combat strength increased dramatically. More importantly, the massive amounts of gold, silver, and grain are exactly the resources he urgently needs right now. Raising soldiers, building cities, and ensuring the safety of the people. Which of these doesn't require money and grain? Compared to this, the meager reward from the imperial court was simply a drop in the ocean. The system's reward this time directly solved his immediate problem, giving him more confidence to implement his plan. Just then, a guard hurriedly entered the hall and knelt on one knee. Reporting to Your Excellency. Urgent report from Qingchuan County. Several Jin Dynasty merchants have arrived in the county with a large quantity of furs and pearls from the north, intending to set up a warehouse in Qingchuan to trade tea and silk with us. This matter is of great importance, and neither Zhang, the head constable, nor the county magistrate dared to act on their own. Therefore, they dispatched a fast horse to request instructions from Your Excellency for a decision. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiao frowned slightly. Merchants from the Jin Dynasty? In this sensitive period of confrontation between the Song and Jin dynasties and frequent warfare, how could Jin merchants dare to cross the border and venture deep into Qingchuan County, the heart of Jiankang Prefecture, to do business? There's probably more to this story than meets the eye. Trading with the Jurchens was highly politically sensitive and could easily be seized upon by the pro-peace faction or the upright officials in the court, who could then label them as traitors. Moreover, who can guarantee that there aren't Jin spies among these merchants? But on the other hand, border trade during wartime was extremely profitable. The Jin dynasty nobles had long coveted tea, silk, and porcelain from the Jiangnan region, while the southern Song dynasty was equally eager for war horses, furs, and medicinal herbs from the north. If we can control this trade route, we can not only acquire enormous wealth to replenish military funds, but also use this channel to obtain military and political intelligence from the north. It is a double-edged sword. If used well, its power is immense. No wonder Zhang Yuha, the county magistrate, couldn't make a decision. This matter is indeed thorny, but it also contains a huge opportunity. A moment ago, Qi Xiao might have felt that resources were scarce and that he needed to be more cautious in his actions. But now he was full of confidence. Prepare the horses. Qi Xiao stood up abruptly. Let's set off immediately for Qingchuan County. Yes. The guard accepted the order and left. A moment later, Qi Xiao, wearing a cloak and surrounded by 10 iron cavalrymen, rushed out of Jiangning Prefecture and sped towards Qingchuan County. The sound of horses' hooves clattered and dust billowed. Chapter 41 Letter. More than 4 hours later, it was getting dark. After riding relentlessly, even with Qi Xiao's superb riding skills, he was jolted so much that his bones felt like they were about to fall apart, and his buttocks were in so much pain they felt like they were about to split open. He cursed inwardly at how terrible the traffic was these days. When the caravan entered Qingchuan County, the scene before them lessened his fatigue considerably. On the official road, many laborers were repairing the road surface and widening dangerous sections under the command of officials. Although the project has just begun, it has already shown signs of being well organized. On the roads, there was a noticeable increase in the number of merchants and travelers. There were vendors pushing wheelbarrows, caravans of goods with pack horses, and even a few elaborately decorated horse-drawn carriages. Although the pedestrians' faces bore the marks of time and hardship, they showed less of the panic of fleeing and more of the busyness of making a living. Qixiao felt somewhat relieved. The road workers and passing merchants, upon seeing this cavalry unit with its gleaming armor and fully equipped swords and bows, all respectfully stepped aside to watch, pausing to observe and whisper amongst themselves. They are Lord Qi's soldiers. Look at that armor, it's really impressive. Qixiao heard a few snippets of information, his expression calm, but a sense of accomplishment stirred within him. The people's hearts were gradually calming, and trade routes were beginning to open, signs of a solid foundation. When the cavalry arrived at the foot of Qingchuan County, the afterglow of the setting sun was shining on the city walls. Qixiao reined in his horse and observed carefully. The Qingchuan County town before him was vastly different from when he left more than half a month ago. The city wall has clearly been reinforced and heightened, and new ramparts and corner towers have been built in some key areas. The soldiers guarding the city gate, though not as well equipped as his elite troops, had a completely new look. Their uniforms were neat. They stood with their guns in hand, their backs straight, and their eyes scanned the crowds coming and going, showing no sign of slackness or laziness. Seeing Qixiao's elite cavalry charging towards them, the gatekeepers immediately stepped forward, hands on their swords, and stood at attention. Halt! Show your credentials. The captain of Qixiao's personal guard stepped forward and showed his token. Lord Qi, return to the city. After the officer checked the token, his expression turned solemn, and he immediately stepped aside, pounding his chest with his right hand and shouting, "Greetings, Your Excellency." The soldiers behind him also saluted in unison. Qixiao was satisfied with the discipline and high morale of the garrison. He spurred his horse and led his cavalry into the city. The city streets are cleaner than ever before, and the markets are bustling with activity and much more people. Although it couldn't compare to the scale of Jiangning Prefecture, it was already a scene of peace and prosperity. When the people saw Qixiao's cavalry, they all stopped to watch. Go directly to the county government office, Qixiao instructed his personal guards. He was now more concerned about the Jin dynasty merchants. However, the new atmosphere shown in Qingchuan County gave him more confidence in handling the following matters. He endured the soreness in his buttocks and urged his horse toward the county government office. Qixiao stepped into the main hall of Qingchuan County Government Office. Zhang Yu and County Magistrate Wang, who had already received the news, hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. "My lord, you've finally arrived," Zhang Yu said, clasping his hands in greeting. Wang Yasi also bowed in greeting. Qixiao waved his hand, plopped down in the main seat, rubbed his aching back and legs, and asked directly, "Where is he?" He was exhausted, and as the commander in charge of the defense of 5 counties, he naturally couldn't lower himself to meet a few merchants. The magistrate reported, "Your Honor, those Jin merchants have been arranged to stay at the Yueli in the east of the city. They brought quite a few furs, ginseng, and pearls. It seemed they genuinely intended to do business. However, the one in the lead, Wan Yanzong, doesn't have the demeanor of an ordinary merchant, and his men also exude a shrewd and capable air. I feel he's not as simple as he seems." "Yes," Qixiao nodded. "Have them come to see me in the side hall of the yamen." He wanted to see what these golden gourds were up to. "Yes." Wang, the clerk, immediately sent someone to summon him. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the guards led several men dressed in Song dynasty clothing, but with significantly more robust physiques and faces bearing the marks of the northern winds and frost, into the side hall. The leader, a man around 40 years old, with a ruddy complexion and shrewd eyes, wore the typical smile of a businessman. He cupped his hands and said, "This humble one, Wan Yanzong, pays his respects to the defense commissioner. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, and it is an honor to meet you today." Behind him, several men carried several boxes. When they opened them, they found top-quality mink fur, old ginseng, crystal-clear northern pearls, and several exquisite Jin dynasty handicrafts, all of considerable value. Qixiao glanced at the rare treasures with a calm expression. These things might seem precious to ordinary people, but to him, who had seen the dazzling array of the modern world, they were nothing more than local specialties. He was more interested in the true purpose of these people. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation turned to the possibility of trading furs, medicinal herbs, tea, and silk. Wan Yanzong spoke earnestly, seemingly genuinely interested in doing business. However, Qi Xiao noticed that during the breaks in the conversation, Wang Yinzong's gaze inadvertently swept over Zhang Yu, the county magistrate, and Wang Yasi, who were standing by his side. He suddenly changed the subject, smiling. "My lord, I have some privately collected treasures from the north, and I would like to ask you to appraise them privately. Would that be possible?" Qi Xiao's heart skipped a beat, knowing that the real show was about to begin. He waved his hand and said, "You all step back and wait outside the door." Yes. Although the group had some doubts, they still left the side hall as instructed and closed the door behind them. Only Qi Xiao, Wang Yinzong, and a silent follower behind Wang Yinzong remained in the hall. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. The smile on Wang Yinzong's face gradually faded, replaced by a calm and even slightly arrogant expression. He gave a wink, and the silent attendant stepped forward, took out a sheepskin envelope sealed with sealing wax and bearing a unique seal from his bosom, and presented it to Qi Xiao with both hands. "Commander of Qi," Wang Yinzong's voice lowered slightly. "This is a handwritten letter from Marshal Wang Yinzong Biwuzhu, the Grand Marshal of Nanjing Road of our great Jin Kingdom, instructing me to present it to you in person. Please take a look, Your Excellency." Wang Yinzong Biwuzhu, the Grand Marshal of Nanjing Road of the Jin Dynasty. He was one of the highest commanders of the Jin armies at Southern Invasion, a true figure of real power. Qi Xiao took the envelope, tore off the sealing wax, and pulled out the letter inside. The letter was written in Chinese characters. "The Grand Marshal of Nanjing Road of the Great Jin Dynasty writes to His Excellency Qi, the Commander-in-Chief of the Song Dynasty. I have heard of Your Excellency's youthful heroism in your command of a region, and I greatly admire you. The Southern Dynasty is weak and incompetent, and Zhao Go is merely seeking peace. There is no wise ruler to rely on. Your Excellency possesses extraordinary talent. How could you be content to remain subservient to others for long? If you wish to abandon darkness and embrace light, cease hostilities, and open trade, our great Jin will surely petition His Majesty to bestow upon you a hereditary title of king, granting you eternal rule over Jiankong, where you will enjoy wealth and glory, sharing the prosperity of the nation. If you remain obstinate, once the army arrives, everything will be destroyed, and it will be too late for regrets. I urge you to reconsider." Qi Xiao slowly put down the letter, looked up at Wang Yinzong, his face revealing neither joy nor anger, and asked in a calm tone, "Mr. Wang Yin, are you here on behalf of the Jin Dynasty's Marshal's office to bribe me, Qi?" Wang Yinzong smiled slightly, with a hint of confidence. "You flatter me, sir. This is the Marshal valuing your talent and giving you a clear path. Although Jiankong is a good place, it is sandwiched between the powerful Jin Dynasty in the north and the weak Song Dynasty in the south. How long can you hold out? Only by serving our great Jin can we ensure the safety of our land and people, and bring wealth and prosperity to our descendants. You are a wise man. You should know how to choose." Chapter 42, Ironclad Cavalry versus Divine Armor Army. Qi Xiao read the so-called surrender letter expressionlessly, then held the corner of the letter between his fingers and casually brought it to the candlelight beside him. The flames licked at the paper, quickly charring and curling it, turning it into a few ashes that drifted down. Without even looking at Yinzong's frozen expression, he sat back down in the main seat, crossed his legs, and lazily raised his eyelids. "What are the benefits?" Wang Yinzong was taken aback, seemingly not quite understanding. "What do you mean, sir? Didn't the letter already state that the title of prince would be hereditary, and he would be permanently stationed in Jiankong?" "Huh," Qi Xiao scoffed, interrupting him. You don't actually think you can fool me, Qi, with just these two empty words and a pie in the sky, do you? I'll capture you right now, tie you up, and send you to Ingtian to be handed over to the Zhao Emperor. Maybe I can even get a few taels of silver as a reward and earn a reputation for loyalty and bravery. Where is your king title? Empty words and empty promises are useless. I want something tangible. 2,000 taels of gold and 100 war horses, or else forget it. Upon hearing this, Wang Yinzong did not get angry but laughed instead, his laughter filled with disdain. "Ha ha, Qi Defense Commander, you think too highly of yourself. The reason our great Jin Kingdom is willing to recruit you is because we think highly of you and we're afraid of trouble. Do you really think that with your small Jiankong prefecture and a few thousand soldiers, you can negotiate with our great Jin Kingdom? Let me tell you, my great Jin cavalry can march south at any time and flatten your Jiankong prefecture first. Then, do you think your Emperor Zhao will dare to send troops to rescue you? or will he quickly send another batch of tribute to beg us to appease his anger? He stepped forward, his imposing aura overwhelming. Those who understand the times are the heroes. Obey the king's command obediently, and wealth and honor will be yours. If you don't know what's good for you, the true intentions were revealed. This is the Jin dynasty's usual tactic of using force to intimidate and force them to submit. Qi Zhao's lazy expression vanished, and he slowly stood up. Originally, I was thinking of playing along with you guys and swindling some money. But since you put it this way, there's no point in talking anymore. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted sternly, "Guards, seize him!" Bang! The side hall door was kicked open. Zhang Yu, who had been lying in ambush outside, led a group of fierce armored soldiers in and rushed in. Their swords were drawn and flashed coldly, and they immediately surrounded Wang Yanzong and his entourage. "You! How dare you!" Wang Yanzong was both shocked and furious. He never expected Qi Zhao to be so assertive. Zhang Yu kicked him in the back of the knee, and Wang Yanzong fell to his knees with a thud. Two armored soldiers twisted his arms behind his back and held him down tightly, but he still forced a show of force, raising his head and roaring, "Qi Zhao, how dare you treat the great Jin envoy like this? My great Jin iron cavalry will surely crush this tiny place of yours." Qi Zhao walked up to Wang Yanzong, looked down at him, and his eyes were disdainful. "Threatening me?" Qi Zhao sneered, then suddenly raised his foot and stepped on Wang Yanzong's head. Although the Southern Song dynasty was hostile to the Jin dynasty, it still maintained basic diplomatic etiquette. As national representatives, the Jin envoys were rarely subjected to such humiliating acts as stepping on their heads by the Southern Song generals. This not only violated the diplomatic norms of the time, but also contradicted the Southern Song's tradition of governing the country with propriety. But Qi Zhao is an exception. "I'm not Zhao Go. My Jiankong prefecture is not his Ingtian. If you have the guts, bring your iron cavalry. Crush my walls. Cut off my head. Otherwise, the sky over Jiankong prefecture will still belong to the Han people, and the land south of the Yangtze River will still belong to the Song people. Let Jin Wuzhu bring his iron pagoda. My divine armor army isn't to be trifled with. I'll avoid his sharp edge. Dream on." Wang Yanzong was trampled underfoot, feeling the immense force and overwhelming killing intent coming from above, his heart pounding with fear. He then realized that he was wrong. The young man in front of him was a ruthless man, a hero who dared to look down on powerful enemies and fight to the death. Qi Zhao withdrew his foot and said to Zhang Yu, "Take them away. Keep a close watch on them. These Jin dogs are our bargaining chips in negotiations with Jin Wuzhu. Order all armies to strengthen their defenses and send out scouts 50 li away. Also, embellish today's events and the Jin envoy's outrageous remarks and spread them out." He wanted the entire army, and even the people of Jiankong Prefecture, to know that their commander-in-chief was fearless of the Jin dynasty and vowed to fight to the death. "Yes," Zhang Yu responded with a resounding roar, his eyes filled with fervent worship for his lord's declaration. The armored soldiers dragged Wang Yanzong and his men away like dead dogs. Silence returned to the side hall, with only Qi Zhao's heavy breathing remaining. His words were addressed not only to the Jurchens but also to his own soldiers. However, those words were by no means arrogant talk, but were based on an assessment of the strength of both sides and a prediction of future developments. Through a series of battles and system rewards, his heavy cavalry has expanded to more than 2,600 riders. This is a terrifying force that is well equipped and empowered by a system. Given time, if he could develop steadily for half a year, he was confident that he could expand this cavalry force to more than 5,000 cavalrymen. This would be a decisive force capable of shaking the balance of power in the region. Although the Jin dynasty was powerful at this time, it was by no means omnipotent. At present, the main force of the Jin army is deeply mired in the northern battlefield, and important towns in the central plains such as Shanzhou, Xiangzhou, and Xizhou have just been captured. With Hejin Prefecture still under siege, Jin Wuzhu, Wang Yanzong, as the commander of the southern route, faced resistance from the remnants of the Song army, harassment from local militias, and pressure from the long supply lines. It was simply impossible for him to gather enough troops in the short term to launch a full-scale attack on this formidable force that had already become a force to be reckoned with. The Jin dynasty was more likely to adopt a strategy of political inducement or localized pressure rather than a long and arduous military campaign. Qi Shao was well versed in history. The Jin army's most elite, Iron Pagoda heavy cavalry, during the Jin dynasty's heyday, numbered approximately 6,000 cavalrymen. Moreover, they needed to be dispersed and deployed in various strategic directions, and it was impossible for them to be deployed entirely to the Jiangdong region. If Jin Wuzhu dares to send several thousand Iron Pagoda troops south to fight him to the death, his 5,000 heavy cavalry, which have been developed over the past 6 months, are fully confident in a head-on battle. Even with the Jin dynasty launching a full-scale attack, he still had a final escape route. Abandon the city, break up his forces into smaller units, and lead his core cavalry into the continuous mountainous areas of southern Anhui and western Zhejiang to wage guerrilla warfare. With the formidable combat power of the system cavalry and the fact that they require no logistics, they're capable of wearing down any Jin army that attempts to suppress them. At worst, I'll just avoid him for 6 months. This is precisely where his greatest strategic resilience lies. Having figured these points out, Qi Zhao's belief became even stronger. He gazed northward and muttered to himself, "Jin Wuzhu, you'd better pray you don't provoke me so soon. Give me another 6 months. When the time comes, I'll use these 5,000 iron cavalry to give your Iron Pagoda a good test on the banks of the Yangtze River. Let's see if your iron hooves are harder, or my spearhead is sharper." Chapter 43, Divine General System. The December winds were biting cold within the territory of Jiangdong Prefecture. According to military reports from a few days ago, it seems the Imperial Court is making some moves. The veteran General Zhong coordinated the northern expedition, and with Yu Fei, a promising young general under his command, as the vanguard, they marched north and recovered the old capital, Bianliang. This is undoubtedly good news, indicating that the Southern Song Court has not completely lost its fighting spirit and is able to tie down a large number of Jin troops on the northern front. With Zhongzhe and Yu Fei causing trouble in the north, Jin Wuzhu's main force will inevitably be drawn to the Hunan area. This is a godsend for me. The Jin army has no chance of amassing a large force to march south and cause trouble for my Jiangdong Prefecture in the short term. The Zhaoguo court's attention was primarily focused on the northern front and its own safety. It was temporarily unable, or rather, dared not, interfere too much in my consolidation efforts in Jiangdong. Qi Shao has been leading a large army to suppress bandits for more than a month now, and has not returned to Jiangning Prefecture. Through repeated battles and system replenishment, his iron cavalry has quietly expanded to more than 3,000 riders, and its momentum is becoming increasingly formidable. However, as the campaign to suppress the bandits deepened, the remaining bandits learned their lesson and stopped fighting individually. Instead, they united and defended their positions in strategic locations. The Blackfish Pond water village in front of us, located in Shangyuan County, is just like that. Built on a complex reed marshland with narrow and winding waterways, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The stronghold was home to 3 of the largest bandit groups in the area, numbering nearly 1,000, who resisted stubbornly by relying on the terrain. Qi Zhao's heavy cavalry was unable to maneuver in the muddy swamp, so he had to mobilize a large number of infantry and use various means such as fire attacks, sieges, and persuasion to surrender. It took more than 10 days to finally break through the stockade, capture and kill the stubborn bandit leader, and the rest either surrendered or fled. Following this battle, the large-scale banditry surrounding Shangyuan County was eradicated. Standing on the ruins of the water fortress where the fighting had just subsided, Qi Shao watched as the battlefield was being cleared and let out a long sigh of relief. Despite the numerous victories won in the continuous battles, he was utterly exhausted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully eradicating the largest bandit stronghold in Shangyuan County, Blackfish Pond Water Village, and completely eliminating banditry in Shangyuan County. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 divine power, unparalleled pill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 magnificent steed, Black Cloud Treading Snow Frisian Horse. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Dragon Scale Mystic Armor. The divine power, unparalleled pill? Just hearing that name is incredibly domineering. He checked the instructions. After taking this, you will be completely transformed, gaining unparalleled superhuman strength. You can easily draw a 300-pound bow, carry a 300-pound load at high speed, as usual, and lift a 300-pound object with 1 hand. This is practically a promotion to the standard of a martial arts champion. Qi Shao exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Such divine power far exceeds the imagination of ordinary people and is comparable to those unparalleled warriors in history. The magnificent black cloud treading snow. This is a Frisian warhorse with a glossy black coat and full armor. It is tall and magnificent, with excellent endurance and explosive power. It is the best of the best. Dragon scale mystic armor? A set of exquisitely crafted, jet black full body plate armor, with layers upon layers of armor plates resembling dragon scales. Its design is both imposing and magnificent, and its protective capabilities far surpass those of the current era. System, does this mean I should personally charge in a battle, slay generals, and capture flags? Qi Shao gripped the divine power pill the size of a longan, a surge of long-suppressed heroism erupting from his heart. First to storm the enemy lines, break through their formation, slay their generals, and capture their flag. Which passionate young man hasn't dreamed of personally riding a horse, brandishing a spear, galloping across the battlefield, and taking the enemy general's head amidst a sea of soldiers? Previously, although he had ambitions, his own martial arts skills were ultimately limited, and he was more of a strategist. Now, the opportunity is right in front of him. Damn it! Qi Shao swallowed the divine power unparalleled pill in one gulp. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a violent surge of heat swept through the entire body. It felt as if every cell was being torn apart, reorganized, and expanded. The intense pain caused him to groan. A few breaths later, the pain receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. He felt his whole body filled with explosive power, as if he could shatter mountains with a single punch. He then punched a dead tree next to him. He actually broke the tree trunk in half with a single punch. Splinters flew everywhere. The surrounding guards were stunned by this sudden scene. Their commander was so brave. Qi Shao was startled by his own power, but then he was overjoyed. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body, and let out a long roar that shook the surrounding area, filled with boundless pride. "Bring me my armor and my horse," he commanded loudly, his voice strong and confident. The guards then came to their senses, carried over the set of dragon scale armor, and led over the magnificent steed black cloud treading snow. With the assistance of his personal guards, Qi Shao donned his armor and went into battle. Armored in black dragon scales, riding a warhorse with dark clouds and snow-covered hooves, coupled with his imposing figure, he truly resembled a god descending to earth, his power unstoppable. Qi Shao mounted his horse, a long iron spear in hand. "Order the entire army. Rest for a day, then set off for Zhejiang County tomorrow. I will personally pave the way for you." Seeing their commander's awe-inspiring power, the soldiers' morale soared, and they roared in unison, "We are willing to follow you, sir, to quell the banditry in Zhejiang." Just over a month after Qi Shao personally led his army to suppress bandits and pacify the local area, the situation on the entire Songjin battlefield deteriorated once again. Although sporadic reports of victory occasionally arrived, such as the Song army's temporary recapture of Cizhou, the local militia and remnants of the Song army launched a counterattack. However, the main force of the Jin army launched a fierce offensive, successively capturing strategic locations such as Jiezhou and Hezhongfu, and its advance was aimed directly at the Yellow River. In addition, the Song army suffered a crushing defeat in the Mazhou area, losing many soldiers and generals. Along with this, the prefectures of Hebei surrendered without resistance. Faced with the Jin army's advance, the generals and officials of Xiongzhou, Qizhou, Yangningjun, Baozhou, and other places successively opened their gates and surrendered, and a large area of land north of the Yellow River quickly fell into enemy hands. Emperor Gaozong of Song, Zhaoguo, was terrified of the Jin army's southward advance and abandoned the Yellow River defense line, leading the central government in a hasty retreat to Yangzhou, further south. When this series of bad news reached Qi Zhao's army, it caused quite a stir. Although the soldiers had no affection for the imperial court, they couldn't help but feel pessimistic when they heard that even the emperor had fled and that northern prefectures and counties were falling one after another. They felt that the situation was hopeless. When these messages were presented to Qi Shao, he remained silent after reading them. He dismissed his attendants and stood alone in front of the map, his gaze sweeping over the fallen prefectures and cities, finally settling on Jiankang Prefecture. Historically, Emperor Gaozong was all too aware of his tendency toward escapism. While the court's southward flight was despicable, From another perspective, it also meant that the central government's control over the local areas would be further weakened. With the north defeated and the court relocated south, the Jiangnan region is likely to descend into even greater chaos. But this is precisely the time for us to rise. After consuming the divine power pill, his combat experience greatly increased through continuous bandit suppression. Upon achieving the feat of killing 100 men, the system rewarded him again, expanding his force to 3,500 iron cavalry. If the imperial court can't be relied upon, then we'll rely on ourselves. If the Jin army dares to march south, the first hurdle they'll have to overcome is my Jiankong prefecture. Zhao Guo may flee, but Qi Xiao, will never retreat. Pass down the order. The court's movements are state secrets and must not be discussed in the army. All units must remain at their posts, continue to suppress bandits, and pacify the people, and strengthen city defenses. Anyone who dares to undermine morale or spread rumors will be dealt with according to military law. The more turbulent the situation and the more anxious people are, the more we need the absolute steadfastness and strong self-confidence of the leader. He must stabilize morale and continue at his own pace to accelerate the integration of Jiankong and accumulate strength. If the sky were to fall outside, there would be tall people to hold it up, but in Jiankong prefecture, the sky could not fall. He even had a vague feeling that this storm might be the best opportunity for him to rise up and carve out his own territory. The tide of history rolls ever onward. Some drift with the current, some swim against it. Qi Xiao, however, chose the latter. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month is the Little New Year. The continuous fighting and tense atmosphere gradually subsided as the year drew to a close. The Jin army in the north also seemed to follow ancient customs, beginning to shrink its battle lines and prepare for their grand, worshipping heaven ceremony. At that time, the Jin emperor and his ministers will wear traditional sable fur coats and hew clothing to worship heaven and earth and pray for the fate of a nation. Meanwhile, in the southern Song territory, everyone was immersed in the busy preparations and anticipation for the Lunar New Year. Qi Xiao was able to temporarily withdraw from his military service and return to Jiangning Prefecture. At this time, Jiangning was lined with shops and stalls selling New Year pictures, door gods, spring festival couplets, firecrackers, pastries, and dried goods. Children, dressed in newly tailored cotton-padded jackets, chased and played among the crowd, clutching their newly received New Year's money in their little hands, their laughter ringing out. Every household is sweeping and cleaning their courtyards, putting up peachwood charms, and preparing to welcome the new year. On the canal, boats laden with New Year's goods shuttled back and forth, and the shouts of laborers filled the docks. Although it lacked the extreme prosperity of peaceful years, this lively and peaceful scene after the disaster was all the more precious. Qi Xiao stood on the pavilion in the backyard of the government office, gazing at the scene from the railing, and felt a rare sense of peace in his heart. The fatigue from months of continuous fighting seemed to be somewhat alleviated by the strong festive atmosphere of the new year. At this moment, a guard quickly went upstairs and presented a letter sealed with sealing wax with both hands. "My lord, there is an urgent message from Hangzhou." Qi Xiao took the letter and, upon seeing the neat and familiar handwriting on the envelope, felt a slight stirring in his heart. It was Qian Yu. Chapter 44 Report. Qi Xiao opened it. It was Qian Yu's handwriting. Aside from the routine greetings and New Year wishes, the core content of the letter surprised Qi Xiao. "My ancestors and the elders of the clan, having heard of the general's youthful brilliance and his commanding presence in Jiankong, which has shaken the Jiangdong region, all wish to witness his prowess. On the occasion of the Spring Festival, I have specially ordered you to write this letter, sincerely inviting you, General, to visit Hangzhou and spend the new year with us if you can spare the time. Though my humble abode is simple, this location by West Lake may offer some respite from the weariness of military service. The elders of my clan also hope to share a drink with the General, reminiscing about our shared hometown and discussing future plans." This invitation was politely worded and humble, but its underlying meaning was far from insignificant. The Qin clan, a prominent family in the Wuyue region, actually took the initiative to invite Qi Xiao, a military general from another clan, to their ancestral home in Hangzhou to celebrate the most important family festival, the New Year. This goes far beyond ordinary courtesy exchanges. It's a very high-level signal of recognition and courting, almost equivalent to announcing to the outside world that the relationship between the Qian family and Qi Xiao has entered a very close phase. Qi Xiao put down the letter, his eyes gleaming. The Qin family wanted to see for themselves whether Qi Shao was truly as heroic and extraordinary as the rumors suggested, and whether he was worth investing heavily in. They want to use the highly symbolic occasion of the new year to further solidify their relationship and potentially discuss more specific collaborations or even marriage. Finally, the goal was to let Qi Shao witness firsthand the Qin family's foundation and influence in Hangzhou, thereby boosting his confidence. Celebrating the new year together, drinking and chatting happily. Qi Shao repeated these words softly. This trip to Hangzhou, seemingly a festive invitation, was actually a trap to orchestrate a strategic plan for the future. Go. We absolutely have to go. This is not only a response to the Qin family, but also a golden opportunity for him to step out of Jiankong and demonstrate his strength and magnanimity. Hesitation and timidity are not the ways to achieve anything. He immediately picked up his pen and wrote a reply. I am deeply grateful for the kindness of Mr. Qian and Elder Zong, and for Miss Yu's gracious invitation. We should have set off immediately to attend this grand ceremony. However, the banditry has just subsided, and there are many other matters to attend to, so some arrangements need to be made. I have decided to travel light and travel simply to Hangzhou on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month to pay my respects. I hope to receive your further guidance and celebrate the new year together. Xiao bows respectfully. After writing the letter, he immediately ordered it to be sent to Hangzhou by fast horse. Putting down his pen, Qi Shao looked out the window at the growing festive atmosphere of the new year, but his thoughts had already flown to the West Lake. Make preparations, he instructed his attendants. Select 50 elite guards, prepare gifts, and have them accompany me south to Hangzhou in 3 days. Yes, on the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, in the small kitchen in the backyard of the Jiangning prefect. Qi Shao took some time to visit the small kitchen he had set up in secret. It was originally a place for officials on night duty to heat up their meals, but he had temporarily requisitioned it and turned it into his experimental workshop. Several earthenware jars were placed on the stove, and the air was filled with a peculiar smell similar to fermented soybeans. Qi Shao opened the seal of one of the jars, picked up a little yellowish-white crystalline powder with a bamboo stick, smelled it close to his nose, then dipped his fingertip in it and tasted it. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This is the original version of MSG, monosodium glutamate, that he created by using his spare time and based on his vague memories of his previous life, by mixing soybean meal and wheat bran with salt water for medium temperature fermentation, and then filtering, concentrating, and crystallizing it. Although its purity and yield are far inferior to modern processes, its ability to enhance freshness and flavor is absolutely groundbreaking black technology in an era where cooking techniques are relatively simple and rely on broth and the original flavor of ingredients. The fermentation process takes exactly 7 to 15 days, which is just the right time. The Qin family of Hangzhou is the wealthiest family in the world. What delicacies and rare treasures haven't they seen? Giving them gold and silver would seem vulgar and might not even catch their eye. Qi Shao pondered himself, but this MSG food is the most important thing for people. This stuff might be more useful than 1,000 taels of gold. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, in the council hall of the Jiangning prefectural government, Qi Shao sat in the main seat, listening to Zhang Shai, Zhao Pelu, formerly a judicial officer, now in charge of city defenses, and Zhang Yu summarized the military and political situation over the past 2 months. Zhang Shai stepped forward first, holding the account book, and reported to the Civil Affairs Department. Your Excellency, in the past 2 months, the administration of the 5 counties of Jiankong, Jiangning, Zhejiang, Lishui, Shangyuan, and Qingchuan has been initially streamlined. In terms of finance, with the clearing of bandit funds, the confiscation of stolen money, and the gradual recovery of commercial taxes, the government treasury currently has about 50,000 taels of silver and 80,000 sure of grain. Although it is not abundant, there is a slight surplus which can support daily expenses and next year's spring planting. In terms of population, migrants have returned to work and people from all directions have come to join us. In addition, the investigation of hidden households has increased the registered population of the 5 counties to more than 500,000, and the people's morale is gradually improving. Commerce and people's livelihood. Roads have been cleared, markets have reopened, and the circulation of salt, iron, tea, and silk has gradually improved, with prices stabilizing. However, there is still a shortage of oxen and ironware. Qi Shao nodded slightly. The initial recovery of people's livelihoods is a solid foundation. Zhao Polu then stepped forward to report on the fortifications and defenses. My lord, as you command, we have not neglected the city's defenses for the past 2 months. The city walls of all 5 counties have been reinforced and heightened, with additional watchtowers and barbicans built at key locations. In Jiangning and Zhejiang, 2 strategic points, 3 new beacon towers and fortified villages have been built in dangerous locations outside the city, forming a mutually supporting defensive position. The repair of the official road has been completed for 300 li of the main road, and post stations and sentry posts have been set up along the way. Several silted waterways have also been dredged to facilitate the transport of grain and fodder. Qi Shao nodded approvingly. Well done. Defense is fundamental and cannot be relaxed. Finally, there was Zhang Yu's military report. My lord, our military reorganization has achieved some success. The infantry of the 5 counties, after weeding out the weak and retaining the strong and rigorous training, now have 2,000 men in each county on standby, totaling 10,000. All are capable of wearing armor and wielding weapons, and are disciplined and orderly. Among them, each county will select strong soldiers to form 200 heavily armored infantrymen, specializing in attacking and defending cities. 100 Mo Dao, a type of long-handled sword soldiers, trained in breaking cavalry formations, and 100 light cavalrymen, trained in mounted archery and guerrilla warfare, as well as scouts and messengers. Our army is now well-trained, well-supplied, well-armed, and equipped. Hearing this, Qi Zhao's eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. The 5 counties, with an army of over 10,000 and organized and trained in different categories, were beginning to take shape as a powerful force. With his 3,500 heavy cavalry under his direct command, he had already become a powerful force in the Jianghuai region. After listening to the report, Qi Shao offered some words of encouragement and then mentioned his upcoming trip to the Qian family in Hangzhou for the new year. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shai pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and whispered, "The Qian family is certainly of utmost importance to you on this trip, sir. However, Hangzhou is the capital of Liangzhi Circuit, a place teeming with hidden talents and complex relationships. Besides the Wu Yue Qian family, there are several others you should be wary of." Qi Zhao's expression turned serious. "Speak." "Firstly, it is Lord Zhao Ding, the current prefect of Hangzhou and the Pacification and Control Commissioner of Liangzhou West Circuit. Lord Zhao is a high-ranking official in the court, a staunch advocate of war, and a man of integrity and uprightness, deeply respected by the literati. Your Excellency must be careful in your dealings with the Qian family, lest Lord Zhao mistakenly believe that we jade merchants are colluding with local people for nefarious purposes. Secondly, the Shun family, a prominent family in Hangzhou's canal transport industry. They control most of the canal transport in Zhejiang and Jiangsu, and have intricate relationships with various parties. Their power should not be underestimated. Thirdly, the Pu family, a powerful maritime merchant family. This family specializes in overseas trade, is incredibly wealthy, and has dealings with foreign merchants, and even rumored to have connections with certain forces along the coast. They have deep backgrounds and are well-informed. In addition, there are several local powerful families, such as the Liu family and the Gu family. Although they are not as powerful as the Qian family, they have deep roots in the local area. If you can make good connections during this trip, that would be best. If not, you should be careful with your words and actions to avoid making enemies unnecessarily. Qi Shao nodded slowly after hearing this. Zhang Shai's advice was extremely important. The Qian family was the primary target of the trip to Hangzhou, but other forces could also influence the situation. I understand, Qi Shao said in a deep voice. Hangzhou is a dangerous place. It's a good opportunity to go and see for yourself. You all guard your property and act according to the established strategy. If there is any emergency, report to me immediately. Yes, we wish you a successful trip, sir, the 3 replied in unison. Chapter 45 Encounter with Chao Cheng. Early morning, the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. In front of the Jiangning Prefectural Government Office. Everything was ready. 50 guards, fully armored, stood solemnly before the government office. Several horse-drawn carriages were loaded with Jiangning's gifts and personal belongings. Qi Shao was dressed in a brocade robe with a sable cloak over it, making him look heroic and extraordinary. Jiangning is now in your hands. Proceed according to the established strategy, and in case of any unforeseen circumstances, send a message by fast horse. Rest assured, sir, we will do our utmost to safeguard this foundation, the 3 replied in unison. Qi Shao mounted his horse, took one last look at the Jiangning city gate shrouded in the morning mist, and flicked his whip. Set off. With the crisp sound of hooves, a group of people and horses escorted Qi Shao out of the south gate of Jiangning city and galloped along the official road towards Hangzhou. Upon leaving Jiangning prefecture, the official road was relatively smooth. Although the villages along the way appeared dilapidated, they still had a lively atmosphere, indicating that the governance by Zhang Shai and others was beginning to show results. Qi Shao was concerned about his appointment in Hangzhou, so he ordered his troops to travel light and move at full speed to arrive in Linen before New Year's Eve. During the Southern Song dynasty, the land distance from Jiangning County in Jiangkang Prefecture to Hangzhou, then known as Linen Prefecture, was about 350 kilometers. He estimated the distance and thought that if he could travel more than 150 li a day, traveling day and night, he might be able to arrive on time. However, as soon as they left the Jiangkang Prefecture's sphere of influence and entered the territory of Xianzhou and Guangda Army, the scene changed abruptly. The official road had fallen into disrepair over the years, with potholes and uneven surfaces. Many fields on both sides were abandoned, and 9 out of 10 villages were empty. Ruins and broken walls could be seen everywhere, and even unburied bones could be found by the roadside. Occasionally, they would encounter a few civilians, all of whom were emaciated and had fearful eyes. Upon seeing their gleaming armored cavalry, they would flee like startled birds, quickly hiding away. Sigh. Qi Shao slowed his horse and looked around. I never imagined that the Jiangnan region of my great Song dynasty, known as a prosperous land, would be in such a dilapidated state. With the court's southward relocation, the laws and regulations have collapsed, leading to this situation. This was far more shocking than what he had seen in the relatively stable Jiangkang prefecture, demonstrating the profound devastation that war and the loss of control by the government had inflicted on the region. What alarmed him even more was that along the way, in the mountain passes and dangerous places, there were often abandoned mountain strongholds and fortresses. Some checkpoints were even manned by fierce-looking men with weapons. Although they were well-disciplined and dared not stop him, their arrogance was evident. Clearly, a large number of defeated soldiers and refugees have gathered into bandits, taking advantage of the chaos to establish their own independent regimes, and this has already become a significant force. On this day, they arrived at a hilly area at the border of Guangda Army in Huzhou. A scout suddenly rode up to report, "Sir, there's a large force of troops stationed 10 miles ahead, with camps stretching for miles, estimated to be no less than 10,000. They're carrying banners bearing the character Chao." A banner with the character Chao on it? Upon hearing this, Qi Shao reined in his horse, his brows furrowing as he searched his memory. Commanding tens of thousands of troops, active in Jinghu and Jiangxi. Could it be that Chao Cheng? Chao Cheng was indeed a famous local armed leader in the early Southern Song dynasty. He rose to prominence amidst the chaos after the fall of the Northern Song dynasty, commanding tens of thousands of troops. He fought across the Jinghu and Jiangxi areas, sometimes resisting the Jin dynasty, and sometimes clashing with government troops. He disobeyed the orders of the imperial court and was a separatist force that caused the court considerable headaches at the time. I never imagined that his influence had already infiltrated the border of Huzhou, so close to Linen. Qi Shao thought with a chill. The fact that Chao Cheng was able to establish himself in this place is enough to illustrate how weak the Southern Song court's control over the hinterland was. He raised his binoculars and looked out. At the foot of the distant mountain, he saw camps scattered everywhere, with banners fluttering in the wind. Among them, a large banner with the character Chao stood out. The camp was well organized, with tight sentry posts, clearly not an ordinary rabble. The captain of the personal guard asked in a low voice, "Sir, should we take a detour?" Qi Shao pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No need. We are outnumbered but highly skilled, and they, unaware of our true strength, will not dare to act rashly. We'll go straight through, display our flags, and they won't dare to obstruct the entourage of the Jiangkang Defense Commissioner." His status was different now. He represented a general guarding a region for the imperial court and could not show weakness. "Keep moving forward. Increase vigilance," Qi Shao ordered. As expected, when Qi Shao and his entourage raised the banner of Qi, Defense Commissioner of Jiangkang Prefecture, and charged toward the checkpoint in front of Chao Cheng's camp. The Chao soldiers guarding the checkpoint saw this well-armored and menacing cavalry, especially the official banner representing a high-ranking official. They looked wary and, under the command of their officers, made way for them, watching them speed past without daring to stop them. As Qi Shao passed through Chao Chengjuan's territory, he could feel countless gazes cast from the camps on both sides, filled with curiosity, vigilance, and even hostility. He sighed inwardly. The imperial court is powerless to suppress the bandits, allowing such a powerful bandit to occupy strategic locations as if they were in an empty land. At the same time, a name flashed through his mind. Yang Zixing. Just how formidable was Yang Zixing? Let's put it this way. You might think Zhao Yun was incredibly brave when he charged in and out of Changban's slopes 7 times. But if it were Yang Zixing who single-handedly entered Cao Cao's camp, history would probably have to be rewritten as a complete rout of Cao Cao's army. If you ask who is more powerful, Yang Zixing or Lu Bu, the answer is 30/70ths. Lu Bu would die 7 times in 3 minutes. This young man could draw a bow weighing 300 jin and lift a stone weighing 1,000 jin with a spear. He killed a tiger with his bare hands in a martial arts competition in Dongzhai. The Miao people sang that when 9 oxen and 2 tigers gathered together, a divine general descended from heaven to settle the world. Both the Battle of Yincheng and the Battle of Xiasheng resulted in a 100-man kill. Moreover, it's the ironclad pagoda. He was a true warrior in history, capable of defeating 10,000 men. Qi Shao suppressed the turmoil in his heart, withdrew his gaze, and sharply whipped the horse's rump. Speed up. Getting on the road is the priority. Inside Chao Chengjuan's central command tent, a burly, rugged-looking man stood at the entrance of the tent with a tall, upright young general, watching the small group of cavalry, kicking up dust, disappear at the end of the official road. Brother, Yang Zixing asked with a hint of confusion, why didn't you stop them? Didn't you see? Those dozens of war horses were all strong and sturdy steeds from Hushi. And those cavalrymen's armor and weapons, they're clearly elite. If we can take them, wouldn't that greatly bolster our cavalry? Chao Cheng withdrew his gaze, glanced at his beloved general who was the bravest in the army, and shook his head. Zixing, you are brave, but you can't judge things by just looking at horses and weapons. He pointed in the direction of the flag that was no longer visible. Do you know who this flag used to represent? Yang Zixing frowned. Isn't he just some kind of defense commissioner? There are countless redundant officials in the Southern Dynasty. Why should we be afraid of him? Chao Cheng snorted coldly. If it were an ordinary official, I would have already robbed him. But this man is different. His name is Qi Shao. 3 months ago, in Jiangning Prefecture in the north, he led 1,000 cavalrymen and defeated Zhang Yu's hundreds of thousands of rabble in a single day. He now effectively controls 5 counties in Jiangkang Prefecture with a strong and well-equipped army, and is riding high. Even the Emperor Zhao had to reluctantly appoint him as a defense commissioner, tacitly acquiescing to his regional control. Those dozens of guards were all heavily armored, marching silently and obeying orders without a sound. They were definitely battle-hardened elites. If we act rashly, let alone whether we can capture them, even if we do, the losses will be considerable. Is it worth offending this powerful neighbor who lives so close by? Our main adversaries now are the imperial court and several other military leaders in the surrounding area. It's not wise to create more powerful enemies. Yang Zixing listened, still feeling regretful, but had to admit Chao Cheng made sense. He clicked his tongue and said, what a pity for those good horses. But, brother, Qi Shao is so powerful, shouldn't we try to befriend him? We'll discuss this later. Right now, he's in a hurry, heading straight for Linen, so he must have something important to discuss. He turned and walked into the tent. Pass down the order. All units must guard their camp strictly. Without my command, no one is allowed to provoke the troops from Jiangkang Prefecture. Yes, the guard outside the tent responded. Yang Zixing glanced again in the direction Qi Shao had disappeared, clenched his fist, and a fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. I hope that one day on the battlefield, I will be able to meet your elite troops. Chapter 46, The Qin Family. Lunar New Year's Eve evening. On the outskirts of Hangzhou, beside the official road leading north, a biting wind howled as dusk settled. The outline of Hangzhou was becoming faintly visible in the distance, and festive lights began to twinkle on the city walls. After several days and nights of rapid travel, Qi Shao and his party, exhausted from their journey, finally arrived in Hangzhou on New Year's Eve. To avoid being too conspicuous, he had already returned most of his heavy cavalry to the system space, leaving only a dozen or so personal guards who changed into more ordinary clothes to follow him. The closer we got to Linen, the more different the scenery became. The villages are densely populated and thriving. Even though it is the end of the year, carriages and horses can still be seen coming and going on the official road. There are more people dressed as gentry and merchants, which gives off a sense of prosperity and stability that is rare in chaotic times. This is the true atmosphere of the heartland of the Southern Song dynasty, a stark contrast to the desolation and ruins seen along the way. As they were walking, Qi Xiao saw a long pavilion by the roadside in the distance, a place for people to rest. Outside the pavilion, an elegantly decorated carriage was parked, and two women stood beside it, wearing thick brocade cloaks and snow-white fox fur collars, constantly looking towards the official road to the north. The cold wind made the hem of their cloaks flutter loudly. Qi Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he spurred his horse forward. When he got closer, he was taken aback to find that waiting outside the pavilion were Qian Yu and her personal maid, Xiao Mei. At this moment, Qian Yu also saw the dusty cavalry, her gaze settling on the dashing knight at the head of the group, who was wearing a cloak. Her face, slightly red from the cold, shone brightly as she quickly approached. Qi Xiao quickly dismounted. Xiao Mei, quick-witted, bowed first. "General Qi, may you be blessed. You finally arrived. Miss, ever since receiving your reply, Miss has been counting the days and has been waiting at this pavilion since yesterday. She waited all day and only returned to the city when it got dark at dusk. I came again early this morning. I was determined to wait for you, General." As she spoke, she stole a glance at her young mistress, her voice filled with concern. The young mistress said she was afraid that since it's your first time here, General, you won't know the way to the Qian family manor. Qian Yu gave Xiao Mei a slight glare, signaling her to stop talking, then turned to Qi Xiao and curtsied, saying, "General, you must be tired from your journey. I was just thinking that since you're a guest from afar, it is only right to welcome you." Qi Xiao looked at Qian Yu's cheeks and nose, which were red from the cold wind, and listened to Xiao Mei's words. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. How could he not know the fame of the Qian family manor in Hangzhou? Why would he need her to wait in the middle of nowhere to give directions? This clearly shows that she values this meeting highly and is willing to lower herself to express her feelings and the Qian family's regard for her in this way. On this Lunar New Year's Eve, a time for family reunions, a noble woman braved the wind and cold for 2 consecutive days, patiently waiting at a pavilion in the suburbs. This affection and sincerity are truly profound. Thank you for keeping Miss Qian waiting. I am unworthy of such praise. Qi Xiao returned the greeting with a cupped hand. It's freezing cold, and I'm sorry to have troubled you here. General, you flatter me. Qian Yu smiled slightly and gestured to the side. The manor has prepared simple food and wine to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. Please follow me into the city. Qi Xiao nodded and ordered his guards to follow. He mounted his horse and rode alongside Qian Yu, who had boarded the carriage, towards the bustling capital city that was gradually coming into view in the distance. North Gate of Hangzhou Linen City. The city gates stood tall and were brightly lit. The imperial guards guarding the city were clearly very familiar with the Qian family's carriages. After checking Qian Yu's credentials, they respectfully let them pass. But when they saw Qi Xiao and his dozen or so bodyguards following closely behind, they immediately became alert and went forward to question him. "And who is this general?" the city gate guard asked politely, his gaze sweeping over the guards behind Qi Xiao, who, though stripped of their conspicuous heavy armor, were still fierce and capable. Qi Xiao took out his official document and seal as Defense Commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture. "I am Qi Xiao, Defense Commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture. I have come to the city for a banquet at the invitation of Lord Qian." The garrison commander verified the official's credentials with utmost respect. The position of Defense Commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture is a powerful and important post with a high rank, and news of the recent great victory in Jiangning has also been faintly heard, so he dares not be negligent. However, according to the regulations of Linen Prefecture, there are restrictions on the entry of the personal guards of the generals of the outer garrisons into the city. Lord Qi, please forgive me. Orders from above state that no more than 10 personal guards may enter the city with the troops from outside. They must also remove their armor and temporarily store their weapons at the city gate to be returned when they leave the city, the garrison commander explained cautiously. Qi Xiao had anticipated this. Although Zhaogo had not yet officially moved the capital, Hangzhou, as the temporary capital, would inevitably be heavily guarded. He waved his hand. "That's how it should be. The guard obeyed the order, removed their swords and bow cases, took off their inner soft armor, and handed them over to the city gatekeeper for registration and safekeeping. Seeing Qi Zhao's cooperation, the garrison commander breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ordered his men to let him pass, sending a junior officer to lead the way. The convoy slowly drove into Hangzhou. On New Year's Eve, Hangzhou was ablaze with lights and bustling with people. Shops lined both sides of the street, and taverns and tea houses remained open, filling the air with the aroma of food and the smell of gunpowder from firecrackers. What a bustling scene, where the warm breeze intoxicates the tourists. Qi Zhao sighed inwardly. The convoy did not head towards the bustling city center, but instead followed Kingbowman Inner Street and turned toward a quiet area on the south bank of Westlake. The area is surrounded by high walls and deep courtyards, with significantly strict security, clearly indicating that it is a place where high-ranking officials and nobles reside. The carriage stopped in front of a vast manor. Above the Vermilion Gate hangs a plaque that reads Qin Mansion. Imposing stone lions stand before the gate, and dozens of neatly dressed servants and maids stand respectfully waiting. Qian Yu's carriage drove straight into the side gate. Qi Zhao dismounted at the dismounting stone, and the junior officer who had led the way went forward to negotiate with the gatekeeper. The doorman had clearly been instructed beforehand, and a middle-aged man who looked like a butler quickly came out to greet them, bowing deeply. "Welcome, Defense Commissioner of Qi." Qi Zhao ordered his guards to rest and wait in the side hall of the gatehouse, while he straightened his clothes and followed the steward into the deep mansion of the famous Weiyue Qin family in Jiangnan. Just past the screen wall, dozens of people were already waiting in the spacious courtyard in front of the main hall. The leader, a man in his 50s with a long beard, dressed in a purple robe and exuding a composed demeanor, was none other than Qian Yu's father and the current head of the Qian family, Qian Yu. Standing beside him were several older men, all of whom were powerful elders in the Qin clan. Qian Yu stood quietly half a step behind her father, and when she saw Qi Zhao enter, a smile flashed in her eyes. This kind of reception was practically the highest level the Qian family ever used to welcome their most distinguished guests. Even ordinary officials, even prefects, might not have the patriarch and all the clan elders gathered together to greet them. The Qin family spies were not to be trifled with. Although Qi Zhao is nominally the defense commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture, he must be well aware of the inside story. He has actually taken control of the 5 counties of Jiankong, commanding thousands of heavily armored cavalry and over 10,000 infantrymen. He has managed Jiankong Prefecture like an ironclad fortress, creating a huge gap between it and the surrounding prefectures. Commerce is thriving and the army is strong. In terms of strength, it is already a regional hegemon. Even if he were to declare himself emperor now, given the current internal and external troubles of the southern Song dynasty, and with Zhao Go far away in Yangzhou, he would be utterly powerless to suppress him. The Qian family seriousness in taking this matter so seriously is precisely an affirmation of his absolute strength and an investment in him. The presence of the Qi defense envoy is an honor to my humble abode. I, Qian Yu, along with my uncles and elders, have been waiting here for a long time. Qian Yu is the first to bow. Lord Qian and all the elders are so kind. I am unworthy of such hospitality. Qi Zhao stepped forward, clasped his hands in return, and showed no sign of stage fright. This magnanimity earned Qian Yu and several clan elders secret nods of approval. Chapter 47 MSG. Qian Yu stepped forward at the opportune moment to introduce Qi Zhao to the clan elders. Qi Zhao greeted everyone politely, speaking appropriately, neither servile nor arrogant, while giving them ample face, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, Qi Zhao caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure among the women standing around. It was Qian Huanyang, the one who had run over and killed a little girl in Jiangning Prefecture and then thrown him 2 taels of silver. At this moment, Qian Huanyang, dressed in a magnificent ruchuan, a traditional Chinese dress, stood beside her mother with a curious and inquisitive look on her face, secretly observing the young general who had garnered such a grand welcome from the entire family. She clearly did not recognize that the distinguished Qi defense envoy in front of her, who was treated as an honored guest by her family, was the same lowly slave she had regarded as an ant and dismissed at the last year. Qi Zhao couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, but he was too lazy to point it out. His gaze swept over her without lingering for a moment. When Qian Huanyang saw Qi Zhao looking at her, she thought he was paying attention to her, so she blushed slightly and looked away. But his curiosity only grew stronger. Just who is this General Qi? How can someone so young command such attention from my grandfather and father? Even when the third young master of the Suzhou prefect's family came last time, there wasn't such a grand procession. After the introductions were completed, Qianyu stepped aside and gestured. General Qi, you must be tired from your journey. A banquet has been prepared. Please come in and take a seat. Let's drink and talk. Master Qian, everyone please. Qi Xiao nodded with a smile and, surrounded by Qianyu and several clan elders, walked towards the main hall. Qianyu lagged slightly behind, watching Qi Xiao's tall and confident figure chatting and laughing with the elders of the clan. She knew that from the moment Qi Xiao stepped into the Qian family's gate, the future of the Qian family might be linked with this young overlord. A small incident occurred when the guests and hosts were seated. The head of the family, Qianyu, insisted on inviting Qi Xiao to sit in the main seat. Qi Xiao quickly stood up, cupped his hands, and firmly declined, saying, Master Qian, you mustn't. I am a guest, and a junior at that. Today is a family banquet. How can there be a reason for the guest to usurp the host's place? I am already disturbing you by being here, and I would never dare to overstep my bounds. After some polite refusals, Qi Xiao finally sat in the first seat to Qianyu's left, while Qianyu was seated next to him. This action not only demonstrated the Qian family's extreme respect for Qi Xiao, but also reflected Qi Xiao's ability to know when to advance and retreat and his understanding of etiquette. The atmosphere of the banquet was very harmonious. After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, the conversation was very pleasant. Emboldened by the alcohol, Qianyu glanced at his elegant and refined daughter beside him, then looked at Qi Xiao, steer the conversation to the heart of matter. He raised his glass to Qi Xiao, saying, General Qi, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Please speak freely, Mr. Qian, Qi Xiao said, putting down his wine cup. My daughter Yuer is 16 years old. Although I would not dare to say that she is both beautiful and talented, she is well educated and reasonable. I have observed that you, General, possess great talent and ambition, and are a hero of our time. If you do not mind, I would like to offer my daughter to you in marriage, so that we may form a bond of brotherhood and work together to achieve great things. What do you say, General? After Qianyu finished speaking, she looked intently at Qi Xiao. All eyes in the room turned to him. Upon hearing this, Qianyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her eyes, and her slender hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. Qi Xiao met Qianyu's gaze, then glanced at Qianyu beside him, but had her head bowed. He smiled slightly, raised his cup, and said, I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Mr. Qian, and Miss Yu's intelligence and grace. I have long admired you. This is my good fortune. How could I possibly refuse? With that, he downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Good, good, ha ha ha. Qianyu was overjoyed, and all the elders in the room raised their glasses to congratulate him, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. According to etiquette, the next step is the betrothal ceremony. Everyone was curious. What kind of astonishing betrothal gift would this young overlord, who held considerable military power, offer? Would it be gold and silver jewels, or divine weapons? But then Qi Xiao took out a small, exquisite white jade bottle from his bosom and placed it on the table. This is my betrothal gift, a small token of my appreciation. A moment of silence fell over the hall. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Even Qianyu's eyes showed a hint of confusion. A jade vase? Although the jade is of excellent quality, given the Qian family's immense wealth, what treasures and jade artifacts haven't they seen? This betrothal gift seems far too simple, even somewhat illogical. General Qi, this is... An elder couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with doubt. Qi Xiao did not explain directly, but smiled slightly, looked around at the sumptuous dishes on the table, and asked, What do you all think of the taste of today's banquet? Confused, the others could only politely reply, Of course, that would be wonderful. A feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Sitting among the women, Qian Huinyang, being outspoken and curious about Qi Xiao, chimed in, Yes, this crab roe lion's head is so delicious, it's almost unbelievable. Chef Zhang's cooking skills are truly superb. Qi Xiao looked at her, nodded and smiled. Miss Huinyang is right. However, if I said I had a way to enhance the flavor of the same ingredients by 3 points, would you all believe me? The entire room was astonished. The umami flavor had increased by another 3 points? How is that possible? Qi Xiao stopped keeping him in suspense and said gently to Qianyu beside him, Yuer, please ask the head chef in charge of the kitchen to come and get another batch of ingredients for making crab meat lion's head. Although Qianyu didn't understand, she still gave the instructions. A little while later, an old chef, surnamed Zhang from the kitchen, came to the front of the hall with the ingredients, looking somewhat nervous. Qi Xiao picked up the jade bottle, uncorked it, poured out a little of the colorless, crystalline powder into a small dish, and handed it to Master Zhang. Master, when you make that lion's head meatball later, sprinkle a little of this powder in before it's taken out of the pot, and stir well. With a hint of disbelief, Chef Zhang took the plate and returned to the kitchen amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. The hall erupted in discussion, everyone wondering what Qi Xiao was up to. Qian Yu and the others were also full of doubts, but seeing Qi Xiao's calm and composed demeanor, they patiently waited. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a maid came in carrying a bowl of freshly cooked, steaming hot crab meat lion's head meatballs. The aroma was enticing, and it seemed no different from before. Qi Xiao gestured for everyone present to taste and compare the newly made bowl and the original bowl at the table. Qian Yu was the first to pick up her chopsticks, took a bite of the new one, savored it carefully, her brows furrowed slightly, then suddenly widened her eyes, took another bite of the old one, and her face showed an expression of disbelief. After tasting it, the other elders and women also exclaimed in amazement. This new flavor is definitely more than 3 times stronger. The layers are distinct, and the aftertaste is long-lasting. How strange. The same ingredients and the same cooking techniques. Why do they taste so different? Could it be the powder from that jade bottle? Qi Xiao then smiled and explained, this substance is called Ajinomoto, which I created by chance using a secret method. It can greatly enhance the flavor of dishes. This secret recipe will be passed on to Yue, enough to make all the dishes in the Qian family's restaurants, banquets, and even those served to the imperial court taste far superior to ordinary ones. He looked at Qian Yu and the clan elders, saying, this is an inexhaustible source of wealth. He paused, then looked at Qian Yu, whose eyes were sparkling beside him. With this as my betrothal gift, I am willing to share this benefit with the Qian family, and to share both fortune and misfortune. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Everyone understood the true value of this jade vase. This is no ordinary betrothal gift. It's a veritable mountain of gold. A strategic resource that can propel the Qian family's business empire and influence to new heights. Qian Yu stood up. General Qi's gift is too generous. This gift is worth more than mountains of gold and silver. On behalf of the Qian family, I am unworthy to accept it. It is Yue's good fortune to be betrothed to the general, and it is also a blessing for the Qian family. The Qian family members looked at Qi Xiao with no more doubt, but with admiration, joy, and even awe. This young general not only commands a powerful army, but also possesses such unpredictable and extraordinary abilities. The Qian family has truly struck gold this time. Chapter 48. The Jin Kingdom's Invasion. Qian Yu was beaming with joy and immediately wanted to strike while the iron was hot and discuss the specific wedding date with Qi Xiao. In his view, such a fine son-in-law should be married as soon as possible to finalize the relationship. Qi Xiao then slightly raised his hand, indicating that he had something to say. The hall immediately fell silent, and everyone looked at him. Qi Xiao turned his gaze to Qian Yu beside him, and saw that her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were lowered. Although she tried her best to maintain her composure, the naivety and shyness of a young girl were still hard to hide. A slight thought crossed his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Qian Yu. Lord Qian, esteemed elders, my feelings for Yue are as clear as day. I am more than willing to agree to this marriage. However, Yue is still young and her body is not fully developed. Although I am a warrior, I know that it is harmful to a woman's physical and mental health if she marries and gives birth too early. I truly love Yue and do not want her to suffer these things too early. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was taken aback. In this era of early marriage, it was quite common for women to marry at the age of 16 or 18, and Qian Yu was not considered young. Qi Xiao's thoughtful words sounded quite novel to them, even a bit outdated, but the respect and care he showed for the woman made the women present nod in approval, and a hint of relief flashed in Qian Yu's mother's eyes. Qian Yu stopped stroking his beard, lost in thought. Qi Xiao continued. Therefore, I propose that we first hold an engagement ceremony, with the proper betrothal, to announce the engagement to our relatives and friends and establish our status. But could the formal wedding be postponed for 2 years, until Yue turns 18 and is more mature in body and mind, before proceeding with the ceremony? He looked around at everyone, and finally his gaze fell on Qian Yu. In this way, we can fulfill the proper etiquette, establish a formal status, and allow Yuer to wait for her birthday in peace. During this time, Qi and the Qian family maintained a close relationship, helping and supporting each other. I wonder what Mr. Qian and the rest of you think. The hall was completely silent. Qian Yu looked at Qi Xiao, then at her daughter's still childish face, her mind racing. Delaying the wedding, though seemingly postponed, actually binds the interests of both parties even more deeply. With the marriage agreement, they are quasi-in-laws, making cooperation legitimate. However, it also avoids putting their daughter into an unfamiliar environment immediately. For the Qian family, there is no loss. On the contrary, they have 2 more years to observe and deepen their bond. Excellent, excellent. Qian Yu clapped his hands and laughed, his eyes full of praise. General Qi is truly a considerate and righteous man. How could I refuse? As you say, General, let's hold the engagement ceremony today, and when my daughter comes of age, we'll marry her in a grand ceremony. The clan elders echoed this sentiment, praising General Qi for his thoughtful consideration. Upon hearing these words, Qian Yu's tense mood immediately relaxed, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. When she secretly glanced at Qi Zhao's profile, her eyes were filled with genuine affection and gratitude. She was indeed apprehensive about marriage, and Qi Zhao's proposal was undoubtedly the greatest care he could give her. Thank you, Father. Thank you, General, for your consideration. She stood up and bowed gracefully to Qian Yu and Qi Xiao. Thus, at this New Year's Eve banquet, in a joyful atmosphere, Qi Xiao and Qian Yu's engagement was officially confirmed. After the banquet, Qi Xiao and Qian Yu and others had a private talk until late at night, discussing in detail the cooperation in military, economic, and intelligence fields over the next 2 years. It wasn't until the New Year's bells faintly rang out that Qi Xiao was led to the well-prepared private room to rest, under Qian Yu's slightly reluctant gaze. After the engagement, Qi Xiao stayed in Hangzhou under the arrangement of the Qian family. With the introduction of the head of the family, Qian Yu, Qi Xiao began to visit influential gentry and powerful families in Hangzhou under the dual identity of Defense Commissioner of Jiankang Prefecture and son-in-law of the Qian family. First, they visited the Shun family, who controlled the grain transport in Zhejiang and Jiangsu provinces. The head of the Shun family dared not neglect this newly powerful figure who held considerable military power and controlled the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. In these chaotic times, the waterways are not safe. If the Shun family's fleet passes through the Jiankang Prefecture, my men will do their utmost to protect them. Master Shun understood the implied meaning, and the two sides had a pleasant conversation. He then met with the wealthy merchant Pu family. The Pu family has a complex background and close ties with various foreign tribes and even coastal powers. Qi Xiao showed interest in overseas treasures and nautical charts, and hinted, the port of Jiankang Prefecture is being renovated, which may provide a safe and convenient inland sales route for the Pu family's overseas treasures in the future. Pu Jia saw that Qi Xiao was not a pedantic military general and that he controlled a vital passage on the Yangtze River, so he expressed his intention to cooperate. In addition, they also engaged in courtesy exchanges with local prominent families, such as the Liu and Gu families. Throughout the conversation, Qi Xiao maintained a measured approach, focusing on conveying the message that Jiankang Prefecture was under his effective control, with order and smooth commerce. He welcomed all parties to come and invest in trade and promised to provide security guarantees. This statement was undoubtedly very attractive to merchants who had suffered from war and banditry. Outside of official duties, he spent most of his time with Qian Yu, visiting famous scenic spots in Hangzhou. The two rowed a boat on West Lake, where the lake in winter had a unique, serene atmosphere. Boating along the Sioux Causeway in spring dawn and the broken bridge in lingering snow, one can gaze at the shadow of Leifeng Pagoda in the distance. Qian Yu is well-versed in poetry and literature, and knows the stories of West Lake like the back of her hand, recounting them in detail. Although Qi Xiao came from a later era, he couldn't help but feel emotional in this situation. He occasionally quoted classical texts and offered unique insights, which Qian Yu secretly admired. They once tasted authentic song sawfish soup and dompa pork at Lu Wai Lu, and also strolled through bustling streets, listening to opera troupes perform. Although Qi Xiao didn't know much about opera, he patiently accompanied her. Most of the time, the two simply strolled along the embankment or sat in the pavilion, discussing local customs, poetry, and songs, and occasionally touching on their views on current affairs. Qian Yu's intelligence, insight, and occasional displays of girlish sentiment allowed Qi Shao to experience a rare sense of peace and comfort amidst the intense military and political affairs. After spending several days together, the friendship between the two, which was initially based on an alliance, has quietly grown into a deeper affection. The 10th day of the first lunar month, at night, Qi Shao and Qian Yu had a private talk. Qian Yu took out a list that had been prepared in advance and handed it to Qi Shao. General, this is the first batch of aid jointly raised by the Qian family and several other families who are on good terms with you, such as the Shun and Pu families. It has been set off and will arrive in Jiankong soon. I hope you will make good use of it to consolidate your foundation. Qi Shao took the list, glanced at it, and was also shocked. Silver, 200,000 taels. Gold, 5,000 taels. Refined iron, 20,000 jin. Superior quality rice and wheat, 50,000 shur, a unit of dry measure. War horses, 200. Military supplies, such as medicinal herbs, cloth, and salt, a certain amount. This list is far more valuable than anything else. 200,000 taels of silver and 5,000 taels of gold are enough to support his army's pay and rewards for several years. 20,000 caddies of refined iron is the lifeblood for forging weapons and armor. 50,000 shur of grain can relieve the worries of food for the army and the people. And 200 war horses are a strategic resource that money cannot buy. This will greatly accelerate his process of expanding his power. I'm deeply grateful for Mr. Qian's kindness. Qian Yu waved his hand. In chaotic times, we are as close as lips and teeth. The future of the Qian family rests on your shoulders, General. I only hope that you will make good use of this opportunity and not fail me. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the study. A trusted steward of the Qian family, without even having time to announce his arrival, stumbled in, carrying an urgent military report sealed with a feather. My lord, General Qi, something terrible has happened. Urgent military situation from the north. Qian Yu and Qi Shao stood up abruptly at the same time. The steward, panting, presented the military report. The Jin dynasty. The Jin emperor has issued an edict, dispatching hundreds of thousands of troops in 3 routes to launch a massive invasion southward. Qi Shao snatched the military report. The Western Route Army, commanded by the famous Jin General Wanyan Lushi, has crossed the Yellow River to the west, its forces heading straight for Tongzhou, present-day Dali County, Shaanxi Province, intending to sweep through Guangzhou. The Central Army, personally led by Wanyan Zhonghan, the Grand Marshal of the Jin dynasty, marched straight towards Tokyo, threatening the heartland of the Southern Song dynasty. The Eastern Route Army, led by Wanyan Zhongfu, marched south from Sangzhou and began sweeping through various prefectures and counties in Shandong. The 3-pronged attack was incredibly powerful, far surpassing anything seen before. Clearly, after a winter of rest and recuperation, the Jin state launched a strategic all-out offensive aimed at destroying the Southern Song resistance forces in one fell swoop and even overthrowing the Zhao Song regime. The military report concluded by mentioning that the Linen Court was shaken, and Emperor Gaozong of Song, Zhao Go, had issued an urgent edict overnight, ordering all troops, including local pacification commissioners, military governors, and all available prefectural and local militias, to resist with all their might and protect the imperial court. The imperial edict specifically named several units on which high hopes were placed. Among them was Qi Zhao's Jiankong Prefecture Army. Chapter 49, Re-encounter with Yang Zixing. He immediately bowed to Qian Yu and said, Lord Qian, the military situation is urgent and cannot be delayed. I must return to Jiankong immediately to reorganize the army and prepare for battle. Qian Yu also knew the situation was serious. That's exactly right. General, return immediately. The Qin family follow-up supplies will definitely be delivered on time. Qi Shao nodded, turned and strode out of the study, giving a stern order to the guards waiting outside. Send word. Set off immediately, travel day and night, and return to Jiankong. Just as Qi Shao was about to mount his horse, a series of hurried footsteps came from inside the mansion. General, please wait. Everyone turned around and saw that Qian Yu was only wearing a cloak to keep warm. Her hair was slightly messy, and she had obviously gotten up in a hurry and, with Xiao Mei's help, quickly chased after them. Her breathing was slightly rapid from running. She walked quickly to Qi Zhao's horse, disregarding etiquette, and looked up at him. General, are you leaving already? So hastily. Qi Shao reined in his horse, looked at the face before him. His murderous intent subsided, and he softened his tone. The military situation is urgent and cannot be delayed. Yue, take good care of yourself. Qianyu bit her lip, took out an exquisitely embroidered amulet from her bosom, and handed it over with both hands. This amulet has been worn by me since childhood and was consecrated at Lingyin Temple. May it bless the general with a victorious campaign and a safe return. Qi Xiao was slightly moved and took the amulet, which still carried her body temperature. It felt warm to the touch. He carefully tucked the talisman into his bosom, hiding it close to his skin. I will not fail you on this journey. You must be careful in Hangzhou as well. I will come to see you again after I have pacified the northern barbarians. General Qi, take care on your journey. Yue is in Hangzhou, waiting for good news. The 11th day of the first lunar month, afternoon. Jiangxi Road, the official road. After leaving Hangzhou, Qi Xiao and his group sped along at breakneck speed, covering 800 li at an astounding pace, heading towards Jiankong. It would take at least 3 days for a military report to reach Hangzhou from the Zhongbei front. This means that the news of the Jin army's three-pronged southward advance must have come at least 3 days ago, or even earlier. 3 days? Given the Jin army's rapid advance and the Song army's relaxed defenses after the holiday, fierce battles have likely already broken out in Tongzhou on the western route, the outskirts of Luoyang on the central route, and the Shandong prefectures and counties on the eastern route, and some cities may even have already fallen. Zhao Guo's edict was issued at the same time, requiring troops from various regions to march north to resist. The Jiankong prefecture should have received the imperial edict around the same time as I did. Zhang Shai and his men must have already mobilized, but without a commander-in-chief, morale is inevitably low, and they can only adopt a defensive posture. The most worrying thing now is the Jin army's eastern route army, led by Wanyan Zhongfu. After his troops swept south from Tsangzhou and conquered Shandong, who will be his next target? Will he march south along the Grand Canal and head straight for the Jianghuai region? Or will he advance westward to cooperate with the central route and march directly south? If his target is the Jianghuai region, then his army will be aimed directly at my Jiankong prefecture. I must get back to Jiankong before the main force of the Jin army's eastern route reaches Jianghuai. Qi Xiao cracked his whip. At this speed, we can reach Jiangning by tomorrow evening at the earliest. We sped out of Hangzhou and onto Jiangxi Road. Along the official road, there were frequent sights of righteous armies and government troops being transferred north on orders, all carrying various flags, marching northward in a grand procession. These teams were equipped with different items and dressed in a mixed style. Some of them even had obvious conflicts with each other. But at this moment, everyone's face was filled with a solemn and righteous indignation. When the Jurchen invaders marched south and the nation faced peril, past grievances were temporarily set aside, and the belief in uniting to defend the country and protect the homeland seemed to be ingrained in the very bones of every Han soldier. As they were speeding along, a traffic jam appeared on the official road ahead. A large procession, judging from its banners, appeared to be a local militia and was slowly advancing. One of the wagons, loaded with supplies, had its wheels stuck in the muddy ruts. Several laborers and soldiers were struggling to push it out, but the wagon wouldn't budge, blocking the already narrow road. Make way immediately. Qi Zhao's personal guard captain shouted from the front. Seeing this, the officer of that team was also sweating profusely and repeatedly ordered his men to speed up, but the carriage was too heavy and the mud too deep, making it difficult to get out of the predicament for the time being. Qi Xiao was extremely anxious. He reined in his horse, glanced at the carriage stuck in the mud and the anxious crowd around him, and frowned. Get out of the way, he shouted, leaped off his horse, and strode to the carriage. Without a word, he bent down and supported the carriage shaft with both hands. A low shout. To everyone's astonishment, Qi Xiao lifted the supply wagon, which required several people to push, out of the mud with just his bare arms. The wheels were half a foot off the ground. Quick, push the wheel, Qi Xiao shouted in a deep voice. The surrounding laborers and soldiers then realized what was happening and hurriedly stepped forward to work together to stuff the wooden blocks onto the wheels. Qi Xiao slowly lowered the carriage onto the wooden platform. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. The officer and the laborers saluted one after another. Qi Xiao waved his hand, not bothering to say anything more, turned around, mounted his horse, and continued on his way. However, his actions were witnessed by a group of people resting by the roadside, not far away. This group was carrying a banner with the character Chao on it. The young general at the head of the group, standing 9 feet tall with a resolute face, was none other than Yang Zixing. He was sitting on a large rock, wiping his spear when he happened to see Qi Xiao lifting the cart with his bare hands, and his pupils suddenly contracted. What happened? Yang Zixing stood up and walked toward the carriage that had just been freed. The Chao soldiers around him bowed respectfully when they saw him. The officer quickly reported, "General Yang, the wheels got stuck just now, and it was thanks to that young general's superhuman strength that the cart was able to be lifted out." Yang Zixing ignored the officer, his eyes fixed on Qi Xiao's departing figure. He walked to the carriage, stretched out his large, fan-like hand, grabbed the carriage shaft, and lifted it upwards with all his might. Yang Zixing's expression changed slightly. This carriage was extremely heavy. Even with his superhuman strength, he would need to use 8/10 of his strength to lift it. What incredible strength! Yang Zixing put down the cart shaft and watched Qi Xiao's departing figure, his heart churning with astonishment. Such divine strength. Judging from his elite armor and fierce personal guards, he is no ordinary person. Seeing their elite cavalry, carrying banners bearing the character Qi, passing through the camp. Could it be him? The defense commissioner of Jiankong. Qi Xiao, Yang Zixing murmured to himself. I never imagined that besides Yu Pengjiu, there would be such a figure in Jiangnan. I must have a chance to spar with him. Meanwhile, Qi Xiao had already led his troops to break through the road and sped away, completely unaware of Yang Zixing's gaze behind him. But this unintentional act of assistance caused his name and a rumor about his divine power to spread in Yang Zixing's mind, and even among some of the rebel armies heading north. Chapter 50 Li Gang is dismissed. Weary from their journey, Qi Xiao finally saw the towering city walls of Jiangning Prefecture. The closer they got to the city, the more tense the atmosphere became. When passing through Zhejiang County, the city gates were heavily guarded, with watchtowers standing tall on the city walls, and soldiers in gleaming armor vigilantly watching all directions. The people outside the city hurried along, their faces less peaceful than before and more worried. They gathered in twos and threes, whispering about the war in the north. Although caravans still traveled back and forth, their numbers had decreased significantly, and most of them were transporting grain, fodder, and weapons. The city was clearly preparing for war with all its might. Qi Xiao did not stop, and without pausing, headed straight for Jiangning. Upon arriving at the north gate of Jiangning Prefecture, the soldiers guarding the city saw Qi Xiao's banner from afar and immediately became respectful, opening the city gate. The prefect, Zhang Shai and Zhao Pelu, who was in charge of the city's defense, had already received the news and were waiting anxiously inside the city gate. My lord, you're finally back. Upon seeing Qi Xiao, the two hurried to greet him. What's the situation? Where is Zhang Yu? Qi Xiao dismounted and strode towards the government office, asking as he did so. Commander Zhang is in Qingchuan County reorganizing military equipment to guard against possible infiltration by the Jin army from the direction of Chuzhou. Zhang Shai followed closely behind, saying, My lord, in the 10 days since you left, the situation in the north has deteriorated rapidly. Upon entering the main hall of the government office and dismissing those around him, Zhang Shai presented several newly received urgent military reports. According to reports from scouts on all sides, the Jin army's offensive is extremely fierce. Western Route Army. Wanyan Lushir has captured 6 prefectures including Dengzhou, Junzhou, Fangzhou, Zhengzhou, Qingzhou, and Weizhou. The 2 major towns of Jingzhou and Fengxiang have also fallen. Guanzhong is in turmoil. Han Shizhong and his troops have rushed to the Guanzhong front in an attempt to stabilize the situation. Central Route Army. Wanyan Zhonghan's main force is launching a fierce attack on Kaifeng. General Zhongze is personally leading the troops left behind to defend the city. They are under immense pressure and urgently need reinforcements. Yu Fei, meanwhile, was in the Grand Marshal's army, following Lu Hao's troops as they marched toward Chaozhou. As for the Eastern Route Army, Zhang Shai pointed to the Huaibei region on the map. I wonder if it was to avoid a confrontation with Lu Hao's army. After sweeping through Shandong, Wanyan Zhongfu's Eastern Route Army did not march south to the Huai River region as expected, but instead suddenly moved west, captured Suzhou, and its advance was aimed directly at Kaifeng. Kaifeng. Qi Xiao's eyes narrowed as he located the location on the map. If Kaifeng falls, the gates of the Song dynasty will be wide open. Exactly, Zhao Polu interjected. If Wanyan Zhongfu's move results in the capture of Kaifeng, and the 3 armies converge and continue south, they can pass through Shouchuan and Luzhou and directly attack the north bank of the Yangtze River, threatening Jiankong. At that time, Jiankong will be the first to bear the brunt. The situation deteriorated beyond his expectations. The Jin army launched a three-pronged attack, seemingly focusing on a breakthrough in the center. How is our army's combat readiness? Qi Shao asked in a deep voice. Your Excellency, all the county troops have been mobilized. We currently have 1,000 heavily armored infantry, 500 men with long swords, 500 light cavalry, 6,000 spearmen, 1,000 shieldmen, and 1,000 archers, all of whom have been issued armor and weapons. The reinforcement of the city walls in each county has been completed, and grain, fodder, and military equipment are being stockpiled at an accelerated pace. However, troop strength is still insufficient, especially the defensive depth on the northern front. Pass on the order. Zhang Yu is ordered to strengthen patrols along the northern route through Qingchuan and Liang, and to send more scouts across the river to penetrate deep into the territory of Chuzhou and Hezhou to closely monitor the movements of the Jin army's eastern route. Any information must be reported immediately by galloping horse. Patrol the river and blockade all ferry crossings on the north bank. A public notice was issued to reassure the people and stabilize public morale. At the same time, laborers were conscripted to expedite the completion of the city's defenses. Open the treasury and reward meritorious soldiers handsomely to boost morale. In the name of the defense commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture, a letter was sent to the surrounding prefectures, proposing the formation of a joint defense, with each side acting as a protective shield. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Zhang Shai and Zhao Polu responded in unison. Qi Shao stared at the location of Kaifeng on the map. Kaifeng had become the hub of the entire battle. Support must be provided as soon as possible. However, at that moment, a wave of dizziness hit him, and he swayed, almost losing his balance. He quickly steadied himself on the table, his face turning pale. The exhaustion of the past few days and the chill had finally taken their toll. My lord, what's wrong? Zhang Shai and Zhao Polu were shocked and rushed forward to help him up. It's all right. Qi Shao waved his hand, feeling a little tired, and tried to make arrangements for the northward support. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt dizzy again, his vision went black, and his body went limp. Grown-ups, quickly, help the master to the back room to rest. Summon the physician immediately. At the same time, in a side hall of the Yangzhou Imperial Palace, Li Gang was emotional. Your Majesty, the Jin invaders are advancing south in 3 routes. Although their momentum is overwhelming, their key lies in the central route. As long as General Zhong Zhe can hold Kaifeng to the death, the Jin invaders' 3 armies will be unable to attend to both ends and will be unable to converge. Their military might will be thwarted. Your Majesty, I humbly request that Your Majesty issue an edict to establish a defensive line with the Yellow River as the boundary, and to widely issue imperial edicts to pacify the various righteous armies in Hebei, Shandong, and other places that are still persisting in resisting the Jin. Commanders such as Wang Shan, Zhang Yong, Li Gui, Chao Cheng, and Ding Jin each commanded tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were brave and skilled in battle. These rebel armies, though raised by the common people, are devoted to their homeland and have a deep-seated hatred for the Jurchen invaders. They are by no means bandits or outlaws. As long as the court grants them official recognition and provides them with provisions and pay, they will surely serve the country to the death. If we can successfully pacify them, we can obtain hundreds of thousands of elite troops. At that time, not only can Kaifeng be defended, but recovering lost territories and welcoming back the 2 emperors will not be impossible. Welcoming back the 2 saints. Zhao Go, sitting on the throne, twitched his eyelids and his face darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. He did not speak, but instead turned his gaze to Huang Qianshan, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was standing at the front of the civil officials' line. Huang Qianshan understood immediately, stepped forward and bowed. Lord Li's words are perhaps a bit wishful thinking, aren't they? Those so-called righteous armies gather in the mountains and forests, refusing to submit to the king's rule. How are they any different from bandits? Today they are granted amnesty, tomorrow they rebel again. They are fickle and unpredictable, providing them with food and supplies. Isn't that like raising a tiger to cause trouble? What if they collude with the Jurchens or turn south? Can you, Lord Li, bear the responsibility? Li Gang flew into a rage, his hair standing on end. Huang Qianshan, don't you dare slander me. Those righteous soldiers are fighting bloody battles behind enemy lines, and you're here to call them bandits? If it weren't for their presence tying down enemy lines, the Jin invaders would have already launched a full-scale southward offensive. How could we be in this situation today? You're just watching loyal and virtuous people lose heart, destroying your own Great Wall. Huang Qinshan sneered and retorted, Lordly knows so much about these righteous armies, protects them so much, and even vouched for them in court. Could it be that you have been in contact with them beforehand, secretly colluding with them? You can hardly escape the suspicion of collusion, can you? You're talking nonsense. Li Gang trembled with rage. How could Huang Qinshan slander him so baselessly? I, Li Gang, am devoted to the country. Everything I say and do is for the sake of the nation. You only know how to seek peace and avoid war, framing loyal officials. What are your intentions? He turned to Zhao Go and knelt down with a thud. Your Majesty, my sincerity is as clear as the sun and moon. Appeasing the righteous army is the only good strategy to resist the Jin at present. I beg your Majesty to consider this carefully and make a decision quickly. Zhao Go, sitting on the dragon throne, had an icy expression. Li Gang's words, welcome back the two emperors, pierced the most sensitive nerve in his heart. If his father and elder brother are truly welcomed back, how will he, the emperor who succeeded from Prince Kong, conduct himself? Will he still be able to hold onto the throne, maintaining the status quo, or even using war to force peace and preserving half of the country, is his bottom line. Li Gang's radical proposal to restore the Central Plains and welcome back the two emperors ran counter to his personal interests. Li Gang's impassioned attitude and heated argument with Huang Qinshan were seen by Zhao Go as a display of arrogance and disrespect for the emperor. He simply didn't take him, the emperor, seriously. Enough! Zhao Go stood up and looked down at Li Gang, who was kneeling on the ground. Li Gang, you have been ravaging the court, forming cliques, and colluding with foreign vassals. Your intentions are despicable. I am reluctant to punish you further, considering your past minor merits. Effective immediately, you are stripped of all your official positions and exiled to Cheongzhou, never to be employed again. Court adjourned. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I was acting for the country. Li Gang raised his head, looking at Zhao Go in disbelief, still trying to explain. Drag him away. Zhao Go waved his hand in disgust. Two palace guards stepped forward, grabbed Li Gang, and dragged him out of the hall. The entire court was completely silent. Zhao Go stormed off, his anger still burning. Stubborn fool. Do they really think I'm a 3-year-old child? This empire belongs to me. Chapter 51 Heading North. Qi Xiao fell ill. He had a persistent high fever, and his condition fluctuated between lucidity and unconsciousness. The physician diagnosed it as overwork combined with wind cold invading the body. In ancient times, this was no minor illness, especially for a military commander. Zhang Shai and the others were extremely anxious, but they had no other choice but to take good care of Qi Xiao and let him rest. All military affairs were temporarily overseen by Zhang Shai, with Xiao Palu, Zhang Yu, and others carrying out the specific tasks. During this time, urgent military reports kept arriving. The battle for Kaifeng was becoming increasingly fierce. Various rebel armies had successively marched north, and the imperial court dismissed Li Gang. Qi Xiao, in a daze, would occasionally regain consciousness for a moment. Upon hearing this news, he was extremely anxious. He struggled to get up, but his body was too weak, and then he fell back into a deep sleep. The 15th day of the first lunar month, early morning. After sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights, Qi Xiao's high fever finally subsided, and he regained some energy. Although he was still weak, he was able to lean against the bed to listen to reports. Zhang Shai rushed over to report the latest situation. My lord, you're finally feeling better. The latest military intelligence is that most of the rebel armies that received the imperial edict, such as those led by Wang Shan, Zhang Yong, Ding Jin, and Chao Cheng, have already crossed the Yangtze River and are heading north to reinforce Kaifeng. Our army, should we proceed as planned? Qi Xiao leaned against the couch, his face pale, and took a deep breath to concentrate. Kaifeng is an imminent danger, but my own physical condition. If I force myself to lead the army on a long march, I'm afraid I'll collapse halfway before even reaching Kaifeng, which would only make things worse. The military situation is urgent and cannot be delayed. Our army cannot wait. Order. Appoint Zhang Yu as the vanguard commander-in-chief, and Wang Huan as his deputy. Lead 2,000 spearmen, 1,000 shieldmen, 500 archers, 500 long-handled swordsmen, and 2,000 auxiliary soldiers, carrying half a month's worth of provisions, and set off immediately north to reinforce Kaifeng. Our primary task is to reach the outskirts of Kaifeng as soon as possible, make contact with General Zhongzhe, and coordinate our actions depending on the battle situation. Once I have recovered somewhat, I will personally lead the main force to join them. Yes, I will go and relay the order immediately. Zhang Shai accepted the order. After giving the order, Qi Shao leaned back on the couch and started coughing. The saying, "Health is the foundation of everything," gave him a profound understanding. In ancient times, when medical care and medicine were scarce, a serious illness could be fatal. He had to save himself first before he could plan for the future. Early morning on the same day, Jiangning Prefecture drill ground. A biting wind howled, and battle flags fluttered in the wind. 6,000 elite infantrymen stood in formation, their swords and spears forming a forest, and a chilling atmosphere filled the air. Generals Zhang Yu, Wang Huan, and others, fully armored, stood solemnly before the battle lines. Just then, the sound of wheels came from behind. As everyone looked over, they saw Qi Shao, wrapped in a heavy cloak, sitting on a four-wheeled cart, being pushed to the front of the reviewing stand by his personal guards. The people who had heard the news gathered at a distance outside the drill ground, standing on tiptoe to look at the command platform. When they saw Qi Zhao's frail figure, so weak that he needed his personal guards to help him stand up, a chorus of gasps and sighs erupted from the crowd, and many women and children couldn't help but wipe away their tears. "My lord, please take care of yourself. My lord, it's better to live than die. God help us. Lord Qi must get better. Help me up," Qi Shao said to his personal guards. With the help of his personal guards, he struggled to his feet, his body swaying slightly. But he stubbornly straightened his spine, and his gaze swept over the 6,000 soldiers below the stage. "Soldiers, Kaifeng is in imminent danger. General Zhongzhe is single-handedly holding off the main force of the Jin invaders with his own flesh and blood. If Kaifeng falls, the gateway to the Central Plains will be wide open. If the land north of the Yangtze River falls, then the south of the Yangtze River will be in danger. Jiankong will be in danger. We, the parents, wives, and daughters, will all become fish on the chopping block. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? How can we, the sons of Jiankong, sit idly by and watch our old capital fall and our loyal subjects shed their blood? Today, General Zhang Yu and Wang Huan will lead you on my behalf to march north to aid Kaifeng. We will join forces with General Zhongzhe, stand shoulder to shoulder with the righteous armies of the land, resist the Jin invaders, and defend our land. We swear to follow the general to the death. Defend Kaifeng. Drive back the Jurchen invaders." The 6,000 soldiers below the stage, their eyes red with anger, raised their arms and roared, their voices shaking the surrounding fields. An old soldier whispered to the young soldier beside him, "This damn weather, this battle. I fought my whole life, and I feel like this time, I'm going to do something truly earth-shattering." The young soldier gripped his rifle tightly and nodded vigorously. Qi Shao took the sword handed to him by his personal guard, raised it with difficulty, and pointed it straight to the north. "Send the order. Move out." The bugle blared through the sky with a mournful cry. The roadsides were crowded with people seeing off the soldiers, who carried baskets filled with freshly boiled eggs and steaming hot pancakes, which they stuffed into the hands of the departing soldiers. "Take it with you, eat it on the road. Kill a few more of the golden dogs. Take care. You must come back safely." The gates of Jiangning City were wide open. Zhang Yu and Wang Huan solemnly clasped their hands in a salute to Qi Shao, then mounted their horses and led their 6,000 troops out of the city gates, onto the official road heading north, raising clouds of dust. Qi Shao stood upright, watching the army disappear into the dust, before finally collapsing back onto the cart, exhausted and coughing. Across the Central Plains, flames of war raged. Forces from all sides converged like streams into a great river, rushing towards the lone city burning in blood and fire. Qi Shao did not forget the importance of a solid foundation. "What is the state of Jiangning and even the 5 counties of Jiankong now?" "Rest assured, my lord." Zhang Shai stepped forward. "I have already devised a scorched earth strategy. In the past 2 days, the city has been evacuated and relocated to the south by evacuating people from nearby counties on the north bank. The local militia has been organized to cooperate with the government troops in patrolling day and night and to accumulate rolling logs and stones. The grain, provisions, and weapons from the treasury have been dispersed and hidden in various secret locations. Even if the Jin army besieges the city, they will not succeed easily. Qi Shao nodded, satisfied with Zhang Shai's thorough arrangements. With him in charge, he felt much more at ease. The cold wind blew in his face, but it couldn't dispel the heaviness and unease in his heart. He recalled the history books. Kaifeng fell, followed by the Jin army's massacre and looting, turning the once prosperous capital into a ghost town. Then, the Jin army's iron hooves swept south, Jiankong Prefecture fell, and soldiers and civilians were brutally slaughtered. In the prosperous Jiangnan region, 9 out of 10 houses were empty, people were displaced, and corpses littered the fields. The thought sent chills down his spine. If Kaifeng were to fall now, the chain reaction would be unimaginable. The morale of the Jin army would be greatly boosted, and they might not retreat north due to supply problems and harassment from the rebel army, as in history. Instead, they might sweep across Jiangnan in one fell swoop. At that time, Jiankong Prefecture, which he had painstakingly built, will be the first to suffer and repeat the same mistakes. We must never let history repeat itself. We must do everything in our power to defend Kaifeng. He recalled another key point in the history books. Historically, this battle ended with the Jin army finally retreating north, and the Southern Song recovering a large amount of lost territory, except for the resistance of Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and other armies. Another important reason was that various rebel armies active behind enemy lines, such as the 8-character army and the Red Turban army, constantly harassed its long supply lines, causing Emperor Taizong of Jin, Wanyan Sheng, to worry that the army was too far away and the rear would be unstable. So he ordered the army to withdraw. The rebel army, the supply lines, that's the key. Now the rebel army is rising up in droves. Their momentum is even stronger. As long as Kaifeng can hold out and draw away the main force of the Jin army, I might be able to use our mobility. Using their mobility, in coordination with the militia, they threatened and even cut off the Jin army's logistical lifeline. Chapter 52, Arrival in Suzhou. February 1st, Jiangnan Prefecture. Half a month has passed since Zhang Yu and Wang Huan led 6,000 infantrymen northward. Qi Shao stood in front of the map, his finger tracing the route from Huaibei to Kaifeng, his brows furrowed. Based on the infantry's route, Zhang Yu's troops should have already arrived in Suzhou by now. The various reinforcements will likely encounter Wanyan Zhongfu's main eastern army there. After more than 10 days of careful recuperation, he has basically recovered. The blacksmith workshop worked day and night to create a spear for him that was 12 feet long and weighed 80 pounds, and it has already been delivered. He turned to look at Zhang Shai behind him. Lord Zhang, I entrust Jiankong Prefecture to you. Rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost to protect the territory and its people, and to secure the rear. Zhang Shai clasped his hands in a fist salute. Qi Shao nodded and said no more. The battle for Kaifeng is urgent, and we must personally lead the main force to its aid. On that day, Qi Shao left 500 heavy cavalrymen to Zhang Shai to guard the city, and personally led 3,000 heavily armored cavalrymen to march to Kaifeng. The army marched out of Jiangnan and headed north. However, while the heavy cavalry was invincible in terms of impact, both men and horses were heavily armored, and traveling 100 miles a day was the limit. Moreover, it consumed a great deal of energy from the horses and the soldiers. At this rate, by the time they reach the Kaifeng battlefield, the troops will be exhausted and unable to exert their full strength. Time waits for no one. After a day of marching, Qi Shao made a decisive decision. He found a secluded valley, returned 2,000 heavy cavalry to the system space, leaving only 1,000 iron cavalry. He then repeatedly rotated and repaired their durability before charging towards Kaifeng. After a night of galloping, both men and horses were exhausted. The scenery along the way was shocking. On the official road, there was an endless stream of righteous army teams heading north. Their equipment was rudimentary. Their clothing was haphazard. Many were dressed in rags with only a worn-out leather armor over their cloth clothes, and their weapons were mostly bamboo spears, hunting forks, or even hoes. This is the will of the people. This is the unyielding backbone of the Chinese nation. The procession included ox carts and mule carts carrying grain and supplies. Making their progress slow, they could only manage to travel 30 or 40 li a day at most. What is worrying is that, in addition to their determination to defend their homeland, these soldiers' faces are also filled with pessimism and fear. Whispers rippled through the ranks, and occasionally discouraging rumors could be heard. Have you heard? Jin Wuju's iron pagoda is impervious to swords and spears. When they charge, the earth shakes and mountains tremble. Even the imperial cavalry can't withstand a single encounter with them. Sai, we're all dressed in these tattered clothes. Aren't we just throwing our lives away if we go up there? Kaifeng, can it still be defended? Are we going there, just throwing our lives away? The atmosphere was oppressive, and morale was quite low. Just then, a deep rumble of thunder suddenly echoed from the earth. It grew louder and louder as it approached. It's a cavalry, a large contingent of cavalry. The rebel army stirred, and people hurriedly moved to the sides of the road to make way. At the end of the official road, amidst billowing dust, a dark red figure on horseback charged out first. The rider on horseback wore a dark black dragon scale armor with a scarlet battle robe that fluttered in the wind. Beneath the visor, his gaze was like lightning. Astride a magnificent warhorse, jet black with snow-white hooves, he galloped like the wind. The 12-foot-long dragon gallant silver spear in his hand was even more eye-catching. Behind him, a dense array of heavily armored cavalry followed like shadows. Both men and horses were covered in black armor. Spears and lances were like a forest, and banners fluttered in the wind, with a conspicuous Qi banner dancing wildly. This iron cavalry, with its imposing military bearing and a chilling aura, swept past the rebel army with an invincible and powerful momentum, kicking up a whirlwind and dust that covered the faces and heads of those lining the road. Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of this elite cavalry, and for a moment, there was complete silence. Only after the cavalry had gone far away and the dust had settled did the rebel army erupt in a deafening roar and uproar. What? What was that just now? They're cavalry. Our song Dynasty Cavalry. All heavily armored. My God, what a powerful aura. I've never seen such a majestic army. That big banner, it's Qi. It belongs to the Qi Defense Commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture. Yes, they are Lord Qi Zhao's soldiers. I saw them outside Jiangning City. My God, we have cavalry like that too. We have them. There's hope. With such a powerful army, they might actually be able to stop the Iron Pagoda. Kaifeng is saved. Brothers, let's give our all and get to Kaifeng. In an instant, the atmosphere of pessimism and fear vanished. It was replaced by excitement and ecstasy. The soldiers straightened their backs, and the flame of hope rekindled in their eyes. The appearance of Qi Zhao's iron cavalry greatly boosted the morale of these previously demoralized rebels. Quick, keep up. We need to hurry. The marching speed of the rebel army seemed to have increased. Qi Zhao led his army at breakneck speed without stopping, but the faint cheers coming from behind made the corners of his mouth curve upwards almost imperceptibly. Morale is sometimes more important than weapons. In the latter half of the night, he found a secluded mountain hollow far from the road, ate a few bites of cold dry rations and beef jerky, changed the guards to take over the night watch, and then lay down fully clothed in a makeshift tent for a nap. In just over an hour, as dawn broke, they mounted their horses again and continued their journey. February 3rd, dusk, outside Suzhou City. After 2 days and 1 night of frantic galloping, Qi Zhao finally led 1,000 iron cavalrymen to the territory of Suzhou. Looking into the distance, the banners bearing the character gold fluttering atop Suzhou city walls were already visible. The figures of Jin's soldiers patrolling the city walls were faintly discernible. Clearly, Suzhou had been captured by the Jin army's eastern route. Meanwhile, a fierce siege was raging beneath the walls of Suzhou. Tens of thousands of Song soldiers and rebel troops were shouting and carrying makeshift ladders, relentlessly attacking the city. The Jin soldiers on the city walls held their ground and fought fiercely. Below the city walls, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like rivers. Wanyan Zongfu's main force has indeed moved west. Only a detachment has been left to defend the city. Qi Zhao understood the situation. These troops want to remove this thorn in our side and clear the way for the reinforcements to reach Kaifeng. He gazed into the distance and spotted the Qi banner amidst the sprawling military camps. He spurred his horse and led his cavalry toward his own camp. The commotion of 1,000 riders galloping around was considerable and immediately attracted attention from all sides. Zhang Yu and Wang Huan immediately led the officers and soldiers left behind to rush out of the camp to greet them, their faces filled with surprise and delight. Your humble servants respectfully welcome you, sir. The 2 men clasped their hands in greeting, their voices filled with excitement. At the same time, soldiers from other rebel camps around the area also came out of their tents, curiously watching the suddenly appearing heavy cavalry. Whispers arose. It's the Chi Defense Commissioner from Jiankong. He actually came in person, and he brought so many cavalry with him. What a magnificent army! Qi Shao sensed the gaze and turned to look. Not far away, under the banner of the Chao camp, the young General Yang Zixing, dressed in silver robes, sat quietly on his horse, looking in his direction. Qi Shao nodded to him as a greeting, and then entered the camp surrounded by Zhang Yu and others. Upon entering the central command tent, Zhang Yu immediately reported on the military situation. Your Excellency, I was ordered to travel day and night and arrived in Suzhou yesterday. At this time, several rebel armies and some government troops were already attacking the city. According to scouts, after capturing Suzhou, Wanyan Zhongfu allowed his troops to burn, kill, and loot, leaving only about 8,000 elite soldiers to defend the city. This morning, he personally led his main force westward at breakneck speed, heading straight for Kaifeng. Our army and the various rebel forces have been launching a fierce attack for 3 consecutive hours. Our soldiers have fought bravely and relentlessly, suffering heavy casualties. Preliminary statistics show that our attacking force alone has suffered more than 500 dead and nearly 1,000 wounded. The casualties in other units are countless. Although if we continue this fierce attack and hold out for another half day, we might be able to break through the city, but Zhang Yu paused. But now the casualties are too great, and with the news that Wanyan Zhongfu's main force is approaching Kaifeng, many rebel leaders have begun to consider retreating. They feel that fighting to the death in an empty city is a waste of resources, and it would be better to bypass Suzhou and go directly to rescue Kaifeng. The morale of the army is somewhat wavering. Qi Zhao's expression turned solemn after hearing this. He walked to the tent entrance, looked at the deafening battleground in the distance, and then looked at the tired and hesitant soldiers in the camp. He understood. The biggest problem right now is not that we can't capture Suzhou, but the morale of our troops. If the various rebel armies collapse due to casualties and fear, or even fight independently, then even if Suzhou is captured, this cobbled-together reinforcement will lose its fighting capacity and will be unable to provide effective support for the Battle of Kaifeng. We must stabilize morale. Artillery? No. The cannons provided by the system are relatively primitive black cannons, with limited power and accuracy. Coupled with limited ammunition, they are not of much help in sieges. Moreover, if the news of taking so many cannons were to reach Zhao Go, it would arouse his suspicion. After much deliberation, Qi Shao abandoned the idea of using artillery to attack the city. However, if we remain indecisive and hesitant at this juncture, the morale of the army will surely crumble. Give the order. Beat the drums. Cheer me on. Zhang Yu, Wang Huan, and the others were shocked upon hearing this. Sir, you want to? I will lead the charge. Chapter 53. First Ascent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu said, My lord, please think it over. A siege, especially the task of being the first to scale the walls, cannot be accomplished by the bravery of one person alone. Do you know what the phrase first to arrive means? Of course I know. He comes from the modern era and is well-versed in history. How could he not know the bloodshed and weight of the words, first to ascend? The 4 great military achievements in ancient times were being the first to scale the walls, breaking through enemy lines, beheading a general, and capturing a flag. The most difficult of these is beheading a general. Throughout the entire history of China, very few people have been able to kill a commander-in-chief in battle. The highest mortality rate was among those who went first. Many people have a misconception that being the first to reach the city gate is enough. In fact, attacking a city is a team effort, a group of people risking their lives to give you that opportunity. Most of them were from the same hometown. Everyone else had died, but the people from the same hometown had risen to the top. Those who were the first to rise to the top were rewarded and given official positions, and they were expected to take care of their descendants. Moreover, being the first to scale the city walls wasn't simply a matter of getting up there first. It meant scaling the walls despite defenses from arrows, catapults, oil, and molten metal, holding the ramp, and surviving until the city was successfully captured and a counterattack was launched to open the gates. It was a near-certain death mission. Figures such as Ling Tong, Dian Wei, Eugene, Yang Zixing, Hua Xubing, and even Yu Fei all achieved the feat of being among the first to scale the walls. Pass on the order. Form a first strike team. and 100 taels of silver will be awarded for scaling the city walls. Anyone who holds the battlements for even a stick of incense will be promoted and heavily rewarded. The first to break through the gate will be promoted 1 rank and awarded 400 taels of silver. The compensation for those who die in battle will be doubled. His gaze shifted to the heavily armored system warriors standing solemnly outside the tent. Select 50 armored soldiers from my personal heavy cavalry guards. Have them remove their horse armor, take up their great shields and heavy axes, and I will personally lead them as the vanguard for scaling the city walls. My lord, no. General Zhang Yu and Wang Huan exclaimed in alarm. Your body is of utmost importance. How can you personally brave arrows and stones to be the vanguard? This matter should be handled by us. No need for further words. Qi Shao raised his hand to interrupt. Hua Xiubing was able to be the first to scale the walls, and Fan Kuai was able to repeatedly be the first to scale the city walls. So why can't I, Qi Shao, do the same? He pointed to the heavily armored guards who were changing their uniforms. The key to this battle is to break through the defenses in one fell swoop and intimidate the defenders. My mind is made up. Zhang Yu, Wang Huan, you two will each lead your elite troops and follow closely behind my Breaking the Sharpness Battalion. Once you've scaled the city walls, immediately expand your gains and seize the city gates. The rest of the units, intensify your feint attacks and use your bows and crossbows to suppress the city walls. Your subordinate obeys. Seeing that Qi Zhao's mind was made up and his tactics were clear, the generals responded in unison. The news of the generous reward and the commander-in-chief's personal command spread quickly, shaking the entire army and greatly boosting morale. Soon, 50 system-equipped warriors, clad in double-layered heavy armor and wielding massive wooden shields covered in iron plates, long-handled heavy axes and maces specifically designed to pierce heavy armor, with only their eyes visible, stood before the enemy lines like 50 steel fortresses. Thump! 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 The rapid and stirring sound of war drums resounded throughout the Qi army camp, drowning out the sounds of fighting on the battlefield. This drumbeat is different from the usual marching drum. It is more rapid and high-pitched, carrying a sense of unwavering determination to fight to the death. What happened? That's the rallying drum of the Qi camp. No, that drumbeat. It means the commander-in-chief is about to personally lead the charge. Could it be that the Qi defense commander is going to personally lead the charge? The sound of drums echoed across the fields, startling not only the Qi soldiers, but also the soldiers of other rebel camps around them, who rushed out of their tents to look around. The curtain of the central command tent was lifted, and Qi Shao strode out. He was now fully armored, with his robe and belt fastened. His dragon-scale armor gleamed with a mysterious light, and his scarlet battle robe was as if stained with blood. In his left hand he held the dragon gallant silver spear, its tip gleaming coldly, making it impossible to look directly at him. In his right hand he held a giant shield. Breakthrough battalion, follow me to the city wall. Qi Shao roared and charged towards the city wall first. Roar! 50 heavily armored warriors, like a moving steel wall, raised their giant shields to withstand arrows and rolling stones, and charged towards the siege ladder. Almost at the same time that Qi Shao launched his charge, deafening shouts erupted from both the left and right flanks. Men, follow me. Cover the commander. On the left flank, Zhang Yu, wielding a broadsword, personally led a vanguard towards the city wall. Archers suppressed the city walls. Follow up. On the right flank, Wang Huan ordered his archers to fire at full speed to cover the infantry as they set up ladders to attack the city. Just as the thousands of troops were galloping forward, a roar like a tiger howling through the mountains suddenly came from the flank of the battlefield, its sound shaking the surrounding area. Yang Zixing of Yinmen is here. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large banner with the character Yang fluttering in the wind not far away in the direction of the Chao camp. Under his command, Yang Zixing, like a white lightning bolt, personally led a vanguard of over 100 elite soldiers in a desperate charge towards another section of the city wall. It's Yang Zixing. Brothers, kill them. Don't let General Yang get all the credit. Seeing that generals like Qi Shao and Yang Zixing were personally leading the charge and holding nothing back, the various rebel armies roared and surged toward the city wall. In an instant, Suzhou City was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The Jin general on the city wall was pale. He had not expected the Song army's offensive to be so fierce, and he had not expected that the enemy commander would personally lead the charge. Loose the arrows. Drop the rolling logs. Smash them. Smash them down, the Jin general roared hoarsely. Arrows, logs, stones, and molten gold poured down like a torrential rain. Qi Zhao's breaking through the sharpness battalion advanced steadily through arrows and stones, constantly climbing the cloud ladders, thanks to their heavy armor and giant shields. Zhang Yu and Wang Huan's troops fought to the death, with many falling to the ground after being hit by arrows, but new recruits immediately filled their positions. Yang Zixing was even more valiant and brave. He wielded his silver spear with lightning speed, deflecting all the incoming arrows. He took the lead and climbed the ladder. Three forces advanced simultaneously, the sounds of battle shaking the heavens. Qi Xiao, holding the dragon gallant silver spear in one hand and a thickened ironclad giant shield in the other, climbed up the setup ladder. The siege ladder creaked under the weight, and arrows pounded into the shield with such force that his arms went numb. The rolling logs and rocks, accompanied by a whistling sound, came crashing down on him. Qi Zhao's pupils contracted, and he tilted the giant shield upwards at an angle. Boom! Crack! A log as thick as a person's embrace slammed into the shield, sending splinters flying. The immense impact shook Qi Xiao violently, and even the siege ladder swayed several times. He gritted his teeth, braced himself against the shield, and propelled himself upwards 2 more levels. Golden juice! Pull golden juice! A ferocious shout came from the city wall. Qi Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Boiled fecal matter mixture, golden juice, is extremely poisonous. If even a little bit gets splashed on you, your skin will be torn open and the wound will easily fester. In ancient times, it would almost certainly be fatal. He thrust the giant shield upwards, pressed his body against the ladder, and roared, "Watch out for the molten gold. Shield up." No sooner had he finished speaking than a foul-smelling, steaming, dark yellow, viscous liquid poured down from the gap in the battlements. Most of the molten gold was blocked by the giant shield, making a sizzling sound, but a few drops still splashed onto a Peruay camp soldier who was right behind him. The soldier whose calf was splashed was immediately torn open and hit by a falling boulder, and lost his footing and fell down the cloud ladder. Even the system soldiers can't hold them off. Qi Xiao roared, his eyes bloodshot, unleashing his full power as he climbed upwards like a nimble ape. The spear was thrust out of the cave, piercing the throat of a Jin soldier who was leaning out to splash more water. "Stop him! Quickly!" The Jin soldiers brandished their swords and spears, stabbing and slashing wildly downwards. Qi Xiao brandished his spear, parrying the incoming weapons, the clanging sounds echoing incessantly. He seized an opening, slammed his massive shield upwards with his left hand, knocking aside a Jin soldier wielding a knife, and then thrust his spear forward with his right hand, sending another spearman flying. "Breakthrough battalion! Follow me!" he roared, finally stepping onto the battlement. "The Lord has come up to the city." A deafening cheer erupted from below the city walls. Almost at the same time, a thunderous roar came from not far away. General Yang has ascended the city wall. Chapter 54, The City Falls. Qi Xiao had just stepped onto the battlement, and hadn't even had time to steady himself, when several spears came hurtling towards him from different angles, aiming straight for his vital chest and abdomen. Duh. The sharp spear tip pierced the dragon scale armor. Even though the armor was sturdy and not pierced, the huge impact still made Qi Xiao stagger backward, his back hitting the crenellations of the city wall, and his blood surged. "Protect the master!" A soldier from the Peruay battalion roared as he climbed the city wall, swinging his heavy axe to try and cleave the spears thrusting at him. But another fierce Jin soldier seized the opportunity and thrust his spear through the gap on the side, striking the armored soldier squarely in the ribs. The armored soldier groaned and fell off the ladder. The city walls were narrow, and the Jin soldiers, with their numerical advantage, launched a fierce attack on this small landing site. Although the Peruay battalion soldiers were well equipped and highly skilled in martial arts, they could not fully utilize their abilities in the narrow terrain and under attacks from all sides. They were constantly hit by guns and arrows, or were pushed off the city wall due to exhaustion. In just a quarter of an hour of fierce fighting, more than half of the 50 elite armored soldiers had been killed, leaving only a dozen or so covered in blood, protecting Qi Xiao and struggling to hold on. A soldier was hit on the helmet by a Jin soldier's iron mace. Even with the iron helmet protecting him, his skull was shattered and he fell to the ground dead. A young soldier nearby roared as he climbed up, swinging his axe as if to chop. A spear pierced the armored soldier's ribs from the side. The soldier groaned, spitting out blood, half a sentence, tinged with his native accent. Kill the enemy. Stuck in his throat, his eyes quickly dimming. Bastard! Qi Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. He reached out with his left hand, grabbed the spear shaft, and roared as he channeled all his divine power. Snap! The spear shaft was broken in half with a single hand. Then, with a flick of his right hand, he thrust out his spear, piercing through the Jin soldier and sending him flying. With a swing of his spear, like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves, he broke the bones and tendons of several Jin soldiers around him, instantly clearing a small, open space. Breaking through the enemy lines. Hold this position. The reinforcements are on their way. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Yu, Wang Huan, and others led their elite troops to scale the city walls and join the battle. The landing zone expanded rapidly. On another section of the city wall, Yang Zixing was even more unstoppable. His silver spear fell like snowflakes, and wherever it passed, the Jin soldiers fell like grass, and he successfully gained a foothold. The Jin army, already exhausted from days of defending the city, was now being attacked from the center by two elite forces, causing their morale to collapse and their ranks to crumble. Qi Zhao glanced around and saw the chaotic battle inside the city, especially the Jin army flags still visible in the direction of the city gate tower. He knew that he had to open the city gate as soon as possible and let the army into the city. General Yang, seize the city gate, he shouted to Yang Zixing, who was not far away. Good. Yang Zixing understood, and with a flick of his spear, he leaped directly from the city wall, which was several meters high, and landed among the Jin soldiers inside the city, sweeping them away with his spear. Follow me down the city wall. Open the city gate. Qi Zhao shouted to Zhang Yu and Wang Huan, and then jumped down from the gap in the battlements. Grown-ups, protect the general. Seeing this, General Zhang Yu and Wang Huan, along with some brave Song soldiers, gritted their teeth and jumped down or slid down the ropes, gathering around Qi Zhao and Yang Zixing. The remaining Jin soldiers in the city tried to stop them, but how could they stop Yang Zixing, this god of slaughter? They were slaughtered, their bodies strewn all over the ground, and they scattered and fled. The crowd quickly rushed to the city gate. Inside the massive gate, piles of stones and rough timber completely blocked the entrance. Even more troublesome was that the winches and ropes controlling the raising and lowering of the city gate were cut to pieces by sharp blades and completely rendered unusable. Damn it! The Jin dogs have locked the city gates. They've even blocked the gate openings. Wang Huan cursed angrily. The Jin general guarding the city was a loyal soldier. Knowing he couldn't hold the city, he completely sealed off the city gates to buy time. Quickly, move these things away. Clear the way out as soon as possible, or the army will be blocked outside the city. The soldiers immediately stepped forward and struggled to move the debris blocking the door. However, these things were heavy and numerous, and it would be difficult to clear them away in a short time. On the streets near the city gate, the remaining Jin soldiers, driven by their officers, were swarming in from all directions, trying to regain control of the city gate. Protect the city gates. Stop them. Generals Zhang Yu and Wang Huan immediately organized the soldiers who had entered the city to form a defensive formation. General Yang, you to the left, I to the right. Block them. Qi Zhao roared, his dragon gallant silver spear flashing and transforming into a streak of silver light as he charged towards the Jin soldiers surging from the right. The spear shot out like a dragon, knocking away several Jin soldiers at the forefront and halting the enemy's charge on the right flank. Good. Yang Zixing roared in response, his tattered silver spear stirring up a storm of blood and gore, slaughtering the Jin soldiers charging from the left side of the street. The two men stood guard on either side of the narrow street in front of the city gate. They managed to temporarily block the large number of Jin soldiers pouring in from two streets. Quick! Move them quickly! The generals are buying us time. Zhang Yu and Wang Huan roared, personally leading the way and working with the soldiers to move the huge stones and logs blocking the entrance. The passageway is almost open. Cheers erupted from behind the soldiers. Most of the obstruction had been cleared. Give it your all. Qi Zhao pierced through a Jin centurion with his spear. His hands and feet were trembling, and he almost lost his grip on the spear. He quickly glanced back. A tremendous crashing sound came from outside the city gate. Thump, thump, thump. Clearly, the main force of the Song army outside the city had begun to use battering rams to assault the city gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the city gate of Suzhou was finally smashed open. The city gates are open. Charge in. The main force of the Song army outside the city surged in like a tidal wave. Victory! The remaining Jin soldiers were quickly surrounded and killed by the Song army that rushed into the city. Suzhou City has finally been captured. The deafening cheers echoed through the sky. Qi Xiao and Yang Zixing stood back to back in the city gate, finally able to catch their breath. Both men were covered in blood, their armor riddled with wounds, and their faces bore the marks of exhaustion from the fierce battle. Qi Xiao, with the dragon gallant spear hanging from his arm, swayed slightly as he looked around at the bodies of fallen soldiers scattered on the ground. He walked to the side of the young, armored soldier who had died in battle and gently closed his eyes, which he could not close in peace. Brothers, rest in peace. Yang Zixing, around 21 or 22 years old, with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and tightly pursed lips, curiously examined Qi Xiao's dragon-scale mystic armor, his expression revealing a look of inquiry. Qi Xiao also turned his head, and the two remained silent for a moment, with only the whistling wind filling the air. Yang Zixing seemed hesitant about how to speak. Qi Xiao reached out and tapped the mechanism on the side of the helmet. With a click, the cheek protector covering his face lifted up, revealing his face. Yang Zixing hadn't expected the helmet to work in this way. After a brief moment of surprise, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture of respect. But, Qi Xiao of Jiankong Prefecture, the defense commissioner. It is indeed me, Qi. General Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've long heard that your silver spear is unparalleled in the world, but after today's battle, I know that your reputation is well-deserved. I admire your martial prowess. Yang Zixing put away his gun and stood up. General Qi, you are too kind. General, your armor is thick and heavy, and you were the first to charge into battle. Your courage is extraordinary, and I deeply admire you. Just then, Zhang Yu and Wang Huan walked over quickly. Reporting to my lord, the city has been initially cleared, but before the Jin army withdrew, they slaughtered all the civilians who were unable to escape. They also looted all their money, food, and valuables. Wang Huan added, in this battle, our army suffered over 600 dead and over 1,100 wounded, including over 300 seriously wounded. The cost was heavy. Chapter 55, Iron Pagoda. The cost of such a force siege is simply too high. Zhang Yu, Wang Huan, listen to my command. The fallen soldiers must be carefully counted, recorded, properly buried, and a monument erected in their memory upon their return to the county. As for the compensation, it must be paid to the bereaved families in full and as quickly as possible, according to the highest standards. The injured must receive the best possible treatment without any delays. In addition, the battlefield was quickly cleared and any remaining fires extinguished. The army rested on the spot for the night, treating the wounded and replenishing their strength. Tomorrow morning, you two will lead your best troops toward Kaifeng. Yes, your subordinates obey. Zhang Yu and Wang Huan replied sternly. After making the arrangements, Qi Xiao turned to Yang Zixing, his face showing undisguised exhaustion. He said with a wry smile, General Yang, the military situation is urgent. Kaifeng is in imminent danger, and Wanyan Zongfu's main force has already advanced westward. I must go ahead. Yang Zixing. General Qi, please forgive my bluntness, but you look unwell and have exhausted yourself. If you do not recuperate, you may damage your health. Even if you are on your way, you need a rest for a while. Qi Xiao nodded. General Yang is absolutely right. I am also made of flesh and blood, and I should rest and recuperate. I have already ordered carriages to be prepared. I will rest and recuperate in the carriages later, and I should be able to catch up with the vanguard before dawn tomorrow. He paused, then looked at Yang Zixing. I wonder what General Yang's plans are. I am a Song citizen, and it is only right that I stand with all the righteous armies. To revive the dynasty, we need to muster our troops and handle the aftermath. I will head to Kaifeng tomorrow. Good. That's excellent. The two bowed to each other in farewell. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved the hidden achievement. First to login. Achievement description. Leading from the front, he was the first to scale the city walls during the siege and successfully breach them, greatly boosting the morale of the entire army. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 heavily armored cavalry. Fame boosted by 100. A hint of surprise flashed in Qi Zhao's eyes. 500 heavily armored cavalry. This is a real lifesaver. The arrival of these 500 fresh troops will greatly bolster his core assault force. Moreover, this was at a critical juncture when they were about to head to the main battlefield in Kaifeng, facing the Jin army's most elite Iron Pagoda and Hook cavalry. This undoubtedly boosted Qi Zhao's confidence. February 5th, dusk. A high slope 10 miles south of Kaifeng Prefecture. After 2 days of frantic running, Qi Zhao felt completely drained, but he dared not stop. The closer you get to Kaifeng, the stronger the smell of gunpowder and blood becomes in the air. On the official road, there is a constant stream of wounded soldiers fleeing in disarray and families fleeing for their lives. From their scattered cries and discussions, Qi Zhao heard even worse news. Kaifeng City was already awash in blood. The city walls had changed hands multiple times, and General Zhong Zhe had personally taken up a sword to fight on the city walls, his fate unknown. When he arrived at the outskirts of Juxian town, a deafening roar of battle cries, the sound of war drums, and the blaring of horns overwhelmed him, along with the stench of burning flesh and the putrid stench of corpses beginning to decompose in the warm, early spring air. Qi Zhao jumped off his horse and climbed up the highest earthen slope by the roadside, taking out the simple telescope from his pocket and looking towards Kaifeng City. The city walls were densely packed with figures of people fighting. Song soldiers fought fiercely between the battlements, with many falling from arrows or being hacked to death by Jin soldiers. People kept falling off the Jin army's siege ladders, but the follow-up troops were surging up the ladders fearlessly. Huge breaches appeared in several places in the city wall, and the two sides engaged in hand-to-hand combat at the breaches. Below the city, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. On the vast plains of Kaifeng, a one-sided massacre is taking place. On the plains, a heavily armored cavalry force is sweeping away all Song reinforcements that are trying to approach Kaifeng. Iron Pagoda. This is the elite Iron Pagoda, the ace of the Jin army. The knights and their warhorses were covered in cold-forged heavy armor with thick plates, so that ordinary swords and arrows could not penetrate it at all. Where these steel behemoths went, chaos followed. Those directly rammed by the heavy cavalry were instantly turned into mincemeat. Every swing of the knight's spiked club easily shattered shields, cleaved through armor, and sent up sprays of blood. On the flanks and in the gaps between the Iron Pagoda, the cavalry used arrows to kill the flanking Song troops, perfectly compensating for the Iron Pagoda's slightly poor mobility. A square formation of about 100 rebel infantrymen bearing the banner with the character Wang, King. In a single charge, they were torn apart by the horses' hooves. The formation collapsed, and the soldiers were knocked away, trampled, and hacked to pieces, suffering almost total casualties. The entire process took less than the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea. Another cavalry force from the government army, which was flanking from the side, was covered by a hail of arrows from the cavalry. The men and horses fell, and they suffered heavy losses before even engaging in battle. They were then annihilated by the Iron Pagoda's lateral pressure. On the plains, corpses lay strewn everywhere, flags fell to the ground, and severed limbs were scattered all around. The corpses of Song reinforcements almost covered the path of the Iron Pagoda's charge. This heavy cavalry, with an unparalleled and overwhelming force, repeatedly defeated and slaughtered the Song troops who rushed to their aid from all directions. Wanyan Zongbi, Jin Wuju, is stationed on a high slope, wearing a black sable cloak over a gold-threaded chainmail. Even a cornered beast will fight. Though its strength is weak, its will should not be underestimated. A barely audible whisper dissipated in the wind. He was not a mindless killing machine. These Song soldiers, knowing they were doomed, still managed to hold their ground in formation. This tenacious resilience stirred a deep respect for the soldiers within him. The Song people, if they could be tamed, they would all be good shepherds and farmers, able to cultivate the land and pay tribute. But alas, they always insist on this pointless struggle, needlessly wasting our elite troops and resources. Truly, utterly foolish. As for the Song army, after experiencing the one-sided massacre by the Iron Pagoda and the cavalry, the remaining Song army and various rebel armies were forced to abandon the idea of winning the decisive battle in the field and began to retreat to the last line of defense in front of the main camp. This defensive line consisted of chevaux de frise and pits filled with caltrops, followed by the Song army's last reliance on heavy infantry formations. Looking out, at least 5 large infantry squares had already formed on the open ground in front of the camp. Each square had about 1,000 men, their formations heavy and silent, exuding a chilling aura. Standing at the very front of the formation were none other than the army's most elite heavy infantry. They were all clad in the finest iron armor or mountain pattern armor from the Song dynasty infantry, with thick armor plates. The protective capabilities of these armors were absolutely top-notch for this era. They gripped massive shields, each as tall as a person, covered with raw cowhide, and edged with iron, heavy and sturdy. A spear over 10 feet long peeked out from between the shields. On this meat grinder-like battlefield, the best equipped, best trained, and most generously rewarded troops must be at the forefront. Otherwise, the thin line of defense would collapse instantly under the first wave of the cavalry's attack, leading to the annihilation of the entire army. Battlefield statistics from the era of cold weapons often reveal a fact. Those with the lowest casualty rate were precisely the heavily armored and well-equipped vanguard main force. Those who can stand in the first row are already the most outstanding soldiers, and with their elite equipment and experience, they often have a higher survival rate. In ancient times, armor could not cover the entire army. If it covered 40% of the soldiers, it was considered an elite force. Following these heavy infantry were crossbowmen and spearmen armed with crossbows, ready to fill gaps and launch long-range attacks. The entire formation resembled a curled-up steel hedgehog with its sharp spines raised. This formation has both prominent advantages and disadvantages. With extremely strong defensive capabilities, and provided they possess excellent armor and discipline, they are highly resistant to cavalry charges, especially frontal assaults. As long as the formation remains intact, even the mighty ironclad cavalry would suffer heavy losses in a head-on collision. The downside is that it has an extremely poor mobility and almost no offensive capability. It can only stay in place and passively take hits. Once it is flanked or outmaneuvered by cavalry, or covered by superior long-range firepower, it will be in a very passive position. At this moment, the Song army formed this battle formation because they knew they were no match for the enemy in open battle. They relied on their fortified camps to hold their ground and await reinforcements, at least to buy time and wait for a change in circumstances. Under the banner of the Jin army commander, Jin Wuju coldly gazed at the hastily formed Iron Hedgehog formation of the Song army. They did not send the Iron Pagoda to charge the barricades and the forest of spears. Every ironclad knight is a national weapon, meticulously selected and trained at great expense, and is the foundation of the empire's existence. Using them to charge head-on into those well-equipped hedgehog formations would be a losing proposition, even if they won. Give the order. Use cavalry to harass and wear down their formation. Infantry advance, clear the barricades, and fill in the pits. Yes. Chapter 56. Qi Shao, the defense commissioner of the Great Song dynasty, arrives to break through the enemy's defenses. Inside Kaifeng City, on a vacant lot near the south gate, the cold wind howled, stirring up ashes and the stench of blood from the ground. Rockets streaked across the sky, and the deafening impacts coming from the direction of the city walls in the distance made the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. A large group of people stood in the open space. Most of them were very young, even naive, with a mixture of fear, determination, and a hint of bewilderment on their faces. They were the last group of able-bodied young men conscripted in Kaifeng, many of whom were scholars, laborers, and craftsmen, but were now forced to take up arms. Zhongzhe, his armor stained with blood, stood on a broken stone mill. His body was somewhat hunched, and he held a rough earthenware bowl in his hand, filled with murky, strong liquor. Children, the Jurchen invaders are about to breach the city. Behind us are our parents, wives, and children. If we retreat, our families will be destroyed, our land will be shattered. I, Zhongzhe, have been deeply grateful for the country's favor and have a duty to defend this land. Today I will live and die with Kaifeng. He raised his wine bowl. This bowl of wine is for you, for your courage, for the indomitable spirit of the sons of Han. Cheers! Zhongzhe tilted his head back and drank the spicy liquid in the bowl in one gulp, then smashed the bowl on the ground, shards flying everywhere. Cheers! Below the stage, thousands of young men, their eyes red, roared and drank what might be their last cup of farewell wine. The sounds of coughing, sobbing, and breaking dishes filled the air. Among the crowd, a boy who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old with a childish face, held a bowl with trembling hands. His name was Irwa, and he was an apprentice at a leatherworker's shop in the city. He stared at the swaying wine in the bowl, turned towards his home, knelt down with a thud, and kowtowed 3 times. Mother, since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been mutually exclusive. Your son will be unable to fulfill his filial duty this time. After shouting, he looked around at the familiar and unfamiliar faces, especially the wounded soldiers sitting against the broken walls, their bodies wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, clearly unable to fight any longer, and kowtowed heavily. Brothers and uncles, I am Irwa from the Wong widow's family, who runs a tannery in the southern part of the city. This journey is fraught with peril. If Kaifeng is held, whichever brother is fortunate enough to survive, when passing by my house, please kowtow to my mother for me. Irwa thanks you in advance. After saying that, he slammed his head on the ground, and his forehead instantly became bruised. The surroundings were deathly silent. The heavily wounded soldiers, with tears in their eyes, struggled to kneel down in Irwa's direction, either with their still functioning hands or with the help of their comrades, and returned the salute with great force. Irwa looked up with tearful eyes and saw this scene. His lips trembled as he grabbed the wine bowl on the ground and poured it all into his mouth. He threw down the bowl, picked up a long knife that someone had left behind, wiped his face haphazardly with his sleeve, and roared towards the city wall. I'm going now. After saying that, he turned and ran wildly toward the breach in the south city wall without looking back. Irwazi, young man. More young men were ignited by this scene. With red eyes, they grabbed their weapons and followed the small, thin figure toward the breach in the city wall. General Zhongzhe, witnessing all this, wept uncontrollably, drew his sword, and pointed it at the city wall. Soldiers, for Kaifeng, for the people behind us, follow me to kill the enemy. As long as the city stands, we live. If the city falls, we all perish. Outside Kaifeng City, in the northwest wilderness, Qi Shao put down the binoculars. At present, Jin Wuzhu has deployed at least 3,000 Iron Pagoda cavalry and 5,000 cavalry into the battlefield. This doesn't even include the tens of thousands of infantry under Wanyan Zhongfu's command, nor the large number of light cavalry patrolling the flanks. And even with all my strength, I only have 3,500 heavy cavalry. In terms of troop strength, terrain, and even morale, I am at an absolute disadvantage. If we engage in a direct confrontation in this battle, my divine armor army will likely suffer heavy losses and be severely weakened. One wrong step could lead to total defeat. His gaze fell upon the plains strewn with corpses, upon the Song soldiers who, despite the ironclad cavalry's blades, fought to the death, forming a defensive line with their own flesh and blood. He seemed to see the flames burning in the soldiers' eyes, knowing they were doomed to die, and he heard their unwilling roars before they perished. These Song soldiers being slaughtered before our eyes, do they not know that the enemy is strong and we are weak? Do they not know that they have come here with a slim chance of survival? But they still came. They rushed from all directions, covering hundreds of miles without hesitation, to aid Kaifeng. They wore simple leather armor, carried crude weapons, and used their flesh and blood to fight against the iron torrent of the ironclad cavalry. Is it loyalty? Is it righteousness? Is it for the sake of the millions of compatriots behind us, to live up to the Han Chinese attire? Personal gains and losses, the rise and fall of power, all seem so insignificant at this moment, in the face of this loyalty forged with blood and flesh. The system bestowed upon me divine armor and iron cavalry, allowing me to be reborn in this chaotic world. If I were to still be preoccupied with my own gains and losses and shrink back in fear, how could I face this world? How could I be qualified to lead this iron cavalry? Under the iron hooves of the Jurchen invaders, how can any egg remain intact? If I retreat today, and Kaifeng falls and the north of the Yangtze River is lost, how long can my few thousand iron cavalry survive? If I cannot compete with the strongest heavy cavalry in the world and shatter this invincible myth with my own hands, wouldn't I be wasting this heaven-sent opportunity? Some things are easy to lose, but hard to pick up again. Come on, I'll fight you to the death. He clenched his fists, his fighting spirit soaring to the top of his head. Let this city of Kaifeng be the final battlefield. Let me see whether your Jin Dynasty's Iron Pagoda army is stronger in armor and sharper in spears, or whether my divine armor army is superior. Let's see who is the true king of the land in this battle of the cold weapon era. Beyond the high slope, the air seemed to distort. 3,500 heavily armored cavalrymen, men and horses alike, stood in formation. Their armor gleamed with an eerie light. Qi Shao strode forward, where the armored soldier was already waiting, holding his dragon-scale mystic armor. He quickly donned his armor, put on the ferocious helmet and mask, and leaped onto the magnificent black cloud, snow-treading steed. The dragon gallant silver spear was now in his grasp. He gripped the reins in one hand, surveying the torrent of iron cavalry before him. Looking at those cold faces covered by the masks, and feeling the soaring, murderous aura, Qi Shao could no longer suppress his heroic spirit. He raised his dragon gallant spear, its tip pointing directly at the raging ironclad pagoda in the distance. Follow me. Break through the enemy lines. Crush the Jin invaders. Lift the siege of Kaifeng. Roar, roar, roar. Target, directly ahead. Ironclad cavalry. Qi Shao spurred his horse, and Wu Yun Takshu, as if sensing something, let out a powerful neigh that tore through the sky. The steel torrent, in motion. 3,500 heavily armored cavalrymen dispersed in 7 square formations, began to slowly accelerate, charge down the high slope, and crash straight into the ironclad pagoda army formation. The earth is trembling. The air is burning. Qi Shao, the defense commissioner of the Great Song Dynasty, has come to break through the enemy lines. Chapter 57, The Ultimate Showdown. Just as General Zhong Zhe led the last batch of able-bodied men to the breach in the South City Wall. Thump, thump, thump. A deafening roar came from the south side of the battlefield. The sound was not from war drums, but from the thunderous crash of thousands of heavily armored cavalrymen as they charged forward at full speed, their iron hooves shattering the earth. Immediately following was a roar of anger from 3,500 people. Qi Shao, the defense commissioner of the Great Song Dynasty, has arrived to break through the enemy's defenses. The roar of 3,500 men instantly drowned out all the shouts, screams, and war drums on the battlefield. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. On the walls of Kaifeng, Song soldiers who were fighting a bloody battle paused and looked in the direction of the sound. Most people looked bewildered and surprised. Qi Shao? Defense envoy? What defense envoy? However, a very small number of well-informed veterans or officers had vaguely heard that a capable young general had recently emerged in Jiankong Prefecture in Jiangnan, but no one knew the specifics. No one knew he had so many iron cavalry. Beneath the Jin army's banner, Jin Wuzhu suddenly turned his head. He naturally knew that there was a young man named Qi Shao in the Southern Dynasty who had a reputation for suppressing bandits in Jiangning. He had several thousand elite soldiers under his command and had even sent envoys to persuade Qi Shao to surrender. However, this person dared to leave his base, travel thousands of miles, and strike directly at the main battlefield of Kaifeng. Even more unexpectedly, the strength, equipment, and momentum of his cavalry far exceeded expectations. Wanyan Zhongfu, who was directing his infantry to clear the obstruction, paused with his whip, revealing a look of surprise. Qi Shao? Who is he? When did such a figure emerge in the Southern Dynasty? How can he have so many heavy cavalry under his command? Hasn't the Jingsa army already been wiped out? This was beyond his intelligence capabilities. In front of the Song army's main camp, countless pairs of eyes shone with hope as the heavy infantry, who were already determined to die, formed a defensive array and held their ground. They didn't know who the newcomer was, but judging from the title Great Song Defense Commissioner and the overwhelming momentum, it was an elite and unparalleled cavalry. That's enough. In dire straits, even a straw can drive someone mad. At the breach in the South City Wall, General Zhong Ze's arm, which was about to swing his sword forward, froze in mid-air, his cloudy old eyes gazing south. He held a high position and was relatively well informed. He had indeed heard that there was a newly appointed Qi Defense Commissioner in Jiangning Prefecture who had defeated tens of thousands of bandits with 1,000 heavy cavalry and was enjoying great success. But he never expected that this person would have such courage and strength to appear here at this time. This was simply a divine intervention from the heavens. All the able-bodied men around him, including the boy named Erwa, who were prepared to die, were stunned, staring blankly in the direction where the thunder had sounded. Is it the iron cavalry of the Great Song Dynasty? The next moment, the rumbling thunder grew louder and louder as it approached. The earth began to tremble violently. On the southern horizon, a black torrent of steel surged toward the battlefield. Their military might, superior armor, and fierce aura were in no way inferior to the Iron Pagoda. At the very forefront of this torrent, one of them takes the lead. The knight on horseback was clad in magnificent, jet-black heavy armor that no one had ever seen before. The armor plates gleamed with a dark gold luster under the interplay of the setting sun and the firelight of the battlefield. Behind him, a scarlet battle robe fluttered wildly in the wind. Its face was covered with a ferocious dragon head mask, revealing only its eyes. He held a uniquely shaped, bright silver spear in his hand. Beneath him was an unprecedented black steed, its forehooves off the ground, galloping like lightning, its body also covered in an exquisite black coat. Men are like tigers, horses are like dragons, guns are like lightning. The immense aura and fighting spirit emanating from this man and his horse, along with that mysterious and powerful sense of the unknown, instantly suppressed all the noise on the battlefield. Good, what a powerful aura. They are truly our people. They are the banner of our great Song dynasty. Another soldier shouted excitedly, even though he had no idea which flag belonged to which the flag belonged. Although many of the defenders were unaware of what was happening, upon seeing such elite cavalry of their own, their despair was instantly replaced by ecstasy and hope, and they erupted in thunderous cheers. Jin Wuju stared at the black arrow that pierced straight into the Iron Pagoda's main formation, then suddenly stood up. His usually calm face showed a look of solemnity and surprise. The scouts report that Qi Shao only has 1,000 cavalrymen. When did he secretly train such an iron cavalry? In front of the Song army camp, an old soldier with a broken arm sat leaning against the battlements, his originally dim eyes suddenly flashing with a terrifying light. He used his remaining right hand to dig into the cracks in the wall bricks, struggling to stand up. It's here. Finally, it's here. We have iron cavalry too. The iron cavalry of our great Song dynasty has arrived. Jin Wuju was, after all, a warlord who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although he was shocked by the sudden appearance and powerful momentum of Qi Zhao's iron cavalry, his rich battlefield experience allowed him to suppress his unease. It was too late to form an infantry square at this moment. If they were to be charged by this iron cavalry, countless casualties would surely follow. Order. The Iron Pagoda main force, with its vanguard of 3,000, will form a triple horizontal formation and meet the enemy head-on. The two flanks, forming a V-shaped pincer movement, will encircle and annihilate the enemy at full speed, cutting off their retreat. Under the central banner, the flag-bearer vigorously waved the huge command flag. In the distance, within the various formations of the ironclad cavalry and the hooked cavalry, the corresponding colored small command flags immediately waved rapidly, conveying the orders. The mournful sound of a bullhorn tore through the sky. The Iron Pagoda army formation has moved. The front 3,000 heavy cavalry began to slowly accelerate, with the three ranks of cavalry advancing in layers, heading head-on towards the tip of Qi Zhao's army formation. He's going to fight head-on. Meanwhile, on the left and right flanks, a total of 5,000 light cavalrymen, with their hooves flying and dust billowing, were flanking and encircling Qi Zhao's army formation at an astonishing speed. The 8-character pincer attack was formed instantly, intending to surround Qi Zhao, cut off all his connection with the Song army behind him, and then slowly grind him down. The two strongest heavy cavalry forces in the world are about to have an earth-shattering head-on collision. At this critical moment, an eerie atmosphere spread across the entire battlefield. The fighting stopped. It was neither a retreat nor a rout. The soldiers on both sides of the battlefield spontaneously stopped wielding their swords. All eyes were drawn to the steel jungle about to collide. On the walls of Kaifeng, a Song soldier's sword had already reached mid-air, but he froze in mid-air. A Jin soldier had just climbed onto the battlement, also forgetting to attack. He opened his mouth wide and looked back in the direction from which the thunder had sounded. Everyone understood that the battle before them would directly determine the fate of Kaifeng and the life or death of each of them. In the rear of the Jin army, Wanyan Zongfu had long forgotten to direct his infantry to clear the obstacles. He reined in his warhorse, his brows furrowed. As a veteran of the battlefield, he knew better than ordinary soldiers that in a heavy cavalry charge of this caliber, ordinary infantry simply couldn't get involved. Going in would only mean certain death. This bastard, this bastard actually dares to confront the ironclad cavalry head-on? Cold sweat unconsciously seeped into his palms. In front of the Song army camp, the soldiers who had formed ranks and were prepared to fight to the death held their breath. They dared not make a sound, for fear of disturbing the iron cavalry that was fighting for them. Across the vast battlefield, apart from the hoofbeats of the two cavalrymen accelerating and about to collide, there were no other sounds of large-scale fighting. Everyone understood that what they were witnessing was a cavalry duel that would go down in history, the pinnacle of the cold weapon era. The outcome of this battle will shatter the balance of power on the battlefield and determine everything that follows. Chapter 58, Divine Might from Heaven. Qi Shao remained calm and composed. He could feel the gazes coming from all directions, but he felt no fear. Instead, a fighting spirit rose within him, making him stronger in the face of adversity. My men are all battle-hardened warriors trained by the system, fearless of death, and obedient to my orders. Behind me are the millions of people of the great Song dynasty. We must not retreat in this battle. The vanguard, 1,000 strong, accelerate, split into a figure 8 and charge toward the edge of their formation, disrupt their flanks, and tear open a breach. The central army, 1,000 strong, line up in 3 rows. Hold your ground. 500 cavalry on each of the left and right flanks, guard the flanks, and prevent the attack of the cavalry. Received orders. The vanguard of 1,000 heavily armored cavalry suddenly accelerated, broke away from the main formation, avoided the ironclad defenses in front of the Iron Pagoda, and wedged themselves into the junction between the Iron Pagoda formation and the light cavalry on the flanks. Boom! A bloody collision erupted instantly. The heavily armored cavalry, with the force of a thunderbolt, crashed into the relatively weak flank of the Jin army's light cavalry. In an instant, men and horses fell, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The armored cavalry, aided by the speed of their horses, used their lances to pierce through the light armor of the Jin soldiers and send them flying. The sound of horses' hooves trampling over the fallen Jin soldiers was so loud it made your teeth ache. But the Jin soldiers were also extremely fierce. Their maces and iron maces came from all directions, with a loud clang. Even with the protection of fine armor, the huge impact caused many armored cavalrymen to groan and fall off their horses. After a charge, 1,000 heavy cavalrymen broke through the enemy lines, but at a cost. Their formation became scattered and their speed slowed down. More Jin soldiers surged forward like a tide, trying to engulf them. Take cover and retreat to your own lines, the captain roared, and the remaining cavalrymen struggled to turn their horses around, fighting and retreating. Almost at the same time that the vanguard engaged the enemy, the Jin army's flanking cavalry had already completed their encirclement. These light cavalry were extremely fast and highly mobile. Instead of directly clashing with the 500 heavy cavalry on the flank of Qi Zhao's army, they used their agility to cut into the gaps between the heavy cavalry, and used their heavy armor-piercing weapons, such as maces and chain hammers, to smash and whip the sides of the armored cavalry and the legs of their horses. One after another, armored cavalrymen were knocked off their horses from the side, and once they fell, they were instantly torn to pieces by the Jin soldiers. The 500 heavy cavalry on the left flank were being routed by the agile and fierce cavalry, and were on the verge of being cut off and surrounded. Not good. Qi Shao, who was in the rear guard, saw it clearly and was greatly alarmed. I underestimated the armor-piercing ability and tactical cunning of these cavalry. 300 heavy cavalry from the rear will advance to relieve the pressure on the left flank of the central army. Jin Wuju's tactic of confronting Qi Shao head-on while flanking him from the side and rear put Qi Shao in a dangerous situation where he was on the defensive and unable to defend himself from both sides. In just one exchange, the left flank of Qi Zhao's army was already in a precarious situation. Once the left flank is breached, the Jin army's cavalry can take advantage of the situation to cut into the rear of the central army. At that time, the entire Qi Shao army will be attacked from both sides and will be in a hopeless situation. He wields his spear across the southern plains and the northern hills, dancing in the wind as he breaks through enemy lines. Yang Zixing, a son of the Yang family, is here. A deafening roar erupted from the flank of the battlefield. The voice contained unparalleled domineering power and sharp killing intent. A white bolt of lightning streaked towards us from the side and behind. It was Yang Zixing. He was still wearing that bright silver armor in plain white robe, riding alone, his tattered silver spear transforming into an indestructible blade, piercing directly into the core area of the left-wing cavalry formation. In the blink of an eye, the spear felled 27 Jin generals in succession, the spear tip piercing through the enemies like a string of pearls. Wherever they went, men and horses fell, and blood rained down. Truly, with a silver spear points, 1,000 armies crumble. A lone rider gallops across, crushing 10,000 horses. With his superb martial arts skills and fearless spirit, Yang Zixing charged through the enemy ranks as if they were empty. No one could withstand a single blow from him. In just a few breaths, he stabilized the precarious left flank. This earth-shattering scene not only shocked both sides in the battle, but also left everyone on the battlefield who witnessed it stunned and speechless. The Song's soldiers in the distance, seeing this godlike scene, instantly had their previously low morale soar. The Divine Armor Army recovered and turned their horses around, launching a fierce counterattack against the crooked cavalry formation that Yang Zixing had disrupted. How is this possible? A cavalry captain stared in horror at the white figure that was rampaging through his own ranks. Is it a human or a ghost? The originally orderly cavalry formation was turned upside down. The offensive came to an abrupt halt. A huge gap had appeared in the encirclement. The precarious situation on the left wing was miraculously reversed by Yang Zixing, who single-handedly rode a horse. Upon seeing this, Qi Shao was also startled and shouted sternly, "Left flank all troops. Cooperate with General Yang. Counterattack. Rout the hooked horses. Central Army advance. Hold the line. Right flank hold firm. All troops push forward. Roar." The cavalrymen, now reinforced, were greatly encouraged and their offensive intensified. At this moment, Yang Zixing was already caught up in the killing frenzy. He pointed his spear at the main force of the Guizi cavalry in the distance, who were trying to reorganize their formation, and let out an even angrier roar. Once again, he rode alone, charging towards the densest part of the enemy formation, the walls of Kaifeng. General Zhong Zhe was leaning on the battlements, gazing into the distance. When he saw Qi Zhao's iron cavalry in trouble, his heart sank. But when that white lightning bolt fiercely charged into the enemy ranks and single-handedly turned the tide, the old general's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, who is this person? Charging in a battle alone, moving freely as if entering an empty field. Such martial arts skills, such courage. A figure of equal valor flashed through the old general's mind, and he blurted out, "Incomparably brave, even comparable to Pengjiu. Heaven bless the Song dynasty. Heaven bless the Song dynasty." Two streams of tears slid down the face of the old general, who had never frowned even during the bloody battle. What he saw was not just individual bravery, but a glimmer of hope in the desperate situation of the Song dynasty. Under the banner of the Jin army commander, Jin Wuzhu, who had been sitting calmly on the sidelines, leaned forward the moment Yang Zixing appeared, his face showing surprise. "Yang Zixing." He repeated the name in a low voice, his brows furrowed, his mind racing to recall the name. Where did these barbarians come from? Does the Song army actually have such a figure? Despite his meticulously trained horsemanship, it was slaughtered like grass before that silver spear. If this person is not eliminated, he will become a great threat. In front of the Song army camp, when the Song soldiers saw that white figure descend like a divine warrior, single-handedly causing the Jin soldiers to fall and their horses to scatter, the entire formation erupted in deafening cheers. "My God, who is that? Yang Zixing. His name is Yang Zixing. One man, one horse, cutting through the enemy lines. Brothers, do you see that? We have such a fierce general. Were we afraid of the Jin dogs? Charge out and support the general." Morale reached its peak at this moment. The formations, which had previously been forced to defend passively, began to actively advance. It was as if that white figure had given them boundless courage and strength. The various rebel armies also witnessed this incredible scene. "That's Yang Zixing under Gao Cheng." A rebel leader who recognized him exclaimed in disbelief, hardly able to believe his eyes. "Good heavens! Is this even human?" More rebel soldiers gaped in astonishment. "Do we have someone in our army who can take on 10,000 men?" The name Yang Zixing, along with his blood-stained white robe and his invincible silver spear, spread throughout the entire battlefield. "One man can take on 1,000 men. His bravery surpasses that of the entire army. Chapter 59. Mountain Lion Camel and Wanyan Jindanzi. Just as Qi Zhao's left flank was temporarily stabilized thanks to Yang Zixing's bravery, the ironclad cavalry and the divine armor army clashed head-on directly ahead. The Iron Pagoda's triple horizontal formation suddenly accelerated and crashed into the enemy. This was their ultimate killing formation, which had allowed them to dominate the world and never suffer a defeat. Qi Zhao's 1,000 heavily armored cavalry, without fear or distraction, closely converged and charged forward. Boom! A true, earth-shattering clash of heavy cavalry has erupted. In an instant, men and horses were thrown into chaos, and the sun and moon lost their light. The snapping sound of the spear breaking was deafening. The thunderous roar of the heavy armor colliding violently was like a thunderclap. The dying cries of the warhorse were piercing and heart-wrenching. The knight's bones shattered, and his dying roars and screams mingled together. Knights were constantly thrown from their horses by the enormous impact. Their heavy armor made it impossible for them to get up after landing, and they were instantly crushed into mincemeat by the surging iron hooves that followed. In the first and most intense charge alone, Qi Zhao watched helplessly as more than 50 of his heavy cavalrymen, along with their horses, were knocked over, pierced, and trampled by the Iron Pagoda, suffering heavy losses. The ironclad cavalry's frontal assault is indeed as powerful as its reputation suggests, and the flanking attacks of the hook cavalry are just as cunning. Qi Zhao watched from within the formation, his heart pounding with fear and his anger rising. The loss of dozens of elite troops in a single exchange was far too heavy a price to pay. As for the ironclad cavalry, they also paid a heavy price. With the aid of their superior armor and powerful impact, the spears of the divine armor army also pierced through the ironclad cavalry's thick armor. One after another, ironclad cavalrymen were felled from their horses, their heavy bodies kicking up clouds of dust. In just one exchange, the ironclad cavalry had lost dozens of riders. In the distance, beneath the commander's banner, Jin Wuzhu watched as the ironclad cavalry, which he had painstakingly built, fell on the battlefield. His eyes twitched violently, and his heart bled. Qi Zhao's heavy cavalry are so well armored. 1,000 against 3,000. Their impact is no less. On the walls of Kaifeng, the defending troops, who were fighting a bloody battle, saw the billowing dust in the northwest, and saw that the heavy cavalry with the Qi banner were engaged in a fierce slaughter with the ironclad cavalry. They immediately burst into a thunderous cheer. Our cavalry did not lose. Brothers, kill them. After dozens of days of fierce fighting and utter exhaustion, the defending troops' morale soared. They actually pushed back a wave of Jin soldiers who were about to climb the city walls. General Zhongzhe, sword in hand, shouted, "Heaven bless the great song. Soldiers, today is the day to kill the enemy and serve our country." On the other side of the battlefield, Yang Zixing saw clearly the scene of Qi Xiaojuan's army fighting against the Iron Pagoda. He laughed wildly and wielded his silver spear like a dragon, while the corpses around him piled up like mountains. An achievement that surpasses the 4 great military exploits in history. The 100-man kill achievement has been accomplished. Seeing that morale was high and Yang Zixing had tied down a large number of enemy troops, Qi Xiao seized the opportunity, sent the order, change formation, take turns providing cover, and move towards the central army. The army formation moved with the ease of an extension of its own arm and began to operate flexibly. Jin Wuzhu waved his flag repeatedly and mobilized troops to block them, but Qi Zhao's army was extremely resilient, and Yang Zixing's counterattack was fierce, making it difficult to stop them for the time being. Seeing that the time was ripe, Qi Zhao's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Personal guard, follow me straight to the heart of the enemy." With a roar, he led 200 of his most elite armored soldiers, breaking away from their main formation and heading straight for Jin Wuzhu's main formation. "To defend our homeland, to drive out the barbarians, we raise our spears to pierce the cold of the heavens." The dragon-scale armor gleamed with an eerie light, and wherever the dragon spear passed, the Jin soldiers fell from their horses. Qi Xiao pierced through a Jin general, hammer and all, with a single spear thrust, sending him flying and smashing down a large number of his men. His ferocity was unparalleled. The surrounding Jin army was stunned. 200 armored soldiers formed a wedge formation, protecting Qi Xiao from both sides, and were invincible. The arrows of ordinary Jin soldiers felt like a tickle to them, and their slashes were difficult to penetrate their defenses. The steel spears in the hands of the Divine Armor Army, however, could tear through the leather armor of the Jin army's light cavalry with the help of their horses' speed. Each group charge plowed out bloody gaps in the Jin army's formation, especially when Qi Xiao was in charge. His dragon-scale mystic armor was so tough that it was impervious to swords and spears. On some battlefields, the Jin army was also defeated and retreated in droves, with corpses strewn all over the ground. Zhongzai's gaze swept across the battlefield, and he saw Qi Xiao charging straight into Jin Wuzhu's main camp. He was greatly shocked. No, there's more than one Yang Zixing. Qi Xiao's bravery in battle it's no less than Peng Jiu's, the Jin army's main tent. This boy is so fierce and brave. Wanyan Zongfu could no longer sit still. He immediately waved his flag and mobilized his infantry to form a battle formation to block the way. Faced with the Jin army's square infantry formation, Qi Xiao suddenly dispersed his assault team into 3 groups. 2 groups rode around to the sides and rear of the square formation. 1 group turned around and charged again. The Jin army's square formation did not have time to turn around and was crushed by the iron hooves. At the same time, with the support of the Divine Armor Army, Yang Zixing had also reached the rear of the Jin army's lines, and it seemed that he was preparing to capture Jin Wuzhu. Jin Wuzhu shouted fiercely, "Stop him!" Before the words were even finished, 2 thunderous shouts rang out almost simultaneously. "Southern barbarians, cease your tyranny. Mountain Lion Camel is here. Yang Zixing, do you know Wanyan Jindanzi?" 2 fierce generals, as imposing as giants, galloped out from the Jin army ranks. The general on the left, with a face as black as iron and eyes like copper bells, wields a 100-pound phoenix-winged gilded halberd. He is none other than Shan Shita, the mighty general of the Jin kingdom. The general on the right is even more imposing, with a full beard and wielding a pair of huge iron hammers. He is none other than Wanyan Jindanzi, a fierce general known for his divine strength. These 2 men were among the top warriors in the Jin army, capable of taking on 10,000 men. Seeing Yang Zixing move through an empty field and kill countless enemies, they could no longer restrain themselves and charged out, determined to kill this Song general on the battlefield. "Well done. I'm just about to meet you famous generals of the Jin invaders." Upon seeing this, Yang Zixing was filled with heroic spirit, let out a long roar that shook the heavens, and charged straight at the 2 generals without any fear. Clang! The rotten silver spear clashed fiercely with the phoenix-winged gilded halberd and the iron hammer, creating a deafening roar and dazzling sparks. Yang Zixing fought 2 opponents alone, unleashing his spear skills like a dragon emerging from the sea, managing to withstand both Shan Shirtua's fierce smashes and Jin Danzi's heavy blows, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Jin Army Camp. Seeing that Qi Xiao's troops were less than 200 paces from the commander's flag, Jin Wuzhu's personal guard stirred. Jin Wuzhu's face darkened. He reached out and clenched his fist, shouting sharply, "Bring me my axe." Just then, a thunderous shout came from the side and rear. "Don't hurt my uncle. Wanyan Jindanzi is here." Wanyan Jindanzi, who was originally engaged in a fierce battle with Yang Zixing, saw that his own camp was in danger and spurred his horse back to defend. He swung his double hammers, roughly sweeping aside both Song and Jin soldiers who blocked his way. His horse's hooves kicked up a cloud of dust as it charged toward the sky. Qi Xiao's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, knowing the prowess of this fierce general. He shouted to the heavy cavalry beside him, "You all continue to advance and disrupt the enemy formation. Leave this man to me." Immediately turned his horse around, broke away from the arrowhead formation, and headed towards Wanyan Jindanzi. Clang! The dragon gallant spear and the iron hammer clashed violently for the first time, sparks flying everywhere. Qi Xiao felt an overwhelming force coming from the spear's shaft. His arms trembled violently, and he was secretly shocked. What terrifying power! Wanyan Jindanzi also swayed, feeling a surge of blood and qi. He looked at Qi Xiao with a hint of disdain. This southern general actually has such abilities. No wonder he dared to launch a surprise attack on the commander's tent. Neither of them answered, and they immediately began to fight. The spear flashed like a dragon, nimble and cunning, targeting gaps in armor and joints. The twin hammers were like mountains, powerful and heavy, each strike carrying the might to shatter mountains and split rocks. Clang! 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 The sounds of guns and hammers clashing were incessant, and dozens of moves had passed in the blink of an eye. Although Qi Xiao was brave, he was still young and had very little practical experience in facing off against a renowned top general like Wanyan Jindanzi. At this moment, his arms were numb and his blood was churning. If it weren't for the fact that his warhorse was a Frisian horse, one in a million, with extraordinary steeds that absorbed most of the impact, he would probably have already dropped his lance. In the blink of an eye, 20 rounds have passed. Wanyan Jindanzi was also breathing heavily, his chest heaving, clearly exhausted. He was both surprised and furious that he had failed to easily defeat Qi Xiao. While the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Qi Xiao's heavy cavalry, though without their commander, still charged through the Jin army's ranks with sheer courage and superior equipment, causing considerable chaos and tying down some of the Jin troops who were trying to encircle them. Chapter 60, Kaifeng defended. Just as Qi Xiao and Jin Danzi were locked in a fierce battle, not far away, Yang Zixing and Shan Shita were also engaged in a fierce fight. Shan Shita was horrified. He was the #1 general of the Jin kingdom. This white-robed Song general's spear skills were divine, and his strength was astonishing. He was completely suppressed. At this point, less than 20 rounds later, the situation was already extremely dangerous. Seeing their commander at a disadvantage, several fierce soldiers from the surrounding Jin army launched a sneak attack on Yang Zixing from the side and rear. Yang Zixing switched the gun to his left hand and thrust it with a backhand motion, sending the man flying. Arrows kept flying in. As he turned to the side, he swiftly swung his right hand, and the butt of the spear struck a Jin soldier in the face, shattering his skull and killing him instantly. The Jin soldiers who had originally intended to launch a sneak attack were so intimidated by his murderous aura that not a single one dared to step forward. Just as Shan Shita caught his breath during the brief respite, he saw Yang Zixing's attention return to him, and a silver spear came at him with even greater killing intent. Fear had already taken hold of him, and his moves became even more scattered. After struggling to block several attacks, his arms were already sore and numb. Suddenly, Yang Zixing shouted, "Break!" A scream pierced the battlefield. Everyone looked on in astonishment, only to see that Yang Zixing's spear had broken through the mountain lion camel's defense at an unparalleled angle, the tip of the spear grazing the point where his shoulder blade and collarbone met. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared, and a jet of blood shot out more than 10 feet away. With a miserable cry, Shan Shita almost lost his grip on the phoenix wing halberd. His body swayed violently on the horse, and he could only hold onto the horse's neck, retreating back into the Jin army's ranks. Seeing the mountain lion camel retreating, Wanyan Jindanzi was greatly alarmed. His mind was slightly distracted, and the force of his hand inevitably slowed down. Qi Xiao would not let such a good opportunity pass by. He thrust his dragon gall spear forward, forcing Jin Danzi to return to defense. Jin Danzi knew that Shan Shita was seriously injured, and that the flank of the main formation had been exposed. If Yang Zixing took advantage of the situation to attack and formed a pincer attack with Qi Xiao, the consequences would be unimaginable. With no desire to fight, he forcefully swung his double hammers in a cross motion, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Qi Xiao and his horse flying several steps away. Today's grudge will be avenged tomorrow. Wanyan Jindanzi roared, no longer lingering, turned his horse around, and charged towards the main camp, partly to check on Shan Shichuo's injuries, and partly to protect the commander's flag during the retreat. The Golden Chieftain is cowardly. Soldiers, today is the day to kill the enemy and serve our country. On the battlefield, this scene was witnessed by countless Song soldiers. Seeing the enemy's top generals wounded and forced to retreat, the suppressed morale erupted like a volcano. The remaining divine armor army, the blood-soaked infantry, and the various Song troops who had been fighting desperately in their formations let out a thunderous roar. Before any orders were given, a wave of counterattacks had already spontaneously formed across the board. The cavalry, still possessing strength, launched a desperate charge, while the infantry, wielding their spears, advanced like a forest, and the archers unleashed their last arrows to cover their comrades' advance. At the same time, the two city gates of Kaifeng, which had been held for dozens of days and were eagerly awaiting opening, were suddenly flung open. The reinforcements fought bravely and made great contributions. How can we sit idly by and watch them achieve victory? Leave the city. Slaughter the enemy. Although General Zhong Zhe did not personally leave the city, the generals who remained in the city could no longer contain themselves. They led all the soldiers in the city who could still pick up weapons, along with many young and strong civilians who volunteered to fight, and surged out of the city like a flood bursting its banks. They shouted and roared, turning all the frustration of dozens of days of defense and the anger of national and personal grievances into the force of their charge, rushing towards the flanks and rear of the Jin army. In an instant, the entire northwest field of Kaifeng City was transformed into a giant meat grinder. From the fierce battles between heavy cavalry to the desperate fights of top generals, and now to the massive infantry battles with all forces deployed, the war has entered its most chaotic phase. Qi Xiao and Yang Zixing, two peerless warriors, though exhausted, were like two dragons entering the sea, leading the Song army with soaring morale, charging repeatedly into the Jin army's formation, and were invincible. Jin Wuzhu waved his flag repeatedly, trying to stabilize his position and retreat while fighting. However, the defeat was inevitable, especially with the Song army being attacked from both inside and outside, and the morale of the Song army fluctuating. Even the elite Jin army could not organize an effective resistance, and could only rely on the individual efforts of the generals to retreat northward. This unprecedentedly fierce battle raged from dusk till night, leaving mountains of corpses and seas of blood, obscuring the sun and moon. When the battlefield finally fell silent, the ironclad cavalry lay dead everywhere, having lost over 1,000 cavalry. Qi Zhao's divine armor army also suffered over 1,300 casualties, nearly half of its strength lost. The number of ordinary soldiers killed or wounded on both sides was countless. What was once a desolate wilderness has been transformed into a true battlefield. The corpses piled up like mountains, and the blood soaked the soil, forming streams. Broken weapons, tattered flags, and dead war horses were everywhere. The most horrifying sights were found in the heart of the battlefield. The corpses of the ironclad cavalry and the divine armor army were intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. Many heavy armors were violently torn apart, revealing mangled flesh and blood. The once invincible steel behemoths had now become cold iron coffins. The soldiers of the divine armor army also mostly maintained their fighting postures, telling the story of the cruelty of war. Jin Wuzhu stood under the commander's flag, gazing at the horrific battlefield, his face ashen. He stared at the still-standing Qi banner, his eyes filled with resentment, anger, and a hint of shock. 1,000 ironclad cavalry. 1,000 ironclad cavalry. The creation and training of these heavy cavalry had been extremely costly. Each one was a precious gem. To lose so many in one battle was a devastating loss he had never experienced since his southern campaign. The fact that the enemy's heavy cavalry, known as the Divine Armor Army, was able to inflict such heavy losses on the Iron Pagoda in a direct confrontation showed that their combat strength and equipment level far exceeded his expectations. Should we continue the offensive? Not to mention that the Iron Pagoda cannot continue to be worn down like this, especially with Yang Zixing, who is exceptionally brave. If we forcefully annihilate him, our side will inevitably suffer casualties several times greater than the enemy's, and may even lose a few teeth. More importantly, the attacking forces were unable to capture the city after a long siege, and the troops were exhausted, while reinforcements from various Song armies continued to arrive. If this drags on any longer, the situation may become unpredictable. Retreat. After a long silence, Jin Wuzhu gave the order. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp and urgent sound of the gong echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Upon hearing this, the attacking Jin army felt as if they had been granted a pardon and retreated back to their lines in an orderly fashion, taking turns to cover each other. Qi Xiao, whose armor was covered in dents and cracks, finally relaxed slightly upon hearing the gong. He looked around and saw his soldiers, who were also covered in wounds and exhausted, especially Yang Zixing, whose white robe was stained with blood, but who still stood with his spear in hand. A sense of relief welled up in his heart. We held it. In the distance, atop the city walls of Kaifeng, thunderous cheers erupted. When the soldiers and civilians defending the city saw the Jin army retreat, they were all moved to tears and embraced each other, weeping. Jin Wuzhu took one last look at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, the Qi banner still fluttering in the blood, and the cheering defenders on the city wall. He turned his horse around and, surrounded by his personal guards, disappeared into the dust. Qi Xiao stopped his horse atop Corpse Mountain, gazing at his elite troops, nearly half of whom had been killed or wounded. He was filled with the satisfaction of victory, but also with endless grief. But he knew that this battle had demonstrated the might of the Han people. On this day, Kaifeng was defended. On this day, the Qi character flag and Yang Zixing's reputation for bravery shook the Central Plains. The myth of the invincible Jin army's Iron Pagoda has been shattered. Chapter 61, 100 Alliances. As the last small squad of Jin soldiers retreated, the deafening battle cries were finally replaced by gasps for breath. The siege of Kaifeng has been temporarily lifted. We held it. A Song dynasty veteran, covered in blood, used his chipped sword to prop himself up on the ground, and roared these words with a sob in his voice before collapsing to the ground, as if all his strength had given out. In an instant, the ecstasy of surviving a catastrophe spread. Cheers, a mixture of weeping and shouting, erupted from the walls of Kaifeng, the ruined military camps below, and the blood-stained plains. General Qi, may you be victorious. General Yang, may you be victorious. Kaifeng has been defended. The soldiers embraced and wept, while many more knelt down in heartfelt worship in the direction of Qi Shao and Yang Zixing. At the heart of the revelry, Qi Shao lay on the back of black cloud snow. The joy of victory surged in like a tide, but receded even faster. After several hours of tension, my nerves relaxed slightly, followed by an overwhelming feeling of exhaustion. His gaze involuntarily swept over the body of a fallen system soldier beside him. The armored soldier remained in a charging posture, gripping his spear tightly, until his death. His eyes, hidden beneath his visor, were wide open, reflecting no starlight. Qi Shao dismounted, his steps slightly unsteady. He walked to the armored soldier and slowly squatted down. The cheers on the battlefield were deafening, but all he could hear was his own breathing and heartbeat. The lingering fear of surviving the ordeal and the receding adrenaline made him weak all over, and he knelt down on one knee. "My lord!" the guard exclaimed and rushed forward to help him up. Qi Shao waved his hand, indicating that it was all right. Raising his head, his gaze passed over the cheering crowd and landed on the white figure of Yang Zixing not far away. At this moment, Yang Zixing still stood tall like a pine tree, his white robe stained dark red with the blood of the enemy, clinging tightly to his armor. The tattered silver spear in his hand was stuck in the soil, supporting most of his body weight. A careful observation reveals that his seemingly upright body is swaying almost imperceptibly, and blood mixed with sweat is sliding down his forehead and dripping into the scorched earth beneath his feet. Clearly, achieving the 100-man kill and then battling two of the Jin dynasty's top generals was an astonishing feat that consumed not only physical strength, but also astonishing mental energy. This warrior, capable of defeating 10,000 men, had also approached his physical limits. However, in stark contrast to his extremely exhausted body, his eyes were still frighteningly bright. Those eyes swept across the battlefield, still carrying an arrogant air of looking down on the world, as if to say, a mere 100 men are nothing to worry about. The extreme exhaustion and extreme exhilaration appearing simultaneously in one person create a contradictory, yet incredibly real picture. All the soldiers who saw him felt not only admiration, but also a surge of respect. Qi Shao and Yang Zixing's eyes met in midair. He suppressed his surging blood and qi, used the dragon gall spear to support his body, and solemnly clasped his hands in a deep bow towards Yang Zixing. Seeing this, Yang Zixing slowly raised his hand and returned the greeting with a fist salute. The cold wind swept across the battlefield, stirring up ashes and blood, but it could not dispel the fighting spirit forged by countless sacrifices. Even heroes shed tears, and even the fiercest generals grow weary. It is precisely because it is real that it can move people. Only by recognizing its weight can one shoulder its responsibility. February 8th, outside Kaifeng City. After 3 days of cleaning and tidying up, the battlefield was finally restored to order, but the smell of lime and burnt residue still lingered in the air. Despite his advanced age and declining health, General Zhong Zhe personally oversaw the burial of fallen soldiers, the treatment of wounded soldiers, and the resettlement of reinforcements from various directions. He traveled between the various camps, his face haggard, but the determination in his eyes was brighter than ever before. Chief Wang, Chief Zhang, Chief Ding, Chief Li, on behalf of the million soldiers and civilians of Kaifeng, and on behalf of the great Song dynasty, I thank you all for your noble deeds." Whenever Zhongzhe saw a leader of the righteous army who had come to his aid, he would personally step forward, bow deeply, and often shed tears. Without the desperate rescue efforts of these outlaws, Kaifeng would have fallen long ago. This heartfelt gratitude and respect deeply moved many rebel leaders who had previously harbored resentment towards the government, and they all expressed their willingness to obey the old general's orders and fight against the Jin invaders together. At the same time, the main force of Jinkong Prefecture infantry, led by Zhang Yu and Wang Huan, as well as the subsequent government troops, also arrived at the outskirts of Kaifeng one after another. With the addition of dozens of rebel armies, including those led by Wang Shan, Zhang Yong, Ding Jin, Li Gui, and Chao Cheng, hundreds of thousands of troops miraculously gathered outside Kaifeng. The camp stretched for dozens of miles, banners blotted out the sun, and the sounds of men shouting and horses neighing filled the air, creating a formidable force unprecedented since the Jinkong incident. A tragic atmosphere of shared hatred for the enemy and a determination to recover the Central Plains permeated the army. Although the various troops were dressed in a mixed manner and commanded different orders, at this moment, the two words, "resist the Jin," became the greatest consensus. Taking advantage of the momentum, Zhongzhe, in the name of the Tokyo Garrison Command, issued invitations to many heroes, attempting to initially integrate this massive force, which he called the 100 Alliance. Previously, after the main force of the Jin army, led by Wanyan Zhonghan, Wanyan Zhongfu, and Wanyan Lushi, joined forces, they did not head north as expected. Instead, relying on their strong mobility, they suddenly turned north and launched a sweep and encirclement campaign against various anti-Jin resistance forces active in Hebei, Shandong, and other places, which were harassing their supply lines. But now, the 100 Alliance army is stationed in Kaifeng and could move north at any time, threatening the flanks and even the logistics lines of the main Jin army. They had to be constantly on guard against the main Song army force heading north from Kaifeng, forcing the main Jin army force to turn back and be tied down in the Central Plains war zone, unable to attend to other matters. The tyranny of the main Jin army gave the various resistance forces in Hebei, Shandong, and Hudong a precious respite and more room to maneuver. These rebel armies formed a complementary strategic alliance with the 100 Alliance's army on the Kaifeng front, putting the Jin army in a pincer movement. While Kaifeng was busily consolidating its forces outside the city, preparing to march north and reclaim lost territory. The swift horse, carrying Zhongzhe's detailed account of the battle, his strong advocacy for a northern expedition while the victory was in sight, and a list of names requesting merits for various righteous armies, was traveling day and night towards the southern Song court in Yangzhou. Chapter 62, Disappointment. Spring of the third year of Jianyan, 1221, Yangzhou Imperial Palace. After reading the military report delivered by express courier, Zhao Gou's palms became slightly damp. In the document, Zhongzhe detailed how Qi Xiao and Yang Zixing fought a bloody battle to defeat the enemy. The siege of Kaifeng was lifted, and now the 100 Alliance army was gathering with high morale. Finally, Zhongzhe wrote, "I earnestly request Your Majesty to quickly allocate funds from the Imperial Treasury to reward the army and return to the capital as soon as possible. Then the northern expedition can be expected. If you delay and wait for the Jin people to regroup, not only will Kaifeng be difficult to defend, but the Huai River region may also be lost." Good, 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 Zhao Gou said 3 times. The preservation of Kaifeng was undoubtedly great news, but rewarding the troops, returning to the capital, and the northern expedition were all pressing matters. To richly reward those rebel soldiers? To personally go to the front lines? This is tantamount to putting oneself on the brink of destruction. Your Majesty, please consider this. Yang Zixing is indeed a brave general, but he relies heavily on bandits. These people may be able to assist the government troops today, but who knows if they will not cause chaos in the region again in the future. If Your Majesty were to use the Imperial Treasury to fund this, wouldn't that be like raising a tiger to cause trouble? Your Majesty, Huang Qinshan's voice rang out at the right moment, tinged with worry. Zhongzhe's memorial appears to be one of loyalty and courage, but in reality, it harbors malicious intentions. He paused briefly, his eyes flashing. And there's Qi Xiao. Your Majesty must be wary. This man rose from humble beginnings, and in just half a year, he has amassed thousands of soldiers, mostly heavy cavalry. How could he possibly lack the court's meager provisions? Now that they have gained such prestige at the gates of Kaifeng, their ambitions are probably not small. If these rebel armies are allowed to grow stronger, today there is a Yang Zixing, tomorrow there may be a Zhang Zixing or a Wang Zixing. Today there is a Qi Shao who holds military power, tomorrow there may be many more who follow suit. At that time, our great Song dynasty will truly be beset by internal and external troubles. How can your majesty's empire be secure? Wang Boyan immediately chimed in, pushing the fear to its extreme. What Prime Minister Huang said is absolutely right. Zhongzhe is stationed in Kaifeng, where he has allied with powerful figures and can command a large following with a single call. Now he wants your majesty to personally go to this dangerous place. Your majesty, I fear that his achievements may overshadow your own, and we must be wary of such ambitions. If a treacherous person were to seize your majesty's power and use it to command the other lords, the state would be in grave danger. Qi Zhao's ability to fight the Iron Pagoda to the death demonstrates the elite nature of his troops. If he were to join forces with Zhongzhe, and with the assistance of 1,000,000 bandits, would Kaifeng still truly be his majesty's Kaifeng? Zhao Go remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the warm spring sunshine outside the palace. Stabilizing the southeast is the only way to ensure long-term peace and stability. Huang Qinshan said, Your Majesty, the matter of the northern expedition should be considered carefully. We can first issue an edict to commend and reward the troops, to show our favor and honor. As for the provisions and military pay, we can temporarily allocate a small amount on the grounds that the national treasury is empty, to show the court's compassion. These words reminded him of his father and brothers who had been captured and taken north. If the northern expedition had succeeded and brought back the two emperors, how would he have lived? A general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders, and Zhongzhe's increasingly close ties with those arrogant and unruly generals were certainly not a blessing for the court. Moreover, the Jurchens were powerful, and if the northern expedition failed again, the peace of the southeastern half of the country would probably be difficult to maintain. Your suggestion is approved. Zhao Go waved his hand. Draft an edict to commend Zhongzhe and the meritorious soldiers. The matter of provisions and pay will be discussed later. I am a little tired. Kaifeng City. When Zhongzhe received the ornate but empty imperial edict, his hands trembled. He waited anxiously, but what he received was not provisions or weapons, but a few perfunctory words of praise. Your Majesty, why are you so confused? He staggered, almost losing his balance. The imperial court supplies were woefully inadequate. The once united 100 alliances began to crack. Seeing the court's ambiguous attitude, the leaders of the various rebel armies became increasingly suspicious, and their morale gradually waned. The amount of food consumed by an army of 100,000 was astronomical. Most of the rebels came in haste and did not carry much food. The Kaifeng treasury had already been depleted during the siege, and the surrounding prefectures and counties were also in ruins. The 100 alliances army gathered, and with people and horses eating and feeding each other every day, the stored grain was being consumed rapidly, and the shadow of food shortage quickly loomed over them. Although Zhongzhe tried his best to raise funds, even a skilled cook cannot cook without rice, and friction began to emerge in various camps over the competition for food. Break camp. Return to the mountain. A rebel leader threw the imperial edict of reward to the ground and roared at his men, Brothers, we risked our lives to defend Kaifeng for the Zhao family. But what about the imperial court? They won't even give us a full meal. Are they afraid we traitorous convicts will rebel if we eat our fill? This life isn't worth it. Let's go. Walk. I can't take this anymore. Go home. Angry roars echoed throughout the room. One by one, the camps were demolished, and the smoke from the cooking fires went out. The soldiers silently packed their meager belongings, their faces showing anger at being deceived and abandoned, but their hearts filled with disillusionment with the imperial court. They came full of enthusiasm, thinking they could finally serve their country and earn a better future. Now they leave, only heartbroken. Some people even angrily tore down the temporary bugle call, signifying their righteous army identity, and threw it into the mud. Bangshan, Zhang Yong, Dingjin, Li Yi. These leaders of the righteous army who had fought bloody battles under the walls of Kaifeng came one after another to Zhongzhe's tent, silently clasped their hands in a salute, and then led their troops away without looking back. They didn't say anything more, but their resolute backs spoke volumes. General Zhongzhe stood trembling at the camp gate, tried to persuade them to stay. but his response was often a shake of the head or a long sigh. Watching the flags recede into the distance, Zhongzai's outstretched hand fell limply to his sides. He looked south again and again, hoping for grain supplies in Yangzhou, hoping that His Majesty would change his mind, but the official road remained empty. Hope, like a candle flickering in the wind, is slowly being extinguished. His body visibly hunched over, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. The Song soldiers and officers watched all of this in bewilderment. They understood the rebel army's departure. The court's actions were indeed disheartening. But as members of the regular army, they had nowhere else to go. Helplessness and sorrow permeated the military camp. Some veterans squatted in the corner of the barracks, secretly wiping away tears, whether for their departed comrades or for the hopeless state of the nation. It was unclear. In Qi Zhao's military camp, he had known this would be the outcome. Zhao Guo's suspicion, the court's cowardice, and the obstruction of the appeasement faction, all of this was within his expectations. A northern expedition? Without a solid foundation, without the support of the imperial court, relying solely on passion and these loose alliances is nothing but a castle in the air. The inertia of history is so powerful, yet so suffocating. Zhang Yulai reported, "Sir, a preliminary count of our army in this battle. Over 1,300 heavy cavalrymen were killed, and nearly 1,000 infantrymen were also wounded or killed. Many brothers, their bodies cannot even be found." Despite having anticipated this, Qi Zhao's figures still swayed slightly. 1,300 heavy cavalry, nearly 1,000 infantry. It was truly a devastating blow. Understood. He waved his hand, signaling Zhang Yu to continue handling the aftermath. Even though I know that the Southern Song Court is weak and incompetent, suspicious of loyal officials, and that the Northern expedition will ultimately face many obstacles. To witness so many fine young men shed their last drop of blood to protect this court, how could I not feel regret? How could I not feel cold? Chapter 63, Returning to Jiankong. He found Yang Zixing tidying up his saddle around a dying campfire. Yang Zixing looked up at the sound and saw Qi Xiao. He tucked the horsewhip behind his waist, dusted off his hands, and grinned. "General Yang," Qi Xiao stepped forward. "It seems that our agreement to go north together will have to be postponed." Upon hearing this, Yang Zixing's smile faded somewhat. He glanced at his brothers who were breaking camp, then looked towards Yangzhou in the south and scoffed. "Hey, heading north? General Qi, you're a real man, and the soldiers you lead are excellent too. But this court, I risk my life to kill prisoners for them, and they won't even give me a full meal. What kind of future is there in following such a court? I'm not going to work for the Zhao family anymore. I'll go back to the mountains, drink wine from big bowls, eat meat in big chunks, fight the gene dogs when they come, and run away when the government troops surround and suppress us. Heaven doesn't care about us, and the land doesn't care about us. That's much better than suffering this humiliation here. General Qi, you are a man of great ability, with a vision far beyond that of us commoners. You go your way, and I'll go mine. But I, Yang Zixing, will remember the bond we formed today as comrades in arms." He clasped his hands in a fist salute. "May our friendship endure, General Qi. Take care. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the martial world. Take care, General Yang." Qi Xiao returned the salute with clasped hands. "If the opportunity arises in the future, I will surely fight alongside you again. Have a safe journey." Yang Zixing laughed heartily, said no more, mounted his horse, and turned it around. "Brothers, let's go. Back to our mountain. Let's go back to the mountain." The rebels responded in unison. Yang Zixing nodded to Qi Xiao one last time, spurred his horse, and charged off first, never looking back. Behind them, Chao Cheng's rebel army, carrying a mix of relief at surviving a calamity, disappointment with the imperial court, and the wildness and untamed spirit unique to outlaws, gradually receded into the distance, disappearing at the end of the dusty official road. Qi Xiao stood alone on his horse, watching the white figure disappear into the dust, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In chaotic times, people come together and part ways, often beyond their control. Today we part ways, and I don't know when we will meet again. Zhongzai's military tent. Inside the tent, the scene of generals and officers gathering in the past is no longer there. It has become empty and desolate. He tirelessly campaigned and appealed day and night, trying to salvage the situation, but public support had waned. He sat blankly at his desk, on which lay the map of the Northern expedition strategy. The landscape of the Central Plains depicted on the map now seemed so ironic. Outside the tent, the clamor of the last few rebel armies breaking camp gradually faded away, eventually returning to deathly silence. Throughout his life, he advocated resisting the Jin dynasty and restoring the Central Plains, devoting all his energy to this 100 Alliance's northern expedition. Now, the court has discarded him like worn-out shoes, and the grand plan for the northern expedition has vanished. Disappointment, resentment, and anxiety about the state of the nation have exhausted the old general's last bit of energy. Overwhelmed with grief and indignation, Zhongzhe fell ill with a carbuncle on his back. On his sickbed, he would sometimes be lucid, repeatedly calling out, "Cross the river! Cross the river!" And at other times he would fall into a coma. In the third month of the third year of the Jinyan era, this veteran minister, who had devoted his life to advocating the recovery of the Central Plains, died with resentment in his heart. Before his death, he did not utter a single word about family matters, but only shouted, "Cross the river!" 3 times. Those who heard this wept bitterly. The pillar that held up the sky collapsed with a crash. When the news spread, the soldiers and civilians of Kaifeng wept bitterly. Upon hearing the news, Qi Shao faced the direction of Zhongzhe's residence and solemnly bowed 3 times. He took one last look at the ruined city of Kaifeng. Let's go back to Jiankong. During this northward march to reinforce Kaifeng, his most elite heavy cavalry suffered over 1,300 casualties, and his infantry suffered nearly 1,000 casualties, severely damaging his strength and crippling his forces. Aside from gaining some fame among anti-Jin patriots and some soldiers and civilians, he almost lost everything. The imperial court's rewards were empty promises, and the actual support was even more of a mirage. Jiankong is the foundation. We can replenish our troops and restore our strength there, so as to plan for the future. At this time, news arrived that the imperial court had appointed Du Chong to take over as the garrison commander of Tokyo. Upon hearing this name, a hint of disgust flashed in Qi Zhao's eyes. This man is ambitious but incompetent, stubborn, and self-willed. He boasts of being the reincarnation of Sun Tzu, but in reality, he is all talk and no action. He is a complete mediocre and cruel official. This person held extreme prejudice against and distrust of the rebel army, and his approach of seeking peace through compromise was exactly the same as that of the people in the Yangzhou court. Qi Shao knew that, according to history, this fool would make the crazy move of breaching the Yellow River to stop the enemy when the Jin army marched south for the second time in the future. As a result, the enemy was not stopped, but the raging Yellow River waters raged for thousands of miles, causing countless deaths and injuries among the people of Lianghuai, and creating an unprecedented human tragedy. To associate with such people is like asking a tiger for its skin. You might even be harmed by their stupidity. However, turning against Du Chong at this moment would be of no benefit. Using his still officially appointed position as the defense commissioner of Jiankong Prefecture, he left behind a year's worth of provisions from the system space and ordered Zhang Yu to lead 3,000 infantrymen to establish a separate camp outside Kaifeng City, maintaining an independent garrison. Ostensibly, this was to assist Du Chong in staying behind to defend the area. In reality, this was a pawn that Qi Shao had planted in the Kaifeng area, which not only maintained a certain military presence and influence, but also allowed him to know military intelligence in a timely manner. Although Du Chong looked down on Qi Zhao's ragtag army, he did not stop them because they offered to provide food and were nominally still part of the official army. He was happy to have someone to take the fall for him at the front. After making the arrangements, Qi Shao immediately led the remaining troops, escorting some of the seriously wounded, southwards to return to Jiankong. The carriage rumbled along, and inside, Qi Shao looked at the map and began to think. Zhongzhe is dead, Du Chong is incompetent, and the righteous army has scattered. The Jin army will never let go of this God-given opportunity. Historically, the Jin army's second southward invasion occurred in winter, 5 months after the first. But now it seems the timeline has moved forward. Wang Yansheng is no mediocre man. How could he sit idly by and watch our army recover its strength? At most 3 months, or even less. When autumn is in full swing and the horses are fat and strong, the Jin army's iron hooves will surely sweep south again. This time, although Marshal Yu was there, he was only a vanguard officer. Although he had repeatedly distinguished himself in this battle, he still had to obey Du Chong's orders. Without Zhongzhe's command and the restraint of the righteous army, they certainly couldn't hold the line. Du Chong, That idiot will definitely blow up the Yellow River. He'll destroy his own Great Wall. A hint of malice flashed in Qi Zhao's eyes as he thought this. At that time, should I stop it or not? To stop him, Du Cheng was appointed by the imperial court as the garrison commander of Tokyo and the grand marshal in charge of all armies. If he forcibly disobeyed orders, it would be tantamount to rebellion, and he would likely face a pincer attack from both the Jin army and the Southern Song court, with unimaginable consequences. Shouldn't we stop it? The mighty Yellow River has ravaged thousands of miles, causing immense suffering and turning the once prosperous Huai River region into a vast swamp. How can we stand idly by and watch such a horrific tragedy unfold? Strength. Ultimately, it's still a matter of insufficient strength. 3 months. I must transform Jiankong within these 3 months and make full preparations. Outside the carriage, what I saw along the way was shocking. Although the war has ended, the people's livelihood has become even more impoverished. Everywhere you could see refugees, old and young, their faces pale and emaciated, fleeing south from the prefectures and counties north of the Yangtze River. Their clothes were tattered, and their eyes were numb. Only when they saw Qi Zhao's well-equipped army, which was flying the banner with the character Qi on it, would a faint light flash in their eyes. Occasionally, they would encounter rebel forces also moving south. When they passed by Qi Zhao's troops, the rebel leaders would often clasp their hands in greeting, their eyes filled with complex emotions, admiration, regret, and more importantly, resentment and helplessness stemming from their disappointment with the imperial court. Bah! What kind of imperial court is this? We're risking our lives on the front lines, and they don't even give us rations. Similar discussions could be faintly heard. Many refugees who had lost their homes silently followed behind Qi Zhao's group, and the line grew longer and longer. Qi Zhao did not drive them away, but ordered that food be distributed to them and allow them to follow. These displaced people are both a burden and a valuable asset for future production recovery and replenishment of manpower. Because they needed to lead the refugees, after nearly 20 days of trekking, the familiar city walls of Jiankong finally came into view. Upon learning of Qi Zhao's triumphant return, the people of Jiangning spontaneously gathered on both sides of the road, offering food and drink to welcome the royal army. Zhang Shai, Zhao Pelu, and other officials left behind were already waiting here. Welcome back in triumph, Lord Defense Envoy. The shouts were deafening. Chapter 64. 1 month later. Many people looked worried when they saw the endless line of refugees from the north behind them. Qi Zhao also noticed that outside the city of Jiangning, along the river and near the official road, several newly built camps of considerable size had appeared. The campsite was simple yet orderly, built with bamboo, wood, and thatch, with wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys. Most of the people coming and going looked malnourished and were poorly clothed, but they were still working hard to level the land and dig ditches. That is, Qi Zhao looked at Zhang Shai, who had come to greet him. Zhang Shai replied, "My lord, these are refugees who have fled from Huaibei and even Hunan in the past month or two." Seeing his pitiful state and fearing that he might cause trouble or become a spy, his subordinates designated an area outside the city for him to temporarily settle down, providing him with thin porridge every day so that he could cultivate the wasteland and save himself. There are already tens of thousands of people. We await your return to make a decision. Qi Zhao nodded, understanding dawning on his mind. The wounds of war are becoming apparent, and population movements are bringing new challenges and opportunities. He dismounted. Lord Zhao, you've worked hard. All officers of the rank of military commander and above, as well as the main officials of the prefectural government, assemble in the main hall in 1 hour. Qi Zhao arrived at the Jiatong before he could even change his clothes. Zhang Shai, Zhao Pelu, and other key civil and military officials were already standing solemnly waiting, and the atmosphere in the hall was serious and tense. No need for formalities, let's get straight to the point. Qi Zhao waved his hand and walked to the huge sand table. Zhang Shai stepped forward and reported. First of all, there's good news. The day after you led your army north, the Qin family of Hangzhou sent the first batch of aid as agreed. 50,000 taels of silver, 20,000 shur of grain, as well as some iron, cloth, and medicine. In addition, the treasuries of the 5 counties of Jiankong already had surpluses, and the treasuries are currently quite full, more than enough to support the army's expenses for 6 months. He pointed to the area outside Jiangning City on the sand table. As for the refugees, according to statistics from various checkpoints, The number of refugees pouring in from the north in recent days has exceeded 40,000, and it is still increasing every day. Following precedent, my subordinates have designated areas outside the city to build shacks and soup kitchens for relief, and have deployed troops to maintain order and prevent disease and riots. However, this could become a hidden danger if left unchecked. After listening, Qi Shao pondered for a moment and then slowly moved the 5 counties under the jurisdiction of Jiankong Prefecture across the sand table. The problem of displaced people is urgent, but we cannot simply block them without providing assistance. Issue my order. Immediately register the refugees outside the city in batches according to their place of origin and skills. Those who are strong and skilled will be given priority in being selected to fill positions in the army workshops and fortification teams, and will be provided with rations and wages. The remaining refugees, including the elderly, women, and children, were all separated and relocated to the 5 counties of Jiangning, Zhejiang, Lishui, Qingchuan, and Shangyuan for resettlement. He ordered the magistrates of each county to personally oversee the allocation of unclaimed wasteland, the distribution of agricultural tools and seeds, and to assist them in reclamation and settlement. They were told that the reclaimed land would be exempt from taxes for 3 years. Finally, a strict order was issued to all counties. They must not discriminate against or drive away displaced people, but must properly resettle them so that they can live and work in peace. Those who outwardly comply but inwardly defy the order or fail to perform their duties effectively will be severely punished. We must transform these refugees from a burden into an asset for Jiankong Prefecture to rebuild its homes and develop production. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shai and the others showed their admiration and responded in unison. Yes, we will do it immediately. Po'elu. Qi Shao turned his gaze to Zhao Pelu, who was in charge of military affairs. How is the military preparedness? What is the progress of new recruitment and training? Zhao Pelu stepped forward and said, My lord, although our army suffered heavy losses on its northward march, our foundation remains intact. The military workshops are working day and night, and have already produced 300 sets of heavy armor, 1,000 spears, and 500 crossbows. The recruitment of new soldiers is progressing smoothly. Taking advantage of your prestige, sir, we have promptly distributed rations and pay. In the past month, we have recruited over 1,000 strong and capable men who are currently undergoing intensive training in various counties. However, time is too tight, and we fear it will be difficult to cultivate them into an elite force. No problem. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Mix new recruits with veterans. Let the veterans mentor the new ones and hone their skills in actual combat. We don't have time to follow the established procedures. On the 5th day of the 4th month of the 3rd year of Jianyan in Jiankong Prefecture, the Song army successively recovered Qinzhou, Longzhou, Jingzhou Prefecture, Fengxiang, and other places. The main force of the Jin army retreated to the Yanjing area to rest and reorganize, and only sent some cavalry to suppress the righteous armies that persisted in resisting the Jin in Hebei, Shandong, and other places. The fierce battle beneath Kaifeng also cost the Jin army dearly, and they needed time to recover. Without unified command, the rebel army fought independently, making it difficult to form a cohesive force, and was gradually eroded by the Jin army. On the other hand, Yufei had already led his 3,000 elite troops to Kaifeng, which was under the control of Du Chong. The appearance of this future star player filled Qi Shao with both joy and satisfaction. This month he finally understood how reputation was used. The higher the reputation, the more heavy cavalry would sign in. Currently, they can send 13 heavy cavalrymen a day. After a month of check-ins, the Divine Armor Army has recovered to more than 3,200 cavalrymen. After rigorous selection and training, the number of infantrymen exceeded 10,000 for the first time. Although the proportion of new recruits was high, their morale was high. What pained Qi Shao the most was the newly formed 500 light cavalry. You don't know the value of daily necessities until you're in charge of the household. Although these light cavalry were not as expensive as heavy cavalry, the consumption of high-quality war horses, saddles, bows and arrows, as well as daily fodder, beans, and eggs was astronomical. Every time Qi Shao saw the ledgers presented by the quartermaster, he felt his heart bleeding. No wonder Jin Wuzhu was like a mother had died in Kaifeng and ordered retreat. In terms of civil affairs, the resettlement policy for displaced people has begun to show results. Tens of thousands of refugees from the north have been relocated to 5 counties to cultivate wasteland and gradually settle down. With smooth trade routes, the city of Jinkong was bustling with merchants and travelers, and the market was becoming increasingly prosperous, a stark contrast to the desolation of the north. Soon after, the imperial court's reward finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Perhaps it was because Qi Zhao's performance in Kaifeng was indeed outstanding, or perhaps the Yangzhou court needed to establish a role model of loyalty and bravery. The imperial edict was issued. Qi Zhao was granted the title of Viscount of Jiangning, a noble title, with a fief of 300 households, and was also granted the title of Inspector of Jinkong Prefecture, a 5th-rank official, and was bestowed with a certain amount of gold and silk. Qi Zhao understood the implications of these empty titles and insignificant rewards, as well as the Observation Commissioner title, which was of low rank, 5th rank, but had a vague scope of authority. He simply smiled indifferently and casually set the imperial edict aside. In this chaotic world, titles and ranks are far less real than the sword and grain in one's hand. The court's move is nothing more than its usual tactic of appeasement. What truly pleased him was a handwritten letter from Qianyu in Hangzhou. In the letter, Qianyu did not mention the war in much detail, but subtly expressed his concern for Qi Zhao's safety. He also mentioned that he had long admired the scenic beauty of the Shangxin Pavilion in Jinkong and the cultural splendor of the Confucius Temple, and that he would arrive there today according to his itinerary. Qi Zhao read the letter several times, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. In times of chaos, this concern is all the more precious. He could picture Qianyu's slightly flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes as she wrote those words. Prepare the horses. Order 50 riders to accompany us. Follow me out of the city to welcome Miss Qian. The official road runs through the southern suburbs of Jinkong Prefecture. Summer is a time of lush vegetation and bright sunshine. Qi Zhao, dressed in a light brocade robe and without armor, rode the magnificent black cloud, snow-treading, and led 50 personal guards in waiting at the roadside pavilion. From afternoon until dusk, he frequently looked south, his brow furrowed with anticipation. However, the Qian family's caravan remained nowhere to be seen on the official road. As the sun set and dusk deepened, Qi Zhao's brows furrowed involuntarily. Given the Qian family's travel speed, they should have arrived long ago. Sir, should we send someone to meet them? The captain of the personal guard asked in a low voice. Qi Zhao was about to nod when his gaze suddenly sharpened as a fast horse came galloping erratically from the end of the official road in the twilight. The knight on horseback was lying on his back, with an arrow sticking out of his left shoulder, and blood had soaked half of his clothes. They're the Qian family's guards. Title, Chapter 64. 1 month later, book_name, transmigrating to the northern Song dynasty, signing in to obtain 1,000,000 heavy cavalry. Chapter 65, Zhang Kuei. Qi Zhao rushed forward. The horse galloped close, its front legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. The guard tumbled to the ground, but Qi Zhao caught him. General Qi! General Qi! The guard looked up, his face deathly pale, the Qian family's business logo embroidered on the hem of his robe. We've been attacked, Nyoto Mountain. Qi Zhao steadied his swaying body. What happened? Explain yourself. Where's Miss Qian? The guard, barely able to breathe, stammered. We were escorting Miss when we reached the Nyoto Mountain path, when suddenly a band of bandits attacked. Their leader wielded a plum blossom silver spear. He was incredibly fierce. My brothers fought desperately, but they were no match for him. Miss ordered me to break through and seek reinforcements. With each word he spoke, Qi Zhao's face grew darker. Upon hearing plum blossom silver spear, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Plum blossom silver spear? With the skills of the Qian family's guards, they shouldn't have been unable to withstand even a single round. Such skills are not those of ordinary mountain bandits. In which area was the attack carried out? It's at Nyoto Mountain, 20 li outside Jinkong Prefecture. After saying this, the guard couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Save them! Qi Zhao shouted sharply, then suddenly stood up. My lord! The captain of the personal guard exclaimed urgently. It's getting late. Perhaps we should gather the main force and wait. Give me the spear, and we'll set off immediately. The remaining 5 riders will return to the city to gather reinforcements and block all exits from Nyoto Mountain. He mounted his horse, and Wu Yintaxu let out a deafening neigh. I'd like to see which fool dares to mess with Qi Zhao. Tonight, we'll flatten Nyoto Mountain. As dusk settled, 50 light cavalrymen raced off towards Nyoto Mountain. After galloping for nearly half an hour, Qi Xiao was filled with anxiety. His steed, Black Cloud treading snow, was exceptionally swift, and he managed to leave the following light cavalry far behind. As dusk deepened, the mountain path became increasingly rugged. As he was running, Qi Xiao's eyes caught sight of an unusual sight on the side of the mountain road ahead. A richly decorated carriage was leaning to one side, its carriage overturned, its wheels damaged, and boxes and other miscellaneous items scattered around it. There were about a dozen guards in uniform sitting or lying by the roadside, most of them hugging their legs and groaning. Qi Xiao's heart tightened, and he reined in his warhorse. He leaped off the saddle and strode quickly toward the group of wounded. His personal guard arrived one after another and immediately dispersed to guard the area upon seeing the situation. It's the Qian family's guard uniform. Qi Xiao recognized it at a glance and squatted down to check on a guard with minor injuries. What happened? Where's Miss Qianyu? The guard had a clear gunshot wound on his leg, bleeding profusely, and his face was pale, but he was still conscious. He recognized Qi Xiao and cried out urgently, Lord Qi, it's bandits. A group of mountain bandits ambushed us. Their leader wielded a formidable silver spear. The brothers couldn't withstand them. Most were wounded in the legs and feet, rendered incapable of fighting. The young lady was captured by those bandits and taken up the mountain. A cold glint flashed in Qi Xiao's eyes, and he ordered his personal guards, quickly, treat the wounded first, bandage them, and stop the bleeding. Several guards took out wound medicine and strips of cloth they carried with them and went forward to help the Qian family's guards. The situation was urgent. Qi Xiao got up and looked around. In the twilight, the mountain road was difficult to see. Just then, they saw two people who looked like local farmers not far away. One was older and carrying a hoe, while the other was a strong man who was standing there stunned by the scene and didn't know what to do. Qi Xiao blocked the two farmers' path. Have you ever heard of Nyoto Mountain? The older farmer, seeing Qi Xiao's brightly colored armor, though not heavy armor, his brocade robes and fine horse exuding an extraordinary air, with soldiers behind him, immediately tightened his grip on his hoe and asked, Young master. Why do you ask this, young master? Qi Xiao didn't have time to explain further, and he was also afraid that scaring the people would make them unwilling to speak. He glanced around and saw the burly man next to him staring at him furtively. He took out a 5-tael silver ingot from his pocket, flicked his wrist, and tossed it to the burly man. You say? The burly man hurriedly caught the silver, finding it heavy in his hand. His face lit up with surprise and delight. He bowed repeatedly and said, I'll tell you. Sir, you asked about Nyoto Mountain? It's less than a mile ahead. Just turn the corner and you'll see the mountain gate. Just half a month ago, a group of bandits appeared out of nowhere, occupied that hilltop, raised their banners, and their leader called himself Zhang Kuei. They had about 100 men under their command, and they specialized in robbing passing merchants. They were extremely ruthless. Zhang Kuei. Qi Xiao frowned. He vaguely recognized the name. As far as he knew, Zhang Kuei was a descendant of Zhang Guangyuan, the king of the East, and was considered a fallen prince. Because of his fiery temper and his inability to tolerate the treacherous officials in power, he became an outlaw in a fit of anger. This man was exceptionally skilled. He once fought Zheng Huai to a standstill for 30 rounds before being recruited by the imperial court. He should have been operating within the Xiangzhou region. So how did he suddenly end up at Nyoto Mountain outside Jiankong? But in any case, Qianyu is in grave danger. Do you know the way? Take me to the vicinity of the mountain stronghold, and I'll reward you with 10 taels of silver. Upon hearing of the potential reward, the burly man's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to agree, the old farmer who had been silent suddenly tugged at him and knelt down before Qi Xiao with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. My lord, you mustn't. Nyoto Mountain is now a den of dragons and tigers. Going up there is suicide. This old man knows the way. Only 8 taels. No, 5 taels. This old man only needs 5 taels of silver, and I'll take you to a place where you can see the mountain stronghold. I would never dare to deceive you. As he spoke, he glared at the burly man with a warning look in his eyes. The burly man, disturbed by the old farmer and seeing Qi Xiao's cold expression, felt a little apprehensive. However, greed ultimately prevailed, and he steeled himself, saying defiantly, Sir, I only need 3 taels. 3 taels, and I'll take you right under the nose of the mountain stronghold. Noli. Upon hearing this, The old farmer stamped his feet in frustration, wanting to further lower the price. Enough! Qi Xiao shouted, interrupting the argument between the two. Time was of the essence, and he didn't have time to watch the two bidders compete. His gaze swept across the two men. The old farmer, though timid, had murky eyes that revealed cunning, while the burly man, though greedy, was strong and had a ruthless, reckless look in his eyes, making him more likely to lead the way. You! Qi Xiao pointed at the burly man. Lead the way. Find the place, and you'll receive 10 taels of silver, not a penny less. If you dare to try anything funny, you'll face the consequences. The burly man was intimidated by Qi Xiao's imposing manner and shuddered, but thinking of the piles of silver, he thumped his chest loudly. Don't worry, sir. My family has lived at the foot of this mountain for generations. I could climb it with my eyes closed. I'll lead the way for you right away. At this time, the follow-up 100 light cavalrymen had also arrived. Qi Xiao mounted his horse and shouted sternly to the burly man. Give us the way. All troops, speed up. Yes. Please follow me, sir. The burly man picked up the machete from the ground, scrambled to the front of the group, and pointed to a relatively hidden mountain path, shouting, This way. This shortcut leads straight to the rear of the mountain stronghold. Before them lay a narrow, winding path, barely wide enough for one person to pass at a time. It was steep and difficult to traverse, making it impossible for horses to make it up. Qi Xiao, everyone dismount. Leave 10 men to guard the horses. The rest of you come with me on foot up the mountain. He was the first to dismount his horse, grab his spear, and stride swiftly up the narrow mountain path. The bodyguards followed closely behind. The mountain road was rugged, the forest was dense, and as night fell, visibility was extremely poor. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the burly man leading the way suddenly stopped, pointed to a simple wooden and stone gate that was faintly visible in the distance, and said in a low voice, Sir, that's it. That's the entrance to the Nyodo mountain stronghold. Qi Xiao glanced at the terrain, and after confirming that everything was in order, he took out a 10-tael silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it to the burly man. This is your contribution. The burly man took the silver, thanked him profusely, and scrambled away, disappearing down the path he had come from. Proceed forward, scout ahead, break down the door. Title, Chapter 65. Zhang Ke, book_name, transmigrating to the Northern Song Dynasty, signing in to obtain 1,000,000 heavy cavalry. Chapter 66. Taking down Zhang Ke. Several elite armored soldiers gave a low shout, drew their shields and swords, and crept forward. They had barely taken 10 steps towards the gate when a sudden change occurred. Click! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a few clicks of the trigger, several powerful crossbow bolts suddenly shot out from the darkness. At the same time, the ground beneath our feet sank, revealing a pit filled with sharp spikes. Watch out! There's a trap! The lead soldier shouted and parried, but the attack was so sudden that 2 others couldn't dodge in time. One was shot in the thigh by a crossbow bolt and fell to the ground screaming in pain, while the other fell into a pit and was injured by spikes. An ambush! Form a defensive formation. Qi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The armored soldiers reacted swiftly, raising their shields and forming a circular formation to protect the wounded in the center. Just as the mechanism was triggered, the wooden door of the mountain stronghold was smashed open from the inside. Dozens of bandits wielding weapons roared out and, taking advantage of the darkness and the terrain, fearlessly pounced on Qi Xiao's armored soldiers. The fierce general at the very front of the bandit group. His face was obscured by the darkness, but his imposing figure was clearly visible. He wielded a bright silver plum blossom spear with incredible speed and skill, his spear technique cunning and ruthless. He single-handedly forced several elite armored soldiers to retreat repeatedly. Qi Xiao, watching from behind, exclaimed, Excellent marksmanship. Zhang Ke, however, had a completely different perspective on the matter. Seeing that the attackers were relatively uniform in armor, well-equipped, and quickly formed ranks, he mistook them for local government village militia sent to suppress them. This judgment ignited the raging anger that had been simmering within him for so long. You corrupt officials. Zhang Ke's eyes were bloodshot. You bullied the good and kind, but you weren't this hard-working when we were fighting the Jin. Now that I've taken up arms here, you pounce on me like wolves smelling blood. Very well, very well. Today I'll make sure you don't leave alive. He had become an outlaw, because he couldn't stand the treacherous officials who were ruining the country, and he hated the government officials and soldiers to the core. Now that he mistook Qi Shao for a bandit-suppressing soldier, he was even more furious, and his killing intent surged. "Brothers, kill all these lackeys of the imperial court!" Zhang Kuei roared, his voice echoing across the land. With his plum blossom silver spear, the tip of the spear pierced and wounded another armored soldier. Seeing his subordinate injured, Qi Shao no longer hesitated. "Get out of the way!" he roared, took the spear from the armored soldier beside him, took 2 steps across the rugged mountain path, and instantly rushed to the front of the formation to meet Zhang Kuei. With a flick of his spear, he thrust it straight at Zhang Kuei's center, a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him. "Well done!" Zhang Kuei grinned maliciously, neither dodging nor avoiding, and used his plum blossom silver spear to parry Qi Zhao's spear with a black dragon tail swing. The 2 guns clashed, sparks flew, and both men's arms went numb, each taking half a step back. Zhang Kuei saw that although he was young, he had a calm demeanor and was quite skilled. "You dog of an official, state your name. I don't kill nameless ghosts with my gun." Qi Shao stood with his gun in hand. "Qi Shao of Jiankong, you have kidnapped my guests. Release them at once." "Qi Shao." Zhang Kuei frowned, finding the name somewhat familiar. He laughed wildly. "I don't care if you're Qi Shao or Ba Shao. Since you're a government official, you're my mortal enemy. Want the person? You have to get past this gun in my hand first." Qi Shao, eager to save lives, thought to himself, "We must finish this quickly." He then channeled all his strength into the spear, each thrust carrying immense power, straight and forceful, aiming to directly clash with Zhang Kuei's spear shaft. Clang! Another hard-fought battle. This time, Qi Shao went all out, and his spear crashed down like Mount Tai. Zhang Kuei hurriedly raised his gun with both hands to block, but he felt an irresistible force surge towards him. His arms felt numb and on the verge of breaking, and he staggered back several steps before barely managing to stand firm. Wow, such terrifying power! Zhang Kuei was shocked. He prided himself on his exceptional strength, and had been mentored by famous generals since childhood. He thought he could make a name for himself, but he never expected that the strength of this young general was simply superhuman. Zhang Kuei no longer dared to fight Qi Shao head-on. Instead, he focused on attacking Qi Zhao's weak points, such as joints and wrists, and his movements became more elusive, constantly shifting and preparing to compensate for his lack of strength with spear techniques. Qi Zhao's armored soldiers outnumbered the mountain stronghold's garrison by more than half, and each of them was a battle-hardened elite soldier, well-equipped and well-coordinated. After losing their leader Zhang Kuei's command, the remaining bandits, though they fought back fiercely, were quickly divided, suppressed, and tied up one by one. In the center of the battlefield, Qi Shao, seeing that the situation was settled and concerned for Qianyu's safety, was unwilling to continue fighting with her. He feinted with his gun, forcing Zhang Kuei back a step, then leaped backward and jumped out of the battle. Before Zhang Kuei could react, the tip of Qi Zhao's spear had already touched the throat of a bandit who was being pinned to the ground by armored soldiers, just half an inch away. "If he dares to make another move, I'll stab his throat right now." Just as Zhang Kuei was about to grit his teeth and pounce again, he saw Qi Zhao's spear tip advance another half inch, piercing the skin of the bandit's neck, and a trickle of blood flowed down. "Zhang Kui, look carefully. Do not surrender within 3 breaths. I'll stab in the throat right now. You're next." The bandit was terrified and screamed, "Boss, help!" Zhang Kuei abruptly stopped, looking at the terrified eyes of his men, and then at the many henchmen around him who were already being slaughtered. A surge of grief and indignation welled up in his heart. Alas, he let out a long sigh. "I never imagined that I, Zhang Kuei, who was determined to resist the Jin, would be defeated by my own government troops. It's truly a case of dying before achieving my goal. How hateful! How hateful!" He glanced at Qi Shao with complicated emotions, then at his captured brothers, knowing full well that the situation was hopeless. He gave a bitter smile and loosened his grip. The bright silver plum blossom spear that had been with him for many years fell into the dust. "Tie him up, take him away, and keep a close watch on him. We'll decide what to do with him after we rescue him." Qi Shao felt a little relieved when he saw that the man had dropped his weapons, but the rescue was urgent and could not be compromised. Several armored soldiers rushed forward and bound Zhang Kuei tightly with sturdy cowhide ropes. Qi Shao brandished his spear and shouted, "Search! Search every corner of the stronghold. Find Miss Qian. Now, he himself took the lead and rushed towards the building that looked the tallest, the Hall of Righteousness. The place wasn't big. After searching the Judy Hall without finding it, Qi Xiao found a room in the back that looked like a woodshed. He then kicked the wooden door open. Wah! Two women cried out in surprise from inside the door. Qi Xiao rushed into the dimly lit woodshed, where two figures stood in the corner. Qian Yu and her personal maid, Xiao Mei. Both of them had their hands and feet bound with hemp rope, their mouths stuffed with rags, their hair disheveled, and their clothes covered with grass clippings and dust, making them look quite disheveled. Upon seeing Qi Xiao, Xiao Mei immediately began to struggle and sob, tears streaming down her face. Qian Yu, though also bound, remained unusually calm. She looked up at Qi Xiao, who rushed in. There was no fear or panic in her clear eyes. Even at this moment, she maintained the dignified demeanor of a well-bred lady, though her face was slightly pale. Qi Xiao's heart tightened, feeling both heartache and anger. He quickly stepped forward, squatted down, drew the dagger from his waist, and with a few swift movements, cut the ropes and removed the rags from their mouths. General Qi! General Qi! Xiao Mei cried out as soon as she was free. Qian Yu gently moved her wrists, which were numb from being tied up, and looked up at Qi Xiao, a faint smile blooming on her pale face. General Qi, I knew you would come. Qi Xiao nodded. A huge weight lifted from his heart. He reached out and supported Qian Yu's arm, helping her to her feet. Perhaps because she had been tied up for too long and her blood circulation was blocked, or perhaps because she was suddenly relaxed after being frightened. As soon as she stood up, her legs went weak, she let out a soft cry, and her whole body involuntarily fell forward. Watch out! Qi Xiao reacted quickly, scooping Qian Yu up in his arms. Qian Yu was caught off guard and let out a short scream, her cheeks flushing red all the way to her ears. She had never had such intimate contact with a man before. Overwhelmed with shame, she instinctively struggled, her voice barely audible. General! General! No! Put me down! This is improper! Xiao Mei, who was standing to the side, was also shocked and opened her mouth wide. Then she realized that she should not look at what was improper and hurriedly turn around. Qi Xiao held Qian Yu in his arms, feeling her light weight and slight trembling. Looking down at the panicked look in the person's eyes, he felt both amused and a surge of protective instinct. Why not? We've already arranged the betrothal and marriage, and the journey is long and difficult. Your steps are unsteady. How will you get down the mountain? Don't be so concerned with these formalities. Hold on tight. Having said that, he picked her up and stepped out of the woodshed. Soldiers from the mountain stronghold kept reporting back, and Qian Yu quickly buried her face in Qi Xiao's chest. All troops, listen up. The bandit leader has been captured, and the hostages have been rescued. Clean up the battlefield, escort the prisoners, and descend the mountain immediately. Yes. Qi Xiao didn't delay any longer. Holding Qian Yu, he took the lead and headed down the mountain path. Xiao Mei blushed, lowered her head, and hurried after him. Lord Qi. Wait for Xiao Mei. Qian Yu was initially stiff, but gradually she relaxed and even secretly grabbed a corner of Qi Xiao's chest with her hand. Chapter 67, Subjugation. We walked to the middle of the mountain. As night fell, a continuous stretch of torchlight illuminated the mountain path, casting shadowy patterns on it. Qi Xiao quickened his pace and ran down the mountain. Zhao Palu, fully armored, personally led a large, dark mass of infantry, preparing to ascend the mountain. Then he saw Qi Xiao, carrying a woman in his arms and a maid on his back. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it and stepped forward. My lord, I am late in responding. Please forgive me. He waved his hand, and a spacious carriage that had been prepared was driven to his side. Qi Xiao carried Qian Yu, whose cheeks were still flushed, into the carriage, and then helped Xiao Mei into the car as well. When he turned to face Zhao Palu, the gentleness on his face was replaced by a layer of frost. He then looked up at the dark mountains and said, Palu, you've come at just the right time. The people living down the mountain need to be appeased. Tell them that the government troops are suppressing bandits, so that they can rest assured and their livelihoods will not be disturbed. But how do you do your job? This Nyoto mountain is only 20 li away from my Jiankong city. We can get there in no time by fast horse. Such a large band of bandits, entrenched here for more than a day, robbing merchants and travelers, and you were completely unaware of it beforehand? How could Miss Qian's carriage be attacked here? If Jin scouts infiltrate, Will you only discover them when they reach the walls of Jiangning? Zhao Polu was so reprimanded that cold sweat poured down his forehead. He knelt on one knee, clasped his hands above his head, and said, "My lord, please calm down. It was my dereliction of duty and my poor performance in the patrol. I'm willing to accept military law. I hereby swear that within a month, I will lead my troops to wipe out all bandits, large and small, within 50 miles of Jinkong. If there is any further oversight, I will bring you my head." Qi Zhao's tone softened slightly. "What I want is not a head, but the Jiangning region where doors are left unlocked at night. Get up and get things done properly." "Yes, I understand." Zhao Polu stood up and began to arrange the aftermath. Qi Zhao said no more and turned aboard the carriage. Inside the carriage, Qian Yu leaned against the soft cushions. Hearing Qi Zhao's reprimand outside the carriage, she understood that his fury stemmed largely from her perilous situation. A sense of warmth welled up within her. Seeing Qi Zhao enter, she softly said, "General, about this matter." "It's all right." Qi Zhao interrupted her, his voice softening considerably. "You should rest well. Let's go back to the city." The carriage slowly started moving and, under heavy guard, headed towards Jiangning City. When the carriage entered Jiangning City and stopped in front of the defense commissioner's residence, the mansion was already brightly lit, and the stewards and servants were all waiting at the gate. Qi Zhao got off the carriage first, ignoring the surprised looks from the servants around him, and carried Qian Yu off the carriage again. Despite Qian Yu's repeated assurances that she could walk, Qi Zhao still escorted her to a pre-prepared room in the inner courtyard. He then summoned a physician to examine him, and after confirming that he was merely frightened and slightly tired and otherwise unharmed, his brow finally relaxed. "You err. Please stay here in peace. If you need anything, just tell the servants." "Thank you for saving my life, General. I'm sorry to have troubled you again." Qi Zhao leaned down and placed a light kiss on Qian Yu's forehead. Qian Yu froze, her cheeks, ears, and even her neck turning a visibly red. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her hands gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, completely losing her usual dignified composure. Qi Zhao straightened up, looked at her like this, and a faint smile flashed in his eyes as he said to Xiao Mei, who had turned away and covered her eyes, "Take good care of your young lady." Then, he left the room. The very next second the door closed. Miss, General Qi, he kissed you." "Hey, you brat. What nonsense are you talking about?" Qian Yu was so ashamed she wanted to disappear. She rushed over and tried to cover Xiao Mei's mouth. "Oh, miss, I'm not talking nonsense. It's absolutely true." Xiao Mei laughed and dodged away, deliberately drawing out her words to tease. "Our young lady is more beautiful than flowers. Even a hero like General Qi has fallen for her. Now that we're back in Hangzhou, let's see what those ladies have to say about our young lady's high standards. You still dare to talk? I'll tear your mouth apart." Qi Zhao gently closed the door, shutting out the faint sounds of playful banter coming from the room behind him. The gentleness on his face faded, and his usual sharpness returned. He strode quickly towards the government office. Jiangning Prefectural Government Office. Zhang Shai had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Qi Zhao arrive, he immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Sir, Zhang Kuei is locked up inside. He is very stubborn and doesn't say a word." Qi Zhao stepped through the door. Inside the main hall of the government office, candlelight flickered. Zhang Kuei was bound to a pillar with a cowhide rope. His clothes were tattered, but his head was held high and his eyes were closed, showing a stubborn look of resignation to his fate. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes and saw Qi Zhao. His eyes blazed with anger and disdain, and he spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Kill me or torture me. It's all up to you. If you even flinch, I'm not a Zhang." Qi Zhao, unperturbed, addressed the guards on either side. "What's going on? Why are you tied up like this? Are you afraid he'll run away? Let him down." The guards on either side immediately untied the ropes. Qi Zhao waved his hand to dismiss those around him, leaving only him and Zhang Kuei in the main hall. He pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Zhang Kuei. This silent scrutiny made Zhang Kuei uncomfortable. He stiffened his neck and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? I admit defeat. I've fallen into the hands of you government lackeys." Qi Jiao spoke, Zhang Kui, a descendant of Zhang Guanyuan, the king of the Eastern Court. Zhang Kuei was startled and stared at Qi Zhao. Very few people knew his true identity. Qi Zhao ignored him and continued, "Your ancestors were also famous generals who resisted the Liao, and your whole family was loyal and brave. You, a descendant of a military family, Instead of serving your country, why have you fallen to this state, engaging in robbery and plunder on Yodo Mountain? Zhang Kuei seemed to have been hit where it hurt and became agitated. Sir, the country? Ha ha ha. What country are you talking about? The emperor is a muddle-headed and incompetent ruler. Traitors are in power. Loyal officials have died tragically. At this point, his voice choked, tears welled in his eyes, and he could no longer continue speaking. Qi Shao looked at him quietly, already understanding the situation. He slowly stood up and walked to Zhang Kuei. So, you became disheartened, seized a mountain stronghold, and became an enemy of the court and the world? So what if it is? This court is rotten to the core. I disdain to associate with it. When you rob merchants, did you ever consider that those merchants might just be poor people forced to make a living? Qi Shao pressed. Zhang Kuei was speechless for a moment, then said firmly, I only rob unscrupulous merchants who are rich but heartless. Do you know that the Jin invaders are now trampling on our central plains, and hundreds of millions of our compatriots are suffering in dire straits? You possess such martial prowess, yet instead of thinking of expelling the Tartars and restoring our land, you bully the weak here. How can you face your ancestors of a Zhang family? Zhang Kuei opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The stark contrast between the glory of their ancestors' resistance against the enemy and their current destitution and wretchedness fills them with a sense of shame. The previous arrogance and hostility had largely dissipated. Qi Shao took in his reaction and made up his mind. Zhang Kuei, I will give you two choices because you are from a military family and your martial arts skills are hard-earned, and also because you still have a fighting spirit in your heart. Zhang Kuei raised his head and looked at Qi Shao. First, continue to resist and be treated as bandits. Execute them at the gate tomorrow at noon. Second, repent and reform. Join our army, and use your martial skills on the real battlefield. Follow me to fight the Jin invaders. Reclaim our homeland. Use the blood of the Jin invaders to comfort your ancestors. Are you willing? Chapter 68. The Jin army marches south. Zhang Kuei stared at Qi Shao, then suddenly sneered. Serve you? Humph. That sounds nice. You, Qi Shao, aren't you also using the banner of the Song dynasty to slink back from Kaifeng, only to guard Jinkong Prefecture for the Zhao family's court? In the end, aren't you just risking your life for the Zhao family? You're wrong, Zhang Kuei. I, Qi Shao, have never worked for the Zhao family. I train soldiers, I fight, I defend Jinkong, all for the sake of carving out a place for myself in this chaotic world and protecting the people I want to protect. Your service to me today is not a submission to the Zhao family. You are risking your life for me. Qi Shao, you are risking your life for the future of this land beneath our feet. Do you understand? Zhang Kuei was struck dumb. His words were bold and arrogant. You don't mean to? A thought exploded in his mind, making his breathing quicken. Qi Shao did not answer directly. Silence spread between the two. Good. Zhang Kuei stomped his foot, his previous dejection vanishing completely. He knelt on one knee and clasped his hands above his head towards Qi Shao. I, Zhang Kuei, hereby give my life to you, General. Not for the Song dynasty, but for you, General Qi. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Qi Zhao's eyes, and he then asked, Why are you not in Xiangzhou, but instead have wandered into my Jinkong territory and become an outlaw? Zhang Kuei's expression changed, and he muttered, I heard in the Battle of Kaifeng Prefecture, the Allied forces produced 2 warriors capable of defeating 10,000 men. One is named Yang Zixing, and the other is you, Qi Shao. I was unconvinced and wanted to test my skills against you, but I had run out of money on my journey, and your Jinkong Prefecture was heavily guarded, so I had no way to make a move. So he thought he should first find a mountain to settle down on, like the heroes of Liangshan, to make a temporary refuge and plan for the future. Well, what bad luck. I just pulled off one heist, robbed that convoy, and you caught me red-handed. However, I, Zhang Kuei, have my bottom line. I didn't take a single life. After listening, Qi Shao understood. It turned out that he was a reckless man who had come because of his reputation, but had run out of money and had no choice but to temporarily become an outlaw. Your way of meeting is quite unique. Zhang Kuei's face flushed red, and he lowered his head sheepishly, speechless. Considering this is your first offense, and that no major disaster has occurred or anyone has been killed, you still have some sense of decency. Effective immediately, you are hereby punished to serve in the garrison command and the night patrol team, to atone for your crimes. Do you understand? Zhang Kuei muttered to himself. As the descendant of a famous general, I should at least be a captain. What did you say? Understood. Qi Xiao turned and walked out of the main hall, instructing Zhang Shai, who was guarding outside. Take Zhang Kuei down, treat his injuries, change his clothes, and prepare food and drink. Although Zhang Shai was somewhat surprised, he did not ask any further questions. Yes, sir. Qi Xiao returned to his study, and, thinking of Zhang Kuei, a funny idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps this is not a coincidence. He seemed lost in thought, whether it was the legends and later stories or the trajectory of real history. Those great rulers who were able to achieve great things always gathered around them all sorts of capable ministers, fierce generals, and extraordinary people. He used to think it was the protagonist's luck, but now he thinks it might be more of an inevitability. When you show enough strength, vision, and potential, and keep doing things, your reputation will naturally attract moths that are eager to realize their ambitions, and they will flock to you regardless of everything. It seems I need to be brighter and burn brighter. The next day, naturally, I accompanied Qianyu to visit the Confucius Temple. Walking along the bustling streets lined with shops, looking at the peaceful and contented expressions on the faces of the people, and listening to the lively yet vibrant sounds of the marketplace, Qianyu couldn't help but exclaim, General, the Jinkong prefecture under your rule is orderly and prosperous. In my opinion, this scene is probably no less impressive than that of Linen, where I am now stationed. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiao smiled slightly and turned to look at her. In that case, why not stay a few more days? You can also take in the beauty of Jiangning. Qianyu's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of joy and shyness flashing in her eyes. She nodded gently. Yes, it's all up to the general. Qianyu stayed for more than a month. During this time, Zhang Shai came to report good news. My lord, heaven blesses Jiankong. This year the weather has been favorable, and the spring wheat and rice have both yielded a bumper harvest. The granaries in all counties are full, the newly reclaimed land is growing well, and with the proper resettlement of displaced people and the all-out efforts in cultivation, this autumn's harvest is expected to be more than 3 times that of previous years. Military and civilian food supplies are assured. A bumper harvest means a solid foundation, stable public morale, and the ability to support larger-scale military operations. By mid-May of the 3rd year of the Jinyan era, Qianyu, having taken over part of the family business, finally had to return to Hangzhou. Having learned from the previous experience at Nyoto Mountain, Qi Xiao personally dispatched 500 armored soldiers, led by a captain, to escort them all the way, ensuring that nothing went wrong. At this time, Qi Xiao's heavy cavalry had quietly expanded to more than 3,700 riders through system check-ins. Having just seen off Qianyu's convoy, they returned to their residence. Qi Xiao had just taken a sip of fresh tea, still savoring the delicate fragrance of Qianyu Fa's tea, when he was greeted by the rapid sound of galloping hooves and a guard's loud report from outside the door. Report. My lord, urgent military dispatch from Kaifeng. A letter from General Zhang Yu. Qi Xiao stood up abruptly. Zhang Yu, his heart skipped a beat. An urgent report from Kaifeng at this time. Could it be that the Jin army has already marched south? Qi Xiao snatched the military report from the messenger's hand and quickly unfolded it. The letter was written by Zhang Yu himself, and the handwriting was slightly messy. The righteous armies in Hebei, Hadong, and other places that persisted in resisting the Jin army were isolated and outnumbered, and were defeated and wiped out one by the main force of the Jin army. This means that the Jin army has cleared away any potential threats in its rear, and can now launch a full-scale invasion southward without any worries. The Jin army split into 3 routes and launched a major southward offensive. The Western Route Army, led by the renowned General Wanyan Lu Shi, was primarily tasked with attacking Shaanxi, aiming to seize Guangzhou and threaten Sichuan. The Central Army, personally led by Jin Commander Wanyan Zhonghan, marched straight towards Hunan, with its core force aimed directly at Kaifeng. The Eastern Route Army, led by Wanyan Zhongfu, attacked Shandong and supported the Central Route Army. As for Lu Yu, the prefect of Jinan, that coward, seeing the overwhelming strength of the Jin army, he actually defected on the battlefield, brazenly killing his fierce subordinates and generals, including Guan Sheng, who firmly advocated resisting the Jin and leading the entire Song army in Shandong to surrender to the Jin state. Bang! Qi Xiao slammed his fist on the hard wooden table next to him, making the teacup jump. You shameless traitor! The Jin army has tasted the sweetness of victory. Last time they invaded the south, they plundered countless treasures and children. Now, taking advantage of the spring wheat harvest and the grain being stored, they intend to, 1, 2, 3, 4, come again. And Liu Yu's surrender is not just a loss of Shandong front. It will shake the morale of other wavering troops. Even more terrifying is that with Liu Yu as a puppet, the Jurchens could use Han people to control Han people, greatly reducing the cost of ruling the occupied territories. As was the case in later dynasties, a pseudo-Qi regime was quickly established and became the first line of defense for the Song army's northern expedition. The gateways to Hunan and Shandong are wide open. Kaifeng, that idiot Du Chong, is definitely planning to blow up the Yellow River. Zhang Yu said in the letter that he had returned to Kaifeng as ordered to support Yu Fei in preventing the destruction of the dike. Pass on the order. Beat the drums. Raise the tent. All military commanders and above, and civil officials and clerks, assemble in the main hall within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. This military intelligence shall be communicated to the 5 counties of Jiangning, and the entire army shall be placed on first-level combat readiness. Send another fast horse to closely monitor the movements of the imperial entourage in Yangzhou. Yes, the guard replied and ran off. Chapter 69. Scenes of the Huai River region. The government office of Jiankong Prefecture, the Jitong Hall. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all the main civil and military officials of Jiangning Prefecture had gathered below the hall, their faces solemn, clearly sensing that something unusual was amiss. Qi Shao sat in the main seat and succinctly relayed Zhang Yujun's report to everyone, detailing the annihilation of the Hebei rebels, the Jin army's 3-pronged southward advance, and Liu Yu's defection to Shandong. Although the situation is critical, the foundation of Jiankong remains unshaken. Everyone, please continue to perform your duties as usual. Strengthen the city's defenses, train the troops, reassure the people, and stockpile grain and fodder. Did you all understand? Your subordinates obey. Seeing their commander so calm, the officials felt somewhat relieved and responded in unison. You may all leave now and follow orders. Qi Shao waved his hand. The crowd filed out, and the hall instantly became empty. Qi Shao sat quietly for a moment before slowly speaking. Zhang Kui, your subordinate is here. Zhang Kui, dressed in military uniform, strode out from the side hall in response. He is now Qi Zhao's personal guard commander. We're going to do something big. A major event that could cost me my head. It is also a great event that may save millions of soldiers and civilians, and even restore the fortunes of the Central Plains. Are you afraid? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kui's body trembled, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Far from showing any fear, he stepped forward and clasped his hands above his head. My lord, we'll face mountains of knives and seas of fire, but you can command us. What is there to fear? Good. He truly deserves the man I've chosen. Follow me. Head north, straight to Kaifeng. We must stop that idiot Du Chong before he does something irreversible. We must fight for a glimmer of hope for the people of Lianghuai. Zhang Kui understood Hikiao's intention, but he did not hesitate at all. This humble general is willing to lead the vanguard and swear to protect you with my life. I will march north to Kaifeng, even at the cost of my life. Get up. Qi Shao, help him up. This matter is confidential. No one else but you is allowed to know the entire plan. Go and prepare immediately. Meet at the north gate at midnight tonight. Yes. Zhang Kui acknowledged the order, turned around, and strode away. Qi Shao stood alone in the hall, looking north. Du Chong, should I execute him? On the official road heading north to Kaifeng, in the darkness of night, Qi Shao and Zhang Kui, traveling light with their horses' hooves wrapped in thick cloth, quietly left Jiangning City and sped north along the official road. Traveling day and night, they entered Huainan territory the following afternoon. It was early summer, and the sun was shining warmly. The wheat fields on both sides of the official road have turned slightly yellow and are growing well. In the fields, farmers are working hard, weeding and irrigating. In the distance, smoke curls from chimneys, and the sounds of chickens and dogs fill the air. The markets along the way, though not particularly bustling, are still teeming with people, their calls for sale and the sounds of bargaining never ceasing. With favorable weather conditions this year, a bumper summer grain harvest is expected. The people who had survived last winter finally saw hope for survival, their faces regaining some vitality and losing some of their sallowness. Even the local militia on patrol seemed to walk with a lighter step. Zhang Kuei rode closer to Qi Shao and whispered, "My lord, it seems the harvest is good this year, and the people seem to be having an easier time." His tone also carried a rare hint of ease. Yes, the harvest is imminent, and hope is just around the corner. But they didn't know. A catastrophe far exceeding the scale of war, caused by human error, is about to strike. Historically, Du Chong was the one who, in an attempt to stop the Jin army's iron cavalry, foolishly tried to breach the Yellow River dike, letting the river overflow its banks and flood the Jin army with water instead of soldiers. However, he had no knowledge of hydrology and no overall planning. This digging not only failed to stop the main force of the Jin army, but also caused the most devastating man-made course change in the history of the Yellow River. The mighty Yellow River did not flow north, but instead rushed south, intercepting the Huai River and flowing into the sea. Subsequently, the Jin army successively captured Jiankong, Yangzhou, and other places, and finally marched on Hangzhou. If Zhao Go had not fled quickly, the Southern Song dynasty would have been gone. As for this vibrant land before us, soon to be thriving with a bountiful harvest, it will soon be swallowed up by the Yellow River from the north. Fertile fields turned into swamps, villages were reduced to ruins, and the joy of a bountiful harvest instantly turned into the wailing of families torn apart and lives lost. Millions were displaced. The once prosperous lands of Lianghuai were reduced to chaos. Plague spread, and corpses littered the fields. For nearly 1,000 years afterward, the Yellow River floodplains struggled to recover. Well, knowing that tragedy is about to unfold, yet powerless to stop it, this sense of helplessness is more suffocating than facing a massive army. "My lord, what's wrong?" Zhang Kuei noticed Qi Zhao's unusual behavior and asked with concern. "It's nothing. I just feel that this peace and tranquility is too precious and too fragile." He did not tell Zhang Kuei about that terrible future. With a squeeze on its belly, the warhorse cried out in pain and galloped faster. "Speed up. Get to Kaifeng as soon as possible. If all else fails, kill Du Chong. If we get rid of this idiot, we can stop that catastrophe. Only, to kill a commander-in-chief is tantamount to rebellion. How will I face the consequences? How will the imperial court view me? How will the people of the world view me? Those righteous armies still resisting the Jin, and even Yu Fei, given his loyal character and respect for the court's laws, if he saw me arbitrarily killing a minister, he would most likely, no, he would definitely see me as a traitor and lead his army against me. At that time, I will not only have to face the Jin army's iron cavalry advancing south, but also the royal army coming from behind to attack. Beset by internal and external troubles, attacked from both sides, how can my little foundation withstand it? The thought of Yu Fei possibly turning against him sent a chill down Qi Zhao's spine. That was definitely not the situation he wanted to see. Moreover, the Yellow River has not yet breached its banks. To Du Chong, and even to the court and most people, this might have been just a tactic of using water as a substitute for soldiers, or even a brilliant plan to save the situation from crisis. They had no idea, and would never have believed, that this action would lead to the tragic event of diverting the Huai River into the sea. If I kill him now, I won't have any solid evidence, and in everyone's eyes, I'll be a traitor. Perhaps we should give it a try? What if Du Chong listens to advice? What if there's someone around him who understands the situation and can see the bigger picture? First, prioritize the overall situation, explain the pros and cons, and persuade him to abandon this plan. If he insists on not listening, a cold glint flashed in Qi Zhao's eyes. It's not too late to do something extraordinary later. At least I've done my best. Thinking of this, Qi Zhao's agitated state of mind gradually calmed down. He reined in his warhorse. "My lord," Zhang Kuei, who was following closely behind, rode closer and asked in a low voice. He had noticed the fluctuation in Qi Zhao's emotions. Qi Zhao took a deep breath. "We can amend our plans. After arriving in Kaifeng, you will use my warrant to secretly contact Zhang Yu's informants in the city and find out the details of the Yellow River defense." "Yes, this subordinate understands." "Sang Gui replied. Qi Zhao gazed toward Kaifeng and said softly, "Let's try diplomacy first, then force. We have to give him a chance. Hopefully, he'll listen to reason. My lord, if it truly comes to that, I am willing to be that blade, and I will bear all the blame." Chapter suivant du Chong. 3 days later, at dusk, outside Kaifeng City. After 3 days of rapid travel, Qi Xiao and Zhang Kuei's group finally arrived in Kaifeng. Several miles from the city, the official road was lined with a continuous stream of people fleeing south. People were dragging their families along, pushing wheelbarrows, and carrying loads on their shoulders, their expressions revealing a sense of panic as if a great calamity was about to befall them. The closer they got to the city, the more checkpoints appeared along the way, with strict inspections and patrols by squads of Song soldiers. Qi Xiao showed the token of the Jiankong prefecture inspector. After the checkpoint guards checked it, they dared not be negligent and respectfully let him pass. Upon entering Kaifeng, the streets were much quieter, most shops were closed, the city walls had been clearly reinforced, flags were waving behind the crenellations, and the guards were densely packed. On the streets, ox carts loaded with arrows and logs passed by from time to time, and laborers, under the command of officers, were busy carrying defensive equipment to the city walls. This was Du Chong's strategy after taking office. Fortify the walls and clear the fields, hold the position and wait for reinforcements. The camp of Zhang Yu's troops, which was originally stationed outside the city, is now empty. His troops have probably been transferred into the city to assist in the defensive section of the city wall. This would certainly strengthen the city's defenses, but it also meant losing the mobile support forces on the periphery. Once the city fell, it would be like being trapped in a jar. Qi Xiao grabbed a low-ranking officer who was passing by in a hurry and showed him his token. I am Qi Xiao from Jiankong. Tell me, where is General Zhang Yu's troops currently stationed? Upon seeing the token, the officer quickly saluted. Reporting to Your Excellency. General Zhang's troops were transferred into the inner city 3 days ago in order to strictly guard the North Gate and the nearby section of the city wall. They should be in the North Gate defense zone at the moment. The North Gate? The North Gate is the crucial defense zone facing the Yellow River, where the pressure is heaviest. Why didn't Du Chong send one of his own generals? Let's go. To the North Gate. At the foot of the North Gate city wall, laborers were carrying bags of sand and huge stones up the wall, while craftsmen were working hard to repair equipment. Near the North Gate barbican, Qi Xiao immediately spotted Zhang Yu standing with his hand on his sword, directing soldiers to reinforce a section of the seemingly weak city wall. His armor was covered in dust, and his eyes were sunken, clearly indicating that he had not had a proper rest for many days. Zhang Yu. Qi Xiao stepped forward quickly. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Yu turned around and hurriedly waved his hand to dismiss those around him. The situation is extremely dire. The main force of the Jin army in the central route has approached the Yellow River. Scouts report that their vanguard has begun crossing the river to probe. Du, who is in charge, has been frequently summoning his trusted confidants for meetings recently. Yesterday, a group of river workers and soldiers were secretly transferred to the Yellow River embankment under the command of his confidants in a clandestine operation. This humble general sent men to scout, but they were strictly ordered not to approach. This humble general suspects that Commander Du might really intend to employ the tactic of using water as an army. The Jiatan Hall of the Kaifeng prefectural government. Du Chong sat in the head seat, his expression deliberately composed. Below the hall, on the left and right, stood the main generals of the garrison. Yu Fei, as the commander of the garrison, was positioned on the left-hand side, slightly forward. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction with the current battle situation and even Du Chong's command, but he was forced to endure it due to military discipline. After Zhong Zai's death, he was placed under the command of Du Chong, but the conflict of their ideologies had filled him with inner turmoil. Generals like Zhang Yong, Chao Cheng, Li Hong, and Ma Yu, who rose from the ranks of the rebel army, sat on the right. Their combined forces numbered in the tens of thousands and were stationed south of the city. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a strong sense of arrogance. Du Chongyu's lack of respect for the rebel army had already aroused the dissatisfaction of the others. In particular, Chao Cheng had no choice but to personally take command because his brother Yang Zixing was dissatisfied with the outcome of the last battle of Kaifeng and did not come to Kaifeng this time. Wang Shan's troops were stationed in the east of the city and were quite numerous. He sat below Zhang Yong and others, seemingly weighing his options and observing the situation. During Zhong Zai's reign, the once mighty army of 1,000,000 men, with high morale, had been severely weakened and its fighting strength greatly diminished due to Du Chong's suspicion of the righteous army and mismanagement. Now, only about 60,000 soldiers are still capable of fighting, including auxiliary troops. Faced with the hundreds of thousands of Jin troops about to cross the river and march south, everyone understood that the situation was extremely precarious. Du Chong cleared his throat, just about to speak. Report. Qi Xiao, the prefectural inspector of Jiankong, urgently requests an audience with the governor. A hurried announcement shattered the silence of the hall. Qi Xiao. Du Chong was taken aback. How many men did he bring? That heavily armored cavalry. Did they accompany him? Reporting to the garrison commander, Inspector Qi traveled lightly with only his master and attendant entering the city. No large army was seen. As for General Zhang Yu's troops under his command, they remained stationed at the north gate and did not accompany him. Oh, only 2 people. Du Chong's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this, and he waved his hand. Bring him in. The generals below the hall also showed expressions of curiosity. Before he finished speaking, Qi Xiao strode into the hall, with his personal guard Zhang Kuei following closely behind, his hand on his sword, standing by the door. Qi Xiao's gaze lingered briefly on Yu Fei's face before settling on Du Chong. This humble general, Qi Xiao, greets your excellency. Governor Qi, you are not stationed in Jiankong. What brings you here alone? Qi Xiao, Commander Du, you are wise. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Kaifeng is the foundation of a nation. Now that the Jurchen invaders are pressing in, although I am stationed in Jiankong, my heart is with the northern frontier. I am willing to do my part. I have already issued orders for my elite armored troops to march north immediately to provide reinforcements. They will arrive shortly. I have come to report to Commander Du and await your command. Upon hearing this, Du Chong's expression softened slightly. He naturally knew that breaching the Yellow River carried enormous risks, and if he hadn't been forced into a desperate situation by military matters, he wouldn't have wanted to resort to such a disgraceful strategy. Upon hearing that Qi Xiao's formidable divine armor army was on its way, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Perhaps, with the fortified city and reinforcements, they could truly hold out? He waved his hand, his tone softening slightly. I see. Governor Qi is commendable for his loyalty and courage, and for his concern for the country. Please have a seat. A guard brought over a stool and placed it slightly in front of Yu Fei's seat. After all, Qi Xiao was a 5th-rank military commissioner, a high-ranking official, and with reinforcements on their way, he had to give him this gift. Qi Xiao thanked them and sat down. His gaze swept over the solemn faces of the generals, and he decided to cut to the chase without further ado. Commander Du, I have come here on another matter. I have heard that you have proposed diverting the Yellow River to flood the Jin army in order to repel them. Is this true or false? Chapter 71. Punishing the traitors of the nation. The hall fell silent instantly. Du Chong's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and sighed. Alas, since Inspector Qi has already heard of this, I will not conceal it. Indeed, there is such a proposal. It is not that I, the commander, do not care about the lives of the people, but that time is of the essence. The Jin invaders are powerful, especially their cavalry, whose sharpness is unstoppable. If we can turn the tide and prevent the fall of Kaifeng, even with some sacrifices, it will be a last resort. If we can use this to weaken their elite troops and give our great Song dynasty a few years to recover, wouldn't that be a great achievement? Comment dis-tu? Yu Fei could no longer contain himself. He stood up, his tiger-like eyes filled with anger. Since you took office, you have spent your days in banquets and rarely met with your generals, failing to assess the military situation. Now that a powerful enemy is pressing in, instead of leading your generals to fight a bloody battle for the city, you intend to carry out this ruthless plan. Is this the behavior of a commander? Du Chong, his sore spot touched, flew into a rage and shouted, How dare you? It's none of your business how I, the commander, use troops. Considering your repeated acts of being the first to charge into battle, I'll spare you this time. My mind is made up. Even if you and your 3,000 soldiers were blocking the Yellow River estuary right now, this plan is imperative. For the greater good, a small price must be paid. Qi Xiao looked at Du Chong's face and slowly stood up. A small price to pay? Du Chong, if you breach the dike, can you guarantee that the Yellow River will flow northward? If that raging torrent of Yellow Dragon were to flow uncontrollably southward, seize the Huai River, and plunge into the sea, turning the fertile fields of the Huai River basin into a vast swamp, and causing the deaths of millions, can you afford the price? Can you bear the sin? How dare you address him by his name? This is a matter of national importance, not something a mere Jiankong observer like you should concern yourself with. Du Chong roared, his voice sharp but his tone weak. Shouldn't I interfere? I didn't come here today to beg you, Du Chong. Let me tell you, you dare issue this order to exterminate your descendants. I, Qi Xiao, and my 3,000 ironclad warriors will first purge the court of treacherous officials and execute the national traitors. Then we will fight the Jurchens to the death. You can try and see if you can blow up the dike faster, or my blade can. Yu Fei, who had been clenching his fists, raised his head. Looking at Qi Xiao, listening to his words he had longed to utter 1,000 times in his heart, words he had never been able to voice due to military discipline, etiquette, and the hierarchy of superiors and inferiors. He felt a deep sense of unease. Yu Fei felt an unprecedented surge of heat rush to his heart, dispelling the long-standing depression and suffocation. What courage! What determination! This was exactly what he had dreamed of doing, but could not. He is a soldier, and must obey orders and uphold the duties of subject. And at this moment, Qi Xiao did it. He not only did it, but he did it so thoroughly and so exhilaratingly. A hint of shock, admiration, envy, and even a fleeting sense of worship flashed in Yu Fei's eyes. He looked at Qi Xiao as if he saw a figure he longed to become, but could never become. A true man should be like this. A voice cried out in Yu Fei's heart. Qi Xiao's actions fulfilled his deepest heroic dream. To serve the country and its people, to be unafraid of the powerful and influential, to speak out for justice, and to turn the tide. How dare you? You've rebelled. Seize him. Du Chong roared, trembling with rage. The guards rushed in, but Zhang Kuei alone blocked the doorway with his sword, making it impossible for them to move an inch. Du Chong was both shocked and furious at the tense scene before him. Many of the rebels were also having their minds racing with ideas. This Qi Xiao, how dare he do this? What right does a mere observer have? That's it. It's all thanks to his heavily armored cavalry and his more than 10,000 troops in Jiankong Prefecture. This man has long been too powerful to control. If he were to openly rebel now, given the current weakness and chaos of the court, coupled with the overwhelming force of the Jin army, what could the court possibly do to him? They'll probably have no choice but to accept it. And the Jin dynasty, in order to destroy the Song dynasty as quickly as possible, might even try to win him over. They certainly wouldn't dare to take on such a tough nut at this time. At that time, Du Chong will be the first one he uses as a sacrifice. Du Chong naturally thought of this. Qi Xiao was different from Yu Fei. He held a large army and did not follow the rules. This kind of person was the most terrifying. The initial anger at being publicly contradicted subsided considerably, and the turmoil in his blood was suppressed. So what exactly do you want? My request is very simple. First, immediately reverse the order to breach the dikes. Yellow River defense. Second, the defense of Kaifeng requires collective wisdom and effort. Effective strategies must be devised together, not decided unilaterally. Thirdly, my divine armored army will arrive soon, and, together with Commander Yu and his troops, will fight the Jin army once more, and live or die with Kaifeng. Commander Du, whether to fight or make peace, whether to protect the borders and people, or to be infamous for eternity, is up to you. If you insist on going your own way, I, Qi Xiao, will keep my word. If you prioritize the greater good, I, Qi Xiao, and my soldiers will still retain you as our commander, at your command, to fight against the Jin invaders. The decision of your own is yours. Qi Xiao's words set a bottom line, while also leaving room for maneuver, ultimately throwing the choice back to Du Chong. Du Chong's expression shifted rapidly as he shouted hoarsely. But that's a Jin army of 100,000, and you only have 3,000 heavy cavalry under your command. What can you use to stop them? If you can't hold them off, millions of lives will be lost in Kaifeng. Who can bear that responsibility? Before he finished speaking, with a resounding thud, Yu Fei stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and raised his head. Comment dis-tu? Yu Fei is willing to personally lead his troops to fight Wanyan Zhonghan to the death. As long as I have a breath left, I will make sure that Wanyan Zhonghan never sets foot in Kaifeng. If the Jin army comes, I will use the flesh and blood of my Yu family army to hold them off. The city stands, and so do we. The city falls, and so do we. If I cannot repel the Jin invaders, I will offer my head to you. That indomitable and fearless spirit shocked everyone present. Du Cheng was stunned by Yu Fei's vow to fight to the death. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a moment. Seeing this, Qi Xiao said, Commander Yu is loyal and brave beyond compare, and his ambition is commendable. This humble general is willing to fight alongside Commander Yu to resist the Jin invaders. My 3,000 divine armored soldiers can also serve as the vanguard. I believe that as long as we are of one mind, we will surely defeat the powerful enemy. Du Cheng's face turned pale and then red after the two of them sang in unison. So it turns out I'm the bad guy after all. He steeled himself and decided to go with the flow, feigning a surge of passion and slamming his hand on the table. Excellent. Commander Yu is commendable for his loyalty and bravery. Inspector Qi is full of confidence. This commander trusts you this time. If you two can lead the army to repel the Jin invaders and defend Kaifeng, then the Yellow River estuary will be safe. It's a deal. On behalf of the soldiers and civilians of Kaifeng, I thank Commander Du for his great understanding. We will do our utmost in this battle. Chapter 72. Dark clouds press in. Outside the Kaifeng Prefectural Government Office. After the military meeting, the generals, each with their own thoughts, hurriedly departed for their respective defense zones. Just as Yu Fei was about to rush back to deploy defenses, Qi Xiao called out to him from behind. General Yu, please wait. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei stopped, turned around, and cupped his hands in greeting. General Qi, is there anything else you need? Please speak freely. Qi Xiao looked around and led Yu Fei to a secluded corridor to ensure that no one was eavesdropping. Brother Pingjiu, thank you for stepping forward in the hall just now. Now that there are no outsiders here, we should treat each other with sincerity. To be honest, I have a request to make and a plan to discuss. General, please speak. My 3,000 armored cavalry will surely arrive outside Kaifeng City before noon tomorrow. However, Brother Pingjiu, we both know that even with my 3,000 armored soldiers, Kaifeng has no more than 40,000 soldiers capable of fighting. Moreover, their armor is incomplete, their training is inconsistent, and their morale varies. As a whole, their combat strength is far from being a match for the Jin army's 100,000 fearsome wolves. If they were to engage in a direct confrontation and defend their isolated city to the death, the chances of victory would be extremely slim. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei frowned and nodded. This was precisely his inner worry, but as the commander, he had no choice but to bravely move forward. The general is absolutely right. However, given the state of the nation, there is no other choice but to fight to the death. Even in a desperate battle, there must be a method to fight to the death. My intention is that as soon as the Divine Armor Army arrives tomorrow, I will immediately detach 2,000 cavalry from them and assign them to your command, where you will have full authority. What? Yu Fei was shocked, even doubting that he had heard correctly. 2,000 armored cavalry. This was Qi Zhao's core elite force, the foundation upon which he made his name and his livelihood. To entrust this task to a subordinate general he had only known briefly and whose rank was lower than his own, this was an extraordinary move. General, how can this be allowed? For a moment, Yu Fei was incoherent. The Divine Armor Army is the culmination of your efforts, General. How? How can you entrust it to a subordinate like me? General, won't you personally lead it in a battle? Qi Xiao gave a wry smile and took half a step closer. Brother Pingjiu, how could I not wish to personally lead my iron cavalry, fight alongside you on the battlefield, and together defeat the Jin invaders? But I must remain in Kaifeng. I'm worried about Du Cheng. Is the general worried that Comment dis-tu might go back on his word? Exactly. The Jin army is powerful, and their siege will be extremely brutal. What if the battle at the front becomes critical or the rebel army is defeated? Seeing the situation as dire, Du Cheng might revert to his old ways and order the breaching of the dikes again. If I'm fighting a bitter battle outside the city, who will be able to stop him inside the city? Who will be able to restrain him? Once he orders the breaching of the dikes at Huazhou, everything will be over. We will be fighting a bloody battle on the front lines, while our homes are destroyed. This is worse than defeat. Yu Fei understood Qi Zhao's deeper meaning. A feeling of heartfelt admiration welled up within me. Therefore, I entrust the task of charging into battle and breaking the enemy's momentum to Brother Pingjiu. I have no doubt about your bravery and strategy. These 2,000 divine armors will surely be able to unleash their full power in your hands. As for the city, leave it to me. I will keep a close eye on Du Chong and will never give him the chance to issue that decree that will bring about the downfall of the country. Yu Fei, General, your plans are profound and your intentions are excellent. Fei understands. General, rest assured, with these 2,000 armored soldiers in my hands, I will surely transform them into a sharp blade aimed at the throat of the Jin invaders. I will certainly live up to your trust. Very well. In that case, the safety of Kaifeng and the lives of its people are entrusted to you. Take care. Treasure. The two exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without a word. Yu Fei turned and strode away. June of the third year of Jinyan. Dawn breaks outside Kaifeng. On a high slope in the misty wilderness, Qi Xiao stood alone. His gaze swept over the majestic outline of Kaifeng in the distance, and he communicated with the system through his thoughts. A moment later, with a faint spatial fluctuation, 3,000 armored cavalrymen appeared in formation on the flat ground behind him. Soon after, Yu Fei arrived on horseback with several personal guards. When he saw the steel army standing silently and solemnly at the bottom of the slope, he was still deeply shocked, even though he was mentally prepared. He reined in his warhorse, his gaze sweeping intensely over every knight and every horse, a surge of unprecedented confidence and pride welling up within him. Qi Xiao stepped forward and pointed to the army below the slope. Brother Pingjiu, this is the 3,000 divine armor army. Now, I will hand over 2,000 of them to you. From this moment on, these 2,000 iron cavalry will follow your lead without question. Yu Fei dismounted, raising his hands above his head. Fei will not fail the general's trust. I will make these iron cavalry drink the blood of the Jin invaders and display their might on the battlefield. Jitong Hall of Kaifeng Prefecture. Yu Fei, generals, in the past, our defense of this isolated city was a last resort. Kaifeng is a large city with a large population, and its daily consumption of grain and supplies is enormous. If it is besieged by the Jin army, both water and land routes will be cut off, making it impossible to transport grain and supplies from outside the city into it, and the city's reserves will eventually run out. At that time, without the Jin invaders even needing to attack the city, our army will fall into disarray on its own. By taking the initiative and engaging in battle, if we can rout a portion of their forces, open a passage, or even harass their supply lines, we can delay or even break their blockade, giving our army a chance to regroup. This is the best strategy to avoid sitting idly by and waiting for our demise. Upon hearing this, the generals all nodded in agreement, clearly having all suffered greatly from supply problems. Secondly, if we simply retreat into the city, the time, place, and method of our attack will all be chosen by the Jin invaders. Our army can only respond passively and be constantly on the move. He waved his hand and pointed to the sand table. Now that our army has the help of General Qi's divine armored cavalry, we can turn the passive situation into the active one. Our army can choose terrain favorable to our infantry and cavalry coordination, preposition the battlefield, and wait in ambush. We must then launch a fierce attack on their weak points. We must regain control of this battlefield. Thirdly, if the army is besieged in an isolated city for a long time, with no communication and no hope of external assistance, the soldiers will easily become cowardly and the people will easily become panicked. If the morale of the army is low and the people are restless, the city will fall without being attacked. He addressed Qi Xiao and his generals. Only by taking the initiative to fight, even if it's a small victory, can we greatly boost morale, give our soldiers hope, and let the people know that our army is still fighting. It can also show the court and the righteous armies from all directions that Kaifeng is still holding out and urgently needs help. We must not lose heart. Therefore, going out of the city to meet the enemy is not a risky move, but a necessary choice to break the deadlock and seize a chance to survive. The main force of the army left the city, relying on the city walls as a backup, and formed a battle formation on favorable terrain outside the city. They dug trenches, set up horse traps, and chevaux de frise, and engaged in open battle with the Jin army. Based on the infantry formation and with the armored cavalry as the spearhead, we will actively seek opportunities to fight and strive to blunt the enemy's momentum in open battle. This audacious plan initially shocked the generals, but they then fell into deep thought. General Yu is absolutely right. At Qi Zhao's signal, Zhang Yu clasped his hands in greeting and said, hiding within the city walls is a dead end. Only by taking the initiative can we have a chance of survival. This humble general is willing to lead his troops to the vanguard of the army and hasten the construction of fortifications. We'll do it too. Zhang Yong, Chao Cheng, and other rebel leaders echoed. Let's fight the Jin dogs outside the city. Yu Fei nodded. There's no time to lose. General Zhang Yu, you are in charge of leading the entire army to set up traps, taking advantage of the terrain. Prepare plenty of rockets, caltrops, and deer antlers. The rest of the units, intensify your drills and familiarize yourselves with the new formations. We must make the Jurchens suffer a crushing defeat outside the city. Once the order was given, the area outside Kaifeng City was instantly transformed into a construction site and training ground. Tens of thousands of soldiers and conscripted laborers, under the command of officers, toiled and dug crisscrossing trenches. The craftsmen were rushing to make a large number of barricades and traps. The infantry phalanx was repeatedly practicing their spear formations and tactical maneuvers to counter cavalry charges. Qi Xiao returned to the city and took charge of the garrison headquarters, coordinating logistics on one hand, and keeping a close eye on Du Chou on the other to ensure the safety of the rear. This besieged city went from being passively attacked to actively setting up defenses and counterattacking, and the morale of the entire army was completely renewed. Dark clouds loom over the city. A great battle is imminent. Chapter 73. Before the battle. The Jin Army Camp, Central Command Tent. North of the Yellow River. Wanyan Zhonghan, Nianhan, was gathered around a map with a group of high-ranking Jin generals, discussing specific attack strategies after crossing the river. Suddenly, a scout rushed into the tent, reporting to the commander. Urgent report from Hunan, the Song Army in Kaifeng. Their movements are suspicious. Wanyan Zhonghan frowned. Speak. What tricks is that old man, Du Chou, playing? Is he reinforcing the city's defenses, or is he preparing to flee south? The scout raised his head, reporting to the commander. None of that is true. According to multiple scouts, the Song Army is making a large-scale exit from city. Tens of thousands of troops are urgently digging trenches, laying horse traps and chevaux de frise, and setting up barbed wire on the open fields outside Kaifeng. Judging from their posture, it seems they intend to engage our army in open battle outside the city. What? Field combat? Have the Song people gone mad? An uproar erupted in the tent. The Jin generals exchanged bewildered glances. Ha ha ha! Zhang Songlong burst into wild laughter. Is Du Chou out his mind? Those cowardly Song soldiers dare to leave the city and fight our great Jin cavalry in the open? They're just courting death. This saves us the effort of attacking the city. Zhang Songlong was a prince consort of the Jin dynasty. He was highly skilled in martial arts and wielded a pair of 8-sided purple gold hammers. He volunteered to assist Wanyan Zhonghan in his southward campaign. Wanyan Zhonghan, however, did not laugh. Something's not right. Du Chou is all bark and no bite, a coward who's afraid of death. He has absolutely no guts. There must be something fishy going on behind this. Can we ascertain who is in charge? Are there any unusual movements within the Song Army ranks? In particular, have any unfamiliar banners or elite troops appeared? The scout tried to recall and reporting to the commander, the specific person in charge has not yet been identified, but the commander's flag with the character due on the city wall remains unchanged. However, the scouts had vaguely spotted a flag with the character U and a flag with the character Chi frequently active in the fortified area outside the city. In addition, there appeared to be a small number of cavalry, their armor extremely well made, unlike that of ordinary Song troops, but their numbers were few and their movement secretive. Qi banner? Elite cavalry. A cold glint flashed in Wanyan Zhonghan's eyes. It's that Qi Xiao from Jiankang again? You heard about the battle a few months ago. Jin Wuzhu went to Mongolia to ask for horses to avenge the arrow wound. In just over a month, does he really not care about the Divine Armor Army? After a moment's hesitation, he let out a cold snort. Pass down the order. After the vanguard crosses the river, they must not underestimate the enemy and advance rashly. They must conduct more scouting and make sure to find out the true intentions and troop deployment of the Song Army. I want to see what tricks Du Chou and Qi Xiao are playing. Yes, the generals responded solemnly, their originally relaxed and optimistic mood now shrouded in a cloud of uncertainty. The sleeping quarters of the Yangzhou Imperial Palace. In stark contrast to the grim tension on the northern front, the Yangzhou Imperial Palace was a scene of peaceful revelry and languid incense. The sounds of string and wind instruments were melodious and pleasant, The hall was brightly lit, and incense burned in the brazier. Zhao Go leaned against a soft couch, dressed in casual clothes, his face flushed with a slight intoxication, and was joking and playing with several newly acquired concubines. The table was laden with exquisite jiangnan pastries and seasonal fruits, and the aroma of wine filled the air. He was completely unaware of the war preparations taking place in Kaifeng, hundreds of miles away, and deliberately avoided paying attention to them. Chancellor Huang Qianshan and Wang Boyan, well aware of the emperor's thoughts, had already issued strict orders in the emperor's name in order to cater to his wishes and maintain this hard-won illusion of peace and tranquility. No one is allowed to discuss the Kaifeng War in the imperial court or palace. Violators will be severely punished. All urgent reports from the front were either withheld or downplayed. Small groups of Jin soldiers harassed us, but Du Chong was able to handle them. Your Majesty, please have another drink. A concubine urged in a sweet voice. Zhao Go laughed heartily, took the wine cup, and drank it all in one gulp. In his view, as long as the Jin army could not defeat the Yangtze River for the time being, the wealth and prosperity of Jiangnan could continue. As for the flames of war in the north and the lives and deaths of the soldiers, that seems to be a matter for another country. 3 days later, at dusk, 20 li outside Kaifeng City was the Jin army camp. The billowing dust, like a vast expanse of yellow clouds, slowly settled. Wanyan Zhonghan personally led the main force of the Jin army to the designated position and began to set up camp along a slightly higher earthen ridge. Countless tents sprang up rapidly like mushrooms after rain, stretching for miles, startling birds and beasts within a radius of dozens of miles into a frenzy. Beneath the central banner, Wanyan Zhonghan, surrounded by his generals, stood on a high hill and gazed at the ancient city to the south, shrouded in twilight. Meanwhile, outside Kaifeng City, the Song Army's defensive positions. After several days of frantic construction, a field defense system relying on the city walls and with layers of defenses has begun to take shape. At the very front were crisscrossing trenches several meters deep, with sharpened bamboo and wood stuck in the bottom. Beyond the trench lay a dense array of horse traps, chevaux de frise, and barbed wire. Further on were simple breastworks and arrow towers constructed of sandbags, rammed earth, and wooden palisades. The main force of the Song infantry had already established strict defenses in different areas based on the camp. Yu Fei inspected the front lines of the battle. He had already divided the 2,000 armored cavalry into smaller units. He led 500 men and waited for an opportunity to act. Zhang Xian, a fierce general under his command, led 500 cavalry to support the left flank, while also providing support to the rebel forces led by Zhang Yong and Chao Chung in the south of the city. Another valiant general, Su Qing, led 500 cavalry to support the right flank, ready to reinforce Wang Shan's troops east of the city and deal with possible flanking attacks. Another officer, Tang